It's time to rock and roll in that order. FIA Karting is back on action once again, and it's to another new venue, Rødby Karting Ring, here in the south of Denmark. What a fantastic new facility to add to the FIA Karting calendar. 1,245 meters in length and a fabulous new location. It's already the talk of the town, as with plenty of opportunities to overtake come plenty of opportunities to defend. It's going to be one of those sorts of weekends, ladies and gentlemen. Action guaranteed. Drama bonanza is on the horizon. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez with you for all of the action from the third round of the 2023 FIA Karting European Championships for OK, Junior and the Academy Trophy, which kicks us off.
Good morning, everybody. Bonjour à toutes et tous. Welcome to Denmark for the first time in the history of FIA Karting Championship Cups and competition. Our pleasure to be once again back, the two of us and the entire crew of RGMMC along with the Federation, to welcome you to kart racing at its best. And talking about the youngsters of tomorrow, the School of Karting, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy will get us started for what will be a long day of racing. 24 qualifying heats on schedule. We had 10 yesterday just for the OK and the juniors, so the Academy will take to the track for the first time in racing mode.
Yeah, it's the second new nation to be added to an FIA karting calendar this year after the Czech Republic in Trinec last month. We now come here to Rødby Karting Ring in Denmark, and it is going to be a fabulous battle. After the qualifying yesterday in the Academy Trophy, this is the first of the 6 qualifying heats that we'll see over the course of today and tomorrow for them. And this man, the Argentine Santino Panetta, was able to put himself into pole position in group.
Santino Panetta, congratulations. Fastest in the opening group of qualifying practice in the Academy Trophy in Denmark. What can you tell us about your lap, and this performance puts you in a good mood for the weekend?
Bueno, gracias le quiero a todos. Quiero agradecerle principalmente a mi familia y bueno, a mi mecánico Diego Olivera. Sí, fue una vuelta buena, tengo para corregir en una curva, pero bueno, fue bastante bueno y vamos a tratar de estar así todo el fin de semana y mejor. Gracias a todos.
What can you tell us about the circuit? This is a new challenge for you guys for the first time in Denmark. Is it a difficult one?
Sí, medio difícil, las curvas son medias trabadas, pero sí, está muy bueno, me cayó bien porque no gasta tanto la goma y bueno, vamos a tratar de ir mejorando lo que necesitemos.
Good to hear from the young driver from Argentina, Santino Panetta. He was one of the fastest in yesterday's qualifying practice. He will get to start from pole position for the first of the couple of qualifying heats that we're going to have for the Academy Trophy today. B versus D to get us started with. Pasquale Lupoli on your picture, the FIA Karting race director, along with flick of the course Nigel Edwards for this weekend, and both eyes, all eyes open on what's going to happen on track. The 514 on your picture is Karel Stout, is going to be starting alongside Santino Panetta on the front row of the grid. It comes from Switzerland, and let's keep an eye as well on what's going to happen from the outside line coming to the first of 12 corners on this beautiful and challenging track of Rodby. A lot of flags waving in the air. It's hot. It's sunny. It has been so since the start of the week here, even though a little cloudy yesterday for the qualifying practice. But the track conditions were dry. People are starting to gather in the grandstand surrounding the track. And as you can see, partially cloudy as it stands. No rain probability at all. 28 degrees in the air. A bit of wind, as you can see through the flags on the background. So these are the ideal conditions for the Academy drivers to start this busy schedule.
What's really interesting to note is that the direction that the wind is in, it's going to be facing the drivers as they come down the main straight. So that is obviously going to have its own unique problems for the competitors. When they come out of that final turn and down the straight, the wind will hit them square in the face. It's not particularly fast, but it definitely makes a big difference in terms of how they prepare the kart in terms of setup. So the first qualifying heat of the weekend for the Academy Trophy. All of these karts identical. Expert chassis, Vortex engines and MG tyres. It's going to be a really interesting battle for them as they gear themselves up for another spectacular season They've already had one great weekend. Now it's time for the second to get underway. Santino Panetta and Karel Stout from Lorenzo Campos and Romeo Haag. Hugo Marti and Simon Meyer. Ryotaro Sakai and Christian Tonolini from Sebastian Garzon and Marcus Chelcuñas. Kritik Jerupa and Wojciech Woda.
Row number 7, we'll see Roland Sprude and Harry Bartel. Row number 8, Bennett Gaspar and Thomas Gomez, followed by Benjamin Galmal, Laura Bubenova, Zain Elmo Mossani, as well as Shane Chandaria, Radek Vavra and Georgi Tamalashvili. 22 drivers on the grid, making their way onto the track for the formation lap. And do we have everybody in? Doesn't seem to me. Yes, now it's updated. The live timing brought to you by Apex Timing, as always. All those information available to you on FIAKarting.com. Make sure to tune in, make sure to get yourself covered with live timing, live streaming all throughout the day and tomorrow, brought to you by RGMC. Fantastic scene, fantastic background for the first time in this part of the world. We're not actually far away from the sea coast of Denmark, 2 hours pretty much by car from the capital city of Copenhagen, in what has been a very moving, a very busy working area of the country, with a lot of things growing, coming from the earth, and a lot of building and new facilities surrounding these new karting track. The Karting Ring of Rodby is one of those new facilities that was created not so long ago. It has been built over the past 2 years to allow kart racing at its best to make its debut in Denmark. And the 522, by the look of it, seems to be having some trouble.
Yeah, that's not good news for Ryotaro Sakai.
Yes, indeed. The Japanese driver was working on his kart. It was going very, very slow indeed on the way to the grid. As always, you know the drill. This is a rolling start, and the pole sitter, in this case Santino Panetta, needs to show everybody a good example, pace everybody down, and once they make their way onto the grid past the yellow line, the beast, the young beast, will be unleashed for the first time this Saturday.
So 22 drivers gunning for the first corner here in Rødby. Let's see who is going to get the best start of it, and we are going around next time. It is a false start on this occasion, so I wonder if that's to do with Ryotaro Sakai just having some difficulties off the grid. The race does not get underway this time. They will go around again for another formation lap. So obviously race director Pasquale Lupoli obviously deciding on that occasion that the drivers were not quite in the position that they are supposed to be. Ryotaro Sakai is now getting back into position, I should point out. So having had those initial difficulties, he is now retaking his position in the grid, which he is allowed to do, provided he gets there before they reach the red line, which is just before the final corner on the circuit. Once you're formed into those positions, you can't get out of them once again. So there is just one more hairpin section to negotiate for the drivers. They now form up into their 2 rows of the grid. Santino Panetta, the Argentine, alongside the Swiss ace Karel Stout, so impressive, the young man in third. Lorenzo Campos, the first ever Angolan in international competition of motorsport at this level to be competitive on the world stage. So everybody watching back home in Angola will be very happy indeed for their young African sensation. Romeo Haag obviously flying the flag here in Denmark in 4th on the starting grid. Are we going to go racing this time? We do! Up to the first corner. Good start from the inside line. No problems for Panetta and Campos to head through into the first corner without issue. And as they go through turn 1 and 2, it's perfectly okay for the time being in Academy. But up the inside, Lorenzo Campos is going to take the lead. A brilliant start from the Angolan. And for the first time in international FIA competition, an Angolan leads the way.
Yeah, good start from Lorenzo Campos in the first sequence of corners around the inside. They made their way into turn number 6. 12 corners to go through in that particular challenging track, making their way into what is a true banking corners that you're going to see in just a moment, right after this left kick, turn number 8. Oh, and one driver going cross-country a little bit to wheels on the wrong part of the track, and a bit of a tussle at the back end of the grid, but it seems to be a good overall opening lap, as you can see in the conclusion of the track already. And right now, you can see that Lorenzo Campos was able to build himself a bit of a gap at the end of this opening lap.
Right, history is made for the first time in international motorsport history. An Angolan has crossed the line in first position at the end of the opening lap. That's a big moment, not just for Lorenzo, but for the nation as well. Santino Panetta, second place. Karel Stout is under investigation off the start. The Swiss driver currently finding himself down in 7th position. Hugo Marti doing well in 3rd place. There he is, tucked in behind Santino Panetta, looking to try and work his way forward. Ryotaro Sakai is very fortunate that he was able to get another crack at it, because he now finds himself the Japanese driver with the pink helmet. He is now in 4th position, running well there behind the 3 leaders. Then Romeo Haag, the Danish driver, in 5th on the positions at the moment. Karel Stout has worked his way forward past Sebastian Garzon. as has the Lithuanian Markus Šilkūnas, and up the inside further back.
That's Tonalini, by the way.
It is.
Garzon for P8 by the look of it.
So yes, Tonalini getting his move there in the run to the final couple of corners. Campos now has 0.8 of a second over Santino Panetta, but watch for Hugo Marti. The two Spanish-speaking racers are going to be dueling for second position before too long, but not if Ryotaro Sakai gets there first. The Japanese driver in fourth place, now hunting down Hugo Marti in the hope that he can get himself into the top three.
Yeah, for the Japanese driver, the technical issue that he had in the formation lap seems to be something of the past already. He's having a good pace showing in the opening stages of this race. Short race, 10 laps as for the juniors. And let's see what Sakai can do. Right now the gap is still pretty much the same. Panetta, oh, and a bit of a tussle around the inside. Beautifully made as Simon Myers picking up a warning flag. The Favo 8 is competing at the moment in P13 outside of the top 10. As Campos doing a good job at consolidating his lead. And he's taking advantage of the fact that Panetta is being put under pressure, even though this is Sakai now in the position of the chaser on Marti. Hugo Marti is going to try to resist after turn number 1, turn number 2, and the first heavy braking point of this track in turn number 3, the hairpin. And this is where Sakai chooses to go through and take P3.
Yeah, very nicely done from Ryotaro Sakai. And it looks like he's not going to be the only one to get through on the inside, because there goes Romeo Haag. Romeo Haag gets through, having set the fastest lap. But the Danish star on home ground has managed to work his way forward into fourth position in front of Hugo Marti, as Shane Chandaria has unfortunately picked up a investigation flag of his own there. The Kenyan has found himself down in 21st for the time being, has actually worked his way past Laura Bobanova. But that's still an investigation, and it looks as though Gritas Chiriupa, the Thai driver, has also had an investigation done into him for Zayn Al-Mosni on the inside. Great battles as back on the inside comes Romeo Haag to get into third place. The driver who knows this circuit better than anybody. Now dueling away with Ryotaro Sakai, who gets back on the inside, retakes third place. Haag is straight back on the undercut. Brilliant racing between the two of them. And now here's the move from Hugo Marti. He gets back in on Sakai, brings Markus Šilkūnas through as well. The Lithuanian comes forward. And so Sakai goes from third in turn 1 down to 6th at turn 4.
Yeah, great little battle indeed. Running inside the 516. Šilkūnas brilliantly made on the 518 of Marti. Beautiful racing ballet already as early as the first race, as Romeo Haag is picking up another warning flag. He's going to have to watch that. That one is in P3 at the moment, but the marshals have both eyes wide open on what's happening on track. But the battle keeps on going. Around the inside goes Sakai, beautifully made. 522 on the 518. Marti had nothing that he could do to counter-attack, and it goes all the way over Lorenzo Campos. In the meantime, the gap was of 0.6 of a second on the previous lap. Let's have a look now. 0.7 as Santino Panetta was able as well to put himself in his own planet. Here's a replay of the race start.
Now that is why Karol Stout was being investigated on the race start. You could just see there was a wheel on the white line. Now whether it was over the white line or not, I'm not entirely sure. But obviously you have to remain in those tram lines in order to have a clean start. And that's why he's been in investigation. Look at that though from Lorenzo Campos on the first lap. Straight in there, getting on with the main course, not even worrying about the starter, and just getting straight into the lead of the race. Great work from the Angolan, who has led every lap of this qualifying heat so far. A very historic moment for the youngster. Now, this might be what we've had from Romeo Haag, I think, because he got under investigation. Now, there was a bit of a squeeze there, so that must be why there is an investigation, and that's what put Karol Stout down the order to 11th position. So Stout is trying to recover, but he's lost ground to Garzon, to Bartel, to Voda, and to Tonalini.
Good to see those replays and to make sure that you guys are fully covered about what's happening at every corner, at every lap pretty much of this race. The fastest lap, Markus Šilkūnas in 53.0, running in P4, trying to catch up as well, just 0.4 down on Romeo Haag in P3. Lorenzo Campos is extending his lead in the meantime with 0.8 of a second, and with
a bit of a run wide.
Yes,
that
indeed.
did not go well at all for the 507. That was Vavra. So unfortunately, Radek Vavra was just trying to get away from his opponents, and he just carried too much speed into the right-hander, drifted off the road.
Yeah, that's too bad, because it was on a good recovery of 7 places up to P14. That's going to make him tumble down the order, as we took you right live on the sideline of the track. As we're back here with the leaders are pretty much in the field. This is the 516 that we have on track. Šilkūnas and Marti. 533 this is Act. My apologies, with Šilkūnas just behind. Warning flag being picked up by Gritas Chiriupa.
But yet again, We've seen this time and time again in the Academy Trophy over the last few years. From one race to the next, it's a different pecking order that is competitive here in Rødby compared to what we saw in Trinec. Last time, it was all about the dominant force of Hugo Marti and Marius Barry-Berg. Obviously, we're not going to see Marius Barry-Berg until the second heat, and he has been struggling in time qualifying. But even Hugo Marti, who was on the podium last time in Trinec, he's there in 5th position, but he's struggling to stay with the likes of Campos, Panetta, Haag and Schilkunas. So it really does show you the consistency that you need. Now here's Romeo Haag, the home favourite, and this is why he's under investigation. There was just a little bit of a rub there to get through on Hugo Marti. But watch this battle with him and Sakai. So Sakai dives up the inside, but look, Haag is ready for that. He's got room on the inside to challenge with a little bit of a blip of the throttle. He cuts back in. That's enough to open the door, not just for Romeo Haag, but also for Schilkunas and Marti. They both managed to get through on Ryotaro Sakai. Now we're watching the battle for third. This is Markus Schilkunas, the Lithuanian, trying to hang on in front of the hometown hero, Romeo Haag.
Let's see what Romeo Haag can do. We do the penultimate lap of this race as Campos is on his way to what will be his first victory of the day and the weekend. His move in the opening lap in turn number 3 was the move for the victory, and he was able to build his gap from then on. As we enter the final lap, ladies and gents, 0.6 of a second now between Campos and Panetta. Schilkunas is going to try to resist from Romeo Haag all the way to the checkered flag. The 5:16 has less than 1 lap to do so. 12 corners to go around. Good job from Schilkunas as he climbed all the way 7 paces from P10 on the grid. Very good opening stages of this race for Matthias Schilkunas. And is about to conclude this race in P3 from Romeo Haag.
But for everybody who is watching in Africa, we are about to see a massive moment in motor racing history here. It may not seem like much, but in the Academy Trophy, we're about to see a new nation triumph in international FIA competition for the first time. Remember where you were. Angola enters the international scene as Lorenzo Campos takes his first win in the Academy Trophy. And to my knowledge, the first Angolan victory in international karting and possibly international motorsport as a whole. Remember the name, Lorenzo Campos, making waves and putting the African nation of Angola on the international track map. That is a big, big moment.
A big moment indeed. Reminds me of Jevan David winning for the first time for Sri Lanka 2 seasons ago. Once again, a new season, a new nation on the map of international karting, thanks to this young man, Lorenzo Campos. Well done to him. It was a very dominated victory in control mode all throughout the 10 laps. Let's see if he's going to be able to emulate that for the next
Sakai.
races.
Sakai's problems came back after the line, so he's crossed the line.
Good timing.
Yeah, he's crossed the line in P6, but the kart has broken down on the touring in lap, so problems there for the Japanese driver Ryotaro Sakai. But yeah, coming back to what you were saying there, it is very similar to Jevan David winning for Sri Lanka when he came here and did the same thing. But that's what we're here to do. We're here with the Academy Trophy in particular to showcase these new talents from around the world so that they can be on an even playing field. And Lorenzo Campos has put Angola at the top spot in the first race of the weekend. How about that for a bit of history? Santino Panetta and Markus Schilkunas in the top 3. Romeo Haag flying the flag for Denmark in P4 from Hugo Marti and Ryotaro Sakai. Sebastian Garzon and Harry Bartel, Wojciech Woda and Karel Stout. Then Simon Meyer, Christian Tonalini, Roland Spruder, Benjamin Jangard and Bennett Gaspar of Hungary. Then it is Zain El Hamossani, the young man from the United Arab Emirates, in front of Tomas Gomez of Portugal, Pritash Djerupa of Thailand, Radek Vavra of the Czech Republic, and then Lora Bobanova, Shane Chandalia and Georgi Tamalishvili. And I'm glad to see that all 22 drivers that started the race were able to come home to finish it.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning. Doesn't happen every time. And we had a couple of those classification in full yesterday. But it was for the OK and the juniors. But good to see all the Academy drivers at home after the first 10 laps of the weekend. We're going to have the Group A versus C coming in just a few moments as we're about to start the next race at 10:40 in a bit under 6 minutes. Here's a replay of this opening race. Good start indeed from Santino Panetta. But Lorenzo Campos was the first one to throw an attack, and it paid off in the opening lap of this race. Here's the move. That will prove to be the one for the victory at the end. And from then on, Lorenzo Campos was nowhere to be seen from the opposition. He kept on building the gap lap after lap as Sakai was making his way already through the field into that opening lap of this first qualifying heat. Around the inside, he went, beautifully made on the 502, getting overtaken there. This was Sebastian Garzon dropping a couple of places in the process. A bit of a tangle, a bit of a tussle, and the 514, unfortunately, going wide. Karel Stout, the Swiss driver, starting on the front row and lost a pile of position. He finished in the end in P10. Sakai, the Japanese driver, with that beautiful pink crash helmet, making his way through. And after trouble into the formation lap, and in the end, after the closing lap in between, the timing was right for him to perform and making his way up to P6 after a beautiful ballet and one overtaking after the other, turn 1, turn 2, but then the door was open in the hairpin of turn number 3. A couple of drivers as well going off over there on the outside, but in the end, there was no one close enough and fast enough to take Lorenzo Campos his first victory on this stage for Angola. A beautiful moment, an historical moment in FIA karting competition in front of Santino Panetta and Marcus Silkuna, taking P3 from Renault Act and Hugo Marti. We're going to stay with the Academy Trophy in just a few moments. As you can see, the grid is already lined up, and we have this young man. You might be familiar with the colors on his helmet, Rocco Coronel, a name that needs no introduction in the world, not only of karting for the past few seasons, but in motor racing and in general with his father, Tom Coronel, one of the best car racing drivers in the world in the GT series for so many years and the author of so many exploits on track. We're going to hear from Rocco Coronel, our pole sitter for this race coming up. Rocco Coronel, congratulations after the Proficiat. That's pole position for you in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy in Denmark.
Yeah, I just had a perfect lap. I was perfectly concentrated. My tires were perfectly on temperature. Yeah, and I just did it. Just drive perfectly.
You just did it. It sounds very easy the way you say it. Everything put in right order. But will it be the same tomorrow, you think, in the racing? Because there's stronger position behind you.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult in the race. For sure I want to be first in all the races. But I think there's going to be much fighting at the end of the race. But I hope it's going to be on in the final.
This is a new track for everybody in the field. So you think that can be an advantage for you, knowing that there's a lot of challenges for you guys to try to take on?
Yeah. I trained here one time before, and that wasn't really good training. It was just for knowing the track, and this track is only one line, so if you go just outside, you just slide away. We hope we win.
Fantastic to hear from young Rocco Coronel. I'm sure that Tom is very proud and watching over in the Hungaroring, where he continues his TCR World Tour campaign. He was with us in Trinec. Unfortunately, his own racing exploits mean he can't be here, but I'm sure you're very proud and watching Rocco from pole position. But what about this lady? Lisa Biard has a great opportunity from second position on the grid. She was so strong at Trinec. I've got a bit of a sneaky suspicion that you're looking at an early favourite for the title, not just because of the fact that she has come out of the blocks fighting fit here in qualifying, but what wins championships in the Academy Trophy in particular over the 3 weekends is consistency. It's what you're doing when you're not winning. When she has been in the top 5 pretty much every single time. I mean, last time out in the final at Trinec, she finished 4th position. She was just off the podium. So if she can continue this mentality and keep herself in that top 5 all the way through, by the time we get to the final at Cremona, she could be right in the hunt for the title. Yeah, Lisa Biard is one of those new names popping up on the international and also the French karting scene. But watch out for Arthur Brugnon as well, the 537, who's going to be just behind the pole sitter Rocco Coronel, with the advantage of being on the inside line. And when it goes right, as it is the case, in Rodby, this is always a very interesting position to find yourself in, taking advantage of the toe. And let's see if Rocco Coronel will be, of course, skilled enough, and we know that he is, to shut that door into the opening lap, not to get this position taken away. Yeah, Arthur Braun did a fantastic job last time out in Trinec and was, in my opinion, brutally robbed of a chance to go for the top spot. With some technical difficulties, but he definitely has good pace. He was able to charge his way straight back to 11th position in the final. For me, could have been top 3 and had every right to go for it. And the man starting alongside him on the grid is the man who took the victory in the final, Marius Barryberg of Norway. So he has every chance of fighting fit here again as well. Qualifying heat A versus C getting underway once more. And it's definitely going to be an intriguing challenge for all of the competitors in this one, but certainly for those top 4 on the front end of the grid, this is a great opportunity knocking. Rocco Coronel and Lisa Biard from Arthur Braun and Marius Barryberg. Then Vasilios Apostolidis, Max Walton, Arpo Timonen and Alexander Uznin, Victor Rad and Clara Kowalczyk from Lucas Mora and Nicolas Raju.
Row number 7, Jan Colderillo from Aljal Vidmar, Kyle Mikalev, Kimi Prchancia, Andrei Adeikin, Yeva Ivanu, row number 10, Gracie Granham, Chio Mabunda, Tiziano Antola, and Marius Bonconseil on row number 11. 22 drivers once again, 44 competing in this season of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, the School of Karting, as we call it, for more than 10 years since it first came onto the scene back in 2010. And it has been certainly one of the most interesting international series that we've been lucky to witness, with some of the big names popping up here and there, including the likes of Charles Leclerc, of course, one of the most famous winners of the Academy Trophy over the years. And many of them have been competing at this stage. A change this season, you might have noticed if you've been following karting for the past few years, is that Academy Trophy is no longer part of the European and World Championship of the gearbox class. And there's a good reason for that, is that over the years we noticed that some of the drivers competing in OK Junior were able to have a double program and compete in the Academy Trophy, which in the end people thought, yeah, you know what, maybe that's more track time, that might not be entirely fair to the new ones, the newcomers trying to perform at this stage. So decision was made by the CIK, okay, let's put them all together to make sure that we have a brighter sort of competition, a more equaled level in the Academy Trophy, and I think this is a very good decision in the end.
Yeah, I completely agree. It was exactly the right move that was needed to bring the Academy Trophy onto the same bill as the OK and OK Junior category. It's making for a much even and much more fair competition, so it's definitely a good decision. And as the drivers come out of the final turn on this particular rolling lap, we should be able to get the contenders up to a good start. Have Coronel and Biard got the job done? Now remember, they've got to keep in those tram lines. They have to make sure and maintain it. Are we going racing? No, it is a false start on this occasion, so they're not quite in position. Always a little bit tricky for the Academy Trophy to get it right. But yeah, just coming back to what you were saying about the history of this competition, the Academy Trophy, you've only got to look at the names of the contenders that have come through. The champions alone, Nicolas Tihonen, Charles Leclerc, Younes Lapalainen, Maxime Potti, who's obviously gone on to a very decent career, the Belgian, Richard Verschoor, who of course has gone all the way to Formula 2, Marta Garcia, who has represented Spain in single-seaters, both in W Series and Formula Academy now, Formula 1 Academy. Callum Bradshaw, multiple karting world and European champion at various different levels. Xavier Hansheim of Belgium, Marty Boyer of Spain, who is now in single-seaters in Formula 3, Kaius Sixnelis, who is now, of course, racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup and the Porsche Super Cup as well.
The GT.
And in Fanatec GT in the GT4 category. Connor Zilic of the United States, who's now romping in American cars. Maciek Gladish, who is in pole position here this weekend in the OK category. And Arthur Dorisson, who's just moved into FFSA French F4. So it's going to be an interesting battle for them. But who is going to be the next big star? One of these heats is going to give us the answer. Here we go. Up to the first corner. Very strong start for Biard despite getting crowded by the front row. She's managed to get herself in a third position there, so only losing one place to Arthur Braun. Braun is already starting to hunt down Rocco Coronel, but Biard has got herself in a fourth position. There's a little bit of a cluster effect. One car has spun out at the tail end of the field there. That is the 545 that's gone around. I'm afraid that is game over for Andrea Daikin.
Yeah, unfortunately, can he actually get his engine going again? He's not allowed to have any help from the marshals quite yet, as Rocco Coronel is going defensive already on the way to turn number 7. That is just in front of us, the return straight.
Yeah, he's going to be slow.
He's going to be for the lead already.
Oh, we've got a retirement as well. That's the 538 that's gone. So that is Nicolas Raju, the Indian driver. I'm afraid Raju is out of the race as well, but just as we saw Coronel getting ultra defensive on the inside line, he was slower out of the turn. He's opened the door for 1, 2, 3, 4 karts to get by. So Braun is not even going to be the race leader as they come through, because he's lost ground now. The race leader is Marius Barryberg in front of Braun. It's Clara Kowalczyk who was in second. She's now lost ground down to third. Here she comes again. Clara Kowalczyk into second position. Lovely move from Clara Kowalczyk. Brilliant job. And now here comes Max Walton to get past his fellow Antipodean as they run together. Walton up to third, Braun down to fourth in front of Apostolidis, Timonen and Lisa Biard, who finds herself down in seventh in front of Rocco Coronel, who's all the way down to eighth.
Yeah, very difficult start of the race for Rocco Coronel, being overtaken left and right. The door was open, as you said, on a lap before, and there was little thing that the Dutchman could do actually to prevent that from happening. He's going to have to fight back, and he has a bit more than 8 laps to go until the checkered flag to do so. Oh, and a bit of a tussle and contact over there with the 530. We'll get back to that in a second, try to identify those two, but they're still on track, so no, not so much trouble in the end. Let's have a look at the classification with Marius Barryberg, your current leader of the Academy Trophy, in the lead, being chased by Klara Kowalski, climbing 8 places in the course of just 2 laps. Beautiful work from Klara Kowalski. At some point, Kowalczyk, shall I say, who came close to go a bit wide on the lap before, but she managed to stay on track, being chased by Max Walton, another strong opponent. And there she goes around the inside, beautifully made, and Walton's gonna go with her. Not quite as yet. The door was shut by Mary Berg, but this is a question of corners at this point.
Klara Kowalczyk of Poland takes the lead from Marius Barryberg, and now here comes Max Walton. He's going to do the same thing to get into second place. So Max Walton has now got past the man who triumphed in Trinec. But how about this? Klara Kowalczyk, the Polish ace, has done a fantastic job, and she now leads the way here. A fantastic run, so for the first time in 2023, but I don't think it's going to be the last, a lady is leading the qualifying heats here in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. We have such a strong crop of ladies this year. Up the inside, though, comes Max Walton. He takes the lead back from Kowalczyk. Kowalczyk's not done yet, though. She's going to have another crack at this. Kyle Mikhailov has ended up with a warning flag. Vasily Apostolidis with the fastest lap of the race for the moment, but Marius Barryberg is right there in 3rd position, trying to get back his authority in this one. Lisa Biard is on the march back as well, by the way. She's come back up to 6th position. And now Klara Kowalczyk attacking Max Walton, trying to get back into the lead of the race. Here she goes in the hairpin. Thank you very much. I'll take the lead of the race back again. Klara Kowalczyk back in front.
Yeah, that's one way to do it, isn't it? And Kowalczyk, beautiful piece of driving at the end of this lap. Watch on as well, because Max Walton is going to be willing to get that position back in any time. Watch out for the back as well. This is position number 4 between Apostolidis getting ahead of Broad and for P4. Beautiful work as well at the start of lap number 5 out of 10. And there's battles all over the place. Look at the 2 white crash helmet for the back as well. Apostolidis, Broad and Lisa Biard as well, making her way through on the outside. Oh, she's being pushed! Lisa Biard on the grass, and she's able to get back onto the tarmac. Good piece of driving and skilled by Lisa Biard, but unfortunately there might be some penalty in the air. She just took the fastest lap in this race so far. She's going to lose a pile of position in the process with grass on her tires.
Amazing recovery from Lisa Biard, but that is not where she wanted to be at all. Down to 10th position behind Ntizo Mabunda, the South African. So big disaster for Lisa Biard. She's got a lot of ground to make up. How about that, though, for Ntizo Mabunda? He's come up 11 positions. He is now in P9. That is an amazing charge forward from Ntizo Mabunda. Very similar to Klara Kowalczyk, who made up 9 places off the starting grid. And she now leads, of course, from Walton and Barryberg. Then Arthur Braun, the Kiwi, finds himself in 4th place. Here comes the mid, up on the inside, and Kowalczyk's down to 3rd. Walton leads now, Barryberg in 2nd. Kowalczyk coming back again. Now we're going to have another change of lead. Walton comes through, Kowalczyk follows him. And so they swap again, as now it is another change for position for the lead again. Kowalczyk takes the lead. 3 drivers battling for the victory in this qualifying heat as Walton now comes through past Barryberg to take the lead again. How many times in one lap can the lead change? So far, it's 4. There could be a 5th. Here comes Kowalczyk again. High 5. 5 lead changes in one lap. When was the last time you saw that? As out of the race goes the 5:11. That is game over for Gracie Grantham of Bahrain. The lead changes again.
Oh my God, they should pay attention. Oh, a bit of a tussle, a little bit of contact on front fairing, I'm afraid. Watch out for Rocco Coronel as well with the orange crash helmet going around the inside out of nowhere. This is his chance to actually grow. Oh, contact on the rear of Rocco Coronel, and he's not happy about it at all. And I think the driver that went touching with him is having some trouble and losing a bit of momentum as a result.
Yeah, it was Victor Rad. They went side by side, they banged wheels. Look at the time that Kowalczyk has lost, getting caught up in that roadblock. That shows you how competitive it is. In the Academy Trophy, she's lost so much ground. 2.7 seconds back, and now dueling with Vasily Apostolidis, who has a warning flag. 4 is, I think it might have been him and Rocco Coronel, in fact. But as a result, the top 4 have been completely dropped. So they are well clear. Walton, Barryberg, Braun, Coronel, and then it's Apostolidis and Kowalczyk from Rad, Mabunda, Mora and Timonen with Lisa Biard in 11th from Uznim. What an incredible race battle. 6 lead changes essentially in a little over a lap.
And this is only race number 2 of a long list, 24 in total. Good luck for the replays on that one, because there were so many overtakings in just the course of a lap. And it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Watch out for Mariberg chasing Max Walton. Lisa Biard keeps up with a good pace, and another fastest lap for the Frenchman. She's now all the way down to P10 after the trouble 2 laps ago. But look at that picture. We have 4 drivers pretty much glued together with the 5:23. This is further back. Kowalczyk is getting ahead of Apostolidis, the Greece, the driver from Greece indeed, who's going to try to fight back. There's a change for second place with Broden ahead of Mariberg, but Mariberg is competing again and around the inside. But the door was open, and watch out for Rocco Coronel on the left side of the picture with the orange crash helmet. He's going to try to go around the inside of turn number 1. There's no room whatsoever, but he goes through still. And he's back into P3, Rocco Coronel. But not in P2 even, and the door was open again in turn number 3. Rocco Coronel takes 2 positions in 2 corners.
How has Coronel fought back like this? Brilliant work from the Dutchman. Now all the way back into the dizzy heights of P2. Here comes Braun. Back again on him. Coronel has to let both him and Marius Barryberg drift past once more. But if those two continue to kick off, Coronel has every chance of getting back into P2. Max Walton, by the way, the Australian, he's timed it to perfection. He's long gone, and he's pulled 1.6 seconds on the field. His timing is immaculate. And he's managed to break cover, but Braun is now having to go defensive from Barryberg. Watch for Marius Barryberg picking his way out of the final turn. Slingshot, lovely move from Barryberg. He's going to get alongside as they go down the main straight. They bang wheels 2, 3 times, but up the inside goes Marius Barryberg. Coronel trying to get there as well. Can't quite get alongside. Terrific as we go into the final lap. The Academy Trophy in Rodby is the hottest ticket in motorsport right now.
Yeah, it cannot hand good. It cannot hand good, but it does go around the inside of Coronel. Another move from the Dutchman, and he is gesturing to his opponent, Broden. Keep it straight, keep your head down, because we still have a chance. We still have a shot for P2. It's going to be very hard indeed, but he keeps on going. Broden trying to attack Rocco Coronel. Oh, another contact on the rear. He's not going to let it go. He's not going to let it go until the end of this final lap. Rocco Coronel is going to give it everything in the banking. Watch out for the back as well for Apostolidis.
They're going to get caught by Apostolidis. Apostolidis jumped them both. They were so busy paying attention to each other, they didn't see Apostolidis come through. Walton's going to get the win. Barryberg in second. Vasi Apostolidis comes through to third. The Greek star jumps them both. And Lisa Biard comes all the way back to B6. What a comeback from the French lady. I tell you what, the Academy Trophy this weekend in Trinec, it was good. In Rødby, these guys have definitely had their breakfast.
That's not fair, actually. It's only race number 2, and we're out of breath and voice already. Guys, have a think for the commentators, please. We have a long day ahead of us, but the Academy will find them back at the beginning of the afternoon. So we're gonna have to wait so many races to get such a thrill again.
Wow.
But the OK and the OK Junior will come into play in just a few moments, so stay with us. But what a start of the day that was in the Academy Trophy. And that's all Max Walton had been expecting, of course. Battle just behind, as you said, the right timing for him as he made his way through to the lead, build his gap from then on. And behind him, Mariberg, Apostolidis, and all the others kept on fighting with all knives out every corner of every lap. That was a beautiful piece of racing. But in the end, there was only one who could take the win, and this is Max Walton. He was on the podium in Trinec, and he starts his weekend on a very right foot. Walton wins in front of Marius Mariberg, Vasilios Apostolidis out of nowhere into the last turn, taking P3 from Rocco Coronel. And then we have as well further back Arthur Bouillon in P5, Lisa Biard, Luca Mura de Castro, Alexander Ansim in P8, followed by Clara Kowalczyk, Tio Mabunda, Victor Alexandra Rad in P11, followed by Jan Krol de Rio, P12 from Kimi Rai, Jan Sia in P13 and Marius Bonconseil in P14 as well. For the rest, P15 is Apo Timonen, followed by Ajax Vidmar, Ejo Ivanu, Karl Mikalev, Tiziano Antola, and 3 drivers that we lost in this race, Andrei Adekin, Nikilesh Rayu and Karashi Grantam.
Wow, what an amazing set of races the Academy Trophy gave us. I calculate 6 lead changes in 1,300 meters, roughly. That is just astonishing how they've been able to give us so much drama in such a short space of time. That is absolutely incredible. 6 lead changes. Here we go. This is the replay of the start. You can see a couple of drivers there edging, pushing to try and work their way forward. I think there might have been a couple of drivers out of the tram lines. But anyway, Coronel defending to the first corner. Biard being smart and actually losing just 1 place to gain herself the chance to move forward. For me, the driver of the opening couple of laps of that race, though, was Klára Kowalczyk. Look at her. You can see her in the middle of the field. She dives for the gap, makes sure that there's no way to come back on the undercut. A couple of drivers dropping back. There is the retirement, sadly, for Andrea Daikin. And Nicolas Raju, we lost a little further round the lap. And the other retirement, of course, as we saw, was the young lady from Bahrain, Gracie Grantham. But at least she gave us a good battle before her retirement. But there was just so much drama. As I spoke to a few of the drivers, that's how we lost Nicolas Raju. He hit the brakes at exactly the wrong moment, and it skewed the kart away to the left. I wonder if there might have been some damage before that. But look at Klára Kowalczyk, one of the many drivers that really sat up and paid attention in this overtake battle. But here comes Max Walton, diving through for his maneuvers on Marius Barry-Berg. But we had that one glorious lap where we had 6 lead changes in 1 lap. I can't remember the last time I saw that, even in karting.
Yeah, it was an impressive piece of driving from all those youngsters of the Academy Trophy. Around the inside, going the 523. One of the moves to make his way up for Klára Kowalczyk before losing a bit of momentum in the process.
Now, this is where poor Lisa Biard came a cropper. Look, she's minding her own business, up the inside, bang! And she just gets a little bit of a tank slap, but there's no room for her to negotiate. How she kept that in a straight line and out of the barriers, I will never know.
Yeah, she came very close to a nasty touch on the barrier over there, and this is where the ballet and the mayhem started between those 3.
Look at how close Max Walton came to spinning off the road there, trying to make the overtake. This is, I think, that lap where we had 6 different lead changes. Walton's got 1 move. There's Kowalczyk going for the one out of the final turn. And then you're going to get a nice undercut straight off the corner. Look, Walton's gone for it again. It was just such an incredible lap. You had so many drivers trying to bounce back as well. Rocco Coronel getting himself back into the competition. A little bit of paint traded there between him and Arthur Braun. But Max Walton timed his move to perfection. Looks back. There's nobody chasing me. His timing was absolutely on point. What a fabulous race in the Academy Trophy. Terrific.
Terrific indeed. And Max Walton climbing 5 places and got the move at the right time to build on his gap. What an introduction that was for the Academy Trophy. Now, we're going to have to let the youngsters of the Academy Trophy on the side for quite a while, as we'll have them back on track after the lunch break and the next of the qualifying heats at 3:15 local time. Now, let's switch the attention to the OK Junior category. And we got a chance yesterday to talk to the young Spaniard who will be starting from pole position. This is on your picture, Christian Costoya. What's the feeling?
Yeah, it was nice. Yeah, it wasn't good. We can make it better, but yeah, alone, good one.
A good one. A lot of pressure on your shoulders as well, because you'll be the leader in the heats with a lot of opposition behind you.
Yes, not bad. Yeah, but now we are Group A, so let's do the best.
Let's do the best on a new track, a new layout. What are the challenges you think? Where do you think you can overtake better than other places on this circuit?
Yeah, I think this track is better than Trinec to gain place. But yeah, we try to do the best I can.
He doesn't say much in English yet, Christian Costoya, but I tell you what, his words are meaningful. He definitely pushes for the limit of his ability, and he's doing a fantastic job. But how about this boy? Alexander Bondarev, the Phoenix. You run out of superlatives for this man. Over the course of the last 6 weeks, he has had quite an incredible journey. Victory in Champions of the Future at Trinec. Victory at the FIA Karting European Championship in Trinec. And then a week and a half later, in between the warm-up event for this and the European Championship itself, he went to the United Kingdom and competed in a charity race to raise money for the plight of his country, and won it, despite the fact he had never sat in that particular kart before the start of racing. And he hung out with some pretty cool people, including Tom Cruise's stuntman and the Formula 2 champion from years gone by, Luciano Bacchetta. He's had an amazing time, a quick visit to the UK to go and do some charity racing, and he wins it on his debut, and spent half an hour of that 2-hour race behind the wheel in a kart he'd never driven before. What an absolute hero. Now everybody in the UK karting scene knows about him, but we've obviously known that story for quite some time. And of course, here in Rodby, he has a chance to extend his advantage in the European Championship. It's quite the story.
Yeah, talking about momentum for Alexander Bondarev, who's been on a charge, pulling up the results. He was second for the start of the European Championship to Thibaut Ramaker's back in Spain. A very strong result, and he's our current leader of the competition, coming to Denmark. Oh, and we have one of the Paralin drivers, the 253.
That's Andy Consani. So Andy Consani, the Frenchman, who should be starting from P6. So that is not good news for him. But, well, we'll talk you through the grid anyway. Christian Kostoya and Alexander Bondarev. Then the American, Vivek Kanthan, and the Swede, Oliver Kinmark. Thibaut Ramakers is alongside Andy Consani if he gets started. Sebastian Letimaki and Alpak Soy, Ethan Lennon, Augustus Toniolo, Guy Albag, and Luis Francis.
Row number 7 will see Salmi Hanna and Noah Montero. Row number 8, Matt Corby and Kit Belowski, followed by Davide Botaro, Kosei Oguma, Mikkel Nieuways, Oliver Rasmussen, Enzo Ruju Giro, Maël Le Marchand, Magnus Horn Hansen, and Christopher Nita. 12 rows on the grid, 24 drivers, and by the look of it, things don't seem to be going as expected, unfortunately, for the Paralin driver, Andy Consani. And yeah, you don't want to see that, unfortunately. They're going to try to start him again, but it means at the back end of the grid at best.
Yeah, they tried to push start him. It hasn't worked this time, so they've got to wait. They might permit him to go out at the end of this formation lap and join into the back, but they've got to push start him in order to make that work. And they are push starting him. Can they get him moving? Can they get him moving? I'm not sure they have. So, oh, yeah, they have. So Andy Consani will now join up at the back of the field. Now, I don't know whether that means he'll be allowed to take his original grid position or whether he'll have to start from the back of the grid. Essentially, he's got to catch up to his position, get up to the red line. If he hasn't caught up to the pack by then, he'll have to start this race from the back instead of in P6.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen for him. Not ideal, even for the state of mind, of course, to face struggle, mechanical struggle. Once you make your way onto the track, hopefully he can actually find his place back into the field. But yeah, you don't get to see him, but he's pushing on the back straight at the back end of the grid. But maybe, just maybe, will he have enough time to get in line?
I think he'll have enough time to form up in 24th, but I don't think he'll be able to, well, 23rd, because it doesn't look like we've also got Christopher Nita having problems there, the Norwegian, one of the wild cards this weekend. Of course, we do have another wild card this weekend, which is of note to many people. The Danish star, Luca Magnussen, who is actually Kevin's younger brother, who is competing this weekend. Let's see if we go racing. We do! Up to the start. Christian Kostoya has a good start. Bondarev's going to get a better start. No, he's not. So Bondarev gets squeezed there into turn 1. And so Kostoya gets the start he wants. Bondarev is going to have a little bit of pressure from Kinmark behind him. And as they work their way through, Kinmark is going to hold on to third position as the rest of the field knits their way through. Andy Consani trying to come through. And there's a little bit of pushing and shoving as one of the CRGs gets spat out off the road there. I think it was Oliver Rasmussen, who has now managed to get it back on the road again. So no major catastrophes. Couple of drivers certainly out of shape, but Bondarev and Kinmark are upping the ante to try and catch up to Kostoya, as on the first lap, a very irate Ethan Lennon is not happy with his hand in the air as Andy Consani is under investigation for his actions on the start as well.
And we seem to be to have lost Magnus Horn Hansen by the look of it in the opening lap. Don't get to see it just yet, but I think that Magnus Horn Hansen, one of the wildcards from Denmark, is out of this race. Unfortunately, he didn't go very far, but hopefully he will get back on his foot very soon in the next races. And this is, or is it Matt? No, this is Magnus Horn Hansen. Yeah, confirmation for the Danish driver.
Right, now we've got a bit of an issue here between the two teammates at Forza, because Guy Albag is trying to get through Ethan Lennon. He gets through. Good run from the Israeli. So Guy Albag managed to have some good conversations with him post-event at Trinec. And Guy Albag, or Albagino, as they know him in Forza racing, doing a fantastic job. There is Bondarev in front of Kinmark, the Ukrainian in front of the Swede, and then Vivek Kanthan, the Paralin driver, who did such a fantastic job here 2 weeks ago in the warm-up event, is now looking very strong, did a very good job. He's continuing that sort of pace. Bondarev a little bit wide out of the final turn, as there is the retired Paralin of Magnus Horn Hansen. So the Danish driver no longer competing in this particular one. He's in the AF competition Paralin, which is one of the satellite teams. Ethan Lennon has dropped back, so too has Kosei Oguma, the Japanese driver. But Kinmark is all over the back of Bondarev. Look at Kinmark. He really has woken up to it this morning as Thibaut Ramakers gets his bid on the inside of the young Turkish driver Alpak Soy. who is one of the youngest in the field last year, still has a lot that he can do in junior. Next year, I think, is the year when Alp Aksoy is really going to be challenging for the European Championship title. But I tell you what, he's right up at the sharp end here today in the top 10. Behind, we've got this very long train starting to establish itself. But you've got behind Ramakers and Aksoy, you've got Toniolo, then Luis Francis, the Australian, then Noel Montero, and then Sebastian Letemarki, and then we've got the cavalry, Albag, Hanna, Kotsani, Belovski, Mayhus, and Ethan Lennon.
Let's not forget that Oliver Kinmark has already one win under his name yesterday in one of the first actually qualifying heat for those two groups, at least for this group. But what a win that was. Unfortunately, we didn't have the live streaming yesterday, but was there to comment it live on track. Thibaut Ramakers putting the fastest lap, the Belgian driver. But Kinmark actually took the win in the very last corner of the last lap after an attack of Alexander Bondarev. Bondarev went for the move, a brave move into the last sector. Lost it, went from P1 to P3, and it was enough for Kinmark to take the first win of the weekend. Win as well for Christian Kostoya. So those two have to be kept under close watch.
So we're looking at the restart, the race start again, but on the inset you can still see the live feed in this huge cavalry, which is being led by Guy Albag ahead of Adi Konsani and Salim Hanna. It's having a great duel. You can see how tight it is on the start. Look, you've got 3 or 4 drivers trying to go for the same bit of racetrack, and watch, one just gets popped out on the way out of the right and into the left. This is where you're going to see one driver get spat out of the scene. Wait for it, there. 3 karts into one space. They were all incredibly lucky that they are still facing in the right direction, and all of the drivers except for Magnus Holm Hansen are still circulating around the course, but it was very close indeed on that opening lap. We almost had 3 or 4 karts off to the scenery. Now, Thibaut Ramakers has got back onto his game, and he has managed to get past Vivek Kanthan now. So Ramakers is ahead of Kanthan, but as they come off the turn, Bondarev has started to eke a little bit closer to Christian Kostoya. It looks like it's going to be Paralin versus Czech Republic very soon.
Talking about Thibaut Ramakers, he still have a couple of cards up his sleeve because the qualifying didn't go according to plan for the young Belgian who won the opening round of the European Championship back in Valencia. You might remember that. But it wasn't as fast as he would have expected in his group, starting from P5, and he's having to climb through the field, which he's doing at the moment. But warning flag in the meantime by Oliver Rasmussen, who's at the moment in P17, trying to recover through the field. And talking about the young Belgian, let's see his move on lap number 4, around the inside. That was a close one. It's
as minimal as possible, and even on the exit, he's struggling to get the kart pointed in the right direction.
Yeah, good
he's leaving nothing on the table here, Thibaut Ramakers. He is a feisty little character. He never backs down from a decent fight, and I have a feeling that Oliver Kinmark is about to get a big wake-up call on this lap.
Kostoya closing another lap, lap number 7 out of 10, and Lucas coming on him. Alexander Bondarev is the chaser, is the one who's going to try to harass him until the end. Kinmark leading the second wagon with Ramakers, Vatan, Toniolo in P6, Aksoy, Francis Montero, and Letemarki, a top 10 still in a relatively steady position as for now. Alexander Bondarev banging on the fastest lap in this race, and he's waiting for the right moment. Of course, there's no, I would say there's no rush, but there's a little bit because time is running out lap after lap, and the tricky thing in these conditions is to pick up your moment. Try not to go too soon for the move, because that will give space and momentum as well for Kostoya to fight back. But if you wait way too late until the last lap, that might actually prove to be not paying off actually in the end.
Yeah, good things come to those who wait, as we know in motor racing, and Bondarev goes into lap number 8 now, having completed 7 of them. There's still time. You can pick your moment on the last lap. You don't have to rush it all in one go, especially now that Thibaut Ramakers is going to give Oliver Kinmark a bit of a hard time here, and Vivek Kanthan is going to be sitting waiting in the wings here in 5th position, waiting for his moment. So there's still plenty of time for this to change, and it is going to change in one way or another over the course of these next 2.5 laps. You've got to time it right. Ramakers knows that if Bondarev starts attacking Kostoya, he wants to be the one in 3rd position, ready for that. That's a big lunge up the inside from one of the CRGs, very nearly going straight into the side of Noah Wolf. Goodness me, that was...
I think it's Oliver Rasmussen.
Oh, sorry, Oliver Rasmussen. Yeah, so he almost went into the side of Kip Belovski, in fact. So the other British driver in the Birolat,
who actually had a DNF yesterday in one of his heats, Kit Belovski, so a lot of grounds to make up.
So now we've got Bondarev a quarter of a second back from Kostoya, who just tries to extend the gap. New fastest lap comes in, and it's the American Vivek Canthan who loses it! Oh, Canthan! Devastating! He just put one wheel on the grass as he came through. Oh, you've really got a feel for Vivek Canthan. Just a couple of millimeters onto the grass, and that's all it took.
Yeah, you saw that live, actually. We picked up that move. Unfortunately, as you said, a tiny bit of wheel onto the grass, and then he went for a spin. And there was little he could do to avoid that. Unfortunately, driver error, as it can happen at this level. And unfortunately, he was pushing to try to take fourth place from Thibaut Ramakers. But so it happened, unfortunately for him.
Well, this is his first appearance in the European Championships in 2023, of course. This season, his whole campaign, he's a new boy at this level. He's been racing in America for a short time. But having come from minis to juniors, it's obviously been a tricky transition. Right, we're on the final lap, and Kostoya's going into defensive mode. This is where it's going to change. Kostoya cannot hope to hold on to this for the entire lap, but he's got to try to do so. Bondarev going with him, hoping to open the door. Watch for Kinmark and Ramakers. Now it's a four-card battle on the last lap. And again, Kostoya defends. Again, Bondarev can't get through, so Kinmark's going to have his chance to come through instead. Kostoya will try one more time. Surely, there's got to be a way through. Kinmark's going to go the long way deep. Ramakers is going to try again as well. Up to the inside line. Bondarev trying. Kostoya is keeping that parallel as wide as possible. Now can he cut through? Kinmark's going to try and come through instead. Bondarev with a warning flag. Kostoya will just hold on to make it 2 wins out of 2 in front of Bondarev, Kinmark, Ramakers and Gastoniolo, who caught up to them on the final lap as a result of that. But Christian Kostoya keeping that parallel as wide as possible. You shall not pass.
Great demonstration of defensive driving, but it was clean, it was proper. That's what we like to see. Oliver Kinmark came close to do it all over again, like in the first race. His first heat, it paid off. He was in the exact same position going from P3 to P1. This time around, he's going to have to make do with third position. But Thibaut Ramakers, you saw him clipping the curb on the outside of the last turn on the way to the flag. Came very close as well to get past the Kinmark on the photo finish. It was those four really put on a great show and finished in one picture. Kostoya was able to hold on, but it was maybe one more lap or half a lap, and I think that Bondarev could have dived around the inside somewhere.
So only one driver so far then in the juniors remains unbeaten, and that is Christian Kostoya. 2 races, 2 wins. The maximum 100 points, because it's 50 points for a heat win these days. It used to be the reverse score system. Now it is a new point system for 2023. Christian Kostoya then takes the win from Alexander Bondarev and Oliver Kinmark. Then Thibaut Ramakers in front of Gastoniolo, Sebastian Lettimaki and Noah Montero. Then Lewis Francis and Alp Aksoy from Salem Hanna in 10th position. Andy Consani is 11th in front of Kit Belowski, and then Ethan Lennon and Oliver Rasmussen from Davide Bottaro, the Italian. And then it was Mikael Nihus, one of the wildcards. Not quite the leading wildcard, that was Oliver Rasmussen. Then Kosoyo Guma, Gael Bag, Mila Marchand, Matt Corby and Enzo Ruggiero. Very disappointing retirement for Vivek Canthan. You've got a feel for him, pushing hard, going for the victory, and just one wheel on the grass. And that's all it took for it to spin away from him. Magnus Holm Hansen retiring, Christopher Nita not taking the start. But what a dramatic race.
What a dramatic race it was, and another strong glimpse of things to come in the junior class. Each of the races yesterday have been as hectic as this one, and when it comes to the winners, we do have 2 wins for Christian Kostoya so far. 1 win for Oliver Kinmark, another one for Tiziano Manza, Stepan Antonov and Jacopo Martinezi. These are the drivers who came to the fore throughout the first qualifying heats of yesterday and today so far in the junior classification. Still very early at this stage, with Kostoya leading the way in front of Manza, Martinezi, Kinmark and Bondarev. As we see the replays of the start around the inside, you can see that Bondarev was trying to go past the pole sitter Christian Kostoya, but the Paralympic driver was first on the outside, first onto the line into the breaking point of the hairpin, and you could see a couple of meters already of a gap that will prove to be enough for him. He just kept himself outside of the battles in the opening stages. Thibaut Ramakers, the 223, trying to make his way past as well on the outside. Not so much of a start he had expected. And at the back end, a little bit of mayhem with Oliver Rasmussen going onto the grass. And it would finish in P14 in the end, but not the start of a race that you had in your head. A couple of other tussle as well in the opening stages. This is where the drivers tend to find as much space as possible. The 206 from Forza Racing trying to make his bid as well. This was Guy Albag from Israel. Then on the inside, one of the moves of the race, Thibaut Ramaker's beautiful driving skill as well to get that car on the line onto the curb. And here's another move as well on the inside.
But this was the heartbreaking moment of the race for me. Look, just one wheel, that's all it took just to come slightly off the line, and Vivek Kanthan, bitter disappointment. So close to getting a victory there. And unfortunately, it just all falls away at the wrong moment for the American. But what a fantastic run from Christian Costoya, defending to the last and hanging on for a very tight victory. Not easy to hang on to at all. Now we turn our attention to the OK Senior category, and the man on pole is the pole. He's been fantastic over the last few seasons, having been an Academy Trophy champion, a star in the junior category. This year he has stepped up to the OK Senior. We missed him last time out in Trinec in the Czech Republic because he was studying for his exams. But here, this weekend, the pole is on pole.
Maciej Gladys, leader of the opening group of the European Championship in the OK class. Good performance for you on a new track. How do you feel after that?
Yeah, it feels amazing. The position on the track was very good. I had the fast driver in front of me. In the beginning, I was too close to one driver, so I just backed out. And then I was behind the fast driver, and first lap was good, second lap was very good, and everything we put together, chassis was amazing, team done very good job, and yeah, I'm very happy.
As we said, a new location, a new layout for you as well in this European Championship. Do you think that, in this case, pole position can help you in the first section of corners, for instance?
It's a very hard track in the races because it's a big fight in the beginning and in the rest, because it's basically every corner you can overtake around this track. It's a very nice track, and yeah, I'm very happy that we're here. Maybe it's not the best place also, but the track is amazing and I'm happy we're here.
A brilliant opportunity then for Maciej Gladys, who lines up on the pole position. But the man alongside him, it's good to welcome Kirill Kutskov back to the paddock once again, the DPK racing driver. He lines up on the front row of the starting grid. It'll be interesting to see what he can do from there. He's already a race winner, of course, after yesterday, so we'll see what he can convert. But then so too is Maciej Gladys, who won his opening heat in yesterday's encounter as well. Jules Caranta lining up third on the grid for his second race of the weekend. And then Kia Nakamura Berta is going to line up in fourth place. Here's your schedule for the day. OK qualifying heat A versus E is the next one up, and then we will have the rotation of junior to OK over the course of the morning as it continues all the way through to our pause in proceedings, which gives the officials and the brilliant marshals here at Rødby a chance to have a breather, and full credit to them. They've had to learn on the job very, very quickly about the FIA means and workings of doing things, and they've done that very well indeed. The last race of the morning session, technically morning, inverted commas, is at 2 o'clock, which is the OK qualifying heat for Groups B versus E. Then the pause, and then we will have the Academy kick us off again for the next rotation. 3:15 will be the first heat of that rotation, and that will be for the Academy Trophy qualifying heat B versus C. The one that follows that will be the A versus D groups, and they will battle away together. Then we will continue once more in the junior and OK rotation all the way through to a bit of a late one for us today, because obviously we've got 3 classes to continue us over the course of proceedings. As you can see there, the race is going all the way through the afternoon, and it's at about this stage, the 4:35, 4:55 races in junior qualifying heat A versus C. That's really the first indication that we're going to get for the drivers to push for their last big positions, because the heat after that one, OK qualifying heat A versus C in the OKs, is going to be junior qualifying heat D versus E, and from that race on at 5:15, that is the last race for every driver in OK and OK Junior, and that's where we decide who's going to win the interim heats and start at the front for the super heat tomorrow.
Super Heat, one of the new additions to the FIA Karting competition since last year. So it's another race, of course, list of points, which means more points rewarded at the end of the weekend. 25 for the leader at the end of the heats, 25 for the winner of the Super Heat, and then 31 for the one that ends on top in the final race. That will be on Sunday, so plenty of action on our hands. A big schedule. This is the long game, isn't it? Especially when we do have 3 classes. Long game for the both of us as well, but for the drivers as well. There's a long wait, but there's a couple of races as well. 5 for each of the drivers in both the OK and the junior class, and each race counts. And a couple of drivers had DNF yesterday, like David Walter. We'll have him on track in just a few moments, but David Walter faced 2 DNF, for instance, for his first 2 races, which is an horrible way to start a European Championship weekend. So any DNF proves to be very costly, and that means for you that there's no more room for error after that.
I have to say, I was a little bit skeptical about this new point system at the start of the season. I wasn't really sure what it was going to bring to the fray, but I do quite like it now. And the reason I like it is because what you have now is that you're rewarded for doing well in the qualifying heats on the Saturday. You can have championship points from the qualifying heats and championship points from the superheat and then from the final as well. So you've got to stay consistent over the course of all of those races. It rewards doing well in the qualifying heats, where before you weren't really getting a massive amount of points for that until you finish the qualifying heat. So I actually quite like this new system now. Maciej Gladiš and Kirill Kutskov, Gilles Caranta and Kia Nakamura-Berta, Jan Prichu and Matthias Morgato from Martin Molnar and Lucas Flusha, then Jacob Kamenik and Enzo Tarvanichkul, Emili Koivisto, and a very interesting return to OK category racing for Senna van Waalstein.
Row number 7, we'll see Gustav Wisniewski and Andrea Dupe, followed by Enia Frey, Simone Bianco, Adrian Ferrer, Jakub Radski, Kasper Eriksson, Matilda Patz, and Silas Tvei Gibson. A total of 21 drivers on the grid, and as you mentioned, Senna van Waalstein. He wasn't there for the first 2 rounds of the European Championship. You might know him for doing wonders in the gearbox class for the past few seasons in KZ2 and KZ with SodyKart and the CPB Sport activity. But now, I didn't get the chance to talk to Senna yet. It's been a busy schedule yesterday as well. I didn't get to see him in the paddock. But I do wonder, I'd like to know for him why he's with us. And of course, we're delighted to have such a talent back in the OK class that's going to spice it up in the field. His first qualifying heats didn't go according maybe to plan. He had to climb a little bit, get acquainted as well to the battles in OK. But let's see what he can do. He has no pressure whatsoever. He's here for fun.
I have a theory as to why he might be here racing for SodyKart in the OK category, and it's just a theory. I may need it confirmed by Mansell Smith and the guys at SodyKart. However, I've got a feeling that the reason they drafted Senna van Waalstein in is because if you remember last year when Nathan Ty was in the junior category, he had a teammate to push him and to work with him, Adam Hideg, the Hungarian. And they really started to bounce off each other. They really drove the development of the SodyKart chassis forward, and therefore they were able to come up with some really strong results last year. This year, Nathan Ty has kind of been ploughing his own furrow to a certain extent in the European Championship. At Valencia and Trinec, he kind of had it. He was on his own. He was kind of riding the tide on his own. He's done some very good performances. He's 5th in the championship. But I think he needs that extra person in the team to really go with him. And you can't really ask for better in Sody than Senna van Waalstein. Let's see how it goes as we head into turn 1. Nakamura-Berta has charged forward behind Maciej Gladiš. So Gladiš is your leader. Nakamura-Berta into 2nd. And Morgato, he's up to 3rd place. The world champion, reigning world champion, into P3. A good start for the Brazilian. So the field works its way through on the opening lap. And we got several drivers trying to charge their way forward. That is Kirill Kutskov in front of Gilles Caranta. And I think we've also got the hard-charging Lucas Flusha in the mix there as well. So some good starts already. But Kia Nakamura-Berta has already got his sights firmly set on the pole, who started in pole.
And watch out for Matheus Morgato, as you said, a very good start as the 128 from DPK seems to be having some trouble. This is Matilda Patz, the 178 by the look of it. We'll get back to and a couple of drivers coming together outside of turn number 6.
And that is Patz.
Yes, there's a reason why, certainly.
And that's Rashki and Adrian Ferrer.
Oh, and the front fairing, the Nassau, shall I say, the nose of the 456 of Tony Card is not in the right position.
Jakub Rashki.
So that means he's going to have to get back to the pits. He won't be allowed to keep on racing. He's going to have the mechanical flag. As in the meantime, Kia Nakamura-Berta just took the lead of this race, taking with him Matheus Morgato. Maciej Gladiš, all pole sitter, back into P3. Still yellow flag being waved in turn number 6. The time for the marshals to put everybody on the sign, carts and drivers alike. But in the meantime, good move from Nakamura-Berta.
I'll correct myself and apologise. Matilda Patz was not included in that battle, was not included in those retirements. It was actually Adrian Ferrer, her teammate. So Gustav Wisniewski, Adrian Ferrer and Jakub Rashki all out of the race in that incident. Very unfortunate indeed. But up in front, as you mentioned, Kia Nakamura-Berta and Matheus Morgato have now got past Gladiš, and so too has Kirill Kutskov. So now Maciej Gladiš is really going to have to step up his game and go for the move. And moving up very quickly is Enzo Tarvanichkul, the Red Bull Junior and the reigning junior world champion, in 5th position. He is carving his way through.
And we do have two world champions of last year in the same field with Mateusz Morgato and Enzo Talvanishkul, of course. Talvanishkul wasn't particularly happy about his qualifying yesterday. Around the inside he goes, beautifully made on Maciej Gladys. Talvanishkul up into P4. That's going to give us some strong battles in the course of the next laps, 13 in total. As in the meantime, the teammate of Enzo Talvanishkul, Kin Nakamura, is trying to hold off, trying to get away as much as possible for Mateusz Morgato.
That was a glorious bit of slingshot maneuver there from Talvanishkul to get through on Gladys, who's now got his hands full with Lucas Flusha for the DPK team in P6. 7th is Bianco, then Caranta, Chu, Molnar, Dupé and Van Walstein as we look at a very disgruntled Adrian Ferrer watching from the sidelines. Now let's have a look back over Kian Nakamura-Berta's moment where he got the move on Gladys. That's a brave overtake as well to dive through on the left-hander there. Morgato saw the opportunity, saw the gap and said, right, well, I'm coming through as well. So the two of them have managed to make the leap. Here's Caranta dueling with Simone Bianco, and Caranta has actually got through. So the Energy Course driver from France is now up to 7th place with Chuyan Pu, the Chinese driver, part of the Mercedes Junior program. Finds himself now going for the move, and there goes Chu. So Chuyan Pu does get through, and he's not going to be the only one on the move as Martin Molnar squeezes through in the Energy Course as well at the final turn.
It's impressive to see so many names within the Prema Car Republic tent being backed out by some of the programs, junior programs from some of the big names out there in the motorsport world. We're talking about Mercedes, Red Bull, Alpine, all those youngsters in partnership with Car Republic. Kin Nakamura-Berta being still one of the youngsters from the Alpine Academy, putting out the fastest lap in this race. 4/10 of a second from Mateusz Morgato. Kutzkov still in P3. Talvanishkul backed out by Red Bull in P4. Maciej Gladys, Puccia, Caranta, Jan Pucciu by the young Mercedes protégé. Janko Molnar, that's your top 10. Andrea Dupé is climbing as well, not as much as Simone Bianco, 6 places up into P10. Andrea Dupé still 3 places gain up into P11, and a couple of the recoveries through the field, but you can see the gap being extended. It was 6/10 of a second, remains 6/10. Morgato is throwing everything that he has. He's on his own. He actually has not a lot of people. Yeah, I was going to say he's on his own, but not so much because Kutzkov and Talvanishkul start working together to try to decrease the gap.
So Salisbury Gibson has got an investigation flag. I'm glad you picked up on Andrea Dupe, or Super Dupe, as he is known. He's trying to get himself towards that top 10. Good clean start from everybody. And here's how Nakamura-Berta was just able to follow through. Kutzkov not getting the best of starts there, unfortunately, dropping down to 4th position initially, and then really struggling to maintain it. But Talvanishkul's got through on Kutzkov, just watching on the live feed. And Kutzkov has been able to work his way through into 3rd position. I'd love to see that again if we get the chance, because Talvanishkul moving his way into 3rd position, now trying to hunt down his teammate Nakamura-Berta and his fellow world champion Mateusz Morgato. Morgato won the world title in OK last year. Talvanishkul did it in junior last year. So we're going to see the incident there. These three, unfortunately, we only get to see the aftermath of it rather than what instigated it. But Rashki, Ferrer and Gustav Wisniewski all out of the race at that point, unfortunately. So game over for them on the start. And Rashki did his best. Oh, well, I don't think... unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure that the boss is going to be particularly happy seeing Rashki kick his kart. I don't think the Tony Kart squad will be very happy with that. Yeah,
Rashki going Max Verstappen on this one. If you remember Baku 2 years ago when he was kicking the rear tire of his Red Bull after a DNF in the Formula 1 Grand Prix is a sort of similar picture that went around the world on the social media. That one might do as well.
Yeah, but don't tell Signor Rabazzi about that. I mean, if he was watching closely, then he'll be a bit annoyed. If he wasn't, then he might be able to get away with that one.
Yeah, you can easily understand the frustration. Sometimes from an external perspective, we're like, yeah, don't do that. It's not. It's rude. It's not the way to do it and to behave
yourself.
How
else do you take out your frustration?
But as a young driver, indeed, once you face a DNF or a race that didn't go your way, the frustration, the pressure, but also the intensity of such an effort is so high. It's quite difficult for us to captivate or to measure properly, and the frustration is as high as the intensity. So sometimes the frustration is there, you just want to unleash it, and the card is there. Well, why not kicking it?
And I have known a driver or two having had that moment happen to him as Talvanishkul makes his way through on Gladys, and we're going to see how he not only got past Gladys, but how he also made his way through on Kutzkov to get him into 3rd position. Very nicely done. I was just going to come back to the Rashki thing, kicking his kart. I've known teams who have obviously caught their driver kicking the kart and said, right, well, you're the one fixing it then. You kicked it, you dented it, you broke it, you fix it.
Lucky for Rødby, his car seemed to be in a pretty good shape, so that means maybe not too much work for him afterwards. As Trinec is picking up another fastest lap and improving 1.2 seconds now as around the inside goes start Spanish school Matheus Morgado, the 2 world champion of 2022, battling along, but for only a P2 in qualifying heat. And now the Prema Racing driver is up in front of the Birrelat factory representant.
Now this is what Tan van Ichkel wanted. He really wanted a chance to be competitive this weekend. He's had tough times in Valencia as there is a retirement. It is the Praga of Emili Koivisto. So Koivisto unfortunately is out of the race. He was running in 13th behind Van Walstein. So I'm afraid Emili Koivisto out of the race. I'm not sure why, but certainly Koivisto no longer part of it. But coming back to Tan van Ichkel, you know, he had tough weekends in Valencia and Trinec. It didn't quite go his way. He's been feeling the pressure a little bit, which you always feel a little more when you're in a Formula One program like Red Bull. You want to put on the best possible performance you can, and you're always going to be really hard on yourself if it doesn't go according to plan. This is Tan van Ichkel's first season in OK. And knowing that he's part of a program like Red Bull, he will feel, in his own mind, he will feel, if I don't win this year, if I don't start putting wins on the board, then that really says a lot about me. So coming here to Rødby to be able to take on the world champion and have a go at him and go for second position, that's going to be a real confidence booster, especially considering that his teammate, the man up front in the fellow Prema kart, he's also in a Formula One program. Kian Roberta, of course, the race leader, part of the Alpine F1 Academy. So it's always very important. There's great inter-team battles at Prema because they both, all of the drivers in there, Roberta, Tan van Ichkel, Chu, Powell, they all want to get to Formula One and they want to get there about the same time. But when you're in that melting pot of incredible talent, there's always going to be that possibility that it'll just bubble over from time to time. And the drivers will all want to produce the best they possibly can. For Tan van Ichkel being top 3 from now on, as far as he's concerned, nothing else will be good enough for him.
Absolutely, and still a long way to go, race after race, to improve on his performance. A bad qualifying can always happen, but what counts is what you're able to make of it into the races. And let's not get fooled around, because qualifying heats are important, but what really counts, what the pressure will be on for the drivers, is the finale on Sunday. That's everything they're aiming for. Qualifying, of course, you need a good starting position for the superheat and on the grid of the final. But what really will be taken into account at the end of the weekend is your performance in the final and the way you're able to build on that one throughout the 3 days of racing.
Yeah, what's that great Rolling Stones song? You know, you can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you might find you get what you need. Enzo Tan van Ichkel bouncing back from a difficult qualifying to make this move on not just anybody, but the world champion. This is the kind of form that Enzo Tan van Ichkel needs to unlock every single time, and he's doing so brilliantly. Up the inside comes the 135. That's Lucas Flusha now taking on the pole. Matej Gladiš to put himself into 5th position. And this is a delight to see Lucas Flusha finally getting the kind of competitive run that we know him to have. We've seen him come through the IAME ranks. We've seen him come through in the juniors and now into the seniors. He's had so much hardship. He's had so much bad luck, so much misfortune, Lucas Flusha. It is wonderful to see him finally running up in the top 6, on merit, on pace, not being gifted to him. He's rolling his sleeves up and fighting for it. Now he's going to try and take on his teammate, Kirill Kutskov, on the last lap. Kutskov got his eyes firmly fixed on the world champion, Matheus Morgado. If he's not careful, his Spanish teammate, Lucas Flusha, is going to pull a fast one on him as they come into the final few corners. But Kian Roberta is going to canter to the flag. Great run from Roberta. Add him to the winner's roll in Rodby. He's done a great job. Excellent work from Kian Roberta. And that takes his points tally now to 94, with only Rennie Lammers on a dominant score of 100 out of 100. So it's all good for Kian Roberta as he now moves into 2nd provisionally in the rankings, from Tan van Ichkel, Morgado, Kutskov, Flusha and Gladiš.
Yeah, super performance from the British-Japanese drivers. You can see the colors of his crash helmet, the double nationality for the young Kian Roberta. Very nice kid, always lovely to see him in the paddock and get a chat with him, as he's been progressing through the ranks. Wasn't as lucky as he would have wanted last year's at the World Championship in Sarno, but he gets his Saturday started on a very good note. First victory for him this weekend. Kian Roberta, who so far in the European Championship picked up a couple of points, 26 so far, with his best result in Trinec. So the momentum is on for Kian Roberta. We seem to have found the right setup to get those good results piled up through the qualifying heats. And a very nice background, as you can see, the wind fins very near actually the Rødby Karting Ring, one of them being actually inside the facilities, believe it or not. Trinec Roberta taking his first win of the day from Enzo Tampanishko. This is a 1-2 for Prema Racing Czech Republic. Matheus Morgato in P3. Then we have Kirill Kutskov, Luca Fruscia, Maciej Gladys in P6 from Jules Carenta, Jan Puicu, Martin Molnar, Simone Bianco running up the top 10 from Andrea Dupe, Senna van Wallstein in P12 from Enya Frey, Kasper Henriksen, Jakub Kamenik, Matilda Pats, and Silas Tvei Gibson. A couple of drivers missing in the end with Emile Koivisto, Gustav Wisniewski, Adrian Ferrer and Jakub Radzki that we saw briefly on camera doing some footwork on his chassis, and they're being recollected by the team of the Rødby Karting Ring. Once again, that's a good occasion to shout out our hats off to the Orange Army, the marshals and the officials of the Rødby karting circuit. Like anywhere in the world, there would not be any karting or motorsport possible without the Orange Army. So once again, thank you, everybody.
Yeah, we're very grateful to the Orange Army. Everywhere we go, they obviously have to regroup and push to the FIA protocols, and they always do a stellar job, and it's great to see what the fantastic marshals here in Denmark have been working hard on, not just this weekend, but also 2 weeks ago when they had the warm-up race to get up to speed. Great stuff. Watching back the highlights of this qualifying heat, Maciej Gladys led initially, but obviously so many drivers trying to take it off you, it can be very difficult to hold on to. And we saw a relatively decent first lap, but then it all started to come apart. We lost the three, Ferrer, Rashki and Wisniewski, all coming off the road in the same place, in the same bit of racetrack. And for Jakub Rashki, in his Tony kart, I have a feeling he will not want Senior Abazzi to see his frustration. Oh dear. Well, that's a side pod that's seen better days now for sure. Anyhow, back on track, and Kian Nakamura-Berta was able to make a brilliant move on Gladys, followed in by Matheus Morgato, the world champion. So the European and world champions made their move, but the junior world champion came to fruition as well. A great run from Kian Nakamura-Berta as he stormed his way forward. It'll be fascinating to see what they can do when they get to the final, the way things are going. A lovely bid there from Enzo to get through on. Matheus for second position. The junior world champion takes on the senior world champion of last year and gets through. But nobody can catch Kian Nakamura-Berta. Kirill Kutskov able to make an initial launch on Matheus Morgato, but that's the world champion. You've got to make a firm move to keep him at bay, and that's the way it ended. Kian Nakamura-Berta hanging on from Tarpanichkal, Morgato, Kutskov and Fruscia. Great racing from the Japanese star, who when he's in Europe, the European champion actually races under a British license. But this man, back in the paddock once again, having done a very solid run in his timed qualifying group. Kirill Ditiev back in the Tony Kart factory team, having had a strong season. He hasn't done the whole year, but having made his return to the FIA Karting paddock for round 3, he is back and he is fast.
Kirill Ditiev, fastest of the opening group of qualifying practice in the FIA Karting European Championship OK Junior. How does it feel after this performance on track?
For sure, that was so hard because like last lap I was thinking, oh my God, I made so much mistake. Maybe I'm lost. Like it was so hard. I'm happy about that.
So hard, but yet you're on top of the standings. It gives you confidence, I guess. But how much can you improve? How much can you achieve this weekend, you think, in this category?
I think every time you have like place to go more up in your skills. So maybe I will go better than now.
So now lining up alongside Kirill Ditiev on the grid, it is going to be the young Scottish superstar Zach Drummond of the Paralin Motorsport team. Ever consistent, ever strong, ever fast in the top 5. And the Paralin team, they really have got their act together in 2023. They were strong last year. Let's not forget that with Anatoly Kivalkin, they were able to make him the European Junior Champion. But now they've got a plethora of amazing talent in that squad. Just look at the stars at Paralin this year. You've got Kostoya, you've got Drummond, you've got Eilif, you've got Canthan. So many big stars that are now right up at the sharp end for Paralin. And Marco really has put together a neat squad. But what about this young man, Jacopo Martinese? He's kind of come in very quietly, almost under the radar. And the Italian for Czech Republic, he's definitely got a little bit of a legacy to build here.
Wearing the Chetil Racing colours, Jacopo Martinez is standing in pin line as it stands in the European Championship, and momentum is with him.
But how about the driver that lines up alongside Jacopo Martinez on the starting grid? Talk about massive turnaround, considering that the young Richard Mille Talent Academy driver was there or thereabouts in Valencia, a bit quicker in Trinec, and now suddenly 4th on the starting grid for every race she starts this weekend. That's amazing progress from the Estonian Merel Peldes. I cannot tell you just how tough it is to go that far up the grid from one weekend to the next. She's done so much hard work, but there's been this bit of pressure and intensity in the Richard Mille Talent card. They're part of the Birrell Art Factory squad. They want to prove, you know, I'm not just here because I'm a scholarship winner. I have the talent to do this. I have the ability to mix it at the front. So for Merel, this is such an achievement. Kirill Ditiev and Zach Drummond, Jacopo Martinez and Merel Peldes, Elliot Kaczynski and Lewis Werrell, the man who won the final 2 weeks ago in the warm-up race, Arjen Kreling and Matthias Orjuela, Scott Marsh and Tame Soleil, Joel Pohjola and Lev Krutelov.
Round number 7, we'll see Roman Kamiab and Kian Fordin, followed by Murilo Crocha and Sebastian Mins, Kimi Tani and Filippo Sala, round number 9. Then we have Javier Herrera, Louis Castellini, Eric Poulsen, Marco Garst, as well as Marcus Jünscher and Niklas Wegen. 24 competitors on the grid, and hopefully we do have everybody on board with us for this next race of the OK Junior class opposing Group B versus F. And let's see who will end up on top. Kirill Ditiev, Zach Drummond, your 2 drivers on the front row of the grid. Jacopo Martinez, Merel Peldes. When it comes to the previous performances in the junior qualifying heat of yesterday, as
what's happening with the Sodi?
Yeah, he was on the left side of the track.
Joel Pohjola having a little bit of an issue there, trying to get the car facing in the right direction, and he was way off the line compared to everybody else on the formation laps. I wonder if Joel Pohjola has got a little bit of an issue developing, the Finnish driver, who is, of course, under the wing of Tukka Tarpanen. Tukka Tarpanen has been helping to coach young Joel Pohjola, and he says, if you thought I was good, wait until Joel gets up to speed. So that's quite ominous. So Tukka Tarpanen obviously championing his new protege in between races in Italian F4. But yeah, hopefully Joel Pohjola's got it all sorted and ready ahead of his run for Sodi here this weekend. But how about this for a top 5, a top 6 even? Ditiev, Drummond, Martinez, Peldes, Kaczynski, Werrell. There's a lot of talent and a lot of ability there, with a heck of a lot of opposition to try and charge away from it and push further forward again this time. They come off the turn, down the straight. Are we going to go green straight away? No. So false start on this particular occasion, as race director Pasquale Lupoli sends them around one more time. So they are not going to start on this occasion. They will go around once more. And that is decided when you've got several factors, essentially, all put together in one fell swoop. But it's a tricky situation because obviously he's got to maintain the even order of both rows of the grid. If he feels that it's just not quite as fair as it possibly could be and the drivers could do a better job of it, then he will send them round again so they can make a better run of it. 10 laps of the course of once more. 1.245 kilometers of the course, I should say. It's one of the shortest circuits in the calendar, but in terms of the battles that we've had, that sort of into a left, into a right, into a left, into a right, it really gives us a real natural flow of offense and defense simultaneously.
Yeah, it's a reminder of the track of Adria that we used to have in the calendar in Italy, with a lot of hairpins and, as you said, long, fast-flowing corners with a lot of rhythm. And adding to the short length of this track, it makes of a lot of challenge.
A lot of drivers and people, including myself, miss the Adria circuit, of course. But we're here in Rødby. Off we go. Good start from Ditiev. Looks like a good start too from Martinez. I think he's going to try and squeeze in past Drummond as the 3 Italian chassis go to battle up front. And Drummond's going to lose out here to Kaczynski. So Kaczynski's able to squeeze through up into 3rd position as the rest of the field squabbles and plays it for a little bit of a moment as 1 or 2 drivers on the grass. That looked to me like one of the VDK carts going off as Martinez has snatched the lead away from Kirill Ditiev. It was Sebastian Mins that ran off the road. He has got going again, but Ditiev trying to come back, and Martinez not going to happen. He hasn't quite got the momentum. So now the World Racing satellite driver Kaczynski is going to take on the factory Tony kart. of Kirill Ditiev, trying to make his bid up the inside line. Can he get there? No, he's not close enough. Drummond in 4th position. 5th place, it is going to be a hard charge from Arjen Kreiling, the German.
Opening lap completed for this OK Junior battle, B versus F, and a bit of a gap already built by Jacopo Martinez. Watch out for the move further back from Zach Drummond on Kaczynski. By the look of it, Kirill Ditiev on a good run, being pressured by Kaczynski just further back. The World Racing driver, same chassis, different teams, where Kaczynski can make his move into this lap number 2. Zach Drummond trying to catch up as well to stay within the first wagon, because otherwise Martinez will keep on improving that gap. Lewis Rerl in P5. He just gained the place. Run the inside goes Kaczynski. Beautifully made into turn number 7, that is. Just on the back straight in front of us. And he is out of place into P2. Kaczynski in front of Ditiev. And Ditiev is looking to find another way around. And watch out for Zach Drummond, who is not waiting any time soon. And he makes his way through for P3. Beautifully made by the Paralympic driver at the end of this lap.
And Werrell got through as well. So Drummond got through, Werrell got through. So they both managed, the 2 Brits there, to work their way forward and now close up on Elia Kaczynski. So the 2 of them dueling away for 3rd, making progress as Scott Marsh has picked up a warning flag. Drummond trying to dive in on Kaczynski, and watch further back, we've got Ditiev, Kreiling and Peldes having a great duel, as Peldes has got through on Arjen Kreiling. So she has worked her way past the German. Now she's going to try and take on the original pole sitter for this race, Kirill Ditiev, as Drummond again all over the back of Kaczynski. Stop squabbling amongst each other, boys. You're going to lose out to Martinez as Drummond and Werrell get through in a 2nd place and 3rd place respectively as they pass Kaczynski. But now they've got to stop fighting. They've got to team up. They've got to work together to get that 1.7 second deficit back to Martinez. But Drummond is going defensive. Come on, guys, stop racing each other. Martinez is disappearing. Werrell has had enough of this. He's going to go through on the inside line and take the position as Ditiev gets back in on Kaczynski. Now Werrell will be tapping his helmet. Come on, Zach, stop racing me. We can catch Martinez.
Yeah, he's not happy at all, Lewis Rerl, is he? And he just made his move. It was about time, because in the meantime, Martinez didn't wait any longer and just kept cruising away as the Ukraine driver, Kutuholov, put the fastest lap in the bag. He is currently in P16 as it stands. Zach Drummond, Lewis Rerl in the good wagon. Further back as well, the battle, Ditiev, Kaczynski, Peldes trying to catch up as well in front of Saleh, Kreiling and Oruela. That's for your top 10 with Poholo as well in the mix.
Such a different racing driver Merel Peldes has become in adjacent rounds. She's so much smoother on the wheel. She's not soaring away at it like she was before. She's got such more authority than she had in that kart before. So she's looking a lot more composed as she tucks in behind Elliot Kaczynski. Tame Saleh is actually struggling to stay with her in the tight hairpins. She seems to have a lot more composure.
And sorry to cut you off. We
great.
have a mechanical flag by the look of it for the 278. I just saw that on the corner of my eyes. And it's going to appear on your screen, 278.
It's Javier Herrera,
yes,
the Mexican.
Indeed.
So very unfortunate indeed for him. I'm not entirely sure what the situation is, but we did have a lot of close quarters racing with a little bit of argy-bargy in the midfield. So I think Herrera, whether he's had a chain guard come loose or the rear bumper's not quite attached, whatever it might be, just trying to have a look.
That's the nose. That's
the nose
that's gone missing.
Yeah, you're right. Unfortunately, the front fairing has come off the kart, so that's game over for Herrera.
Maybe it was too hard with the feet, you know. I decided that, you know, I don't need that piece. Let's have a bit of fresh air while I'm driving. But unfortunately, this won't be allowed by the rule.
No, indeed. Once you lose a component of your kart, whether it's bodywork or not, you've unfortunately got to come in. So he's lost the Nassau panel, in fact, not the front fairing. So the Nassau panel has come off the kart in an incident somewhere. Merel Peldes tries again. Tame Saleh has already got past her. But Tame Saleh trying to close up on Kaczynski. And then behind Peldes, you've got the German Arjen Kreiling. Joel Bochula has obviously shaken off whatever it was on the formation lap. He's in 9th in front of Mateus Oruela. Then Moreno Roca, Kian Fardin, Scott Marsh and Filippo Sala in front of Roman Kamyab. And then the leading wildcard is actually Niklas Vejen, who is in front of Marco Garst and Lev Krutelov.
We're about to conclude lap number 6, and the gap is slightly decreasing between Martinez and Werrell. The driver in P1 and P2, here they come, making their way onto the start-finish straight. And let's have a look at the gap. Another 0.2 of a second by Lewis Werrell. This is getting interesting. The British driver putting out the fastest lap, being snatched away already by Murilo Rocha. But Werrell is faster than the leader as it stands. And we went from a 1.7 to 1 second in the course of a bit more than 2 laps. Oh, warning flag for Zach Drummond. That's an interesting one. He's going to have to pay attention as we see the race start once again. Kirill Ditiev had the inside line from the pole position. Pretty good start from everybody into the first sequence of corners. And this is where it started to go the wrong way for Kirill Ditiev as the others were making their way through, as the Italian Jacopo Martinese was soon on his back and very, very quick to make his move for the lead.
All pretty straightforward off the start there. There were a couple of moments where drivers traded paint, but otherwise they pretty much kept it together. Just one moment onto the grass there for Sebastian Mins, but he managed to get it back onto the road again without losing too much more ground than that.
Same sort of move as we saw from Lisa Biar in the Academy Trophy, and like Lisa, he was able to maintain his line and back on tarmac.
Now there's that nice move from Martinese. That's what's held him in the lead. Now they've managed to get that gap down a little bit, Werrell and Drummond. The gap is now down to a second, but they really needed to stop racing a little earlier than that because they've obviously let Martinese go well clear. Werrell has actually pulled a second clear of Drummond as well, so Drummond is falling into the clutches of Ditiev and Kaczynski. Team Soleil is closing up on Kaczynski as well. So this is going to get quite interesting in the closing couple of laps of racing here. Oh, no, 2 cars off the road. That's an energy course and a Czech Republic. So that's game over for Murillo Roca and Kian Fardin. So Roca is very unhappy. Kian Fardin frustrated. But fortunately, even though it looks pretty ferocious, both drivers are able to walk away.
Yeah, big one indeed. And into the barrier. We didn't get to see that, unfortunately.
Oh, they're not happy. They're not happy. So neither driver seeing that it was their fault. Fortunately, it's only going to be a little bit of a frustrated discussion rather than any more than that. But both Kian Fardin and Murillo Roca adamant that was not my fault.
In the meantime, Roman Kanyab, the British driver, putting on the fastest lap. We're about to conclude lap number 9. And on the inside on the 203, beautifully made by Kaczynski on Kirill Ditiev. That's the move for P4. And it's not over yet. It's not over yet in this race. And watch out for Saleh as well, wearing the sober Academy colors on the Czech Republic machine. As we're entering the final lap. Final lap for Martinese, a full second for the Italian driver on Werrell. As we keep on watching the battle for the remaining pieces of the plate. On the inside, it seemed to me that the door was slightly open. Oh, here's the move and the contact certainly that led to the incident around the inside.
Yeah, now I can see why both drivers feel that they were not at fault. Because essentially, Roca thinks, I've got the inside line on you there, Kian, you turn in on me. Kian will be thinking, well, you shouldn't have made the move on that particular corner. And Soleil has absolutely outfoxed Kirill Ditiev, completely hoodwinked him. And so now Ditiev's got to go long on the brakes in the next hairpin to avoid Peldes coming through. Peldes is coming for it. Trying her best to squeeze through past Ditiev before the finish line. But Jacopo Martinese is going to get the victory on Werrell. Try as he might to catch him. He has not quite closed in on the Italian enough to challenge. Drummond in third, Kaczynski in fourth from Soleil, Ditiev, Peldes and Kraling. So Jacopo Martinese getting into the lead and disappearing. Lewis Werrell sets the fastest lap of the race on the final lap in his bid to catch up to Jacopo Martinese. He was actually a 1/10 of a second quicker than him on that final tour. But Lewis Werrell not able to catch Jacopo Martinese. And there's the moral of the story. Stop fighting each other, work together, close up on your opponent, then go for the fight.
Yeah, it's always a dilemma, isn't it? It's always that will of keeping your position, knowing that maybe you might have a slight chance at keeping a close call with the leaders, but in the rush of a moment, you have to make up your mind, make your decision. That comes with experience as well, to know at what timing it's enough of a fighting, and it's all comes down to chasing what could be taken left. But it goes so fast in those races. 10 laps is not a lot on such a short track, 1.2 kilometer. One of the shortest tracks that we've had in addition to the FIA Karting calendar, with all those wind fins. And once again, if you're here on location, you have seen how huge they are and how close they are from the track action.
Jacopo Martinese taking the win then from Lewis Werrell and Zach Drummond. Elliot Kaczynski in fourth in front of Team Soleil. Kirill Ditiev ahead of Merel Peldes, the Estonian, doing a great job this weekend. Arjen Kraling and Matthias Orjuela. Joel Pohjola comes through into the top 10 from Scott Marsh, Roman Kamyab, and the hard-charging Nicholas Veyen up 11 places on the grid, the leading wildcard in front of Marco Garst, who also came up 8 positions from the grid. Sebastian Mins in 15th in front of Lev Krutelov, and then Marcus Juncker coming up into 17th in front of Filippo Sala, Kimi Tani, Louis Castellini and Eric Poulsen. 3 retirements from the race in the end. Murillo Roca and Kian Fardin having their crash together out on the circuit, and then Javier Herrera, having lost his front Nassau, called into the pits to pull off and retire. Here is the highlights from that race. It started pretty tame, but as soon as they started moving, Drummond knew that his cards were numbered, decided to come through around the outside to drop back into third position, perhaps a little bit late. I think if he'd have surrendered the corner just a little bit earlier, he might have had a bit of an opportunity there. But certainly from the start, Jacopo Martinese was always going to put pressure on Kirill Ditiev, and perhaps just a little bit too defensive in the early stages from a couple of drivers, giving away and conceding positions they didn't necessarily need to.
And we're going to see the move for the win at such an early stage of the race with Jacopo Martinese, as he was going to launch his attack. Further back, some drivers went into trouble, but still managed to stay on course, as it was a good piece of driving from one of the VDK drivers, a 2:20.37 it was, will run into trouble with Sebastian Mintz indeed. Here's the move that would turn into victory at the end of this race. Jacopo Martinese, who kept looking behind his shoulder while doing his move. Good piece of driving, as you could see the battles happening as well further back.
That's why Drummond got his warning flag, because he was very decisive in some of his overtaking moves. But I guess it's a balancing act, isn't it? You have to try and balance between when do I go for this overtaking move, when do I defend, when do I try and cover my line, because if I am a little bit weak, I'm going to open the door for 3 or 4 drivers to come past me. But at the same time, you know, you've got to look for it. Now, here's the incident between Roca and Fardin. Bang! Twice they actually made contact there, first with the rear wheels, and then as they launched over each other, they then contacted with the front wheel. Roca is annoyed with Fardin for not giving him enough room. Fardin will be a little perplexed that Roca was even trying the overtaking move in that turn. And unfortunately, both drivers out of the race. Now watch again. Look, Soleil, so perfect in terms of how he looked at that opportunity. He saw DTF covering, defending, thought, right, I'm going to go slow in, fast out, and I'm going to get him before he even knows what's hit him. And that was very nicely done from Team Soleil. But Jacopo Martinese takes the victory as the wreckages are cleared away for Kian Fardin and Murillo Roca, and that really does affect them in terms of the battles out on the circuit. Great to see the enthusiasts of the sport here at the sidelines once again, as now we look at another European champion returning to the paddock in the OK Senior category. He was Junior European champion last year, Anatoly Kavalkin for the Paralin Motorsport team. It's great to see him back at the front and pushing on for another exciting weekend.
Anatoly Kavalkin, you've just completed qualifying practice for the European Championship here in Denmark. A good overall lap for you. You came close in your last attempt. Can you talk us through that performance?
For me, definitely all the weekend was very hard because we didn't find the speed. And this is fantastic that I'm first in quali. I was working very well because I was very clean in all the corners and I was catching the guy in front of me, so that was the ideal lap.
The ideal lap, first of your group, that puts you in an ideal position coming to the qualifying heats. The position will be strong as always on a new track. What can you tell us about this new layout?
I don't think that this track is difficult. I think we just have to keep up the pace and then just go.
What do you think you can achieve in this peloton of the eco class that gets stronger and stronger after each round?
I think we have to work more because like it was so close, so we have to work more, and next time we will see what we can do.
Good to hear from Anatoly Kavalkin, who's going to have Miguel Costa by his side. 2 Paralin teammates, Miguel Costa from Brazil with the American colors as well on his chassis. Costa is one of the fastest in yesterday's effort in the qualifying. Watch out for Miguel Costa against Anatoly Kavalkin in yesterday's qualifying effort. But we had the likes of Maciej Gladys, Anatoly Kavalkin, and René Lammers putting fastest lap after fastest lap in all the qualifying groups. You can see one of the clerk of the course, Nigel Edwards, I shall say deputy race director to Pasquale Lupoli for this weekend. Nigel Edwards that usually gives the starts and the lights out. This time around for this weekend in Denmark is on track, and his experience, of course, of over so many years spent in Britain and all over Europe for the CIK will be of great use to the officials.
Well, they actually swapped roles in the European paddocks for this year. So Pasquale Lupoli is race director for the direct drive categories, OK Junior Academy, and then Nigel Edwards takes the role back again for KZ and KZ2. It's a good way for them to share the responsibility because they are both capable of doing both deputy and race director jobs. So it's good that they share the load a little bit. We just saw from David Walter, had a really tricky time of it yesterday, had a retirement in his first qualifying heat. So obviously now that puts the pressure on him quite significantly to sort of up the ante and get himself into a good position. Not only that, but he actually lines up alongside Alex Powell on the front row of the grid. Now, I love this weather graphic because look at what's happened to the wind over the course of the day. We started with the crosswind heading down the main straight. Now it's changed direction. So you're actually getting the wind coming in from the southwest, essentially, and pushing up to the northeast. So it's a very different direction. And that's actually going to change quite a bit in terms of how the drivers prepare. It could even change everything down to the tyre pressures because you're getting a little bit less load on the kart as you go through. So a very interesting change in the wind direction. It really makes for a big difference. Anatoly Kavalkin and Miguel Costa, front row of the grid. David Walter and Alex Powell. Then Nathan Ty and Martti Rittinen. Then it is Finn McLaughlin and Valdemar Agerholm from Gabriel Gomez, Ian Eichmans, Gazi Motlaka and Nasha Tunion.
Then we have on row number 7, Lucas Amaristo and Sebastiano Pavan, followed by Alvarez Esmevara, Victor Smith, Leo Nilsson, Ivo Bestesda, Zoe Frescu Portoella, Maxim Arutunian, and Louis Samdula, who ran into some mechanical trouble in qualifying, and as a result, he has to start all of his qualifying heats from the back end of the grid. Still, didn't prevent him to show some great deal of pace as he climbed the ranks in his first 2 races.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Liverway's Sam Budler, considering that he suddenly started to find raw pace up at the front end of the field, and he's never really been outside the top 6 on 1 lap pace since that point. So it's been very good to see. And what a difference, though, for Gabriel Gomez. It's not been the easiest weekend for him. We thought that this was going to be a guaranteed nailed-on his year. Fast in Valencia, fast in Trinec. Still quick here in Rodby, but if there's ever going to be a round where it's going to be hard for them to maintain the level, it's clearly proving to be this one.
Yeah, if you're joining us at this point of the European Championship, Gabriel Gomez has been the man on form because he won pretty much everything except the opening round when he had to admit defeat to Joe Turney, but was brilliant in Trinec, taking his first win of the year, and is currently the leader of the classification when it comes to the OK class. Gabriel Gomez, we still remember we were there in Campillos for the World Championship in Spain 2 years ago. He took his first pole position at this level, and ever since he kept on improving for what was at the time is one of his first big achievements in European karting. And ever since, he's been really progressing through the ranks. And this year could be his.
Yeah, well, he certainly has a good chance, doesn't he? I mean, the Trofeo Ayrton Senna that he won a couple of times, and his karting journey to Europe has actually been very much in parallel to the way that Ayrton Senna did it in the late 70s. Suddenly come into Europe and shown that he is very fast indeed. False start. Now, that is unusual in OK. You don't get that very often. So in the OK category, a false start. They're not going racing this time, so they'll have to go around again. But yeah, to pick up on Gabriel Gomez, when Ayrton Senna came into European karting in the late 70s, he suddenly came from nowhere to be right up at the front. And Gabriel Gomez in CRG has actually done it in a very similar way. His career path has been very much in parallel. So it's fascinating to see how he has been able to continue, you know, making that work to his advantage. And if he does come through this year, I mean, he carries the Italian flag on his license when he races in Italy, but when he races in Europe, I should say, sorry. But, you know, he's very proud of his roots. He's a very passionate young man. He's always one of the most friendly of characters as well. When you come and see him, when you come and see drivers in the paddock, they'll always give you a high five. They'll give you a handshake. The man will pull you in for an embrace. He loves everybody in this paddock. To be here is a real privilege for him. He feels it down to his bone marrow. He's got that sort of family feel of loving the sport, loving the people around him. He even loves his fellow competitors. He's kind of that sort of person, you know, I get to have fun. I get to enjoy what I do. And I'm doing it to the best of my ability, so I love it. Here we go. Across the line they come. And it's actually going to be a better start for Kavalkin and Walter. No, it's not. It's the other side of the grid, in fact. So it's actually Miguel Costa that gets the start. There's a little bit of contact, and off the road goes the Birolart.
And David Walter once again into trouble. Unfortunately, the Koski Motorsport driver, we saw him briefly on the left side of the track. He got tangled again and fell.
Oh, Nathan Ty going wheel to wheel with Valdemar Agerholm there, the wild card. So close to contact, those two. But what a shocker. Straight away, David Walter is the one who is actually deemed at fault with that little incident there. So David Walter already with his back to the wall, trying to gain ground. 3 wide as they come off the turn. David Walter, look, going the long way round, trying to get himself back into contention, and actually now in danger of losing out there to the Falcon of Maxim Haratunian. So David Walter dropping right to the back of the grid with Martti Rittinen.
Look who we have in the lead. Alex Powell, the young Jamaican from Prema Racing Czech Republic, took 3 places up and now is leading the pack in front of Kavalkin. Miguel Costa, second and third. 2 Pauline drivers now. That's going to be important because this is a long race. They have to work with each other. They have to push each other to try to defeat Alex Powell, because we know in those conditions how much Powell is fast and how much in control it can be of those scenarios. So now it's all down to Kavalkin and Costa not to fight each other just too much. Prevent Nathan Tai as well in P4 to get close, and Theo McCauliffe in P5 as well. Nacho Tunan having a good start of his race as well, 6 places up into P6 as it stands.
Yeah, if you give Alex Powell an inch, he's going to take a country mile. So they've got to work together to stop the Jamaican up in front from stretching away. Miguel Costa all over the back of Anatoly Kavalkin, his teammate, as they continue to try and make as much progress as possible. Nathan Tai in the Sodi. Exactly what I think we may have discussed before about having Senna van Waalstein in the team with him this weekend. It's certainly given the Sodi Kart youngster that little bit of a pep talk almost. It's kind of raised his form again. And in the first lap, where in Trinec we might have seen a couple of moments, it's all come good this time. Now, here's the start again as we watch Costa and Powell hit the front initially. Now, let's see what happens, because Powell's going to make his bid here on Costa. But Costa's going to lead. Where's the conflagration? There it is. So Walter, it's almost as if he's missed his braking point. Tapped the kart in front, got back on the brakes, and Rittinen's had nowhere to go. So look, but I don't know. Was Walter actually given some assistance from behind him? This is really hard to tell, but yeah, it looks as though Walter just missed his braking.
Yeah, he's going wide actually on the wrong part of the track, and unfortunately the Birella driver, the 181, had nowhere to go. So Martti Rittinen is at the moment down, all the way down in P18. Here's the move from Nathan Tai, I think it is, yes indeed, on the 420. Beautifully made on Valdemar Agerholm. And as a result, is going all the way down, dropping a lot of momentum, is currently in P11 as a result of that move.
I mean, you don't get to see many mistakes like that from David Walter, do you? But I guess after the difficulties at Trinec, his back's to the wall a little bit. He's kind of feeling, you know, I've got to make some kind of comeback here. I've really got to go for it. And there was a little nice maneuver out of the final turn there that we just saw. A couple of drivers trying to shuffle the deck a bit. That was Sebastiano Pavan on Valdemar Agerholm. So Pavan up to 12th position. And of course, he's fresh off the back of his first European Championship podium. So that's obviously a very important thing for him to get right as they continue to make steady progress. So Powell, Kavalkin, Costa, Tai, McLaughlin, Gomez, Tunion, Eichmanns, and Ghazi Motlakar in the top 10 at this precise moment. They're still shuffling the deck a little bit here, but it's really going to be some tough race battles as they continue on their squabble. Here they come again, and there is the 128.
That's Miguel Costa in P3. Do love the colors of his crash helmet. You know, they shine into the sunshine. These golden colors of Miguel Costa. You cannot miss it, actually, into the field. And hopefully those colors will be able to push him forward. He's going to have a lot of work with Kavalkin. Gabriel Gomez, what happened to the Brazilian driver? Making his bit. Oh, beautiful piece of driving.
And he turned it into an overtake.
Wow, fantastic move on the 150. That was Nacho Tunan, the Spaniard, who had nowhere to go. Nothing to do to prevent that from happening. And he keeps on going.
And he's done it again. He's got McLaughlin now. So Gomez up into 5th position past Finn McLaughlin. Gabriel Gomez isn't just a racing driver, he's an artist.
Yeah, that's one of the moves of the weekend so far. And he did pretty much the same on Phil McLaughlin. So it feels confidence.
Yeah,
when you see that, this is a driver being comfortable with himself, with his skills, with his machine, and he feels that he can do everything.
Yeah, the kart is kind of giving him so much grip and rhythm at the moment. He must feel like a Scalextric slot car at the moment, just keeping himself neat and tidy in the tram lines, essentially all around the world in the slot. So he's doing a fantastic job. Gomez now trying to reel in Nathan Tai. Qualifying may not have been good on Friday, but you know what? He's got that comfortable cushion of points. He's got that momentum. He's still got a brilliant amount of ability to work his way further forward. So Gomez with a chance here to bounce back. Powell, Kavalkin, Costa, Ty, Gomez, McLaughlin. Then Nacho Tunion in front of Ian Eichmanns, the Belgian, and then Ghazi Motlakar from Mozambique in 9th position in front of David Walter, the Dane, who is definitely trying to charge his way back. But then I wonder as well, David Walter feeling the pressure of racing on home soil. He really wants to win here. If he was ever going to win any... Oh, we've had a seize on the main straight. Ian Eichmanns has had an engine seize on the main straight. And that is the scariest of places to have it.
Oh, yes, a dangerous spot indeed. He just stopped just in front of us, and then we catch him. Just unfortunate for Ian Eichmanns, the young Belgian.
Goodness, nobody hit him, because that was such a scary point on the circuit for that to happen.
A good reflex from Ian. He raised his hand as soon as he stopped for the drivers to be able to see him, and he left this one unhurt, and the race will carry on.
My heart skipped a beat there.
Yeah, we didn't get to see what happened, but mechanical failure by the look of it.
Yeah, it looks like an engine seize. It almost certainly was an engine seize, and that happens on the main straight. When it happens here, you're already accelerating, you're going pretty quickly, and when it just lets go, it lets go, and the wheels lock, and that's it. You have no control. You have no say in what happens to the car. He is so lucky that the drivers behind were able to clock it in good time and good reflexes and not hit him. My goodness, how close was that?
Yeah, Ian Eichmanns on a good momentum as he took his best result this season in Trinec with 16 points in the bag and is currently P9 in the championship. That will do him no good. As well inside. Yeah, another move from Gabriel Gomez and Nathan Ty, and the door is open for Pierre McConklin as well. The VTK driver up to P5, Gomez up to P4, and Nacho Tunion is going berserk, unfortunately, for Nathan Ty, who's lost 3 positions in the course of 3 corners, with Nacho Tunion and the Alonso Kart colors making his way through as well for P6.
Gabriel Gomez will just go for any gap that's possible, as Valdemar Agerholm is now under investigation. We're not sure what for, but I tell you what, Gomez really will make an overtake happen out of thin air.
That's one of those things as well to consider, because Gabriel Gomez didn't have the best of qualifying, and what he does now is he keeps on improving, of course, race after race, climbed the field, but by doing so, he's putting a lot of load on his tires and to his machine as well, while some of his strongest and closest opponents, like Alex Powell, you know, they can control this sort of race. Once they're in the lead, they are in charge, they make the gap, they control it, and they don't have to be so onto the machine, so onto the tires. And this is still a long way to go at the end of the qualifying heats. They only have a certain amount of tires, of course, before the final, which means that when they come to the superheat, Gabriel Gomez keeps on pushing the way he does, and he needs to collect the points. That means that he will be in a slightly less comfortable position than some of his rivals who will be battling with for the win.
Yeah, they have a full set of tyres plus a spare front and a spare rear tyre. So they only have 6 tyres, essentially, that have got to last them from the beginning of time qualifying midday yesterday all the way through to the end of the superheat tomorrow morning. So you've got to work those tyres as carefully as possible whilst also trying to gain as much ground as possible. Gomez just throwing caution to the winds. You know, I've got to try and salvage something from this. If I can just hang on and score as many points as possible until I can get through to the final, then even if I don't win the final, you know, I've still done a good enough job on Saturday that I bagged some more championship points. So he's clearly feeling, well, maybe if we don't win the final, we can still get a decent amount of points from the qualifying heats for the championship, because as he currently is in 4th position, he's actually on the same level of intermediate points as Alex Powell. So it's a very interesting strategy from Gabriel Gomez. We're going to have a look back now at something else that's taken place previously.
Fastest lap for Gabriel Gomez. Here's Ian Eichmanns. Look at what happened on
Let's
the
have
left
a look.
side.
There's Ian Eichmanns. Look, the car just stops. It just stops, and look at everybody else having to try and avoid him. That is a scary moment for Ian Eichmanns. That is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, thank you to the production for picking that up on cameras, as we could see what happened. And fortunately, in this sequence, no one got hurt and everybody just went around. Ian Eichmanns, not the easiest of place to have an engine seize. A final lap for this qualifying heat B versus F, dominated from start to finish pretty much by Alex Powell, Anatoly Kavalkin in 2nd, Miguel Costa in 3rd. On your picture, the 128 still in the shadow of the Paralin driver, his fellow teammate Gabriele Gomez in P4, who's done the job of the race, climbing 5 places to collect the points that he needs. Phil McLaughlin in P5, waiting for the last couple of corners, and you don't expect clearly a move from Miguel Costa in such a position. As we said, they are here to collect the points, they're here to work together, but think about the team as well. This is a team effort when you find yourself in that position. Talking about the teams, we do have for the first time constructors, so to speak, championship, and available to you on FIAKarting.com. Alex Powell crosses the line and welcomes the checkered flag for his first win of the day and first win of the weekend for the young Jamaican driver from Prema Racing. Anatoly Kavalkin takes second place from Miguel Costa. Good points, as we said, for Paulin, second and third in this qualifying heat to the overall classification, along with the drivers and the teams this season.
Well, fabulous job from Alex Powell. Once he got into the lead, he just kind of disappeared. We haven't seen much of him in this particular race, and that's because he just got himself exactly where he needs to be. He always seems to unlock the pace at the right moment under the tutelage of arguably the greatest ever in the world of FIA karting. Many people proclaim that that title goes the way of Mike Wilson, and he is a very beloved member of our paddock. Ian Eichmann's there. My goodness me, he's grown an extra grey hair or two, hasn't he? That's a frightening, frightening moment.
But unfortunately, the young Belgian is on his 2 feet, and he will be claimed back to the Parc Fermé, and we can actually have a look at Ian, and he's able to talk to us through the window as we're close to the action.
I just signaled to Ian, "Are you okay?" He said, "Yeah, I'm fine."
All right, good to hear, good to see. Alex Powell, your full classification, 1 in front of Anatoly Kavalkin, Miguel Costa in P3. Gabriele Gomez is taking P4 from Phil McLaughlin, Latanan Tai, Nacho Tunan, Kazi Montecar, David Walter down in P9. Another disappointing result after what had been a difficult race for David Walter. Sebastiano Pavan running at the top 10 from Lucas Amalesto, Valdemar Agerholm, Alvar Sismevara, Maxim Arutanian, Leo Nilsson, Louis Samdula, Marty Ritonen, Victor Smith, Zoe Florescu, as well as Io Esterda, and one sole retirement, Ian Aikmans, unfortunately, for the Belgian. Here's a replay at the proceedings and the start. As the Paralympic drivers closing the first line, but it wasn't enough for Alex Powell not to go through for P2, and from then on, he had the time, he found the space to attack Anatoly Kavalkin in the opening stages. This is the incident with David Walter. Unfortunately, got tangled over there with one of the Birelard machines that lost a lot of momentum as a process. So much for David Walter, who saved P9 in the end. Battles were aplenty through the field on the inside into the opening stages with the 185. This is one of the Falcons of Maxim Baratunian being taken in sandwich over there. Nacho Tunan battling along, and look at that move from Gabriele Gomez, climbing through the field after one move after the other, sliding his way through as another one here in front of the Czech Republic machine of the 196. It keeps on going, Gabriele Gomez on Nathan Tai this time around after having gone past Phil McLaughlin. McLaughlin with the VDK colors was able as well to make his way past the British driver who kept on fighting, kept on going defensive, but Nacho Tunan saw the opportunity as well, but in the end he would lose it again to Nathan Tai in the last lap of what had been a race dominated from start to finish, pretty much, at least from opening lap to finish, by this young man, Alex Powell, taking his first win of the weekend in Denmark.
So it's been fantastic over the course of the OK Senior category, and it continues to be so. Powell and Gomez currently at the top spot on 129 points apiece. Now, over to the juniors, and it's the Austrian mouse on the front of the grid, Niklas Schaufler for the DPK Racing Squad, so strong in his qualifying group, and did a fantastic job to put himself at the front of the grid for each of his races.
Niklas Schaufler, the qualifying practice of the European Championship is done for you. What can you tell us about your lap? A good performance overall for the group, P2.
I mean, it was a pretty good lap, and I'm very thankful for my team, for all my sponsors, because without them I think I wouldn't be here, and the team helped me a lot with the chassis, and yeah, it was good.
It's a new experience for all of you guys on this new layout. What do you think of the track so far, and where do you think you can improve, you can be strong in racing?
I think that the track is very nice. I like that there are some fast corners, and to improve, there are every time things to improve, but I think the best overtakings are gonna be in first and second sector.
So Nicolas Schaufler continuing on the strong performance of the DPK Racing team. That nickname really has caught on as well, the Austrian Mouse. It comes from a fabulous conversation he had with Nikola Tsolov, who of course we still watch the progress of in motor racing. We miss him in the FIA Karting paddock, but he's doing a fantastic job in cars now. And he had a tattoo, I think, added, Nikola Tsolov, which actually has the Bulgarian lion on it. And Nicolas thought it was very cool, said, can I have one? And so they grabbed I think it was a permanent marker, and they drew a mouse on Nicolas Schaufler's arm and said, there you go, you're the Austrian mouse, which I thought was very funny. And that nickname has stuck ever since. Poor Nicolas. But no, it is pretty cool. And he's done a fantastic job so far here. Great to see him put on a great display for DPK Racing to put the kart in pole position. And he lines up alongside the Phoenix, Alexander Bondarev. Then it's Stefan Antonov and Oliver Kinmark, Sebastian Kolping and Andy Consani, Gabriel Koenigian and Al Baksoy from Louis Cochet, and Augustus Toniolo from Alphonse Miettinen and Lewis Francis.
Then we have Henry Domain and Noah Montero, followed by Alfie Slater and Kit Belowski, Maria Neto and Kosei Oguma, Ron Beten, Mika Runitz and Oliver Rasmussen, followed by Noah Wolf, Milo Marchand, Matthias Olm Hansen and Christopher Nita. 24 drivers in, as we don't have Christopher Nita, unfortunately, who is not taking part in this race.
Well, we had some interesting moments in the build-up to this. It's good to see some of the drivers that were not taking up their start of the race a little earlier on in the day, now getting their chance to get onto the starting grid. Obviously, Nicolas Schaufler's side of the grid, this is their first race of the day. Not a great performance in qualifying for either Noah Wolf or Maria Neto, or Alfie Slater, actually. A slightly humorous story that I don't mind sharing with you all. There was a moment where we were genuinely thinking that the Slaters might have saved the broadcast this weekend, because we had some difficulties getting out of Manchester, a couple of us on the crew, and there was a last moment thinking, well, we need to get a flight. What are we going to do? Call Adrian Slater, Alfie Slater's dad. He does occasionally have means to get anywhere he needs to go. So we thought, has he got there already? Has he moved? Has he flown out? And unfortunately, he had. So we very nearly got a last lifeline from Alfie Slater's dad. So we might call up that favour if we need to in the future. Hopefully, we don't have to. That's the hope. But yeah, it's always nice to know that you've got some great friends in the paddock who are always willing to have a helping hand.
Yeah, it's so nice always to get to talk to the Slater family. We had Freddie in the past and still competing. We saw him in Zwolle doing wonders, stepping on the podium for his first ever appearance in the KZ2 class. Now, this is the next generation with Alfie, who did a good job yesterday in one of his heats, recovering a couple of places through the ranks. And you can tell that this is in the blood for this sort of family.
And let's see how it all goes according to plan for the start. We're underway, and it's a good start for Nicolas Schaufler. Bondarev has gone with him, but around the outside, he's going to have to let Stepan Antonov go. So Antonov gets into second position. Bondarev now holds on in third place as Kinmark tries to come forward. He does so in fourth place. Up into fifth comes Andy Consani. A good start from the Frenchman on the parallel as the rest of the field works their way through in single file. Little bit of a nudge there in the middle of the gaggle, but everybody just about keeping it together. So out in front, it's Schaufler from Antonov. Bondarev, Consani is tucked up behind Kinmark. Sebastian Kolping trying to keep himself there in the top six. For the moment he has, and the 211 is next. That's Al Baksoy, the Turkish driver who has come up to 7th place.
Yeah, good overall first lap for everybody on track. That's good to see. Let's see who will end up on top at the end. The DPK driver of Nicolas Schaufler from pole took advantage of that position to stay in the lead, being chased. A long way to go, 10 laps in this race for the junior category. Here they come. Niklas Schlaffer, Alexander Bondarev being overtaken by Stepan Antonov for P2. Then we have Oliver Kinmark, Andy Consani, Sebastian Kampwick, Alkshaw in P7 from Augusto Toniolo, Gabriele Koenigan and Lewis Francis. A couple of drivers who lost position. Louis Cochet is outside of the top 10 at the moment. Just two little tenths with first wagon of drivers. Schaufler, Antonov, and there's the move for the lead with Antonov trying his bit, and he makes it through. And unfortunately for Schlaffer, this is not one but two places lost because Alexander Bondarev was there for the taking, and there goes Kinmark as well.
And it's not the only one because Consani's going to get through. So that's 4 places lost now for Nicolas Schaufler. Consani's going to take this moment to go for Kinmark. Schaufler got off the throttle in the hope that he could slingshot past one of them. But Kansani gets into third position in the parallel, now blocks, covers, defends the line. Maybe this is all he thinks he can get from this one, but that's going to let Antonov and Bondarev sail clear up in front. Good news for both drivers as Antonov leads and Bondarev in second. Kansani now third from Kinmark, Schaeffler, Kelpeng, Oxoy, Toniolo and Lewis Francis diving up the inside. This is going to be rough house for Schaeffler, trying to keep Oxoy at bay, but there goes Toniolo round the outside. Schaeffler trying to keep the kart in the straight line, and here comes the Australian Lewis Francis trying to come through at the inside line. Francis dives for the move, can't get there. He's tried his best, but Lewis Francis will have to try and come back at him again. He has relocated, of course, this year to race in the European Championship with Czech Republic to the city of Monza, where his teammate and good friend Alexander Bondarev lives. So Lewis Francis doing a grand job in his 22 campaign. We've had it off.
We have a driver off.
That's the 472.
Yes, indeed.
It's Tom Hansen again. Big problems for the RS competition driver.
Yeah, he's going to try to get the power back. Hopefully he can... yes, he will make it through. Yeah,
He's done
a successful restart. Beautiful job.
Not easy for a junior to push start it on your own steam. So fair credit to Mattias Hansen. You know, there's many of the drivers in the normal rankings of the European Championship who cannot push start their own kart. So well done to Mattias.
And in the meantime, it goes really the wrong way around for Niklas Schaeffler. Is being chased by Kit Belowski with the Birlat machine. Schaeffler, who was all pole sitter, but keeps on losing position after position. And another one to Kit Belowski is going to try to fight back. Not happening quite yet in turn number 7 on the back straight. Maybe the banking on turn number 9 will be a good opportunity for him. And yes, indeed, around the inside into the hairpin, really bended. This is a proper banking corner that we have here.
Oh, we've had another off.
Fight back.
We've had another off. It's Gus Toniolo. Gus Toniolo, who was right up in the top 6 in the early phase of this race. Gus Toniolo, unfortunately, the Brazilian Augustus Toniolo out of the race. That's very unfortunate indeed for the Czech Republic driver from Brazil. And now we've got the ultimate offense between the two Czech Republic teammates. Now Bondarev is going to read the long game of this. He's not going to challenge Stepan Antonov. He's just going to sit behind him, make him do all the hard work, follow in procedure, get away from Kansani, Kinmark et al. And just let Bondarev, just let Antonov control the pace of this. They don't need to do anything particularly offensive between each other. They just need to stretch out this line. But Antonov and Bondarev, obviously teammate. Oh, more problems. Big
crash between two drivers, a 260 and a 271.
That's Belovski and Domain.
Oh.
The two British drivers, and Kit Belovski is not happy at all.
And that's another DNF for Kit Belovski. He had one yesterday, and the marshals tell them, get on the side, get in behind the barrier where you will be safe. Oh, that's such a disappointment for Kit Belovski. He was battling along with Niklas Schaeffler, but unfortunately he went the wrong way around with Henry Domain. They're going to have a heated, certainly, conversation.
Henry, you've got to put your helmet back on. You need to keep your helmet on when you're on the marshal post. So, unfortunately, a bit of an issue there between the two drivers, Domain and Belovski, and they are out in this qualifying heat. There you go. Domain has put his helmet back on, because you have to wear it when you're on the marshal post, just in case. It's always safety first in the junior category. Now, Bondarev all over the back of Stepan Antonov, the two teammates. And look, you can see that Bondarev is doing exactly what he needs to do here, sat behind Stepan Antonov. They've both got good pace, but you just get that feeling that Bondarev is hungry. He is perfectly willing to sit behind Stepan Antonov for the moment, but give it a couple of laps, he won't be willing anymore.
And you know, Stepan Antonov has one win, Bondarev has not. So that's certainly something he's going to be trying to catch. Here's what happened certainly with Niklas Schaeffler. And they went together with Schaeffler. Oh, good contact, great contact. Unfortunately, Schaeffler was able to continue, but not as much, unfortunately, for the Czech Republic driver over there.
That really hampered the 219, I think it was.
Oh, another strong contact. This is what happened with Kit Belovski, unfortunately, and Henry Domain. But trying to identify who the Czech Republic driver was going
I think that was Toniolo, actually. So that's where Toniolo ended up losing his race. But so that's how we lost Toniolo initially, because there was contact with Schaeffler, and then it ended up damaging the kart, I think.
Yeah, good call. He's the one actually with the Czech Republic wings on his helmet.
Yes,
so
indeed.
Here's the reason for his retirement. So being investigated at the moment.
Well, he's made 10 places up from the grid. He started 21st, and he's now in 11th. So Wolf is absolutely charging his way through the field. Alfie Slater, by the way, is the fastest driver on the circuit. 51.86 for him. and he's moved his way up 5 places now to P10. So Alfie Slater making a terrific comeback in this one.
And another one for Alfie, 5 places gain up to P10. Good job. That's a shame that he got to start so far.
Let's look at the restart, because look, there's calls to send them round again from 2 or 3 drivers up at the front, but no, they went for racing there and then. So I think there was a couple of drivers thinking this starts a little slow, let's go round again, but no, they signalled it to go. And I wonder if just the jockey of positions there that we saw on the opening lap being as intense as they were was just a signal of drivers perhaps not being ready to go racing right off the bat. Because look how congested it gets behind Kinmark. Here comes the moment or two in the middle of the pack. Then down into that hairpin, we get a couple more moments. And yeah, always very interesting to see when drivers just get a little bit too close together. Now, Antonov has just extended that gap a little bit over Bondarev by a couple of tenths of a second. Nothing too major, certainly not a dominant lead, but it's enough to kind of give you that tiny little bit of a breathing room, a little bit of a break. That's all you really need in order to give yourself just that little bit of an edge to round out the race. And certainly from Bondarev's point of view, he's not going to throw away a decent second place finish at this point. If he can follow in behind Antonov, Antonov will have 130 points accumulated. Bondarev will have 129, the same as Oliver Kinmark. So that's the best of both worlds, really, for Bondarev.
Definitely so, as Martinez will be on his own against the 2 drivers from Czech Republic, trying to push each other to fight for the overall lead. But if it stays like this, this will be win number 2 for Antonov, and Bondarev is still looking for his first great result, the current leader of the European Championship.
Dino Chiesa is going to be delighted, isn't he? Martinez first, Antonov second, Bondarev third. Kart Republic, Kart Republic, Kart Republic. The hat-trick up in the top of the rankings at this point. So Antonov losing a little bit of ground to Bondarev. Bondarev's still pushing. He's still trying to remind Antonov, don't even rest up for a moment, because I am going to come and have you. If you let up for just one single moment, I'm going to go for it. He's actually going to try and push him to the line. Antonov will hold it, but that's a warning shot from Alex Bondarev. Do not think you have got this one by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, that's good business, isn't it? Mind game that we like to see in motorsport and in karting especially. I've been with you. I've been on your shadow for the entire race. I'll let you win, but this means payback at some point during the weekend. So I will not be surprised if at some point those two find themselves in a similar position. Then they will switch position, or maybe Antonov will refrain his will to attack. But that's still the theory. But as for now, as you said, those two keep on collecting the points. This is a 1, 2, 3 from Czech Republic. Even though, try not to take each other off in the out lap, please, or the lap into the pit lane, shall we say. The closing lap, how do you call that again after the checkered flag? This is the warm down lap, the cool down lap.
Cool down
that's
lap,
the one, that's the one. But we've seen that sometimes in the past from drivers being still a bit heated in the cool down lap. But now is not the time to do anything unwise.
It's a bit of body language there, isn't there, between Antonov and Bondarev? It's like, yeah, I'll play the short-term game. I'll take a loss now, but I'm going to get a win off you later. You just watch. Stepan Antonov taking the win in front of Alexander Bondarev. Adi Consani in third from Oliver Kinmark and Sebastian Kolpeng. Lewis Francis, great charge from the Australian into P6 in front of Gabriel Kuhnekan. Alpak Soy, Alfie Slater, great charge to ninth in front of Louis Cochet. Noah Wolf did a great job, 10 places made up in front of the very disappointed Nicolas Schaufler. Manu Gimonanito fought back to 13th in front of her countryman Noah Montero. Oliver Rasmussen doing a good job as the leading wildcard in 15th in front of Maya Lamarchand. Then Kosai Oguma and Alfons Miettinen from Mika Runitz, Matthias Holm Hansen, and then the retirements. Henry Domain, Kit Belowski, and Augustus Toniolo. Christopher Nita was the non-starter, but a bit of a thriller, that one, and it certainly gives Stepan Antonov and Alexander Bondarev plenty of ammunition to go into the afternoon, knowing that each driver is not going to let up for a moment in this battle. Really exciting stuff.
Exciting stuff indeed, but another disappointment. That's a 2 DNF out of 3 races for Kit Belowski with the Birlard machine, unfortunately. And those of you following the karting world, we'll get back to that just after the replays, but a nice little anecdote with Kit Belowski just after. But as we mentioned, some of the drivers in the mid-pack raising their hands in the air, thinking that, no, this is not the right time to start. But still, the lights went out, and the field was a little bit packed on the way to the first section of corners and the braking point of turn number 3. So a little bit of confusion from some of the drivers out there. I do hope that some of them will not get penalized to put their wheels outside the corridors or anything similar. But the opening stages smiled upon the pole sitter Niklas Schlofer, who was able to get away just a tiny bit, taking advantage of the battles behind, but Bondarev and Antonov put themselves right on the racing line, and then it started to go wrong all around for Niklas Schlofer, who lost places after places. Right here to Stefan Antonov, 252, and then to Alexander Bondarev in the meantime as well, that it kept on really piling up positions. Here's a contact with one of the drivers, Augustus Toniolo, sorry, the Brazilian driver who had to retire from his race. Here's another incident there further back, unfortunately, between Henry Domain and Kit Belowski. We had to wait on the sideline, but Niklas Schlofer went from first to all the way down outside of the top 10 in P12. Another good move on the 211. This is on Alt Akshoy, Gabriel Cunningham. But in the meantime, those two kept themselves very, very close to each other during the totality of this race. But in the end, there was no overtaking. This is teamwork as well, mind game a little bit from Alexander Bondarev on the finish line, showing his teammate that this one is for you, I'll let you have it, but watch out for me, watch out for what's going to happen next, because I won't let that happen again. Now we're collecting the points, so we're building on confidence for the team as well. Czech Republic 1, 2, 3 into the classification, and as you can see, the sun is still very much shining above our heads with 21 degrees in the air, and it's perfect conditions, a little bit windy, and it allows a lot of you out there to join us on location for the first time in Rodby. On the right side of the picture, don't forget that there's plenty of refreshments, plenty of pleasure with the bars and everything that has been put in place by the organizers. So if you're in the area, don't hesitate to drop by.
Yes, indeed. It's great to have your company. Now, after Gabriel Gomez has struggled in qualifying, one man has moved forward to take full advantage of his rival's plight. The Dutchman, René Lammers, the son of Formula One and Le Mans 24-hour star Jan Lammers. René is looking incredibly strong here this weekend, and after taking pole position for his qualifying heats, the sky really is the limit for the young Dutchman.
René Lammers, it's done and dusted for the qualifying practice of the European Championship in OK. Good performance for yourself. That puts you in confidence, I guess, for the qualifying heats and the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, very good quality from me and the team. Managed to put it on pole in my group. I think I'm P3 overall, so it's a good place to start from the heats, and we'll see where it takes us.
It's often said that P3, even though it's going to be mixed up in the qualifying heats, is always a good place, especially when it comes to the final. What do you think of that? That puts you in a good mind as well, against strong opposition?
Yeah, it gives us a confidence boost for the heats, and it makes everything a bit easier.
What do you think you can achieve on this layout? Because it's brand new for everybody, so a lot of challenges.
Yeah, obviously the goal is the win, but yeah, I feel confident around this track, and I think me and the team managed to do a good job setting up the chassis.
Good to hear from René Lammers, the young Dutchman wearing the Paladin colors, and the win is picked up a little bit, as you can see, with the many flags that we have surrounding the circuit for a beautiful background and picture. This young man by the side of René Lammers is Kirill Kutskov. He's driving a Czech Republic machine, an Alonso kart, shall we say, part of the brand of the Italian factory with the DPK racing team. This is the team that was crowned world champion last year in Sarno in the OK class with Mr. Matthias Morgato. And let's not forget Kirill Kutskov doing, Nikola Tsolov, the Bulgarian Lion that we mentioned earlier, doing wonders as well with the same team. DPK is certainly one of the strong forces to be reckoned with for the past few seasons. By his side, on row number 2, we'll see Thomas Stroven, a young Belgian. We've seen him around for quite a while, quite a few seasons. He did his bit as well a couple of years ago in 2019, I think it was, in the Academy Trophy. That was his entry on the international karting scene. And now, as part of the Czech Republic factory team, is right there for the taking, ready to give people a hard time as well.
It'll be very interesting to see what Straven can do in the heat of the pressure situation when you've got people like Kiya Nakamura Berta, Joe Turney, Matthias Morgato in that little mix around you. Nakamura Berta never one to back down from a hard fight, and he's certainly going to continue to try and put those wins on the board if he can. The man in 5th position, it's good to see Joe Turney finally having a decent Friday, isn't it? Because he's had a bit of a difficult time of it of late. I was chatting to him at the start of today's action. He said he actually finds this circuit pretty good for racing. You know, this is the kind of circuit that you can really do some good technical setups with. He said, this is the kind of racetrack that I really gel with. So it's good to see that it's actually started to go his way for once early in the weekend rather than having to play catch-up in the latter stages of the weekend. He wasn't quite able to do much with it last time out in Trinec, but of course he came through to win the final in Valencia. Now Joe Turney, who is good at charging through the field, certainly doesn't have to charge too far this time, so he can sort of get on with it heat by heat, see how many points he accumulates, and then do not be totally shocked if he's in the fight for the final on Sunday.
It's a current trend, isn't it, with Joe Turney, sometimes having trouble in qualifying, having to go through the field, and sometimes, you know, ending the weekend with the crown of best recovery driver, with so many places that he was able to gain through the course of his qualifying heat. But sometimes it has, as you said, prevented him of bigger results, even though he's been with us for quite a while. 2019, his first season in the FIA Karting competition. He used to be driving for Tony Kart, now chose to get his future with Czech Republic, and he's been competing. If you're close to the karting world, you might have seen his performances as well on American soil, where he's been competing on a couple of occasions, along the likes of Marian Kremers and Matheus Morgato. Matheus Morgato has been used to compete in the United States for quite a few seasons now. Always refreshing to see some of the karting stars on this side of the world joining the American drivers, joining the American teams, and doing wonders as well in a different competition. And it's always as well very, very good to have the other way around, and to have as many American drivers as possible competing with us in the FIA Karting competition. Here's the grid in full again. René Lemers, Kirill Kuskov are sharing the front row of the grid. Thomas Stroven and Kinne Camarabetta, row number 2, from Joe Turney, Matheus Morgato, Luigi Coluccio, Luca Fluccia, Mark Dutinsky, Enzo Talvaneshkol. Then we have Xavier Avramides, Senna Van Wallstein, Guillaume Bouzard, Andrea Dupe, Jan Perezowski, Simone Bianco, Vidat Silidenskov, Jakub Radzicki. Then we have Rasmus Andersen and Matilda Paz. 20 drivers on the grid, 13 laps to go through for that qualifying heat opposing Group C and E. And once again, a couple of great names in this field. Enzo Talvaneshkol, Matheus Morgato, Joe Turney, Luigi Coluccio as well, has always been one of the strong forces of the FIA Karting Championship for quite a few seasons now. Luigi Coluccio, part of the Tony Kart Factory team, used to be the standard bearer of Cosmic, of course, before the OTK group decided that this brand was not to have his team anymore. Still very much exists into the catalog, of course, of the OTK brand, but no longer the team. Remember the time, Jake, not so long ago, when we used to have not only a Cosmic and Tony Kart chassis, but the X-Prix racing team that was run by the time by our good friend Patrick Hayek.
Yes, indeed. It's kind of been very unusual to see those two names disappear, and we've kind of got used to it over the last 2 seasons, but I always quite liked the Cosmic Racing department and the X-Prix Racing teams challenging the Tony Kart Factory outlet, obviously all part of the same group. And you do see the satellite teams still going at it up against the factory team in the same way that you see the likes of the Shamik Racing team going head-to-head with Parolin Motorsport, with their 2 young drivers, Andy Consani and Tiziano Monza, taking on the might of the Parolin factory team. And you see it as well with Ward Racing going up against Tony Kart as well. And it always gives you a little bit of a wry grin when the satellite beats the manufacturer. But always an interesting development. As now we come to the start. Is René Lemers going to get a clean break of it? Yes, he does, up to the first corner. Good start from him. Thomas Straven goes with him to turn 1. Joe Turney follows in. So the inside line is going for it. Oh. Straven having a look at René Lemers. Nice and early. He's not made it. And so Joe Turney's going to get the inside line. Up in a second place goes Joe Turney. A little bit hungry from Straven. Doesn't work. Turney gets the benefit. Up in a second place. And Lemers and Turney already have a tiny bit of daylight between them. So up to third place comes Luigi Coluccio. Down to fourth goes Straven, with Nakamura Berta hunting him down.
Yeah, that was a close call, but a hot shot as well from Thomas Stroven to go around the outside of turn number 2. This is a place where you don't usually try to overtake, especially in the opening lap, but it's worth a shot, it's worth a try. Didn't pay off this time around, but that could give inspiration to some of the drivers for the next races. The one-on-one, Kinne Camarabetta losing a bit of momentum, but he's going to try to get past Thomas Stroven for P4. That will be. Here they come across, completing the opening lap. René Lemers, Joe Turney split by nothing. Luigi Coluccio, Thomas Stroven, Kinne Camarabetta just behind. Then we have Matheus Morgato still in P6 from Kirill Kuskov, Dubinsky, Luca Fluccia, and Enzo Talvaneshkol running at the top 10. He didn't move, the Thai driver. Watch out for the move. Coming from Joe Turney into turn number 6, around the inside, nothing to see, clean and neat. And Joe Turney put himself in the lead after starting from further back. He was P5 on the grid, Joe Turney, and already putting his name on top of the list. That's a strong side of the determination of the British man. He's not here for the numbers. He won a race already this year in Valencia for the start of the championship. Is the man on the charge, and ever since he's been part of Czech Republic, you know, he's been always performing with Tony Car. But it seems to me that this is a new Joe, a new face of him, a fresh challenge for him, a new adventure, and he's been doing wonders with this chassis. So the time of getting used to his new material has been very short, and already doing some great stuff on track. Around the inside goes the Pirelli from the 121. Matthias Morgato on Thomas Stroven. That was for P5, as I think that Senna von Wallstein, you might have seen that on screen, it was very brief, but picked up an investigation flag.
I think you could be right there. So an interesting challenge and a tough situation already on the rise, as the drivers are still giving themselves a really tough race of it. They continue to battle on. It's going to be an interesting situation. Oh, bit of an issue there.
That's the 122, Kirill Skutskov, that was pushed a little bit wide. He had to put two wheels on the grass. Not too bad for the DPK driver. Let's see where he fell. It was P7 on track, and now he just lost a pile of positions. It's only P12. Kirill Skutskov is being warned by the officials. That's a double punishment, unfortunately, for Skutskov.
It's going to be a tricky start, hasn't it? We've got a lot of names sort of conflagrating into one place, and it's kind of caused a little bit of a pincer movement for a couple of the big names. Tarvanichko's not been able to make the progress. Kutskov's ended up being crushed down the order a little bit. So it's been a bit of a tricky race for some. And even the likes of Mark Dumnitsky have been able to charge their way forward. But then Mark Dumnitsky, the Estonian driver, doing a fantastic job on that CRG. He was so strong in Trinec, and here he is again, doing another fantastic job here in Rødby. Continuing on the move, and there's Nakamura Berta diving through on Luigi Coluccio in a third position. Now we can really start to hamper down onto René Lammers. And this is where last year's European champion can really start to take some names out there on the course again and go after René Lammers. If you really want to go wheel to wheel with anybody and find a tough fight of it, you're not going to find it much tougher than going wheel to wheel with René Lammers.
Let's not forget that René is your current leader of the classification here in Rodby. 2 wins for him, and yesterday that was interesting. You could see René being very, very much comfortable with the circuit, and he had built quite enough of a gap, but at some point, with more than 1 second, you could feel that he was still having some potential under the pedal. You know, he was keeping a bit of energy for the later stages of the race. Let the gap actually got to a bit more over half of a second before charging back and making sure that no one was able to catch him. So a good control of a race, good strategy pulled together by René Lammers. You can feel the experience coming with talent when it comes to the Dutch driver. And this time around is on the charge to try to catch up with Joe Turney on his way to potentially a third win in his qualifying heat. The more you win in those races, the better you will be positioned on the starting grid for the superheat on Sunday morning. And of course, there's all the points for the championship that come with it. 25 if you're a leader of the qualifying heats, 25 for the superheat, and 31 for the final. A lot of units up for grab. Here's a replay of Kirill Kutskov's action. This is certainly where he lost, yes indeed, when he was pushed a little bit by one of his teammates. Unfortunately, the 135, that was Luca Flusha. That's quite unfortunate, and something that the guys at DPK won't like to see back, but a little bit of misunderstanding between Kirill Kutskov and Luca Fluccia, resulting of Kutskov dropping positions. They're 10 and 11 respectively now. Kirill Kutskov actually got ahead of Luca Fluccia just now. So 10-11, nothing is lost for now. As running inside goes Nakamura, beautifully made on Matthias Morgato, on René Lammers, my apologies, and goes for Luigi Coluccio as well. So it all goes wrong for René Lammers. He was on a chase for P1, and he just lost 2 positions to Nakamura and Luigi Coluccio.
Morgato as well. Morgato dives in as well and gets Lammers. So Lammers suddenly goes from second position behind Turney all the way down to P5. Now, this is definitely not what René Lammers needs if he is going to maintain his leading position at the front end of the deck, because now Joe Turney, having got into the lead of the race, is on 138. Lammers has suddenly slid down to 5th position, so this is going to put Nakamura Berta and Joe Turney at the top of the table. Lammers down to 3rd. So that just shows you how close it is. But Lammers now in defeated mode, as it were, because he has been undefeated up to this race. now finding himself down in 5th position. That suddenly brings Nakamura Berta and Joe Turney into play to take the lead of the interim rankings.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one, as in the meantime, Turney was able to extend his gap to over 2nd almost. As we keep following the battle further back, René Lammers might have still something to say in this race. Thomas Stroven down in P6, a warning flag for Andrea Dupe, who is all the way down to P15, the Italian.
What a comeback from Lammers! Dives in on the final turn on Morgato. Will not come second best to him as he comes through this time by Lammers. Now, what a situation. If it ends like this, Lammers will have 138 points. Nakamura Berta will have 138 points. Joe Turney will have 138 points. That is how close it's going to be if it stays like this.
Say no more about the intensity of the battle in the OK class. Let's keep it that way, gentlemen, shall we? For the sake of the viewers, Nakamura Berta, let's watch that again. This is the move that he pulled off on Luigi Coluccio, the Italian. Yeah, that was a clean one. Into the last corner, turn number 11. And then another one just after on René Lammers. Detachment from Pauline. It was much closer, even touched a little bit by the look of it. The young British driver looking over his shoulder to see if the job was done. Yes, it was. And then he kept on going. Lammers, yeah, that's another angle of the same move, and you can clearly see there's been contact actually, and it ruined a little bit of the momentum for René Lammers as he allowed Luigi Coluccio to get past, and after that Matheus Morgato, even though he fought back on the Brazilian driver, who now finds himself under the pressure of Thomas Stroven. So the Belgian driver didn't have the best of momentum in the early part of the race. He was P3 on the grid, and there goes around the inside of Morgato, beautifully made in turn number 6. And now it seems to be that the finish of the race, those last laps, might actually be much better for Thomas Stroven to get back into pace in front of Morgato. Radvanishkul is P7 still, in front of Kutskov, Dublinski, Luka Flusha. Talking about some recoveries, Jan Pierzowski is climbing 3 places up to 12, and the gap has now extended. I was going to say extended, but it's barely the same as the lap before, actually, between Turney and Nakamura Berta. They're both lapping in 50.4. So these are on equal forces between the two Czech Republic drivers. Here's the British driver. Let's see that again, the move on René Lammers that might actually give him the victory at the end of this race.
It was very nicely timed from Joe Turney. He just sized up the situation on René Lammers. Lammers couldn't really do much to defend it or to retaliate. So Turney definitely getting himself into the right position. But how about that, having 3 drivers on 138 points apiece at this stage? Definitely ramps up the competition. And then you've got Powell and Gomez, who are both on 129 giving chase. So it's definitely one of the tightest OK competitions that we have seen in the European Championship for quite some time in the qualifying heats. Turney, Nakamura Berta, Coluccio, Lammers, Strauben, Morgato, Tarvanishkul, Kutskov, Flusha, and Xavier Avramidis has now crept into 10th position past Mark Dubnitsky in the CRG. And then we have Bashrovsky really struggling actually this weekend. Jan Bashrovsky, he's almost been an afterthought. 13th is Van Waalstein, the leading wild card. Then Simone Bianco, Guillaume Bouzard, who's not had a good time in Denmark so far. And Jakob Raschke, who is back up to speed in front of Andrea Dube and Vilets Lindenskov, but it's not been the easiest of races for them, that's for sure. And then Matilda Pats is currently running in 19th. And then we have the driver who retired recently, Rasmus Andersen, the Danish driver. But going into the final lap, and Joe Turney has held 0.6 of a second over Kia Nakamura Berta. 2 drivers who know their craft now in OK Senior, having had a massive career leading up to this stage. Kia Nakamura Berta already a European champion. Joe Turney has won everything except an FIA title. He's won pretty much everything else in karting. He's won stateside, he's won in European competitions, just under the FIA Karting Ring. He's won individual finals. Don't forget he won one at the end of 2022, and then he won the first round of the championship in Valencia this year as well. So Joe Turney has definitely had his moments, but he's never quite won a European Championship title in the FIA Karting paddock. He's definitely come close, but if anybody's going to push that bar a little bit higher in 2023, it's going to be Joe Turney. Never count him out, never underestimate him. He comes through for the checkered flag, his first of the weekend, I do believe, and a fabulous run for Joe Turney. That puts him right into the hunt to win the final tomorrow in Rødby. Excellent stuff. Nakamura Berta second behind him. Coluccio charging forward to third from P7 on the grid as well. Don't count out the Italian stallion in the Tony car. A great performance from Coluccio. And for once, it's not the whippersnappers that get the job done in the OK senior category. It's those with experience.
And experience and talent we've seen a lot over the past few years by Joe Turney, who finished twice on the podium in third place in the European Championship. He was vice champion of the world, you might remember, back in Portimao 2020 in disastrous conditions. In front of Tuka Tapanen and behind Callum Bradshaw at the time. Time flies, isn't it? With Joe Turney doing wonders year after year. World Championship has slipped through his hands over the past few seasons as well, but this year has been absolutely fantastic for him, except for Trinec, where he didn't collect the points that he would have expected. His run on results have been absolutely impressive, and this is another strong demonstration that Joe Turney will be the one to watch once again here in Denmark. He's winning in front of Kin Nakamura Berta, Luigi Coluccio taking third place from René Lammers, Thomas Stroven, Matheus Morgato, Enzo Tarvanishkol, Kirill Kutskov, Luca Flusha, Xavier Avramides, P10 from Mark Dubninski, Jan Berezowski, Senna van Wallstein, Simone Bianco, Guillaume Bouzard, Jakub Radzki, Andrea Dup, Vilas Lidenskov, and we have Matilda Paz and Rasmus Andersen, the driver, missing out on this race. An interesting one, that's for sure, into the OK category, led on equal points, as we said, by Lammers, Nakamura and Joe Turney, 138 for each of them. With Joe Turney taking his first win of the weekend. The next race coming in a bit less than 5 minutes. Here's a quick look at the replays and the proceedings that we had just on track. Good start from René Lammers, who's taking the outside line, keeping behind him the likes of René Lammers, Ken Nakamura, Luigi Coluccio, as well as Tarvanishkol, everybody trying to find their way through. But here's the move, the first one that will lead to victory for Joe Turney. Run the inside, the number 6, nothing to say. It was a clean one. As coming around the inside as well is Matheus Morgato on the 119 of Thomas Stroven, the Belgian driver, who found back a bit of pace by the end of the race. Then we had Kirill Kutskov, unfortunately, going from good to worse as he lost a couple of positions, going together with his own teammate Luca Flusha, and that's why those two actually lost momentum outside of the top 10 to finally make it back up into a P8 for Kutskov in the end. Another bit of a trouble for the 154 from CRG. That was Simone Bianco, who finished all the way down in P14 as a result of that incident.
Yeah, it's always very tricky to know who's done what to who until you look it back. Here, Nakamura Berta, one of the gutsiest moves of the weekend so far, knowing that there is the most minimal of overtaking opportunities on René Lammers, but it really has changed the face of not just this heat, but the race weekend as a whole, because that opened the door for Luigi Coluccio. He stormed up the inside line of René Lammers to move up into third position and then look back, because you're going to get to see Matheus Morgato do the same thing. Lammers, however, did manage to get him back and sustain fourth position, but certainly tough stuff. Stroven then took on the world champion. That'll be a nice feather in the cap for the Belgian, because he managed to get by and sustain it. But Joe Turney taking the win from Nakamura Berta, Coluccio, Lammers, Stroven and Morgato. Very tough racing in the seniors, and now we've got 3 drivers tied for points on 138 apiece. A fascinating situation to find ourselves in. Right, focus again turns back to the juniors, having had a very exciting battle so far. Christian Castoya back in pole position once again, the Spanish driver, lining up alongside Dries van Langendonk, the Belgian driver in the Forza racing machine. But the man who starts third position, he's pushing all the way. He certainly seems to have found good pace here in Denmark. It is the American talent in his first season in the FIA Karting European Championships, Vivek Kanthan.
I think overall it's a fun circuit. It's very fast and flowing, also very technical with the amount of hairpins that we have. And also there's quite a lot of overtaking spots. Overall, I think it's a fun track, and also the wind can play a big factor. Sometimes it's a headwind down the straight, sometimes it's a tailwind. So with that, we have to decide if we want to draft or go low. But overall, I think it's a fun track. It's a very tough field. We have a lot of good drivers, a lot of tough drivers in the junior field this year, and also for me, coming from Mini as a rookie, it's been quite a big adjustment. In terms of the chassis, it's a lot bigger, and also with my weight, there's a lot of weight on the kart, so it makes it pretty physically tough to handle. Also, the engine's a lot more powerful and the tires overall have more grip than Mini, so it makes it pretty physically tough. There's a lot of challenges. Obviously, we only have 5 sessions on Thursday, so it makes it, we have only 5 sessions to learn the track first and then also optimize it setup-wise and also my driving-wise. So yeah, it's a challenge, but I think it's a good challenge. It's been an adjustment, but I'm happy for it because it's eco-friendly. We have to adjust the fuel flow in the carburetor because of the different type of fuel compared to before. We have to adjust the fuel flow to make the engine run better, but otherwise I think it's a good fuel. I think it's going to be very technical. We have, like I said before, there's a lot of overtaking opportunities. Also, that means we have to defend a lot. So it's going to be about being smart with the defending, also closing the door without losing too much time, but also without losing positions.
I tell you what, as a new face in the FIA karting paddock, young Vivek Kanthan, who's only going to get 1 season in junior before he already has to think about stepping up to senior, having come straight out of Mini into junior, he's done a fantastic job over the course of this season, and he's already turning into a real analytical personality within the paddock. He's come straight in to the Parolin factory team. He's already turning heads. You know, when we got to Valencia and he was winning qualifying heats, people were like, who is this lad? And it's incredible to think that he's come straight in. No holds barred, has definitely got himself a bit of potential here. So he's definitely a talent to watch for the future, is young Vivek Kanthan. A very analytical approach. Christian Castoya and Dries van Langendonk on the front row of the grid from Vivek Kanthan and Gerasim Skudanov. Then Tibor Ramakers and Tiziano Monza. Sebastian Lettimaki and Mies Hulbert from Ethan Lennon. Jack Eilif, Guy Albag and Scott Lindblom.
Then we have Salim Hanna and Jitosh Pezel, Matt Corby and Jared Clark, followed by Davide Botaro, Luna Frucha, Mikkel Jneus, Philip Engbach, Enzo Roju Giro, Luca Magnussen, Magnus Holm Hansen, and Tira Sandberg. 24 drivers with us on the grid and 24 on track for this A versus D qualifying heat. We're back with the juniors.
Now, an interesting point about Luca Magnussen, who is the Danish driver. He's not actually a wild card because he was entered for the entire campaign. They decided to pull him away from Valencia and from Trinec for difficult reasons. So now he is here, but he can actually race not just here in Rødby, but he can also compete in the season finale at Cremona as well. So if he does a good job here, then they could well be heading to Italy. But it just gives him a little bit more of an opportunity to make a little bit more of a stomping ground. And Luca Magnussen, of course, for those who recognize the surname, well, he is continuing the second generation of the family that has made its name in motor racing up at the top level of Formula One, because obviously you have Jan Magnussen, and his son Kevin Magnussen came through this paddock, of course, and has now moved on to the world of Formula One. But Kevin's younger brother, Luca, is now racing here. So there is a bit of an age gap between the two of them, of course, but Luca very much hoping to continue in his brother's footsteps.
And I'm sure that his brother Kevin will be watching along between sessions at the Canadian Grand Prix.
He's got to get up quite early for this one, though, isn't he?
Yeah, but I'm sure he will, or at least he'll keep a close watch on his brother's performances.
Well, hello, Kevin, if you are just enjoying your maple syrup and pancakes, tuning into your younger brother, Luca. He's done a fantastic job so far. He's going to continue to do so. But Christian Castoya and Dries van Langendonk from the front row of the starting grid. Vivek Kanthan hoping to hold off Gerasim Skudanov. But Ramakers versus Monza. VDK Racing versus Shamik Europe. That's going to be an interesting challenge out of the first corner as they go through the tram lines. Green lights, off we go. Up to the first corner. Good start from Castoya. He's going to try and squeeze Van Langendonk. That's really lost in momentum. Kanthan round the outside. He's going to try and hold second place. He's done so. Great start from Vivek Kanthan. Really read the situation there strong. No, wait a minute. No, we've had a spinner at the back. I think that was actually Skulinov making up the time. But that's a spin from Hanna, the Colombian, Salim Hanna, who is, of course, under the tutelage of Juan Pablo Montoya. Very unfortunate for Salim Hanna, who has spun the Ricky Flynn Lando Norris chassis around. And that's very unfortunate. And yes, up into second position, it is the hard-charging Gerasim Skulinov in the Birla that has gone all the way around the outside and moved up into second place in front of Van Langendonk and Kanthan.
Yeah, fantastic start indeed. Not so much, unfortunately, for Salim Hanna, who is going to have to charge back to make contact again with the field. Lap 1 completed out of 10 for the juniors. There's a good gap already built by our lady Christian Castoya. No trouble at all from pole position. A 6/10 advantage already on Gerasim Skudanov. Van Langendonk is down in P3. Then we have Vivek Kanthan Thibaut Remakers down in P5, a little bit on his own, the Belgian driver with the Chatelain blue livery. His team prepared, his chassis prepared by VDK as always. Around the inside goes Van Langendonk, and it opens the door for Catan as well. The American driver put himself in P3, but Van Langendonk goes with him and goes as well Thibaut Remakers, and it's open door. Unfortunately for Skylab was being pushed on the side. 2 wheels in the grass and 2 more positions lost, unfortunately, for Gerasim Skulanov.
Skulanov all the way down to 8th position now, just in front of the Swede Scott Lindblom. And that's all the hard work of the start just disappearing as he loses out to Van Langendonk, Canthan, Remakers, Monza, Huben, Eilif. Very unfortunate indeed there for Gerasim Skulanov as he drops back into the clutches of Lindblom and Albag. So they're going to continue to duel away. But Christian Costoya looking good for win number 3 out of 3 as he currently runs on 150 points. If he stays where he is, here comes the bid on the inside from Monza, and we've lost somebody's front fairing there. That's come off big time. Not entirely sure.
That's one of the Czech Republic machines, I think, by the look of it.
I think that's Tyra Sundberg. Yeah, it is. Tyra Sundberg, unfortunately, has a mechanical flag. Big dive on the inside. What a move from Tiziano Monza. That was absolutely extraordinary to dive through. Vivek Canthan in the same time has dived through on Dries Van Langendonk to claim 2nd place. So the American and the Singaporean both on the move for the Paralin Factory team and the Shamik Europe squad in simultaneous moves. Up to 2nd, up to 4th, the pair of Paralin drivers in separate teams, of course, but still on the rise.
And 2 Belgian drivers up into P5. Van Langendonk in P3, Remakers down in P5, waiting for the good moment to catch up with Tiziano Monza. And here's the missing front fairing driver.
Yeah, Paul Tyra. She did a good job, actually, through the course of the first few races of the weekend, but Tyra Sundberg, unfortunately, her race is done. There's another move from Monza. Monza's got through on Van Langendonk now, and here come the 2 Belgians wheel to wheel. Remakers dives through on Van Langendonk.
And there you go, Thibaut Remakers is gesturing already to his fellow countrymen. Stay with me, let's keep on working together because the gap is increasing, as you can see, on not only Costoya, but Kanan and Monza as well, up into P3. So those 2, if they don't want to fall into the close,
there goes Jack
I was going to say of... yes, indeed, 216 of Jack Lefe. And he just fell Van Langendonk right into his clothes. And there is the move. Jack Lefe for P5.
Isn't it amazing? Last year we were waiting for one Paralin to be competitive in the European Championship. They won a title, and now there's hundreds of them. Costoya's leading, Canthan in 2nd, Monza in 3rd, Jack Eilif in 5th. If he can get past Thibaut Remakers, Marco Parolin is going to be desperate to get a photographer on that. Bang, 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 bang. 1, 2, 3, 4 Parolins up at the front end. That's going to make a nice picture for his wall. There's the move on the inside from Monza as the Shamik driver gets through on the Parolin factory outfit. So Monza gets through on Vivek Canthan. And now he's going to try and take on Christian Costoya up front. But it's 1, 2, 3 for Parolin as Luca Magnusson gets a warning flag for what he's been up to out on the course so far.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for Luca Magnusson. That's going to be interesting as well to follow Monza and Kahan, P2nd and 3rd. They still have 1 full second to try to catch up on Christian Costoya. This is a triple from Paulin indeed. Watch out for Thibaut Remakers, the young Belgian still very much in this race. From P4, anything still possible for the VDK driver, especially if Monza and Kahan keep on blocking each other, which is not the initial intention by any means. And there goes Remakers already. First one, Kahan, beautifully made by the Belgian. And another Paulin driver, Jake Lefe for the back, is clipping the curb a little bit to try to stay within reach of Kahan now. Van Langendonk dropping down in P6 from Huben. Gerasim Skulanov, who's trying to hold on to his 8th position after dropping so many places in the early stages of this race. Lindblom 9. Letimaki P10 at the moment as we keep on watching Thibaut Remakers as they make their way onto the first line, onto turn number 1, Costoya. And now look at the gap. It just went from 1 second to half of that, even more, between Costoya and Tiziano Monza. Beautiful performance as Monza is going to try to catch up as much as he can, and he still has time to do so.
This is where things could get a bit tricky for Christian Costoya. We saw it earlier for René Lammers in his Paralin, as he had been dominating all the way through the course of the weekend. If you are in a Paralin this weekend, you clearly have the advantage in terms of the consistent pace. They really seem to have nailed it in both junior and senior contests, because René Lammers has been up at the sharp end in senior, and how many juniors are up at the sharp end in the Paralin outfits of Paralin Motorsport and Shamik Europe. You've got Castoya, Monza, Canthan, Eilif. They're right up there at the sharp end. And don't forget the other Shamik Europe driver, Andy Consani, in one of the previous heats, got right up to 3rd place. So clearly, the boys in white and red have definitely done their homework over the last few weeks between Trinec and here in Rødby. So we've got 4 Paralins in the top 5 in this one. Castoya, Monza, Ramekers, Canthan, Eilif, and Van Langendonk in the top 6. 4 Paralins and a pair of Belgians.
Yeah, watch out for the Paralin army. Titiano Monza from Shamik Europe, same chassis of course, putting up the fastest lap, trying to catch up to Christian Castoya. That's gonna give us some heated latest stages of this race, as Ramekers is trying to hold off Kahan. FIA Karting, the young American driver that you heard at the interview previously. 4/10 of a second now between the 2 leaders. As Titiano Monza, let's see the move back on what happened on Thibaut Ramekers. That was quite a clean move around the inside, nothing to say here, beautifully made. And another one here on Dries Van Langendonk.
Yeah, the Singaporeans just been picking them off one by one. He got Ramekers, he got Van Langendonk, and this is how he got his rival Paralin driver, Vivek Canthan. Of course, Monza being part of the Shamik Europe squad rather than the Paralin factory team, so the satellite is beating the manufacturer with Tiziano Monza. But Monza's really caught up to Castoya as well, with a lap and a half to go. So the challenge for the victory may suddenly change here, and that will certainly open things up in terms of the competition. So let's see if Tiziano Monza can make a play here on Christian Castoya. It looks like he's going for it already. Dives through on the inside. Castoya is going to go wheel to wheel with Monza. Monza has to back out of it. Ramekers now has a chance. So with 1 lap to go, all of a sudden Monza and Castoya are now battling for the victory in qualifying heat A versus D. Monza tries again. Castoya still holds the line. Watch out for Thibaut. Watch out for Thibaut, boys. You can't afford to let him go. Thibaut Ramekers is going to have his bid here. And the 2 other... Here's the move. Monza dives in, gets the bid on Christian Castoya, gets the overtake. Now there's going to be pressure from Ramekers to come through. Ramekers will try his best. Side by side again. And there's not a lot of room to play. Oh, off goes Castoya. Castoya's gone off into the barriers. Christian Castoya squeezed up by Monza. And now there's more. Vivek Canthan had to squeeze a competitor there as well. Oh my goodness! Christian Castoya binned out of the leading battle. This has blown the weekend in Junior wide open. Ramekers is going to have a race to the line with Jack Eilif. Eilif's going to get him on the final bend. Jack Eilif gets the win out of the final corner by 22 thousandths of a second. Welcome to victory lane, Jack Eilif. Oh, monstrous. What a final lap from Jack Eilif. The American storms forward. Absolutely spectacular. What a way to end the qualifying heat. Christian Castoya is in absolute bits at the side of the road. He's okay as he discusses with Gonzalo Planta, but he is absolutely enraged. Christian Castoya, who has been the dominant force of this weekend so far, he exits stage right on the final lap, and it's his teammate Jack Eilif who picks up the pieces. Oh my goodness, this weekend just went nuclear in OK Junior. And now after all of that, it's Jacopo Martinez who leads the way from Tiziano Monza. There's a lot to unpick from that final lap. We're going to need to see it again in replay, but Jack Eilif comes through for the win in front of Thibaut Ramekers and Tiziano Monza. Mies Huben is 4th in front of Vivek Canthan and Gerazim Skudanov. Then Scott Lindblom and Dries van Langendonk, Sebastian Letemaki and Guy Albag. Jared Clark is 11th in front of Ethan Lennon, Davide Battaro and Jindra Peschel. Then Luna Flusha in 15th place. She was in front of the Swiss Matt Corby. Then Enzo Ruggiero in front of Luca Magnussen. The leading wildcard was Mikkel Nijhuis in front of Philip Engbach, and then Magnus Hon Hansen ahead of Salim Hanna, the last one home. And we lost Christian Castoya on the last lap of the race in front of the Swedish lady Tyra Sundberg, who retired on only the 3rd lap with a missing front fairing. Talk about drama. Nail-biting is now how the rest of this weekend is going to be for Christian Castoya. He has lost a massive chunk of points by being essentially escorted out of the race in the final lap, and Christian Castoya is naturally devastated. Well, let's have a look back over the highlights of a very tough race. Up at the start, Castoya handling it with care with Van Langendonk, but with authority as round the outside, Skulinov managing to move up into second place. A really good charge forward, a really good run through. But what a tough race battle it continued to be throughout. And you can see, look, the jockeying of the deck, the pushing, the shoving, everybody trying to work their way through on the inside line. Not a lot of room to play with. And there went Salim Hanna. One wheel went on the grass. And unfortunately, he spun it. There was no contact, I don't think. But when you've got a lot of karts in one space, it's not easy to hold it on the road. There's the move from initially the 214 of Dries van Langendonk. And then that was enough for Vivek Kanthan and Tibor Ramekers to make their move through on Skudanov. The door is left wide open as Monza gets through, Huben gets through, and so too does Jack Iliff. He's a million miles away from the victory at this point, Jack Iliff, which is how spectacular the race ended up being. Monza then dives through on Ramekers, gets the overtake, and just little by little, those Paralins continue to creep forward. Monza getting the move on Van Langendonk. And then he just keeps on building and building. There's Ramekers making his bid on his Belgian colleague. Behind them is Jack Iliff, just waiting for this all to unfold. Then Monza got his run on Vivek Kanthan. That put him up into second place. Paralins are 1, 2, and 3 at this point. But then Ramekers closes up on Vivek Kanthan, gets his bid, gets through into third position. And then as Monza catches Castoya, don't forget these two are not teammates. Monza made his bid. Castoya was not willing to let him have it. And then on the final lap, it all just got a little bit too hot for comfort. Monza wanted to make his play, got his bid on the inside of Castoya, dived, got the lead initially, but Castoya wanted more. And so Castoya was ready to challenge for him again into the next hairpin, dived through on the inside. Monza wanted to stay on the road. Castoya was held, and then they ended up connecting. And unfortunately, Castoya spat into a spin off the racetrack and out of the battle for the lead. Ramekers held the lead briefly, but out of the final turn, Jack Iliff had enough throttle momentum to come off the turn and beat into the line. Amazing run from Jack Iliff. What an amazing challenge that was out of the final turn, as Monza just sits in third place and lets it happen. 22 thousandths of a second between the two drivers, as Iliff claims his first FIA Karting qualifying heat win. Great racing in OK Junior, rough as you like. Very tough, very brutal indeed, but proof that you can never, ever say die in this category. You never know who's going to win it until they cross the checkered flag line. My goodness me, that was so good in the OK Juniors. They really gave us an incredible battle there. And so Jack Iliff becomes the latest driver to add his name to the FIA Karting winners roster in OK Junior in 2023. So Jack Iliff from Tibor Ramekers and Tiziano Monza, a brilliant battle. And so Guillaume Alvarez is down there in pit lane hoping to talk to Jack Iliff.
Yes, indeed, Jake. We are here live from the Parc Fermé with Jack Iliff, the hero of the day. Jack, talk us through this fantastic race of yours. What a finish. But in the end, you were there to take up the pieces.
Yeah, thank you. I started pretty far back in 10th. I had a good start, picked them off one by one, and I got in that lead group and managed it. There was chaos up front, and I ended up on top.
Yeah, you ended up on top in what was a chaotic race. Is it chaos in the field for the other races? How was your experience so far in the previous qualifying heats?
This track, there's loads of opportunities, so this track, there's always loads of mess, and it's just about getting it right.
Yeah, you got to make it right indeed. So I guess this win boosts your confidence for the next qualifying races to go, because still a long way to go before Sunday.
Yeah.
What can you tell us maybe about the challenges left on you? You've learned a lot about this track, which is new for pretty much everybody. Where do you think you can actually improve your driving? Where are the parts that you can manage maybe better than before?
I think I can find a 10th maybe in the first sector. Also, the difference in my driving from last weekend in the Champions of Future was I'm a lot more aggressive, which I need to be in this track. And yeah, I really enjoyed being here, and I'm excited for the rest of this weekend.
Fantastic, good talk. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you go to your business, Czech Life. Thank you very much. Indeed, you have plenty of debrief for the next races. Czech Life was with us for this first live interview, the first of many that we'll give you through the course of the day. Always nice to talk to new faces live for you guys on FIA Karting. First win of the day for Czech Life, the young American from Parolin, at the end of what has been a pretty hectic race, to say the least, with Thibaut Ramakers coming to the fore as well, missing the victory for just 200 of a second. You saw that on track, but what a disaster it was for Christian Costoya. Tiziano Monza was there to take the pieces left for Parolin as well, for the Parolin chassis at least, but what a race that had been. We had feared for quite a bit for the last few laps that maybe it could turn into disaster. It did, and that's certainly a lesson to be learned.
Yeah, brilliant fight back from Jack Iliff there in the race as he gets himself into a race-winning position. Right, are you ready for some fireworks? Because on the front row of the starting grid this time, we're going to have Maciej Gladiš and Tomas Stolčemanis, the Energy Course superstar from Latvia. This is definitely going to be a hard race just to the first corner alone. Gilles Couranta and Mattia Kolnagi are going to be there on the second row of the starting grid. Then Chuyan Pu and Arthur Poulain from Martin Molnar and Emanuele Olivieri. And then we'll have Jakub Kamenik and Len Nijs in the top 10. There's definitely some big talent still to come in this one, and some very ferocious battles are likely to play out in this one. Just the run to the first corner alone is going to be an interesting challenge between Stolčemanis and Gladiš. Interestingly, Gladiš has elected to take the outside line for the start. As the person in pole position, you are allowed to choose which side of the grid you actually start from. Only the front row gets that, by the way. You don't move the whole grid. It's only the front row that gets to choose, the pole position sitter, which side they will start on, left and right. So everybody else has to remain in the position they would originally start from. So qualifying heat A versus D. Gets himself up to speed. But it's now the Pole versus the Latvian. Maciej Gladiš and Tomas Stolčemanis. Then Gilles Couranta and Mattia Kolnagi from Chuyan Pu and Arthur Poulain from Martin Molnar and Emanuele Olivieri. Then Jakub Kamenik and Len Nijs from Emily Koivisto and Max Popov. Then Gustav Wisniewski and Joel Bergstrom. Enea Frey and Shimo Zhang from Adrian Ferrer and Dmitry Matviv. Kasper Henriksen, Ryan Vincent and Silas Tveit Gibson will round out the field in qualifying heat A versus D. Now, Gladiš electing then to go from the outside line on the run to first corner rather than the inside line, clearly feeling that it's just a little bit tighter of an apex into that first turn than you would like. It's kind of an interesting challenge, and as you can see, the wind has changed direction again. It's actually now pushing up from the southeast and pushing towards the northwest now. So a kind of an interesting scenario that we have over the course of the circuit. Humidity is quite high as well. There is zero possibility of rain, but because it's quite hot, you've got a high amount of humidity. It's a little bit overcast as well, so that air pressure is just locked in, and it just slowly bakes the circuit to a fairly high temperature. So you're looking into the mid-range 40s in terms of track temperature at this point. So it definitely makes things particularly tricky as the competitors are gearing up for an even more of an exciting challenge out there on the course. So they're still going to give us plenty to do and plenty to talk about. But Maciej Gladiš versus Tomas Stolčemanis on that front row of the starting grid, definitely very intriguing as the battle continues to rage here. But Chuyan Pu and Arthur Poulain running a very solid race of it from Martin Molnar and Emanuele Olivieri. Then Jakub Kamenik and Len Nijs from Emily Koivisto and Max Popov. Then Gustav Wisniewski and Joel Bergstrom. Enea Frey, Shimo Zhang, Adrian Ferrer, Dmitry Matviv, Kasper Henriksen, Ryan Vincent and Silas Tveit Gibson, the only wild card on the starting grid for this one. As they come off the turn, this will be interesting. Gladiš versus Stolčemanis, here we go. Good start from Gladiš. No problem. Oh, off the road. Skating off into the barriers is going to be Arthur Poulain. He skates up the bank, and Arthur Poulain is absolutely in a hard place there. No way of getting that back onto the racetrack. Arthur Poulain skates up the bank. There's nothing he can do. I'm sorry, Arthur, but your race is over. There's no way you can get that back. My goodness me, Arthur Poulain, he's had so much bad luck in his first season in Tony Kart in the FIA Karting OK category, and it just continues here at Rødby.
Yeah, it was at the wrong place. Oh, another driver going off, pretty much a 148. That was lucky to keep himself on the course. It was
Koivisto.
Yes, indeed, a Finnish driver who was maybe pushed a little bit wide. And once
He's off again.
My God, what's happening for him into this opening lap? 2 incidents in a row into that opening stage of the race. It's not that what you want to get yourself started in good mood. As we see Arthur Poulain, unfortunately, was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Unfortunately, it was pushed. Maybe we're gonna need to see that again, but it was pushed on the outside by one of the drivers trying to get into the turn number 1 in a better place. Around the inside goes one of the Energy Corse drivers. This is Thomas Stoltemanis. Caranta, my apologies, with the yellow crash helmet, with Stoltemanis up just in front of him. Good move from Jules Carentan, Colnaghi.
Chu Yanpu made the move on Olivieri as well, so the Chinese driver has worked his way forward into 5th place, getting past Olivieri. Molnar in 7th in the 2nd, not anymore. He's up to 6th place now in the 3rd Energy Course, in fact. So he works his way forward into P6 in front of Emanuele Olivieri on the Formula K. And then we have Gustav Wisniewski, who has held on to it this time in the first lap. Len Nijs in 9th position, the Belgian, in front of Jakub Kamenik. Then Bergström, Popov, Ferrer, Zhang, Henriksen, Matviv, Koivisto, Frey, Fred Gibson and Vincent, with no Arthur Poulain having gone off on the first lap of the race. So this is much better for Maciej Gladiš than in the previous race, where he ended up falling away down to the bottom end of the top 6. But Gladiš now definitely in a stronger position, having got the perfect start in front of Thomas Stoltemanis. Now he's got to try and sustain it. There's a big dive in the hairpin from the 152. That is the move from Max Popov, getting through on Joel Bergström off your screen, just out of our commentary window. That's why we were able to spot it. But Gilles Caranta is now actually starting to gain momentum on his teammate, Thomas Stoltemanis. So that could be a bit of teamwork as Stoltemanis just chips away at Maciej Gladiš, little by little, gaining a little more momentum.
Gilles Caranta doing a good job. The Frenchman has been a familiar name for the past few seasons, doing wonders as well on the international karting scene. Let's see if he's gonna has what it takes to get back close to Thomas Stoltemanis, because Maciej Gladiš is still up for grabs. Just 0.3 of a second now. Time is running out. Still less than 10 laps to go still. But Maciej Gladiš is the kind of driver that is going to take a lot to get past. It's going to be a teamwork for now. As we're going to see, yeah, that's going to be interesting. The race start once again. Let's see what happened to Arthur Poulain. On the right side of your picture is being pushed by the CRG. Unfortunately, this is Mattia Colnaghi, who was trying to make his bid on the outside of one of the drivers that he had. This was Jules Caranta by his side, I think, on the same line. It was going left a little bit, and Arthur Poulain, you see him actually going cross-country onto the hill almost. But it was, once again, a racing incident at the wrong place at the wrong time. There was nothing he could do about this.
Well, Arthur Poulain isn't going to see it as a racing incident, is he? Now, we also saw on that first lap, because we were so busy watching Arthur Poulain, it got a little bit close and personal in the midfield as well. Several drivers pushing on to make a move or two. We're going to see Emili Koivisto drift off the road a couple of times here. First at the expense of Wisniewski. That was a very gutsy move to get through on the inside, but then Koivisto had more problems with Joel Bergström as they ran 3 wide, and then eventually Bergström got through, but it wasn't Bergström that forced him off the road. It was actually there a bit of a squeeze from the 152 Max Popov, who ended up giving Koivisto no room to play with whatsoever. Now, Maciej Gladiš has actually had his work cut out here because he's had to step up the attack to get away from Thomas Stoltemanis again. But how hard do you push it on your tyres? This is the thing. You know you're going to get at least a first, maybe a second place out of this, as Dmitry Matviv gets the fastest lap of the race further back. But how hard can you really afford to push when you've got someone of the might of Thomas Stoltemanis underneath you?
Yeah, that's going to be a big, big challenge, definitely for sure. Maciej Gladiš, the former winner of the Academy Trophy, who's still chasing the first win of the day. He has won already yesterday in the A versus B. And one of the drivers to keep an eye on is 4th in the classification as it stands. But he's going to try to push his Lando Norris machine from RFM up until the end. Lando Norris, of course, that needs no introduction since the launch of his chassis 2 seasons ago. Ricky Flynn Motorsport being the main team, the team actually as part of the OTK brand, as a partner of the OTK group, using the Lando Norris chassis as the main importer and the main actor of this material on the international scene. Let's see if the material was going to be paying off, it's going to be functioning well until the end. Maciej Gladys doing wonders at the wheel. Tomasz Torsimanis with the energy corset trying to catch up as well. We've hit the halfway mark of this qualifying heat, and Tomasz Torsimanis into the banking. Not so much of space for him to dive through just yet, but look at the pace he's having. That might be it. That might be it if he's being able to keep the momentum in onto the start-finish straight in that particular section of corners. Taking the toe of his opponent into turn number 1, turn number 2. Flat out, certainly. Maybe a tiny lift of the throttle before the braking point in turn number 3. Not quite able yet, Tomasz Torsimanis, to make his bit. But it's a question of seconds, a question of corners. Or maybe will he wait until the last lap? That's another choice. More risky, that's for sure. But the sooner you get the overtaking done, maybe sometimes the better if you're able to pull a gap as a result of that. You can see that Jules Caranta is trying his bit as well to join the party. But for now, he's being put under pressure by Kolnagi in P4. Then you have Jan Puciu, Molnar, another of the energy corset drivers in the top 10. Olivieri, Wisniewski, Nace, Popov. Your top 10 still unchanged as it stands. Adrian Ferrer in P12, Joel Bergström, that we had the pleasure of seeing at the FIA Motorsport Games back in October in Marseille, in Paul Ricard, my day, Jake, as we were there to commentate on everything karting, or the Olympics of motorsport, and Joel Bergström was there to represent Sweden. And it was a good memory, wasn't it, in his battle with Eddie Goldstein, another name, of course, of the international karting scene.
It was really nice indeed. It was a great weekend there, the FIA Motorsport Games, and how the karting really played its part in the medals table. I have to say, I was back at Paul Ricard a couple of weeks ago, and on the way out, I couldn't resist going left at the roundabout.
Did you go for a spin?
No, I wasn't spinning. I was going and having a look at the karting circuit again. It was nice to see it, and it brought back a lot of memories of that fabulous senior final that was won by the Belgian Elie Goldstein, of course, who took the victory on the podium. And we saw Ariel Elkin and Jevan David join him in the medals table. But what a fantastic battle we've got here. Maciej Gladys holding on in front of Tomasz Stojanovich. A lot of people might have thought, well, Maciej has had his moments in the past, but Tomasz Stojanovich is going to be very difficult to fend off. Maciej has risen to that occasion. He's banged in another fastest lap, 50.31. Considering he missed the last round of the championship because he was focusing on his exams, this is a big moment for Maciej Gladys. I think he's been wanting this year to show everybody, look, I'm just as good as these other youngsters that have come up from junior. He's not really had the chance to show it yet this year. And the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team has not had the best of performances in recent years in senior. They certainly always have in junior, but senior, it's always been hard to unlock that pace. But Maciej Gladys has properly risen to the occasion this weekend, and he has said, enough. I've been having difficult times. I've had my mistakes. I've had my problems. Enough now. This is my time.
Well, let's see if his time will come in the end, because Tomasz Torsimanis is still very much trying to catch up. But look at this coming back to him. And this is Jules Caranta that we have, and Kolnagi on him as well. Two wagons, the first one for the lead, and the second one for P3. Can Tomasz Torsimanis get close to Maciej Gladys? Getting close is one thing, initiate an attack and a move is another. And on this new track, we've seen a couple of overtaking spots. Turn number 3, of course, the hairpin. Turn number 5, turn number 6, the banking in turn number 9 as well. Let's see a replay of what happened at the race start with Maciej Gladys. And we just saw briefly leading the pack.
It's the difference in the lines going through that part of the course. You can see so many drivers with the rear tyre kicking out. Some of them almost drift through that particular part of the course, as you've got so many different interpretations there. But it's about how you balance getting the back end of the kart kicked out a little bit with then getting good acceleration off the turn to then counteract it. How much do you push the tyres? How much do you give the kart in terms of a little bit of a workout at that point of the course? Because then later in the race, later in the weekend, you can either have looked after the tyres a little bit here, but then push them a little bit further on another part. It swings and roundabouts all the way. Stojanovich has not given up on Maciej Gladys, though. Final lap begins of this qualifying heat, and Maciej Gladys still pushing hard, the Polish driver, Academy Trophy champion 2011. and has done 2021, I should say. It wasn't that long ago, Maciek. I do apologise.
Is he that old?
He is. No, he's not that old. I do apologise, Maciek. 2021. I knew it had a 1 in it. Maciek Gladish, 2021 Academy Trophy champion. Charles Leclerc was the Academy Trophy champion in 2011. Sorry, Charles. Didn't mean to take that one away from you. But Maciek Gladish working hard here, still to hold on in front of Thomas Stolchemanis. And they are absolutely trading sector times. That's what Maciek needs to do. He's not really focusing too much on what's going on behind him. He knows he's got a little bit of breathing space to Thomas. Don't look back, look forward. Keep your head up, keep pushing, keep digging. And Maciek Gladish is going to get win number 2 out of 3 to keep his hopes alive. A fantastic run from Maciek Gladish. Now the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team have reason to smile. Their boy has absolutely done a fantastic job. Maciek Gladish, the sportsman, puts his thumb up to Thomas Stolchemanis. Thanks for the fight. Thomas is not happy. He did not want to be beaten by Maciek Gladish. He might have felt in past times that Maciek was a bit of a pushover. Not anymore. Maciek Gladish has more than risen to the occasion.
Beautiful performance from Maciej Gladish indeed. I do wonder if Thomas Stolchemanis responded to the thumbs up. At least it was a good battle. One happy, one not so much certainly. 3 tenths on the line after chasing each other for the totality of this 13-lap race. This is win number 2 for Maciej Gladish with his Ricky Flynn Motorsport machine. Thomas Stolchemanis taking P2. His teammate at Energy Turkanta P3. And a third Energy Course driver in P6 with Martin Molnar as the drivers make their way back to the pit lane.
It's definitely the most exciting and bombastic that Maciej Gladish has looked since he triumphed in the Champions of the Future Winter Cup 18 months ago, very nearly 18 months ago, in Franciacorta in Italy. Maciej Gladish taking the win in that heat then from Thomas Stolchemanis and Jules Caranta. Mattia Colnaghi, 4th position in front of Chu Yanpu and Martin Molnar. Gustav Wisniewski and Emanuele Olivieri from Max Popov and Joel Bergström. Then Len Nys, Adrian Feller, Dmitry Matveev, Jakub Kamenik and Shimon Zhang.
Then we have Emily Kovisto, Enya Frey, Kasper Eriksson, Rian Vincent, Silas Vey Gibson, and unfortunately one retired driver, the unfortunate Arthur Poulain, was pushed out of the way in turn number 1. We're going to see that again in a moment in the replays. When it comes to the classification, we still have a trio of Czech Republic drivers in the Lammers, Nakamura, Turney that you saw before. I'll get that. Maciej Gladish makes his way up to P4 in front of Stolchemanis, so watch out for those two. As Alex Powell and Gabriele Gomez, as for now, are on equal points, 6 and 7 respectively, from Kutskov, Morgato and Fiona McCaughlin. That's for your top 10 in the provisional standings of the qualifying heat here in Rodby. Here's a replay, a look back on the start. On the right side, Arthur Poulain being pushed out of the way, unfortunately, by Mattia Colnaghi. Certainly didn't mean to do that as a result of the tussle of the congestion of turn number 1. And there was nowhere to go, unfortunately, for Arthur Poulain, who went out to do a bit of sightseeing on the far side of the turn number 1. Unfortunately for Poulain, hopefully he will be able to fight back in his next qualifying races.
Yeah, very disappointing situation for poor Arthur Poulain, but there were more difficulties for other drivers around, as a couple of drivers ended up getting squeezed on the opening laps of racing. You can see there everybody just trying to keep themselves out of harm's way. Poor Emili Koivisto, he had the opening lap from hell, didn't he? Because it did not go well at all, as he ended up first getting squeezed by Wisniewski onto the grass, and then a few corners later, Max Popov decided to squeeze him out of position as well. So a really interesting situation for all of the contenders as they battled away. But yeah, you can see Koivisto just drifting off the road there. Very unfortunate. Jules Caranta, though, really got himself up to speed once again as he tucked in behind his teammate Thomas Stolchemanis and ahead of Mattia Colnaghi. The top 4 didn't really get to do much battling, but that was because we thought that Maciej Gladish was going to find it harder to fend off from Thomas Stolchemanis. And in fact, he rose to the occasion and pushed to the line. A great run from the pole, and Maciej Gladish, who started from pole, is able to hold on for the win. And now he's just 4 points back from René Lammers. Thumbs up to Stolchemanis. He ignored the gesture. It's a frustrating moment for the Latvian, who is now 9 points off the lead, whereas Gladish is only 4. So, fascinating stuff. Now, just to give you a bit of an update, going into the next race for the juniors, we are told that the man who is due to start in 9th position on the grid, Scott Marsh, has actually had some difficulties with his ribs, so he is being given medical checks and so will not be competing in the next race at least. We don't know whether he'll be ready for the afternoon or not, but on safety grounds they have decided to give him some medical checks. But this man has a good chance to try and fight his way forward. It wasn't the best of qualifying for Noah Montero, but over the course of this season he has already showcased himself to be a star in the making.
The track is not bad, it's quite nice. It doesn't have a lot of grip, so it makes it a bit harder, but these tires have a lot of grip, so it helps. Then the track has a lot of up and downs. It's quite technical, so it's quite fun. Now we're all separate like by 3 tenths, so everyone's super close, and the fights are harder and stuff, so yeah. It's the time that we have to get used to it, to put the right setup in the go-kart, but the rest is quite nice, because it's not very hard. Some people obviously already know the circuit, but for most of us, it's just have to get used to the setup. So sometimes it's hard, sometimes no, it depends on the track. This definitely will be a physical weekend in terms of fighting, but the speed, everyone's gonna be super close, so every little mistake, you're gonna get overtaken or someone's gonna get up to your back. So it's gonna be very hard and physical in terms of racing.
So an interesting one for Noah Montero. He is known, nicknamed as Skywalker, I do believe. So there's obviously a little bit of a interesting Star Wars reference there. Again, you know, that's a different weather report 4 times over the course of the day. I love this graphic because this tells you what the wind is doing. We have literally reset back to where we were at the start of the day in terms of the crosswinds, because we come straight back to that wind that pushes in from the east to the west, and we've had it kind of moving around quite a bit over the course of the day. We actually have a wind farm just off to the side of the track here as well, and that will be obviously keeping an eye on all of the movements and the directions, but the clouds have actually come in a little bit thicker now over the last 20 minutes or so. So the overcast conditions have actually dropped the humidity, but it's also dropped the air temperature. So it's down to 21 degrees now, and the humidity is at about 58%, whereas it was 66. And with the wind changing direction again, you've got that incredible wall of wind that just hits you as you come off the final turn down the main straight. So again, you've got to adapt to it. Kirill Ditiev and Alexander Bondarev, Jacopo Martinez and Oliver Kinmark. Then Elliot Kaczynski and Andy Gonzani, Arjen Kraling and Alpak Soy. Scott Marsh is getting medical checks, so he won't be there alongside Augustus Toniolo. Then Joel Pocchiola, Luis Francis, Roman Kamyab and Noah Montero.
Then we have Murilo Rocha, Kit Belowski, Kimi Tani, Jose Oguma, Javier Herrera, Oliver Rasmussen, Eric Paulsen, Maël Le Marchand, Marcus Jünscher and Christopher Nita. 22 drivers that we have, and still Christopher Nita missing as well. As Scott Marsh, so 22 competitors on track, ready to go for the B versus E qualifying heat of the junior category. After this one, we'll have the same group but in the OK class, and then it will be time for well-deserved lunch break for everybody here, and this will be of 1 hour long, from 2:15 to 3:15 local time, and we will be back after that for some more racing, 12 races after that, to decide who will get to start on pole position for the Super Heat tomorrow, with the Academy Trophy drivers still having some qualifying races on Sunday morning. All this information available to you as always on FIAKarting.com, where you can get not only the rule book, the schedule, or the information about the drivers, but as well the proper links for live timing, live streaming, and everything that we made for you. We got you covered as always to keep up close to the action at the FIA Karting Championship, live as well on TV, on Motorsport TV, and on numerous channels all throughout the weekend. So we get ourselves ready as the drivers put the tires up to temperature, not the drivers, but the tires up to temperature in the red window of functioning. The MG tires for the OK, the Vega for the juniors, and the Academy Trophy. 2 manufacturers, same of course challenges for those youngsters for the junior category between 12 and 14 years of age. All those cars being of course using the new P1 racing fuel. That is one of the many novelties that we have this season. This is you know, a durable sort of fuel, pretty fresh from the new inventions that we've seen coming to the fore in international motorsport for the past few years, and for the first time being applied in the world of karting, showing the way, leading the way to a greener motorsport for the years to come.
Yeah, it's really great to have P1 Fuels giving us 100% sustainably fueled racing here this 2023 season. Is it going to go racing this time? It's not, actually, so we're going to go for a false start, which gives us a little bit of time to pick up on that story. They've been here all the way through the course of the season, Ludwig and Nicole, keeping us very much fueled in 100% sustainable fashion in the world of motor racing, and they're doing some amazing work, actually, the P1 Fuels competitors, the people within P1 Fuels. They've actually been working with the recent running of the Mille Miglia, would you believe, which continues in very much an amateur competition rather than as a professional race these days. They've been helping there, but not only that, but in September at the Red Bull Festival, which is taking place at the Rødby Karting Ring in Germany, P1 Fuels, who are here obviously helping us, are actually going to be supporting Sebastian Vettel as he gets back into his title-winning Red Bull Formula One car, which will be on complete 100% sustainably fueled P1 fuel, which is just a demonstration of what is possible. They can do it in karting, they can do it in Formula One as well.
And no surprise that Sebastian Vettel is a partner of such a beautiful initiative. And to finish on that note, P1 Racing Fuel has been, of course, a partner of the World Championship of Rallying as well in WRC, where they test the product, where they apply them to the competitors in partnership as well with the world of karting to push forward those innovations.
So DTF and Bondarev from the front row of the grid, Martinez and Kinmark, Kaczynski and Kansani, Kraling and Aksoy. They'll come off the final turn, they'll come down the main straight. Are we going to go racing this time? That's not going to happen.
Oh.
A second false start.
Interesting. That's the first time it happens so far this weekend. We had a couple of extra warm-up laps yesterday and today. Pretty much 5 or 6 out of 10 yesterday for the drivers to get used to the track, but another warm-up lap. It means that the proceedings of the start were not respected. They were not deemed good enough by our race director, Mr. Pasquale Lupoli. Certainly on advice from all the officials around the track. The communication is going through all the people involved into the running of this event on track, on and off the circuit as well.
Yeah, they just had a gentle ticking off there from Nigel Edwards, who is up in the middle of the circuit. And then, of course, you've got the judge of fact at the final turn, Gonzalo Planta, who is going to be working his magic to try and keep them a little bit calm coming off the final corner. So the three of them obviously working in unison to try and control the opening lap of the race. It's a very tough job. You've got so many incredible people here just trying to maintain things. You think that it's just a bunch of kids going around a racetrack. There is so much more to it than this. An incredible team of professionals at the side of the circuit, in the timekeeping, in race control, in all of the various disciplines, down in scrutineering, down in tires, down in fuel. There are so many people who are really working hard to make sure that this international grade event gives us the show that we are looking for. Gonzalo Planta slows the field down coming out of the final turn. Are we going racing this time? Yes, we are. And off we go. That's more like it. DTF holds onto the lead in the first corner. Bondarev drops down to third position through turn one. Kinmark is going to go wheel to wheel with Kaczynski. And then behind Martinez, that is Bondarev in third. Kaczynski gets into fourth past Kinmark as the field squeaks their way through turns 3 and 4 and trying desperately to make sure they don't come a cropper. On the far side, Martinez is going for it nice and early. Bondarev goes with him. Kaczynski goes with him. And Kinmark through into fourth position as well. DTF going down from the lead to fifth position in one corner.
And he put 2 wheels on the grass as a result of that. Unfortunately for Karel, DTF was dropping a couple of positions. But once again, great move by Jacopo Martinez. He's not waiting around in this opening lap. He went for the move. That paid off. And now is your new leader.
Oh, Bondarev going for the lead on the inside of Martinez now. So we got 3 different leaders on the first lap of racing. First DTF, then Martinez, now Alexander Bondarev. So he decided to take the lead in the final hairpin. I think he was forced into that because he could see how heated how excitable Elia Kaczynski was getting in third position to try and move his way forward. So he knew he had to do something about it pretty quickly. So he saw a reasonable gap into the final bend, decided to go for it. So Bondarev leads. Up to third comes Kinmark, but Kaczynski will get him back on the exit. The two Swedes side by side, and Kaczynski is going to have to wait as Kinmark holds onto it. A great run from the Koski driver.
A great run indeed, and once again he finds himself in the position of the chaser. That's where he's been for the past two races. The first one he won it, the second one he had to make do with P3. Will it be once again his turn to shine at the end of the race? In less than 9 laps, we'll have an answer to that. But Bondarev actually did what he couldn't do the race before, get past Martinez. But the Italian driver is very much on his charge, on his rear bumper, and it's going to give him the money back. Watch out in turn number 3. Still, they might actually want to work together to try to detach themselves from Kinmark and Kaczynski. But for now, the pressure is on as well. Martinez, he needs to get past if he doesn't want to lose too much time and being overtaken on his turn. As Ditiev is still in P5 after losing a bit of momentum in the opening stages. Consani, Toniolo, who had a retirement, as you might remember, in the previous race. Kit Bielowski as well had to DNF, is P8 at the moment in front of Ashroy Tani. And we had a bit of a moment at the start. I picked that up with Joel Pohola, one of the Sodica driver, who was pushed a little bit wide in turn number 2. And Pohola at the moment is running in P15, so not so much trouble for him.
So let's look at the start, and you can see Bondarev, look how close he was to the white line there on the start. It's okay because he didn't go over the white line. As long as you don't go over the white line, you're okay. So Bondarev now having to calculate his maneuver there at the start. He actually decided to give up a position behind Martinez to slot into 3rd place, and that's why he's leading the race now, because he was able to then follow in pursuit. And in the live pictures, Kaczynski has made his move on Oliver Kinmark to get into 3rd position, so that's quite crucial as far as the race is played out. But we can see a replay on the left of Martinez, Bondarev and Kaczynski all getting their move done there on Kirill Ditiev. Kaczynski getting through as well, and then Bondarev in the final turn getting his run on Martinez. 3 different leaders in the first lap: Ditiev, Martinez, and now Bondarev. Bondarev holding it for the moment, the young man from Ukraine, still holding the race lead. They call him the Phoenix these days, the way he has bounced back from incredible adversity last year to be leading the European Championship in 2023. What a comeback story, but it's not done yet. Jacopo Martinez is all over the back of him. Kaczynski there in 3rd, 4th is Kinmark, 5th is Ditiev, and then Andy Consani in 6th in front of Kit Bielowski, who's having a great charge forward. Kit Bielowski finally seems to have unlocked that natural pace in the Birla, and now he is regularly fighting in the top 10.
It's a good chance for me to pick up on the story about Kit Bielowski that I had left on the side. If you're familiar with the karting world, you might know that Kit Bielowski is a bit of a star on social media, what we call these days a social media sensation on Instagram. And if you haven't seen the content that he and his family and friends have been producing over the few months with karting, actually putting karting into the humor mode with a lot of different stunts and challenges at the wheel of a kart. Let's have a look at what they've done. This is really, really funny. So here's a replay of the move around the inside, beautifully made by the 255 of Oliver Kinmark on Elliot Kaczynski, the 210 from World Racing. It was before Kaczynski made his move back. That was the first attempt. And now we see on the 205 of Alexander Bondarev. This was for the backstory. This is the move, the response from the World Racing driver on Kinmark, the battle for 3rd place. Exchange positions in a very clean racing ballet as we're back with the 203. This is Kirill Ditiev down in P5 and is having to go defensive against the likes of Andy Consani and Kit Bielowski, we just mentioned, the Birla driver from Britain, the 260. He's going to try to go, at least try to make his move around the inside of Andy Consani, the Frenchman. Not quite there yet, but we're here back with the leaders as they come across just in front of us. Another lap completed, lap number 7 out of 10, and still split by nothing. Watch out on the way to turn number 3. Is not quite able to make his way through. Martinez is waiting patiently, and as you said, you know, the longer you wait, the trickier it will become, but sometimes the longer you wait also, and the more it pays off.
4 to go, so it really is now or never for Jacopo Martinez to take on Alexander Bondarev once again. In through the hairpin and back onto the power again. Just got to time it right. It's all about timing in karting, particularly in the qualifying heats. You've just got to know exactly when to make your break and when to make your push. It's not going to be easy for Bondarev to hold the lead of this one, especially knowing that Martinez has already taken a heat win. But if he can hold on to it, then that's definitely some good points in the interim rankings that he will take, especially now that Christian Costoya has obviously taken a bit of a hit from his unbeaten run. If it ends like this, Martinez would be on 185, Bondarev would be on 179, so it really would be a great tussle between the two Czech Republic teammates, which looks like it's just going to continue through the course of the weekend. But Bondarev and Martinez are now racing each other wheel to wheel for the first time this weekend in this one, so it's obviously going to be very tough for Bondarev to hold on to. And he knows that he's really got to edge Martinez out here. The Italian is going to be pushing for every moment he can. Bondarev was shadowing in the wheel tracks of Stepan Antonov earlier on in the day. Now he's got to be the one who's being shadowed by Jacopo Martinez.
And Bondarev is still chasing his first win of the weekend. For Martinez, if he is able to make that maneuver, that would be second. But what a beautiful duel, what a beautiful battle that is between those two. It's not only about overtaking, sometimes about pressure, it's about driving skills and the way you're able to keep that racing line for the course of 10 laps without making any mistake. Because sometimes we tend to forget, at least from an external perspective, how hard this is to get those machines going at such a speed and not making any single mistake to keep the pressure. And now you can see that Martinez is ready for the attack. He's going to launch it anytime soon. Bondarev is going to have to go defensive. He was unable to build that gap he wanted in turn number 6, right on the spot. We're pretty much on board with the drivers here as Martinez is looking for every opportunity. It's going to come down to the last lap.
But look at how wise Bondarev is being in terms of his defense. He's not going left, he's not going right. He's keeping the car planted in the middle of the circuit at the crunch point. So there's nothing Martinez can do to dive through. Last lap begins in this qualifying heat. Watch again, look, he moves to the middle of the circuit. He's not hugging the inside line, he's not hugging the outside line. He's just keeping the car in the middle. He knows that Martinez is going to be all over him. So he just gives himself the best possible radius to go through each particular part of the course. And Martinez is going to start getting frustrated. So then Kaczynski's going to tighten up, Kinmock's going to tighten up, and Bondarev's just got to hope now that Martinez will lose position before he can go for the lead. Bondarev's still got to be fairly cautious. He's also got to be quite protective. He doesn't want Martinez to push him into a different... Now Kaczynski's trying to come at him. So Kaczynski's now trying to dial in the move on the inside of Martinez. He might just get a chance into the final bend, so now Martinez has got to go defensive. Bondarev is safe. He'll come off the final turn. Bondarev gets the win. Beautifully done. Oh, that was masterful. Very tough indeed to hold on to all the way through. But the name is Bondarev. Sasha Bondarev, licensed to thrill. He comes back again, and he takes his first win of the weekend. And that is absolutely perfect timing as far as getting himself ready for a push for the final tomorrow is concerned. It's not perfect, but it's perfect timing.
There was a beautiful piece of driving, not perfect as you said, but he went defensive, didn't make any fault whatsoever, wasn't too aggressive, and he went down to Martinez to try his bit to maybe push him to do a mistake or sending him into the clouds of Kaczynski, Kinmock and DCF on the line. But this is certainly one of the best demonstrations of intelligent driving that we've seen since the start of the weekend from Alexander Bondarev, who wanted this win. He had to wait on his third occasion to claim it, but it was done in a very strong and intelligent fashion. Bondarev in front of Jacopo Martinez. Strong driving as well from the young Italian from Czech Republic, as he's still in the lead of the overall classification. When it comes to the race, Bondarev wins in front of Jacopo Martinez, Elliot Kaczynski in P3, from Oliver Kinmark, Kirill Ditsiev, Andy Konsani, Kit Belowski, picking up a good P7 after climbing 9 places. Then we have Augusto Tognolo and Murilo Rocha, the two Brazilians, and Alt Okshoy running up the top 10. Then we have Noah Montero in P11 from Kimitani, Joel Pohola, Roman Kamiab, Arjen Granling, Oliver Rasmussen, Marcus Juncker, Lewis Francis, Jose Oguma, P20 for Javier Herrera, followed by Mile Lemarchand, Eric Paulson, and two drivers that we did not have at the start, Scott Marsh and Christopher Nita. So everybody at the start, 22 of them, and 22 of them as well at the finish. Beautiful result for Alexander Bondarev, that, as we said, is the one putting the pressure on Martinez in the overall classification as we take a look at the replay.
And nice to see all 22 drivers that started the race finishing it as well, when it was pretty tight and twisty at various points on the course. A couple of drivers just getting squeezed here and there, but certainly not disastrous enough to cause major difficulties. Oliver Kinmark and Elliot Kaczynski managing to go wheel to wheel without causing any issues with each other. That's the level of competition you're at. There you go, Martinez assisted into the lead there by Bondarev at the expense of Kirill Ditiev, who ended up dropping all the way down. Manages to come home in 5th place in the end in front of Andy Consani and the hard-charging Kit Bolowski. Great run from him to make up 9 places. Nobody made up more than him. But Kinmark and Kaczynski, they had a great duel, didn't they, the two Swedes? Really giving it as much of a charge as they possibly could. But Bondarev, once he got into the lead, it was just about measuring. He wants to look after the tyres. That's the thing. It's about balancing how hard you push with how hard you stretch the tyres. But fortunately, to the end of the race there, Bondarev just able to hang on in front of his teammate, Jacopo Martinez, in the Cetelar colours, but both part of the Czech Republic awning. So for the moment, at least, Bondarev goes into the afternoon session just 6 points off the lead. What a great place to be. Now, speaking of not far from the lead, the Red Bull Junior, Enzo Tarvanichkul, who was Junior World Champion last year, has definitely given himself a lot of an easier task of it today. He's not quite in the position on the grid he wants to be in, but knowing his fighting mentality and the way he's been able to unlock it so far, anything is possible for this young man from Thailand.
The track is very nice. I think it's difficult for all the drivers a little bit because of the banking and all the bumps and everything is something to keep in mind while racing. And I think also because it's very flowing, if you make a mistake in the lap, you know that is hard to recover because everything you have to keep quite good average speed. But generally, I think it's a very nice track. Throughout all the rounds, we've been quite fast. Just there's always one heat that I make a mistake sometimes or technical failure that puts us a little bit behind in the final and is hard to recover. In Valencia, for example, we had a little bit of a problem in the final. In Trinec, I crashed, and this race hopefully will be better in terms of speed and also the position. It is important to be able to learn the track fast because, like I always said, with new tracks, the first person that learns the track and knows the track well is the person that ultimately wins the race. In terms of the racing, I think it is much more technical because, like I said, it's a very flowing track and you have to understand when is the correct moment to overtake and to do things like this. Just to have the correct thoughts and to stay calm throughout the race because each race is quite long, and also you have to think about the tires to make them last all the heats. And also because it's incredibly close, this track, like in qualifying, so everyone is quite fast and you have to know when to overtake or when to defend and when to let someone pass to follow them, and it's very driven by your mind.
So we're getting ourselves ready then for qualifying heat B versus E. Anatoly Kavalkin and Kirill Kutskov from David Walter and Kia Nakamura-Berta. Nathan Ty and Marius Mogato from Finn McLaughlin and Lucas Flusha. Gabriel Gomez and the man you just heard from, Enzo Tarvanichkul, with Gazi Motlakar alongside Senna van Waalstein.
On row number 7, we'll see Lucas Amelisto and Andrea Dupe, followed by Alvaro Smevara, Simone Bianco, Leo Nilsson, Jakub Ranski, Zoe Florescu, Matilda Parts, and Luigi Sandula. Total of 21 drivers with us on track. 13 laps to go through, the last one of the morning. And then we'll enjoy a lunch break of 1 hour from 2:15 to 3:15. Stay with us because there's a lot more coming our way after that. 12 more races to decide the starting order for the superheat tomorrow.
Now get this, you've got 3 drivers now all tied for points at the intermediate classification. You've got René Lammers, Kia Nakamura-Berta and Joe Turney, all on 138 points apiece. That is pretty spicy going into this race. Whatever happens, Kia Nakamura-Berta is likely, not certain, but likely to take the lead of the points rankings. There are a few other drivers in and around that could certainly overhaul him, such as Gabriel Gomez and Kirill Kutskov. So obviously Kia Nakamura-Berta needs to continue scoring well. If he has a nightmare, then all of a sudden it gets pretty tricky for him. But it's definitely an interesting situation out there as we watch for Kirill Kutskov and Anatoly Kavalkin, the 2 competitors on the front row of the starting grid, to charge their way forward. There's that very indicative helmet design of Senna van Waalstein. He kind of has a split personality helmet design. There you go. On one side, it's his own creation. And on the other side, it is the tribute to the man he is named after, Ayrton Senna da Silva.
The 2 times vice champion of the world, not in F1, but in karting, back in 79 and 1980, for those of you unaware. One of the biggest regrets of Senna, not to ever win the World Championship in karting.
Yeah, it's incredible to consider, isn't it, that Ayrton Senna, Michael Schumacher and Lewis Hamilton have 17 Formula One World Championships between them. None of them won a karting World Championship title. They came close. They won a European title in some cases, but not the World Championship. Fascinating. Here we go. Green light comes on, and it's a terrible start for the even side of the grid. As Anatoly Kavalkin breaks forward and off the road, we've got one of the Koskis, I think that is, drifting off the road. No, it's one of the Sodis. I think that might even have been Senna van Waalstein drifting off the road and dropping to the back of the field. No, it's not. It's his sister kart. So one of the other Sodis dropping back there. I think that might have been Andrea Dupe, actually, the super dupe, who finds himself now at the back. Yes, it is. So he's got a bit of time to make up as we watch Nathan Tye having had a very tricky start. In fact, his teammate, Senna van Waalstein, is well in front of him. So Kia Nakamura-Berta has launched up to second place. There's Enzo Tarvanichkul dueling away with the 122 there. That, of course, is Kirill Kutskov, who was on the front row of the grid. But up in front, it is Anatoly Kavalkin who leads the way. Then Kia Nakamura-Berta, then Matthias Morgato, then Lucas Flusha. What a start.
1 lap down, Anatoly Kavalkin, last year's European champion winner, run inside. In the meantime goes Kirill Kutskov. Or is it Lucas Flusha? My apologies on Enzo Tarvanichkul. Yes, indeed it is. The battle is on with David Walter, and inside another contact and some trouble on the way of David Walter, who makes it through. Beautifully made as Senna van Waalstein as well makes his bit, taking your positions up, and unfortunately it goes the wrong way around by the look of it for Nathan Tye, who's dropping positions behind his teammate and, as you suggested, his mentor for this weekend. David Walter keeps on going and get ahead, or stays ahead of Enzo Tarvanichkul, who's going to try to make his bit back. Yes, he did. P5 for Tarvanichkul, P6 for David Walter.
I tell you what, David Walter is really feeling the pressure of running on home soil. This is really becoming a bit of a deer in headlights sort of weekend for David Walter. Look, the top 4 have broken well clear, and Walter desperately trying to hang on a 5th position and lead the cavalry further back. As up to the first corner, we've got Samalisto and Gomez going wheel to wheel. Samalisto has to give best in the end to the Brazilian, who gets through into 13th place. But David Walter is so determined, so desperate that he's not going to lose places, that he will try any trick in the book to move himself forward at the expense of momentum of the karts in front.
And as a result, he lost 3.5 seconds on Anatoly Kavalkin and the rest of the leader group. Kavalkin, Morgato split by 3/10, and Nakamura-Berta in the meantime has taken second position as Kirill Kutskov.
That's Flusha.
That's Flusha, my apologies. Just went ahead of Matthias Morgato. That's indeed for P3. This is the first group. Kavalkin, Nakamura, Morgato, Flusha outside and far ahead of the second group, as we're going to see the replay of the start.
Now look, the even side of the grid, where Kutskov is actually placed, where Kavalkin decided to be, absolutely getting the benefits. So Kavalkin actually took Nakamura-Berta, Morgato and Flusha with him for the ride there, whilst Kutskov, Walter, Tye, McLaughlin were really caught up. They were really held back. So they're now having to try and fight their way forward. And that's, again, that decision for Kavalkin to choose which side of the grid he wanted to start from. And instead of choosing the inside line, he actually chose the outside line and has been able to get a massive benefit off the start as a result of that. As we watch the opening lap shenanigans, several drivers just getting it as tight as possible as they run through. We had some big battles. Now look, Walter, that is a big move to try on Kutskov, and as a result, he's just allowed the top 4 drivers to squirt away, and now essentially, for the victory, the race is going to be decided between the top 4. The rest of the race is already done. And look at Gomez. Gomez has actually worked his way forward now, past Van Waalstein, and so too does Gazi Motlakar.
In the live video, we saw actually Senna van Waalstein being overtaken by Phil McLaughlin in the first time. And then now it keeps on getting worse for the Dutchman. With Motlakar just made his way through the 123 into the banking. Beautifully made. This is further back. And trying to pick that one. This is Lucas Malisto on Matilda Pats for P16. Good catch up over there as we're here with Gomez back with the leaders. Anatoly Kavalkin, Kin Nakamura-Berta, Flusha, Morgato. This is your top 4. two different wagons, a bit of a gap, 7/10, and now it looks, by the look of it, it seems to be that the battle for the win will go down between Kavalkin and Nakamura.
Leo Nilsson has the warning flag as the two men who won European Championships last year are now going to battle on the same bit of racetrack together for supremacy in the European Championship in 2023 in the qualifying heats. Anatoly Kavalkin, last year's junior champion, versus Kia Nakamura, last year's senior champion. And here comes Nakamura, dives in, first opportunity, takes it with open arms, not going to hesitate, really goes for the overtake. So Kia Nakamura gets through past Kavalkin and now leaves him in the clutches of Lucas Flusha and Matthias Morgato, with David Walter still hanging on to 5th position for dear life in front of Enzo Tarnvanitschkel. But certainly the top 4 spreading clear. Then it is Ty in 7th, Kutskov in 8th, then Gomez, McLaughlin, Motlakar, and Senna van Waalstein, who is there in the Sodi car trying to make progress, 12th position. This is the equivalent, essentially. Senna van Waalstein being here this weekend is kind of the equivalent of Carlos Sainz having a go at IndyCar. It's very, very close between the two competitors in the Sodi car factory team, but Ty and van Waalstein, it's definitely clear that Ty seems to have the okay handle on things. Van Waalstein is having to remember it all over again.
Yeah, definitely so. Always nice to have crossovers between classes, as we used to have back in the day with Kimi Antonelli, for instance, making his bid for just the one race at the end of the 2021 European Championship in Adria, his sole race in the FIA Karting Championship in the gearbox class before making his way to cars for even better things to come. We see as well the former direct drive, or current direct drive driver as Powell Nakamura making their bid as well in gearbox classes. Talking about the British-Japanese driver, here's a look back on his move on the inside of Anatoly Kavalkin, the Berlin driver who had opened the door, and there was nothing he could do out there. Half of a second now that he lost, and as a result of that move, Kavalkin now finds himself in the position of the chase driver for Luca Flusha and Morgato. As we pointed out earlier in this weekend, it's good to see Luca Flusha back in good contention, back in the good pace with a machine that suits his talent and skills, because he climbed 5 places, has not always been lucky in previous events all throughout the course of the years. But this weekend, it seems that both the machine and the circuit seems to be a good fit for him.
Well, I've said it to drivers many times before, you always learn more from losing a race than you do from winning it. And Lucas Flusha has spent a heck of a lot of time doing the former rather than the latter. So it's been nice to see him really mix it at the front end of the field. And a lot of that has come down to difficulties in qualifying, preparation problems, whether it's testing or whether it's not quite having the fit of this or that or the other or whatever it might be. But yeah, great to see. Now he's going to challenge Matthias Morgato. Goes up the inside. And Lucas Flusha has to give best to the world champion. But isn't it nice to know that he is even with him in terms of raw pace? In fact, up to this point, he's actually been quicker than Morgato in terms of their fastest laps. So Morgato finally able to overhaul him, but now that Kia Nakamura has really kicked into his stride, he's stretching away a little now from Kavalkin, but Morgato is going to try and get himself in a second past the parallel.
And he can hardly beat those colors of the Alonso card on the machine of Luca Flusha.
You know he's coming, don't you? You certainly know he's coming.
You can see him from the horizon and from a distance, indeed. And the spirit of Fernando Alonso certainly fly with them. And as we know Fernando passionate or can be about karting and all things motorsport, I'm sure that he's keeping a close watch from Canada about what's happening here. Not so much for one of his drivers, so to speak, the 122 being overtaken. This is Kirill Kutskov, who had to make way for Gabriel Gomez, so to speak. But Gomez is a driver, unlike his previous races, who had a hard time in this one. He tumbled, oh, in 135.
That's Flusha!
Flusha, what's happening now?
Oh, no! Lucas Flusha!
Can you believe it?
All of the hard work he's put in, it's too much for him. Lucas Flusha, mechanical problems. What does this fantastic young driver have to do to catch a break? He has worked so hard, so many times over the last 3 seasons. Everything he throws at it, something always goes wrong. Lucas Flusha, that is so unfair. So unfair.
So unfair that is, and he's going to have to get back on foot to the Parc Fermé, or being with the marshals until the end of this race at least. But retirement for Lucas Flusha, that's so unfortunate and so undeserved for the performance he had pulled off so far.
I mean, if it was him pushing, trying to go for a maneuver and he made a mistake and lost it, that's one thing. But when you as a driver have done everything right, you've worked hard through the testing, through the preparation, worked with the team, got the telemetry data down pat, pulled off a fantastic qualifying, you're mixing it with the European and World Champions, and then it goes wrong, you start to wonder if the gods just don't want you to have the success you deserve.
Here's a suggestion maybe for the next races. Maybe we don't say anything else about Luka Flusha, not to jinx it, and then maybe this will bring him good.
Yeah, maybe. Well, everything else he's tried hasn't worked. Pulls off the corner. That is so unfair. There's just nothing from the throttle. It's just gone. Oh, bitter, bitter gall for Lukas Flusha. He does not deserve that. After everything else he's already gone through these last 3 seasons, just when we thought it was going to come good, you've got to feel for Lukas Flusha. Kia Nakamura goes into the last lap in the lead in front of Anatoly Kavalkin and Matthias Mogato, ahead of David Walter, who manages to hang on for 4th, and that's why he was so aggressive on the opening lap, because you never know what's going to happen to the 4 guys up front. That's why he's held P4, because that might be the best that he could get. It was going to be P5 before that, but that's why you fight for the maximum that you possibly can.
And in the meantime, Gabriel Gomez take fastest lap in this race up into P7. That's certainly the remaining pieces of the plate for Gabriel Gomez, who will come back stronger, at least trying to, in what has been a difficult race. In the meantime, on his way to victory number 2 in the qualifying heats, punching the air already. He knows the significance of this result. Kia Nakamura crossing the line first for 7/10 of a second from Anatoly Kavalkin. Matthias Morgato taking his best result so far this weekend. Watch out for the world champion of 2022, because he's playing the long game. He's up there, and let's see what he can do towards the most important races in the end of the weekend.
Interesting body language from Kia Nakamura coming off the final turn. You don't really see him enjoy a qualifying heat win very often. He always saves it. And even when he comes across the line to have won a final, he always kind of keeps it in. He keeps it in, and I don't think he really gets the full emotion of his results until he gets home and enjoys it with the family. He's kind of...
He's a modest guy.
Yeah, he's
discreet,
very
modest, and
he's very humble. He's very, very humble. He knows where he comes from. He doesn't like to show off. He just likes to go out there and get the job done and then come back and enjoy it. He's got that sort of Jim Clark vibe about him. He doesn't like to show off. He doesn't like to be the center of attention. He just wants to enjoy his racing and get the most from it he can. So for him to come out of the final turn there and pick up, you know, a victory, and then to celebrate coming out of the final corner, it's an interesting trait you don't normally see from Kia Nakamura.
I'm sure you can tell him that he reminds you of the late Jim Clark back in the 60s. But first of all, remind him who Jim Clark was.
Well, that's true. He might not know.
He's so young that he might have no clue who you're talking about.
That's true. I mean, he was
I'm telling you, Jim Clark. Ooh.
Yeah, the best. Honestly, he was the best ever. Kia Nakamura in front of Anatoly Kavalkin and Matthias Mogato. Then David Walter and Enzo Tarmanichkil, Nathan Ty, Gabriel Gomez, Kirill Kutskov, Gazi Motlakar and Finn McLaughlin in the top 10. Senna van Waalstein, the only wild card, but he came through in 11th place in front of Liverway Sambudla, Simone Bianco, Lucas Samalisto and Matilda Pats, Leon Nilsson, Andrea Dube, Jeke Braski, Zoe Florescu and Alva Simasvara. So cruel that Lukas Flusha ending up retiring from the race with some kind of mechanical problem. But yeah, I'm glad I made the comparison to Jim Clark for Kia Nakamura. It does seem fairly fitting. I actually got the chance to go to the Jim Clark Museum just recently over in Duns.
Nice.
It's a very humbling place. If anybody is ever in the north of Scotland and wants something to do, go to Duns, go to that museum and really soak up what a proper racing driver is all about. Bit of a moment there on the opening lap for Andrea Dube, but he managed to recover and gain 3 places. So a fabulous moment at the start of the race for Kia Nakamura to slot through in behind Anatoly Kavalkin and hold off the world champion. That's a big feather in the cap, isn't it? When you've got the world champion behind you and you came through. But yeah, an interesting first lap when the outside line managed to get such a better run than the inside line, and it really did transform this qualifying heat.
Other battles through the field as well, as on the inside there was a contact with the 122 of Rødby Kutskov. And David Walter making his bid as well into the opening lap. This is where it all went wrong a little bit for Kutskov, who lost a pile of positions in the process.
But it's also where the conflagration really starts to ramp up. You've got so many karts now, all nose to tail, and you've got Van Waalstein in the mix there, you've got Gomez in the mix, you've got Motlakar, you've got Ty, you've got McLaughlin, you've got Sam Budler charging his way back through. And that's what Walter wanted. He wanted to create that little bit of chaos, that little bit of uncertainty. Morgato getting his move there on Lucas Flusha, and then so unfortunate that the Spaniard, clearly with mechanical problems, dropping out of the race. Totally undeserved when you work that hard. But Nakamura Berta comes through for the win in front of Kavalkin and Matthias Morgato. David Walter in 4th place, and then Enzo Tarvanichkul in 5th from 10th on the grid. So, a good start to proceedings so far then here at Rødby Karting Club. You can see that in just under an hour, we're going to get back underway with the Academy Trophy at 3:15 at local time. Then it's the run to the Super Heats. The juniors and the OKs will continue their battle all the way through the afternoon schedule, and we're going to find out who will be in Super Heat pole position in both junior and senior. 57 minutes from now, we return. We'll leave you with the 2023 highlights so far. Don't go away, because we are going to return to great action in the Danish sunshine. Racing continues here at Rødby in the karting club on the south of Denmark. A brand new country to host an FIA karting event. And the European Championships continue here in fine style in the OK, Junior and Academy contests. Academy Trophy will kickstart our afternoon in what is already shaping up to be a bit of a classic weekend. A great race circuit for overtaking and for defending, which is definitely heightening the drama and the atmosphere here around the course. Scandinavia has always been a very popular location for the FIA Karting Championship, be it in Finland, Sweden or Denmark so far. And now it is great to be welcoming another new race circuit to the fray. 1,245 meters in length. The crosswinds continuing to change direction throughout, definitely giving us plenty to discuss. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me Guillaume Alvarez, as we go into the second half of the day's action here in Rødby.
Good afternoon, everybody. Bonjour à toutes et tous. Welcome back live on FIAkarting.com, on Motorsport TV, and wherever you are watching along from all four corners of the world. We got you covered as always on social media as well. Please join us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram to make sure not to miss anything of the round 3 of the FIA Karting European Championship. It's about direct drive classes, OK Junior, and the FIA Karting Academy Trophy with up to 180 drivers competing this weekend for the first time in Denmark, in this part of the world. A brand new track, as you said, Jake, that has been built over the past 2 years to welcome kart racing at its best in the country for the first time in a couple of decades. A brand new karting ring, and a very interesting one of the shortest that we've had in addition to the calendar, 1.2 kilometer, 12 corners, and a lot of excitement that we had throughout the morning. Starting with this next generation of young drivers for the years to come, the Academy Trophy, the School of Karting, and this young man, Santino Panetta, was one of the protagonists this morning. We got our day started with them, and we find them back after the lunch break. Santino Panetta, the young driver representing Argentina. 44 drivers on the grid for this second round of their season. The third one will be taking place at the closing event of the European Championship in Cremona, Italy, by the end of July. So watch out for Santino Panetta. He's going to have by his side a young driver who is now part of the French Academy. The FFSA Federation has had a bright idea by enrolling Lisa Billard in their team. She's representing France on the international level, and she put herself in the first row of the grid for the upcoming qualifying race. We got a chance to talk to Lisa Billard ahead of this weekend.
At Trinec, I finished P4. It was an amazing race because it's difficult in quali. I did P16 overall. At every hit, I come back in top 5, and at the final, I started P9. I lost 3 places at the start, so I was P12, and after, I come back P4 when the rain arrived. In the academy, I take a lot of experience for when I come back in the French Championship. I learned a lot of experience. There is a lot of people, and it's very hard to overtaking because he defending, and in France it's not the same. We have a lesson of nutrition, we do a sport, and I learned to keep a tires for the final. I learned to take a points for the championship, and it's good for the championship in France because it's the same program. I want to be on the podium, but if I do a top 5, it will be good for the championship.
Lisa Billard looking very strong indeed this weekend, and it could be a very interesting championship fight from her as the weekend continues here in Rodby. P5 in her first race. What can she do from her second? Santino Panetta and Lisa Billard on the front row of the grid from Lorenzo Campos and Marius Barryberg. Then Hugo Marti and Max Walton from Ryotaro Sakai and Alexander Uznim. And Sebastian Garzon, Clara Kowalczyk, Gritak Dzierupa and Nicolas Raju.
Row number 7, we have Roland Sprude, as well as Hara Vidmar, Kenneth Kaspar, Kimi Fritiancia, Benjamin Jalmar. Then we have Yeva Ivanu, Zain Elmo Mossani, Itiozo Mabunda, Radek Vavra, as well as Marius Bonconseil. 22 drivers on the grid and 22 on the track. As always, a rolling start and the drivers making their way onto the track for their 2 formation lap. One to put the tires up to temperature, the other one to get the grid in order. And we had a couple of extra formation laps this morning, the sign of tension certainly arising through the ranks of all 3 categories. Sometimes it's down to the pole sitter, sometimes it's down to some of the drivers not aligning themselves at the back end of the grid, and either one of them, decision was made to go for an extra formation lap, putting even more pressure on the shoulders of the competitors and putting the machines as well as the tires under intense scrutiny. Now, let's see this time around if we're gonna get ourselves ready to go at the first attempt for this afternoon of racing. We have 12 races this morning. Oh, and the 5:28, unfortunately, is stuck. This is Kimi Fitriancia, unfortunately from Poland, by the look of it. And yeah, there you see him, and he gets back onto the track. So always good news. We don't want to lose any competitor before lights go out. And it was a late start, and hopefully you could see him in the corner of your picture. Don't think he will get the chance all the time to get close to the field, or maybe so, we will see. But yeah, you can see him actually going full blaze over there to trying to find his place back onto the grid. He's due to start from 12th row on the grid.
It's the second weekend in a row when Kimi Fitriancia has had problems off the start of a qualifying heat. So it's not exactly the first time that's happened in 2023. As the drivers come off the final turn, are we going to go racing straight away? No, we're not. We're going to go around for a false start. Now, that definitely gives Kimi Fitriancia a better chance of getting into position, but he's still a good half a minute behind the field. So I would not necessarily suggest for Kimi Fitriancia that this is actually going to save his race. If anything, it's just going to give the drivers a chance to remind themselves how to get started in formation. But Kimi Fitriancia, look, the drivers are already up at turn 7, and up at turn 6, I should say, and Kimi Fitriancia was only just going over the line. So a few problems there for him, and it's obviously going to make things pretty tricky as far as getting himself back into his original grid position is concerned.
You could see some of the drivers actually trying to get an overtake already, or at least trying to accelerate before the yellow line onto the grid. The yellow line is the sign which you have to pass on before overtaking can be initiated, or you can move outside of your corridors. And in the middle of the pack, it was clear that some of them didn't abide by this rule. And let's see this time around, as we're going to have the start of the race in just a moment. Here's the replay of what happened and the first attempt of a start. Now the driver is going to make their way back onto the pit lane and the grid. And here we go, green, 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 onto the turn, the first turn of the track. And a good start for everybody, pretty much. And a bit of a tussle and wheel banging on the way to the first braking point. It seems to be going quite well for Santino Panetta, the young Argentinian.
Oh, and there's problems all over the place as drivers are trying to make sure they get through without too much incident. But it looks to me as though Lorenzo Campos has come up into the lead of the race once again. As off the road, that is a retirement for the 5:38 before we've even got moving. That's Nicolas Raju for the second race in a row. So Nicolas Raju off the race circuit on the first lap again. That's 2 races in a row now that he has exited before the first lap has even been completed. So very unfortunate indeed for Nicolas Raju, and you can see that there's a lot of urgency from the Academy drivers to try and make up as much progress as possible. I think that's Marius Barryberg that's there in second position now. Lisa Biard is down to 4th. We've got 2 cuts off of the final turn. Now that unfortunately is Zain El Hamossani, and Zain El Hamossani is connected there with Alexander Uznim, the Estonian. So I'm afraid that's Uznim and El Hamossani out of the race. In fact, El Hamossani was actually trying to push start his car, going in the wrong direction. Oh, very frustrating indeed.
And another little kick, but nothing to worry about. The 5:18,
Marty.
Yeah, beautifully made. Ugo Marti taking the lead of this qualifying heat, the first of the afternoon on Mariberg. Beautifully made by Ugo Marti. Let's watch the Spaniard as he leads the way now, trying to build himself a bit of a gap already, as Lisa Biard is fighting her way through. She lost a couple of positions in the process, as we have the 504 missing as well into this field. This is Alexander Unsim, unfortunately from Estonia. Is the 3rd driver already having to retire in the course of less than 2 laps.
So Marius Barryberg is currently a race leader. Marti having gone into 2nd position ahead of Panetta and Garzon. So Garzon was in 2nd position at one stage, the Colombian. But Marti and Panetta managed to work their way past both of them as El Hamossani now has to watch on with Uznim. There goes the move from Panetta, and there goes Garzon with him to displace Hugo Marti down to 4th position. And there's a lovely move from Ryotaro Sakai. So the Japanese driver, Ryotaro Sakai, manages to get through on Max Walton. And for the lead of the race is that? No, that's for 2nd, as Garzon now takes on Panetta. But they've got to be careful because Marius Barryberg is up front, and they want to close in on him rather than see him pull further clear, as Natizo Mabunda has got an investigation flag. I wonder if that's for something to do with the start, but certainly Natizo Mabunda out of position at the moment, as Lorenzo Campos, the winner of the opening heat, finds himself all the way down in 9th position. The 546, there he is, tuning away. He was up at the sharp end in the early stages, but then it's all kind of drifted away from there since the opening couple of races. And now we've got the 509, Santino Panetta, the Argentine, trying to make his way further forward as Hugo Marti is trying to close up on him, but Panetta wants to take on the Colombian Garzon. So there's a real South American duel going on here. As we look at the start again, now this can give us some indication as to what actually happened, how we unpick it. Because look, Campos is there in 2nd place through turn 1. There's a little bit of nudging, but what happened to Campos to drop him all the way down to 9th position? There's the move, he goes for the lead. So Campos leads briefly up on the inside line. Then he gets a little bit of enticement, I think, from Hugo Marti. But look, through this point of the course, Campos is actually leading the race. I'm not sure why he suddenly found himself down in 9th position.
Might be the result of a touch, maybe even slight, and one of the drivers actually went, 2 drivers went crossing the line at some point outside turn number 3. That might be it. Oh,
that's how Raju broke his car.
Yeah,
that's how Raju was out of the race. You can actually see the wheel has already come off Raju's car as he's going to coast to a retirement there. But the battles up front are still going strong. Now, what happened to Campos? We're going to see what happened. Oh, this is what happened between El Hamossani and Uznim.
Yeah, different angle.
Yeah.
And, they got together quite well. And
it's one of those clumsy incidents, isn't it, where you just got too many karts into too small a space. Nobody at fault for that one. Just a racing incident. Meanwhile, we're going to see now what happened between Marti, Panetta and Garzon. Garzon, by the way, is now your race leader, so he's been systematically working his way forward to close up on Marius Barryberg. Let's go back to live pictures as Garzon leads Barryberg, and then in 3rd is Santino Panetta. Hugo Marti has slipped about a 2nd back, and up to 5th position in all of this has come Klara Kowalczyk. So the Polish driver, she is doing a fantastic job again.
Another recovery, 5 places up in P5. Watch out on the way to turn number 3. This is where a lot of opportunities have been created and managed throughout the course of the first few races. There's a change for P2 with Panetta diving around the inside of Barryberg. The leader of the Academy Trophy after Trinec is yet to have won the race. The first 2 victories this morning went to Lorenzo Campos and Max Walton in this particular category. But as for now, Garzon is having a right ticket in his hand, 0.2 of a second from Panetta and Barryberg just behind. Still a long way to go halfway through this 3rd qualifying heat for the Academy Trophy. Garzon could be a driver winner number 3. Panetta, Barryberg, that could actually go one way or the other between those youngsters of the Academy. It was so hectic this morning. If you were with us, the timing was right to get us started for this busy schedule of racing. And we had sensational racing as Panetta dives around the inside. The door is open and Barryberg take advantage of it. The Garzon going from 1st to P3 in the course of 1 corner, unfortunately for him. He's going to have to work that one, the Colombian driver, all over again as Klara Kowalczyk once again put the fastest lap in this race as she keeps on climbing, or at least she tries to get close to Hugo Marti for P4. We're going to have to keep an eye on that one as well. With Artico, yeah, and yes, she's P4 right now. Yeah, beautifully made by Kowalczyk, who went ahead of Hugo Marti, the Spanish driver, just outside of your picture. Now this is the battle for top 3. And for the win at the end of this qualifying heat, Panetta, Barryberg, Garzon. In which order will they see the checkered flag? We're about to conclude lap number 7 in this race. Checkered flag is getting near lap number 8. And as well as Zain El Mamoussani picking up an investigation flag as it seems. You can see now on the corner, Kowalczyk trying to catch up with the top 3 as around the turn number 4. Beautifully made by Barryberg. Is your new leader. Another one in this race.
So that's really nicely done. Panetta going to come straight back at the Norwegian and squeeze him. There was actually a little bit of paint traded there. Up to 2nd. Now comes Garzon. Up to the lead comes Garzon. Sebastian Garzon absolutely going for it. And now Panetta comes back at him. This is amazing. The Academy Trophy is going out of its way to upstage both the OK and the junior category races here. They are giving us so much drama. Garzon still holds second. Up to third now comes Klara Kowalczyk, going wheel to wheel with Marius Barryberg as they come down the straight. She's caught and past Marty. Now she's going to try and go into the first corner in third. She can't. Marius Barryberg holds third position for the time being. But I don't think this race is won yet. Panetta, Garzon, Barryberg and Kowalczyk have all still got a role to play.
Yeah, Panetta took advantage of the battle behind him to put a few meters between him and the rest. 0.4 of a second, up to a half of a second now. That could be enough. We're going to have one more lap after this one. Panetta, Garzon, Barryberg, Kowalczyk has still something to say in this race, as a warning flag is picked up by the driver in third, Barryberg, who goes for the...
Oh, wow! That is brave.
Made by Barryberg.
That was so brave. And now Kowalczyk tries to get the dive on Garzon, but Marius Barryberg, that is one of the bravest overtaking moves in FIA Karting I have ever seen, just going, right, enough, charging up the inside when there was barely a gap. And somehow, Marius Barryberg gets into second position, chasing down Santino Panetta as we watch Garzon going into the final lap, and he was getting a bit frustrated with Marius Barryberg in front of him. But I tell you what, that move from Marius Barryberg, we have got to see that again in the highlights afterwards. Klara Kowalczyk dives through now for third on Sebastian Garzon.
Yes, she made it, actually, up into P3. Beautiful. So what a move it was, indeed.
Wow.
He went flying, actually. On
He
that
absolutely
curve.
did, yeah. He left the deck to make that overtaking move, and now side by side again. Kowalczyk trying to keep Garzon at bay. No, you don't. She holds on to third position on the way up to the hairpin. Garzon tries again. No, you don't, says Klara Kowalczyk. I am going to hang on to third position for dear life. Into the left-hander, holding on to it a little longer. For now, it is Santino Panetta who takes the spoils of war. He comes through to grab the victory. Panetta in front of Barryberg. Who's going to get third? It is Klara Kowalczyk in front of Garzon and Marty. Oh, wow. Brilliant racing right to the end there. And a very exciting race as Klara Kowalczyk fights all the way to third position. Sebastian Garzon, the Colombian, slowed up as he came across the line. He was bitterly, bitterly enraged by the way that that race got away from him. When he could have had the victory, it dropped to fourth. But Santino Panetta just keeping it nice and tidy. And I'm sure that Federico will be very proud indeed.
He did the job that he needed to, and for a full second, he took his first victory of the weekend, Santino Panetta. That we had the chance to talk to him earlier. You might have seen that on the stream, but a beautiful performance in the end. He was lucky in a way that all of his opponents behind were too busy fighting each other to try to chase him. And it was enough for him to build enough of a gap to see the checkered flag in first place. Marius Barryberg taking his best result so far, as Klara Kowalczyk certainly one of the young heroes so far of the Academy Trophy.
Did you see the paint that's been rubbed off Klara Kowalczyk's wheel? Has been rubbed off the number board there. That's
yes, indeed, you can see it now.
How tight it was for Kowalczyk to hold on to third position in that one. Panetta, Barryberg, Kowalczyk, your top three. Sebastian Garzon in front of Hugo Marti and Ryotaro Sakai. Max Walton in front of Lisa Bia, and then Lorenzo Campos is ninth in front of Radek Vavra. Natizo Mabunda in front of Marius Boncansei, and then Roland Spruder, Kimi Fitriancia, and Alias Vidmar. And then the final drivers to finish, Bennett Gaspar and Gritash Diriupa. Retirements, Jeva Ivanu and Benjamin Yamgard. We didn't see what happened to those two, but they ended up retiring on the same lap. And then Alexander Uznim and Zeynel Homosani clattered into each other on the final corner of the opening lap. Nicolas Raju didn't even quite get that far. What a crazy race again, and yet more terrific battles for supremacy in the Academy Trophy. These guys and girls absolutely determined to show the junior and OK drivers how to battle for a win.
And this is a win worth a lot of points as well for Panetta. Let's watch that again, shall we? The second attempt was the one in the lead at the start, with a good getaway indeed for Lorenzo Campos. Unfortunately, we couldn't put that into fruition through the course of the race, but he had a great start around the inside, taking the lead from Panetta and the rest of the field. What was an overall good opening lap for all the competitors, unlike two of them going cross-country on the outside of turn number 4. And as we can see, the contact further back as well. This is another angle, and a little bit of the field being repacked together forcing the drivers off at some point. And here's another contact. The two drivers are coming together very early in this race. The 541, this is Zain El-Mossani and Raj Nikilesh, unfortunately having to stay on the line. Here's the move around the inside for the 518 of Ugo Marti, who was at some point fighting for the top three. Had to make do with P5 in the end, as the 509 of Santino Panetta was charging his way through, having to defend against the 502 of Sebastian Garzon. These are the two that will keep us on the tip of our toes until the end of this race, as the battle kept on raging with Panetta on the inside of the 530. Marius Bayerberg, who took the lead at some point.
What was really nice was when we saw Garzon drop to third position, which is what we saw here, and then he managed to pick his way through. Now watch this, because you're going to see Panetta get the move on Barryberg. There's going to be enough room for Garzon to slip through, which he does, into second, and then suddenly he thinks, do you know what, I can go for Panetta, and in the next corner, Garzon literally went from third to first, but then he had to give way again to Panetta, and then banging wheels with Barryberg. Now where's the move from Marius Barryberg to move up into second position on Garzon, because that was one heck of an overtake. There's Klara Kowalczyk battling away with Garzon and giving it everything she's got. There was that killer move on the penultimate lap from Marius Barryberg where he actually went airborne to make the overtake. I really would like to see that one again. We may have to wait. I think we're going to have to wait until later maybe to see that one again, but my goodness. A great run. Santino Panetta taking the victory from Marius Barryberg in second, then Kowalczyk, Garzon and Hugo Marti. Great racing so far as we go from one set of brilliant drivers to another. We've seen one great pole. Klara Kowalczyk battle to the top three. This pole, Wojciech Woda, would quite like to do the same thing. He's going to be going from the midfield in this race. But we caught up with him going into the weekend to see how his preparations had been going for racing here at Rodby.
The academy is very, very, very good series. You can learn a lot. In the series, everyone has the same car, the same engine, so it's just about your own skills. So I think that's what really matters in academy, and that's what makes it even more interesting and exciting. The Trinec was actually quite okay. The weekend was pretty decent, but in the final I had a DNF, so I am P10 in the overall classification right now. So I hope I'll make some positions in Rodby. The racing is a bit different because here there is every driver, like every best driver of 45 countries. So it's a bit different. The level is higher, which also makes it more exciting and interesting, and you just need to perform even better. It's very, very, very important because we can learn what to eat during the weekend. We can also learn how to train and how to prepare yourself before the race, before the start. So I think it's a very, very, very nice addition from the organizers that we can have this kind of learning. I hope we'll see a fast driving because I've been testing here, and yeah, I hope we can see fast driving and finish the races on high positions.
A great young talent, Wojciech Woda, is coming to this 2023 FIA Karting campaign. He has done a couple of other weekends in preparation for this season, but has not really had much time to prepare, as have none of them over the course of 2023. Great to see the Academy Trophy actually moving forward. Now here is Marius Barryberg's move. Hopefully we're going to get to see how he made the overtake. We kind of saw the end of that. Now here it is. He's there behind Garzon. Look, that's the smallest gap in history, and he's actually gone airborne.
There you go.
To make that overtaking move. And it was enough for Kowalczyk to dive through on the inside and go to third initially before dropping back into fourth position again. But that was some move, wasn't it?
That's what we like. That's what we like to see, you know, ideas, imagination, you know, because it takes a lot to be able to perform at this level and find that bit of a gap and bit of space that will allow you to beat your opponent and to get an overtaking done where sometimes one does not expect it. It reminds me, again, I wasn't there, but of a young Ayrton Senna, who actually learned that going through the curbs at the time was way more efficient than staying on the racing line in some of the corners. So it proved to be very efficient, and maybe it's reminiscent of that period where the curbs on the karting track in general were maybe less bumpy than they are today. But still good to see a bit of risk, a bit of extra risk taken by some of the drivers to get a move done. Here's the starting grid in full with on the front line Rocco Coronel and Carl Stout, Arthur Brodan and Romeo Agde. Then we have Valiseos Apostolidis and Simon Meyer. Row number 4, Apo Timonen and Christian Tonalini, followed by Victor Rad and Marcus Silkunas. Row number 6, Luca Mura de Castro and Wojciech Woda, that you just heard I did the interview. Then we have row number 7 with Jan Cruz-del-Rio, Ari Bartel, Kyle Mikalev, Thomas Gomez, Andre Adeken, Laura Bubenova, Gracie Cranham, Shane Shandaria, Tiziano Antola, as well as Georgi Chamalashvili running up the top 20 of this grid. And we do have everybody on board for this qualifying heat A versus D with Rocco Coronel, the son of Tom Coronel, of course, competing this weekend in the TCR World Tour on the Hungary Ring. At least we suppose he's there. But certainly watching along, if he has a chance, the performance of his son Rocco has been one of the young names coming to the fore for the past few seasons. I got a chance to see him compete in Belgium on national level. We see him as well on other international series, preparing for the FIA Karting Championship as well as the Academy Trophy this season for him, a first for Rocco Coronel representing the Netherlands.
Well, whatever happens in this race, we're going to have 4 completely different winners from the 4 qualifying heats, because we've had a win for Max Walton, we've had a win from Santino Panetta, and we've had a win from Lorenzo Campos. So all 3 of those drivers were in the previous race. So whatever happens, we're going to get a 4th different winner from 4 qualifying heats, which is very exciting for the Academy Trophy. So let's see how it's all going to play out. They come off the final turn, they line up in the 2 tram lines, keep it together. Don't overshoot. Is this going to be a good start? It is. And away we go from the front. Rocco Coronel manages to get the good start. So too does Arthur Braun to get into 2nd position. The Kiwi getting a good run. Unfortunately for Karol Stout, he's had to drop back into 3rd position. The drivers mix their way through. A little bit of nudging. They hopefully get together, but there's going to be one car going off the road in the background and managing to rejoin.
A lot of pushing at the back end of the grid. Look at that, actually, the 511 and the 544 that were running into trouble. Gracie Granham and the 544 being Georgi Chamalashvili. Unfortunately, those 2 got tangled a little bit. There was a lot of pushing on the rear bumper for some of them.
Here comes Braun. Braun's going to make his bid on the inside of Rocco Coronel and takes the lead already on the first lap. So the Kiwi has got past the Dutchman. Rocco Coronel will try again to retake the position, but he's going to have to work hard here with Arthur Braun. He's gone a little bit deep in the final bend. This could be a chance for Rocco Coronel to come back into the hunt again as the drivers make their way out of the final turn. And there's already a good couple of battles building. Apostolidis in 3rd, then Stout, Timonen, Maya, Cikunas, Mora, Krul, and Haag. And now there's going to be an issue as Rocco Coronel has lost a couple of places there, lost out. He's losing out big time. Something's not quite right for Rocco Coronel. I wonder if he's got a problem developing.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, something's wrong. Something has to be wrong because, or maybe he's back into pace right now, because for a moment outside of turn number 4, it was seems to be on the wrong sort of rhythm.
He had no pace at all coming off the slower turns.
Maybe he lost the throttle.
Oh yeah, look, he's got no power.
No,
he's got no power at all. Oh, Rocco Coronel is just tumbling down the order. Some kind of mechanical malady has crept in for the Dutchman, and he's actually being overtaken nearly round the outside. He's got absolutely 0 power. So poor Rocco Coronel, the man who started from pole, it's all got away from him. He's going out of the final turn. He's seeing what he can salvage from it. But it's very clear that Rocco Coronel, all is not well as he comes across the line in 11th position. The man behind him, that is Krul, the Brazilian, appears to have a very loose front fairing. But look again, Coronel is just going backwards as everybody is just, yeah, he's got no pace, no power at all.
Yeah.
What a shame.
You can see that when the track is going uphill a little bit, it's very hard for him. Yet he keeps on going. I guess he wants to try to get that engine alive.
He never gives up. That's the thing. He's never going to give up unless he has to. But this is getting very precarious for the drivers trying to overtake him. Because unfortunately, no fault of his own, but the lack of throttle. Look, he's desperately trying to get the power to come out of the engine, but it's just not happening at all. And essentially, he ends up becoming a mobile chicane.
Oh, and look at that, he's pushing someone else off. Unfortunately, he didn't see him. I guess he wasn't the intention.
He's going to pull in. No, he's going to keep going. Go on, Rocco. You never know. It might come back.
Yeah, maybe he's having some advice from the sideline and his mechanic, pushing him to stay on track and see maybe that engine is going to come back up to pace, but it looks unlikely by the look of it.
Such a shame.
Yeah, such a shame indeed, as Vasilios Apostolidis, in the meantime, from Greece, put out the fastest lap in this race and took second place as well. 2/10 from Brohan. These are your 2 leaders.
He's going to take the lead.
Once again, there you go.
So Apostolidis has crept into the lead now. The Greek driver has managed to get past Arthur Braun. Braun's going to try and come back at him. We'll try and follow this as closely as possible. It's not exactly easy when both of them have identical karts, identical overalls, and identical white helmets.
Yeah, come on, guys.
They're not exactly making it helpful for us. But Apostolidis, the Greek driver, now in front of Arthur Braun as they come down the home straight. Greece ahead of New Zealand. And in third place, Karel Stout, the Swiss driver, trying to keep up with them. But this is a good chance for Arthur Braun, and he knows it. Up the inside, and he's going to try. And he gets there with a little bit of support from Vasilis Apostolidis, giving him the space. But Apostolidis comes back at him, dives back through on the inside line. So they change the lead again. Now they're going to go side by side as Apostolidis is actually going defensive on lap 5 from Arthur Braun.
A lot of battle happening as Marcos Cunas put out the fastest lap. The Colombian driver is all the way down in P4. And that's going to be quite hard for him to try to catch up. But look what's coming. Yeah, this is Stout indeed. Karel Stout from Switzerland.
A run wide from Braun.
Yeah, a bit of driver mistake there. And that's going to go the way of Stout indeed. Look at how close he is in the last corner. Run the inside. Kick on the throttle all the way down. This is pedal to the metal to the ground indeed.
Look at that from Braun.
That was a close call, wasn't
He
it?
intimidated Karel Stout to back off in turn 1, and he said, no, back off, I'm going to keep second. That was pure intimidation from Arthur Braun. Not a whisper of contact either. That was just pure intimidation. No, you're going to back down. No, you're going to back down. Actually, I think you find you will, mate. So he's managed to hold on to second position very nicely indeed there, Arthur Braun. And that was pure audacity. Oh, poor Rocco Coronel. He just hasn't got anything from that engine. Look at it. He's plummeted 18 seconds now from the leader, Apostolidis. But he's determined. You see, the thing is, the other drivers, there might be an issue. There might be somebody falling off the road. You might end up coming home in 16th or 17th place. You've got to take every opportunity. And Rocco Coronel is not the kind of driver who's just going to throw in the towel. Any child can pull a tantrum and pull a fit.
Oh, no!
But he was going to try and keep it going as far as he could, but unfortunately, he ended up tangling with Kyle Mikulev, who was desperately trying to get past the Dutchman. They banged wheels, they tangled, and now Rocco Coronel has fallen to the back and he accepts defeat. He throws in the towel. Enough is enough, and he's devastated. Oh, Rocco, that wasn't your fault, sir. Mechanical problems creeping in, and any chance he might have had of making it a victory is now gone in this race. He'll have to bounce back from the pole position tomorrow as the fastest man from time qualifying. Everything since then has just gone up in smoke for Rocco Coronel. Cheeky maneuver about to come in from the 512 of Timonen. Timonen is going to pull off 2 moves in 1 as he pulls ahead of Bartel and Mora. Mora gets now back on the inside of Bartel to try and defend, but Harry Bartel has managed to find a way to come through. And we now have 3 laps to go. Apostolidis is 1.4 seconds ahead of Arthur Braun. And then in third, Karel Stout is actually being caught by Marcus Cunas now.
Yeah, watch out for the battle. As we can see again, Rocco Coronel, and this is the way it all started to go wrong, or maybe the moment when they came together. It was the early part of the race. But,
yeah, he's had absolutely nobody's hit him. Nobody's come into contact with him. It's just been very clear right from the start that his kart has had absolutely no power. It's a mechanical problem that's put him out, but you've got to feel for him. In this final moment, this was the nail in the coffin, wasn't it? Diving up the inside, that is actually Georgi Samalashvili. He desperately tried, but there wasn't enough room. Coronel skated off on the grass. He's annoyed, but unfortunately, there were bigger problems than that.
Yeah, that's what we talked about. You know, at some point, if you don't have any engine power left and you know, you're dead last and everything, maybe sometimes he's the kind of driver, as you said, who never gives up. But at some point, it was Becoming dangerous and clumsy for the other drivers, and he had to admit defeat, but a little bit too late. And
Cunas,
yeah,
into third position past Karel Stout. That was very nicely worked.
Yeah, beautifully made as Apostolidis. Your leader is putting another fastest lap. Chamalashvili is being investigated for what happened with Rocco Coronel. That makes sense. Let's see what will be decided afterwards, but someone might not be happy at the end. I guess both camps will have their own arguments about the way it happened, the way it played out on track. 1.5 seconds into the banking between Apostolidis and Brohan Silkunas. On your picture is your leader entering what will be the penultimate lap of this qualifying heat. Last one already of the Academy for today. And we're going to have 10 races for the junior and the OK. We'll find by the Academy tomorrow morning, of course, to get it started with. At 10 o'clock, we'll be live, 10:05 for the last two races of the Academy Trophy before the big final on Sunday afternoon.
I am absolutely convinced that this weekend we're going to get to see 6 different winners from the 6 qualifying heats in the Academy Trophy. It's been that kind of weekend, but Vasi Apostolidis is going to come through to take the victory in this 4th qualifying heat of the weekend. We've seen victories from Lorenzo Campos. We've seen a victory in fine style as well from Santino Panetta, and we saw a victory from the Australian Max Walton. Now we're going to see a victory for the young Greek. Vasilios Apostolidis is going to come through. A great performance from Vasi, and he's done a terrific job. Vasi Apostolidis takes the win in his 4th race of the, in his 2nd race, in the 4th race of the Academy Trophy weekend. 4 races down, 4 different winners. Absolutely terrific stuff. Arthur Braun in 2nd, Marcus Šilkuņas in a brave 3rd. In front of Karol Stout, Wojciech Woda and Andrea Daikin. What a terrific race battle. For so many competitors out there, that was always going to be tough, but Vasi Apostolidis just seemed to want the victory more than his competitors around him. And a very solid job indeed from the number 540 from Greece. Vasi Apostolidis gets the job done. Terrific racing from him. And now 4 different winners, of course, from 4 different nations. Lorenzo Campos of Angola, Max Walton of Australia, Santino Panetta of Argentina, and now Vasi Apostolidis of Greece. What a terrific run. And a very rough and tumble race, that one, with a lot of incidents in it, but Vasi Apostolidis is the one who comes through to a very deserving victory for Greece. Arthur Braun in 2nd from Marcus Šilkuņas and Karol Stout, then Wojciech Woda in front of Andrea Daikin, and then it is Harry Bartle, the British driver, in front of Finland's Apo Timonen, Jan-Philipp Krul and Lucas Mora from Mexico and Brazil, Simon Mayer in front of Christian Tonolini, Romeo Haag in 13th in front of Victor Rad and Shane Chandaria. And then in 16th place we have Laura Bibanova in front of Tiziano Antola of Peru. And then we have Georgi Samalashvili, the Maltese driver, the Georgian driver, I should say, in front of the Maltese driver, Karl Mikalev. And then Gracie Grantham coming home at the tail end of the field. Sadly, Rocco Coronel retiring with mechanical problems. Tomas Gomez, the Portuguese driver, retiring on the very first lap of the race. Bitter disappointment for Rocco Coronel, who started the race from pole position, but it was clear fairly early on that there were going to be mechanical problems with that number 517, the Dutchman, Rocco Coronel, in through the first corner, and everybody just trying to make it as easy a first turn as possible. The battles started very early doors, and as you can see, there was a lot of sliding, a lot of drivers trying to make up maneuvers, and it certainly made life a little bit tricky. There's a couple of drivers gone onto the grass, the 529 exiting stage right, stage left, I should say, sorry, that is Laura Bibanova. So Laura Bibanova was able to make it back into position again onto the race circuit, but there were several problems. And look at that chain reaction, look at the chain effect of the contenders having that little moment. As one hits, then another hits, then another hits, then another hits, and it just ramps up. Here's the moment that we saw Arthur Braun get into the lead past Rocco Coronel. But from that moment on, it was very clear that Coronel's race was not going to be decided by himself. It was going to be decided for him by the lack of power from his throttle. He just plummeted down the order. Very unfortunate indeed for Rocco Coronel. Nothing he did wrong, just mechanical problems creeping in and sapping his race away from him. Then we saw Vasi Apostolidis getting his move for the lead of the race on Arthur Braun. It was always going to be tough to sustain, and Braun did get him back. But then again, the 540 of Vasi Apostolidis was determined. He knew that he was not going to give up the battle. And just a corner later, he dived back through and took the lead once more. From that point on, it was Vasi all the way. A little bit of a mistake from Arthur Braun, and that is what sealed the deal for the victory. Karol Stout then started to battle away for it. Unfortunately, he would then drop from 2nd position all the way down to 4th place. But Rocco Coronel heartbreaking. The final nail on the coffin of his race, Georgi Zamalishvili deciding to go for the overtaking move. He was not happy with the Georgian at all, but I'm afraid it was game over for Rocco Coronel. Then Karol Stout would lose out to Markus Cilkunias for third position, the Lithuanian stealing that in the closing stages. But the victory going the way of Vasi Apostolidis, the Greek driver in front of the Kiwi, Arthur Braun, and the Lithuanian, Markus Cilkunias. So some great racing and some great battles going on, and some fantastic performances down there. So Vasi Apostolidis of Greece taking the win in front of Arthur Braun, Markus Cilkunias, Karol Stout, and Wojciech Woda, who made up 7 places, as did Markus Cilkunias, of course. 11 places made up for Andrei Adaikin, and then Harry Bartel on 7 places made up. So Vasi Apostolidis is there down in pit lane with our man on the spot, Guillaume Alvarez.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome to the Parc Fermé again, as we're bringing you some interviews live. I'm here with Arthur Braun, second place of this Academy Trophy qualifying heat. Arthur from Australia, can you talk us through that race? You made up until P2nd, but I guess the leader was a little bit too far for you in the end.
Yeah, I just made that mistake and that kind of cost me the race, but it's a bit unfortunate, but we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, you still have one more race to go tomorrow morning before the final in the afternoon. So certainly the hardest part yet to come. What can you tell us about your experience so far in the Academy Trophy and this weekend in Denmark?
It's been really awesome. We've sort of struggled for a bit of pace here. We were quite quick in Trinec, but here we've struggled a bit, but we've sort of seemed to fix that problem, and I think I was pretty quick, so yeah.
What do you think about the level of the field? Because you guys come from all 4 corners of the world, a lot of different levels, but same chassis and material, so it brings a lot of chances for you as well onto the track.
Yeah, I like how it's so fair and the racing's really close, and yeah, it's really great.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you very much, Arthur Braun from Australia, second of this qualifying heat. I think that in the meantime, most of the drivers, unfortunately, had to leave the Parc Fermé, or they're busy talking with the mechanics. So back to you, Jake, as we turn our attention to the OK and the OK Junior class for the last 10 races of the afternoon.
Thank you very much indeed, Guillaume Alvarez. Good to hear from Arthur Braun, who manages to come home in 2nd position. It's a tie at the moment at the top of the Academy Trophy table between Santino Panetta and Vasilios Apostolidis. They both have 94 points. Then 3 drivers have 82. Arthur Braun, Max Wilton, and Markus Cilkunias. And then Lorenzo Campos has 80. Marius Barryberg has 74. Hugo Marti has 72. Sebastian Garzon has 70. And Ryotaro Sakai of Japan has 68. More from the Academy Trophy tomorrow. Dries van Langendonk, the Energy Course driver from Belgium, looking good to continue his run from pole position in this qualifying heat for groups D versus F. Good to see him back at the front end of the field once again, and he'll be lining up alongside the talented young Scot, Zach Drummond, the 201 in the Paralin Motorsport factory squad. A lot more fans have made their way for the afternoon session, obviously trying to tick a few boxes and get themselves ready for the afternoon's race action, and now they're here in position. Zach Drummond there on the front row of the starting grid. Now, he is going to be lining up alongside Merel Peldes in the Richard Mill Talent Academy Birolart, just in behind him. Definitely been a very interesting and intriguing weekend so far in OK Junior. Plenty of drivers taking the victories over the course of these first few races. We had 5 junior races yesterday, and obviously a set of races this morning. So that definitely increases the level of competition that the juniors have given us. But I tell you what, the Academy Trophy, very dangerously close to upstaging OK and OK Junior up to this point. As we go into this afternoon session, though, Jacopo Martinese is currently the man who leads the intermediate classification on 185 points. Bondarev has 179 in 2nd. Oliver Kinmark has 167 in 3rd. Kirill Ditiev has 149. Elliot Kaczynski has 145. Monza has 135. Antonov and Konsani both have 130. And Drummond and Ramakas both have 126. However, not everybody has completed their 3rd qualifying heat yet. So that is set to change. We go into OK Junior qualifying heat D versus F. Some drivers, of course, in their 4th qualifying heat, I should say, and that is where we're going to get up to by the time we're done. So here is the grid for this qualifying heat. Dries van Langendonk and Zach Drummond. Gerizim Skudanov and Miguel Beldes from Tiziano Monza and Lewis Werrell. Mies Huben and Matthias Orjuela. Jack Eilif and Tame Saleh. Scott Lindblom and Lev Krutelov from Jindra Peschel and Kian Fardin. Jared Clark and Sebastian Mins from Luna Flusha and Filippo Sala. Philip Engberg and Louis Castellini. Luca Magnussen, Marco Garst, Tyler Sundberg and Niklas Vagen. So all 24 drivers warming up the tyres and brakes, trying to get some sustainable temperature. They want to be in the best situation on the start of this one. A great collection of competitors, obviously trying to move forward on this gripping circuit with its 12 official corners. I think it very much depends on what a driver and what a track staff member calls a corner, because there are several points on the course where there's flat on the throttle, but you still turn the wheel, that are not necessarily technically referred to as corners. So it definitely makes things a little bit more technical. But certainly around this 1,245 meter circuit, the air temperature has climbed again as the cloud cover has dissipated a little bit. The wind is still pushing around the circuit in various drifts and drabs, but certainly to get ready for this next qualifying heat for Junior Groups D versus F, the Belgian talent Dries van Langendonk is going to be one to watch. The humidity has increased again, and as you can see, the wind is still pushing in from the east to go down the main straight, or facing the oncoming traffic. So that obviously presents its own unique problems for the contenders. But as they gear themselves up ready for the start, the wind is not particularly fast. It's only 11 kilometers an hour. But when you're going along the circuit in an OK Junior with the raft acceleration that these karts have, you really feel it if you're going against the grain of the wind. So it's going to be very tricky to see how these competitors continue. They come off the final turn. We're in the tram lines and we're going to go green. Yes, we are. We're racing in D versus F of OK Junior into the first corner. Drivers trying to keep it knit and tuck as they go through turn 2. Perfect start from the pole man, Van Langendonk. Not a bad start either for Skulinov, and there's a little bit of contact. Tame Saleh runs wide. So too does the 262. Is that Miguel Beldes? It is. Oh, that is such a shame for Miguel Beldes, starting as high as 4th position on the grid for this race and tumbles all the way to the back.
And we had Tame Saleh as well, the 208, in trouble out there, but he was able to make his way back. And another contact, wheel banging, and one driver going off onto the curb. So a bit of mayhem into the opening lap of this junior qualifying heat D versus F. But so far so good for Dries van Langendonk by the look of it. Yes, indeed, he was able to keep Jarzim Skulinov at bay for this first of 10 laps of the junior class. Watch out as well for one of the VDK drivers further back. We're going to have a classification in full. 1 lap completed. Van Langendonk, Skulinov, Zach Drummond, Tiziano Monza, Jack Hilif. Then we have Lewis Werrell, Mies Huben, Jiri Pezel, Lev Kruto-Harlov and Sebastian Mins climbing 6 places into the top 10. So a lot of drivers recovering into the midfield. As we can see now already, Skulinov, we thought for a moment that Van Langendonk could actually get away from him, but he's having none of it as the Berla driver is pressuring the Belgian. We're taking our place. I do hope that you guys have a good seat as well on location or wherever you are watching in the world, because another glimpse of a stronger position that we have in the field of the junior class. Van Langendonk has been brilliant ever since the start of this weekend. Is P6 as it stands in the overall ranking.
Oh, that was Werrell. Werrell has just darted his way up the inside of Eilif in the final turn.
There you go.
So Lewis Werrell up to P5. He's on the move. Mies Huben in front of Peschel, Krutelov and Sebastian Mins as they work through the top 10.
Lap number 3 as we can see the start once again. Here's the replay of Van Langendonk. Oh, in the meantime in live, just overtaking maneuver that was caught up. We're going to get back in a minute to that.
It was Monza on Zach Drummond, so 3rd up into 4th, and you can see just how tricky it was again at the start. Everybody just about keeping it in a decent position, although Saleh and Miguel Beldes, the 2 that drifted off the road. Unfortunately, it was Miguel Beldes that really caught the worst end of that. So up to 18th has come Tame Saleh, up to 23rd has come Miguel Beldes now, but there's the contact. So they're just going onto the back of Miguel Beldes' kart, and it took both drivers wide. It took Tame Saleh temporarily airborne. So there's Drummond defending from Monza, but he almost gets assassinated out of 4th position there by the Dutchman Mies Huben, who got very close to him there in the braking zone for the hairpin. Meanwhile, Drummond is on the move again. He's got past Gerem Skulinov. So he gets past Gerem Skulinov, and this is for live pictures now. So Drummond into 3rd. Watch for Werrell. Werrell's going to get his bid here on Skulinov as well. And into 4th position. Nicely timed. And now defending as Skulinov comes back at him. And up the inside. Lovely bit of opportunism from Jack Iliff.
Jack Iliff, the young American, getting ahead. 1 place is gained for Jack Iliff on Skulinov. And unfortunately, the scenario is not going the way he had expected. The Birella driver dropped position after position. Oh, and the 225 is out of this race by the look of it. And this is Lev Krutoholov, the young driver from Ukraine. And that's such a shame because he was running in a strong P8 after climbing 4 places. And that's going to be early DNF for him. And in the meantime, warning flag picked up by Jasim Skulinov in the battle for the upper places. Oh, contact! And the 467 raging from, let's try to see who that is. This is Niklas Vagen, one of the wild cards from Denmark who crossed the line, who crossed the circuit. Unfortunately, it's going to have to let everybody through.
Well, it's Vagen and Orjuela, but he's missed half the circuit in order to retake his position. He's doing what he can to give the position back again, but
how many actually can he
there's not a lot
drop?
He can do, and the problem is he's now causing a bit of an issue for the other drivers around him. Drifts wide, lets them all go, and unfortunately I have a feeling they're going to throw the rule book at him in there because of course he's missed part of the circuit. Even though he's given the positions back again, there's no argument against that rule. If you miss part of the circuit, then that's it, game over. You're going to be essentially asked to come back into the pits.
Which is quite unfortunate since it was a result of an incident and he had nowhere else to go but to go cross country and cut the circuit in half. But otherwise, that's lucky that he didn't hit any barrier as a result of being taken off. But let's see what the officials will decide. But Tijjano Monza, the fastest on track, 0.2 of a second. You can see him trying to get close. He's harassing Dries van Langenonk. This is a battle for the lead with on track Lois Werrell, one of the teammates at Forza Racing from Dries van Langenonk.
Let's look at it again. The kart look is forced essentially there into the contact. Orjuela's kart is off the road and he can't get moving again. But Niklas Vagen, he basically got contact and then he kept his foot on the throttle. He didn't really try to turn the car to the right. He just decided he was going to get back on the course, and I think that's what they're going to eventually have an issue with him for. I've seen many an incident like that when the opportunity is there to go off the road and then recover and turn back to the original point of the circuit, but it's the fact that several corners were skipped in order to do that. It's I hope it's not going to come back to bite Niklas Vagen, but I kind of fear that that's inevitable. So Van Langenonk in front of Tijjano Monza in the Shamek Europe kart, and then this battle. Sorry, no, Werrell is a little further back from this, but that just shows you how fast Tijjano Monza in the Shamek Europe kart is going, because that Paralin chassis reeling in Dries van Langenonk up front. We've got 3 laps to do this, Tijjano, and he is going to give it everything he's got to try.
Let's give it a go. As we're getting near the checkered flag of this race, still being disputed in ideal conditions. Around the inside, there we go, Tijjano Monza, beautifully made. That's the move we had expected for quite a while. And as we're getting near the conclusion of that race, that was the moment that he picked Tijjano Monza with the Paralin machine on Van Langenonk. But the Belgian driver, all he needs to do now is to stay glued to the Singapurian driver. Try to make sure not to let him off too far, otherwise he won't have another chance to switch positions back before the checkered flag. And when it comes to previous results, Tijjano Monza has 1 win under his name already. Not so much for Dries van Langenonk, who could barely touch it already, feeling that victory could be his at the end of this race. 8 lap completed, lap number 9. Time is running out for Dries van Langenonk to try to change those positions, to try to snatch that victory from Tijjano Monza, who was able to put himself a bit of a gap, 3/10, not a lot of course, so nothing to rely on, nothing to be too comfortable about. Let's see.
So Monza has the advantage and the upper hand here on Dries van Langenonk in 2nd position. Then Werrell, Drummond, Iliff, Skulinov, Huben, Farin, Sebastian Mins and Scott Lindblom up in the top 10. So 2 drivers having a much better race of it this time than previously. And just outside the top 10, you've got Team Soleil having worked his way to 11th place now in front of Jared Clark and Jendro Peschel. 14th, that is Sala. Is that the move again from Dries van Langendonk to get the lead back on Monza? Yes, it is. So Van Langendonk has taken the lead going into the final lap. Watch for Lewis Werrell in third position, because this could get pretty spicy with 1 lap to go. Monza worked so hard to get past Van Langendonk. Now Van Langendonk is having to move to cover and defend the line. But watch for Lewis Werrell. He's going around the outside of these guys to try and make a leapfrog maneuver back past them. Monza trying every trick in the book. Watch for Werrell. Watch for Werrell. He's going to try and slingshot past both of them. Oh, he's going to get there.
Wow.
Werrell goes from third to first. Brilliant from Lewis Werrell. He saw they were going to hold each other up. He said, fine, boys, you mess around with each other. I'm going to hoodwink you both. And Lewis Werrell disappears into the lead. Scarpas lets them play ball and gets the win himself. Lewis Werrell, masterclass, genius personified. What a win for Lewis Werrell. That's fine, boys. You duel to the line, and they will. It's going to be Monza just ahead of Drummond and Van Langendonk, but they've all lost the win. Lewis Werrell was the man with the smarts. Joe 90 on wheels. Lewis Werrell stuns it. Brilliant.
Brilliant performance and a first victory this weekend for Lewis Werrell, one of the young names coming to the fore this season in the OK Junior class. And the first win that will suddenly bring a couple of more. Watch out for Lewis Werrell with such a move being applied to other races, while there will be no one's being able to stop the young British driver, because that was a classy move. 2 in 1 go outside of turn number 6, and certainly something that the two didn't expect. They were, as you said, too busy battling along, not keeping attention to any other driver trying to catch up behind, and Lewis Werrell saw that coming. He prepared his attack for the last couple of laps before. He saw the opportunity, the door was slightly open. That was enough to kick back on the throttle. The momentum was with him, and it was all he asked for to secure that first win in Denmark. Tiziano Monza will have only his eyes to cry after this defeat. Zach Drummond taking third place, and what to say about Dries van Langendonk, P4 in the end. He put his effort out there on the table as well, but a couple of setups today, a good debrief of what happened on track, and he will be back even stronger.
That is why you can never count out Lewis Werrell. What an amazing competitor. Monza, Drummond, Van Langendonk, Eilif, Gedizim Skudanov and Kian Fardin. From Mies Huben, Sebastian Mins and Scott Lindblom. Then Soleil, Clark, Peschel, Gerst and Filippo Sala in front of Nicolas Vejen and Philip Engbach from Luna Flusha, who's really struggling this weekend. Louis Castellini, Medel Peldes dropped from 4th to 20th. Luca Magnussen, Tyler Sundberg, and then the retirement, Matthias Orjuela after his clatter with Nicolas Vejen. And then we also had Lev Krutelov dropping out of the race. But that all pales into significance when you relive, and we will as we go over the highlights, that move from Lewis Werrell. Just textbook, absolutely astonishing. Here he is once again. And look, at this point in the race, where's Werrell? He's hard to pick out. He's only about 6th or 7th at this point, but he's just so cool and confident. He doesn't over-rush things. He doesn't overthink it. Just keeps himself to himself in those first couple of laps, and then you're going to see Peldes drift off the road along with Team Soleil. They both drop back. Very disappointing indeed for those two that very much deserved to run in the top 5. And here it is again from another angle. There's the contact. Soleil goes up. Peldes has gone wide. And unfortunately, the car has already drifted onto the grass, so she can't salvage it.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. It's not the way of a qualifying heat. You wanted to start. And then Zach Drummond and Tiziano Monza battling along. The contact there that we saw tumbling in the order. Drivers going off as well for what had been a rather hectic opening lap into this qualifying heat. And then it started to play out with Gerasim Skulanov, who had a big role to play before having to make do with 6th place in the end. But it was one of the men on form in the opening stages before leaving way to the Forza Racing driver, Lewis Werrell first, and then the 2:16 getting ahead of Jack Eilif, the young American. And then some of the trouble as well, the contact that we saw, and unfortunately for the 467, Nicolas Vejen, one of the wild cars, forced to cut the track and go across the grass, and he had no other choice but to leave the space, give back the positions. About how many, that's hard to say, but his race was definitely over as he crossed the line in P16, sorry, even though he climbed 8 places in the end from where he had started.
So there is the battle between Monza and Van Langendonk. That all got very enticing between the two of them. Van Langendonk stealing the lead back. But watch Werrell here. The two leaders are dueling away amongst themselves. Watch Werrell in third. Wait, wait, wait. Now! Floor the throttle. Get past both of them. Take the win away. Absolutely genius. There's no other word for it.
Let's not forget as well that both Van Langendonk and Werrell, as part of the same team at Forza, there was certainly no unwise move for him to do, as we had the photo finish. What a sight, what a picture that is. I love that. We're used to that in front, but brilliant idea to get them on profile, on the sideline, so we could see them actually on the photo finish chasing each other like little birds onto the finish straight. Brilliant piece of driving, brilliant piece of TV capture as well on that one. There was a battle for second because Lewis Werrell was all up in the lead for 1.1 second, and there was no one catching him after that brilliant move into the penultimate lap.
That was a race that was won by being just as smart as you are fast, and Lewis Werrell was absolutely reading that situation perfectly. So the competitors are gearing up now for OK qualifying heat for the groups D versus F. It's been quite an interesting weekend so far. Thomas Stoltemanis and Migi Costa going to be lining up on the front row of the grid for this one, but after a scary exit from his previous heat, the Belgian driver Ian Eichmans has already had a pretty tough weekend so far. The Ward Racing driver still trying to charge his way forward up the field, has still got a great chance of doing so. But what was his reaction for coming to Rødby for the first time in the European Championship?
It's very, very fast and flowing. Lots of overtaking opportunities, which makes the racing incredible. Really good to watch. And this is my favourite circuit so far to have a race at, because it's just so many overtaking opportunities. I've never driven the circuits before, so I'm always one step behind everyone, but I reckon I've done a pretty good job of catching up with everyone. I'm really enjoying the challenge. I reckon a bit of both. Technical, because you've got to really think about when to overtake, when to cover, when to defend, and all of that. And maybe a bit physical, so just getting your elbows out, but nothing dirty, I don't think.
Well, we actually ended up hearing from the junior talent for Leclerc by Lennox Racing, Noah Wolf, who is going to be in the race after this one. So what we'll have to do then is we'll hear from Ian Eichmans at the end of this race, and that will give us what we need from our competitors. So we'll make sure that we bring you Ian Eichmans' views about the Rødby Karting Club and his preparations for this weekend in a few short minutes' time. We'll let the race play out first, though, of course, in qualifying heat D versus F. And what a front row of the grid it's going to be for the Latvian driver, Thomas Stoltemanis, who has actually elected to go to the outside of turn one rather than the inside of turn one. Only the pole position sitter is allowed to do this. Everybody else has to stay in the position that they have been given on the front rows of the starting grid. So, for example, the only positions that have actually changed is the front row, because Stoltemanis can choose whether he starts on the left side or the right side of your screen. And on this occasion, he's chosen to start on the right side, which from a driver's perspective is the outside line into turn one. All the other competitors, so the ones that were starting behind him, Colnaghi, Poulain, Olivieri and Nyes, are on the left side of your screen in the line, whereas Miguel Costa, who is supposed to be on the front row of the grid on the right of your screen, has actually been switched to the left side, thanks to the fact that Stoltemanis has chosen that outside line. But all of the drivers that would have lined up directly behind Costa, Alex Powell, Matti Rittinen, Valdemar Agerholm, and Ian Eichmans, etc., 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 are still on the right-hand side of your screen, but they are behind Stoltemanis now, because that's where he has chosen to put his kart. It's only the pole position sitter that gets to dictate that, and the only other driver that gets affected is the competitor that's starting alongside them on that front row of the grid. Now, you're probably wondering, why on earth do they do that? It's basically the pole position sitter who gets the choice. You know, they are given the opportunity to choose which side of the grid they start from. They used to do this in Formula One, of course, back in the day. They don't do so now, but certainly in the late 80s and early 90s, the contender who got pole position would actually get to choose where they started from. And it's something that has been very much present in karting for as long as I can remember.
Absolutely, and we don't get often to see that, but when it happens, this is an interesting sign about how the previous races have played out and how the different forces have lined up on their way to turn number one, you know, so it gives a good perspective about how analytic sometimes this sport can become. The mechanics, of course, keeping a close watch on the performance of the drivers on both lines. And if it happens that the outside line is indeed more effective on the way to turn number 1 and the first sequence of corner, well, that's the way to go. And that's what Thomas Torsimanis chose for this D versus F qualifying heat.
So let's talk you through the competitors for OK qualifying heat D versus F. Thomas Stoltjemanis and Miguel Costa, Mattia Colnaghi and Alex Powell, Arthur Poulet and Martti Ryttönen from Emanuele Olivieri and Valdemar Agerholm. Then Len Nige and Ian Eichmans from Max Popov and Nacho Tunion.
Then we have Sebastian Opavan and Joel Bergström from Chimo Zheng and Victor Smith, Dmitry Matveev and Ivo Besterda, Ryan Vincent and Maxim Arutunian. That's 20 drivers within 10 rows as they get themselves ready, as do we. 13 laps to go through for this qualifying heat, opposing group D versus F. Thomas Torsimanis is yet to have picked up a win so far in the OK category. Talking about the different winners that we had so far, we had 2 wins for Kin Nakamura Berta. We had as well wins for Alex Powell, Joe Turney, Maciej Gladys, René Lammers twice, as well as Nakamura. Victory as well for Kurt Kotzkov and Gabriele Gomez. So both Lammers and Nakamura Berta have the most victories so far, but this is the British driver that leads the way with 188 points so far, 7 points clear from Gabriele Gomez and Morgato in P3. Now, these are for the points. This is very much theoretical as for now.
Now, that is one of the energy course carts that's come to a stop in the middle of the field. That's Ryan Vincent, the American. So, unfortunately, Ryan Vincent with a mechanical problem on the opening tour. The formation lap definitely not going the Americans' way. So big difficulties there for Ryan Vincent, and they're trying to get that kart started again. Where is he actually located? Because I can't tell whether he's on the racetrack or not, because if he is, then he's not down at turn 1, so he must still be in pit lane. But Ryan Vincent unable to get that kart moving again, and unfortunately that's game over for the American. He's not going to be able to rejoin. Oh, there he is, so he's at the final turn, in fact. So Ryan Vincent, they're trying to get that kart moving to increase in terms of speed and pace. But as they come off the turn, look how much of a start is going to be had here for Costa. And it's a false start, so they will go around again. So clearly Stoltjemanis backing the field up quite a lot more than Costa was. And as a result, Costa was going to get a massive benefit, as was everybody queued behind him on the starting grid. So Pasquale Lupoli shrugging his shoulders on the starting gantry. Come on, guys, what are you playing at? You're the OK senior drivers. You know how to start a race better than this. So, unfortunately, the drivers will go around again. And it's all, the onus, of course, is all on the pole sitter. It's all on Thomas Stoltjemanis to queue us up and get us ready in the way that is appropriate. So if he's not been able to do that, then it certainly makes things a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go for one more. That puts as always, more pressure on the shoulders of both the drivers and the machines, as well as the tires. So here we go again. It's down to Thomas Torsimanis, of course, to pace everybody down. Miguel Costa by his side on the inside line. Mattias Colnaghi, Alex Powell, and the rest of the field. A couple of big names to keep an eye on. Ian Eichmans from row number 5 on the grid. Here we go again.
So now the drivers will get the chance. Now we go racing, and it's a good start from Stoltjemanis. So very good start from Powell, but not as good as Costa. Now he's going to get the undercut. Oh, brilliant from Alex Powell. Up to second position, past Miki Costa. Now he's going to try again to go after Thomas Stoltjemanis as the rest of the field sweeps their way through the opening couple of bends of the lap. And as they come out of turns 5 and 6, it's going to get very interesting from here on out. So they work their way forward. Stoltjemanis from Powell. Third is Miki Costa. So Miguel Costa doing a great job in the parallel as he continues to run in position, and the field is all squirting their way through the midsection of the course, all trying to gain a benefit. Up in 4th place, Mattia Colnaghi trying to look for the overtaking move on the Brazilian Miguel Costa. And right behind them, you've got the Tony Kart factory operation kart of Arthur Poulet, who finally manages to complete a first lap here today. It was a frustrating situation that kept him out of doing that earlier on when he skated up the back at the first corner. Now Arthur Poulet has completed the first lap in the top 5 and is going straight after Mattia Colnaghi.
Good overall start for everybody. Otherwise, apart from that, Stoltjemanis 2 tenths, Alex Powell, Costa, Colnaghi, Arthur Poulet 1.5 seconds behind. This is the second of 13 laps to go through, as Stoltzimanis took one advantage of his choice to go around the outside on the way to turn number 1, but the battle is slowly but firmly taking shape between himself and Alex Powell. A couple of drivers as well trying to find space at the back end of the grid, as we saw Victor Schmiss as well Maxim Arutunian, the 185. Driver is making their way back on the start-finish straight. Stoltzimanis, Powell close by 0.2 of a second, already climbing, already pulling away 0.6 now on the rest of the field. Miguel Costa, Colnaghi, Poulain, the top 5. And will it come down to just 2 clients, 2 drivers for the win? It's Stoltzimanis and Powell. Miguel Costa is going to have to give it all to try to climb and to try to catch up. You can see now that the drivers keep observing each other. We just entered and one of the energy, the 182, that's Ryan Vincent that we had earlier, the American driver.
So I think Vincent tried to get going again from the back and ended up pulling off the race circuit again. That's why he's at a different position on the course, as there goes the move from Matti Rittonen to try and move up past Arthur Poulain, and has managed to get through to do that. But look at how quickly Alex Powell has caught up to Thomas Stoltzimanis. He's now got the Latvian up against the ropes. In through turn 1, Powell's looking pretty fast. The Czech Republic really is a fast chassis around this circuit. But is there going to be enough fight from Stoltzimanis? There is a retirement. Now that is Nacho Tunion. Nacho Tunion has not come through at the end of the lap, so very unfortunate for the Spaniard. So Nacho Tunion not going any further. Powell starting to have a look at Thomas Stoltzimanis. Max Popov sets the fastest lap with 50.7 dead. But is there going to be the hunt from Powell? Almost certainly there is. When is he going to make his move? I would say, looking at his current pace, imminently.
Imminently. It smells like it. It feels like it. Let's see when he can actually make that move, Alex Powell, because Miguel Costa has found a bit of extra pace that allowed him really to decrease that gap. And Colnaghi, the Italian with the CRG chassis, is going to try to do the same as well. Try to get as close as possible. We could actually go from 2 driver battle. There goes on the inside, Alex Powell in turn number 3. There's the move we had been expecting. And this is the spot he had picked. The Jamaican driver now back in the lead. It's up to him now to try to get his gap as big as possible, to get himself as far away as from the rest, because Stoltzimanis is no longer on his own to be the chaser in this race. But Alex Powell with 1 win already so far. Let's see where he is, 3rd overall in the classification, the Jamaican, so he needs that win more than ever. At the end of those qualifying heats, of course, the one that finishes ahead gets the 25 points for the championship, but also the pole position for the super heat. Whether this will be on the inside, on the outside line, that's another question that we'll leave for tomorrow. But in the meantime, Powell in the lead, and we've seen how powerful and how fast and how unreachable he can be in that position.
That was always going to be fairly inevitable for Alex Powell once he got onto the tail of Thomas Stoltzimanis. He always seemed to find that little bit of extra pace to dig deep and find something special with. So now he's got himself into the lead of the race. Miguel Costa is left to take on Thomas Stoltzimanis. Here's the move from the Jamaican sensation. Pretty textbook as well. It's almost as if Stoltzimanis knew he was coming. Let him go. There's no point fighting wheel to wheel for that. You know you're going to lose so much time to the carts behind. And you've got to look after the tyres. But this is not in the script for Stoltzimanis. Miguel Costa giving him a big amount of pressure. So Stoltzimanis is having to drive around the kart now to hold him at bay. Miguel Costa using the curves to try and get alongside Stoltzimanis. It will not happen. Stoltzimanis is being as hard as it is possible to be while still being fair.
Yeah, I do wonder if it was on purpose or unintended for Miguel Costa, because he dived into a space where there was nothing, and Colnaghi is going around the inside in turn number 3, beautifully made. Just before turn number 6, my apologies. But Colnaghi up in P3. Miguel Costa is going to have to do it all over again. But as I was saying, outside of turn number 11, I do wonder, because it seems to me from the back view that we had that Costa came close to lose a little bit of traction and wheel control out there. But he went for the move, he went for the space in between Stoltzimanis and the curb, and got destabilized just a tiny bit. So maybe we might need to watch that again, but it was a good attempt that didn't pay off this time, and fortunately for him, it was the other way around, as he lost the pace to Mattia Colnaghi. In the meantime, as we are in lap number 8 out of 13, we have Alex Powell, Stoltzimanis, Colnaghi, Costa, Marty Rittonen in P5, 6th place for Maximilian Popov from Arthur Poulain, Emanuele Olivieri, Joel Dackström, Sebastiano Pavan in the top 10, just outside of it. Dimitri Matveev doing a good job as well with 6 places gained up into 11. As we still have 18 drivers in this race, 3 down. Ryan Vincent, Nacho Chinon, and Maxime Arutunian still with us. My apologies.
So still the battles continue here as Powell leads Stolchamanis by a second and a half. Kolnagi, Costa and Rittonen are the next ones in the fray. Let's have a look at the battles as they come through, as we watch Rittonen, Popov, Poulain, Olivieri, then a little bit of a gap back to Joel Bergström and Sebastiano Pavan, 10th position after his podium in Trinec. So this is really not the kind of pace that Sebastian Pavan was hoping for. He's got past Joel Bergström, and then it's Matveev, Nys, Eichmans, Zhang, Smith and Besterda in front of Agerholm, Aratunian, and he is the last one running. Down in 18th position in this one. We've lost Ryan Vincent with a technical problem on the opening lap, and Nacho Tunion came off the kart just a few laps after that. But certainly for the moment, Alex Powell, the fastest man on track, fastest of all in Sector 1, fastest of all in Sector 2, having already done a 50.1 to be the fastest man on the track as we watch the 130 of Emanuele Olivieri, the Italian, still trying to stay competitive in this field. But look at Alex Powell, now that he's been unleashed. This is the kind of flat-out pace we get to see from the young Jamaican. He just goes into flawless mode, and it's very, very hard to get back on terms with him once he is in the winning mentality.
Alex Powell, one of the contenders in this year's European Championship, 3rd overall as it stands, not far from René Lammers. Gabriel Gomez is still quite a long way from the Jamaican, but whatever will happen at the end of this weekend, Alex Powell never to cut him off, as he hasn't managed yet to climb on the podium this year in the OK class. He did so, and quite brilliantly, in Zuera in KC2, winning on his debut in this category. So Alex Powell was been one of the young guns of the direct drive classes for the past few seasons. Didn't have the best of World Championship last season in Sarno, as he was penalized and finished outside of the top 10, but the European Championship was certainly one of his greatest seasons. He came close to snatch the title last year. You might remember that he lost for just 2 little points in Franciacorta to Kin Nakamura Berta. So Alex Powell is once again the man to beat here in Denmark. And look at the pace he's going, actually. Once again, putting the fastest lap in this race in 49.9. And not only, as you said, Jake, is in the lead, is in control, but yet he keeps on going, keeps on putting qualifying lap after qualifying lap, almost in a way of showing to everybody, I'm the man here. There's no one being able to catch me so far, and you're going to have to count on me until the last one.
Well, there's a move up the inside from Max Popov. He gets into 5th position past Martti Rittonen. But yeah, just to reiterate what you were saying about Alex Powell, he is one of the best drivers at looking after tyres in qualifying heats. He's so good at just maximising what he needs to from them in qualifying, then qualifying heat after qualifying heat after qualifying heat. He always seems to have enough in reserve to bag a reasonable starting position for the super heat. And then from there, well, he can just jog on in the final with a fresh set of boots. And it definitely showcases that mentality, that ability to just keep banging in those reasonable results. This is really important for Alex Powell. If he can come through in the top 3 of the points rankings here, then that really helps in terms of the championship. It'll give him a minimum, I should say, of 15 points added to his championship score if he can stay in the top 3 for the entirety of the qualifying heats. He goes into the last lap. The gap back to Stolchamanis is a whopping 1.76. That is quite an astonishing achievement, even for someone of the caliber of Alex Powell.
Then even for someone like with the caliber of Tomas Torsemanis, not being able to stay close and put him under a bit of a pressure is equally impressive, and hopefully not a sign of domination to come for the final. We always expect a bit of wobble through the laps and a bit of a battle as well, but if it all comes down to the way of Alex Powell winning this one, that's good for him. But domination mode is something impressive to be proud of, as is just shown once again, crossing the checkered flag for the 2nd time as first. Alex Powell just did the Max Verstappen on this qualifying heat with almost a 2-second lead on Tomas Torsemanis, with Kolnagi running up the top 3.
That'll do nicely for Alex Powell. He takes the victory in this qualifying heat at an absolute leisurely jog by comparison to the other sort of feisty and ferocious races that we've had so far. Once he got into the lead, it was just a case of stretching it out. He knows this kart incredibly well. Of course, he is doing a dovetail at the moment around the circuits of European karting, having done OK, the original kart as it is known in the senior category. And then, of course, he has the KZ to deal with in KZ2, which is currently seeing him lead the European Championship going into the season finale at Sarno on the second weekend of July. So that's going to be really entertaining, really exciting to see how Powell continues this step up. He now has Thomas Stochamanis and Mathieu Kolnagi behind him at the flag, exactly the way he likes things. Alex Powell takes the win, Thomas Stochamanis second for Mathieu Kolnagi and Miguel Costa. Max Popov in fifth in front of Matti Rittinen, and then Sebastiano Pavan, who fought back to P7, ahead of Arthur Poulain, Dimitri Matviv and Emanuele Olivieri. Then Len Nijs ahead of Joel Bergström. Ian Eichmann's in 13th position in front of Shimo Zhang, and then Victor Smith is 15th position. Behind them, it is Ivo Besterda in front of Valdemar Agerholm, and then Maxim Aratunia. Nacho Tunion and Ryan Vincent would be the men who failed to finish the race. Well, that race was more a test of what Alex Powell is prepared to do than what he can do.
Yeah, definitely. Demonstration from the start to finish in terms of driving control and the way to really put certainly a lot of domination and a demonstration on the rest of the field. Let's watch that back all the way with the start, the switch of line for Tomas Stochamanis on the right side of your picture. It was the pole sitter, went ahead, took good advantage of that, but Alex Powell was already on a charge up into second and ready to give him a hard time on the Latvian driver. Into this opening lap, you can see Jamaican already up into P2 in front of Miguel Costa. Mathieu Kolnagi as well fighting his way through, as it was overall quite a good start into this qualifying heat of 13 laps. Just after, we're going to switch to the juniors on the inside of the 147. This was the 181 from Birelart. Martin Ritonen doing his bit on Arthur Poulain. And there comes the move for the win. As early as lap number 5, sorry. We had Alex Powell on Tomas Stochamanis, the Latvian driver from Energy Corse, battling along with Miguel Costa. And in the end, nothing to see, nothing to say pretty much about domination, and bravo to Alex Powell, who's been out there really on his own, doing his thing, doing what he does best, and certainly a sign for the opposition to be feared of many other things to come, not only from Alex Powell, but some of his teammates at Czech Republic Prema Racing. Kim Nakamura still leading the way for 9 points in front of Powell, and those two will be certainly the two on top. In the end, it's going to require a lot of work for the opposition to try to catch them.
Certainly is. We were hoping to hear from the Belgian talent Ian Eichmans before that previous race. Hopefully, we should be able to hear from the World Racing driver at this moment.
It has some long straights and some fast corners. As well, it has hairpins, one really tight hairpin. So, yeah, it has a track with all sorts of corners. I think 2023 has been a really competitive year, for sure, with the CRGs and QR being really strong this year. So, yeah, it's been really competitive, but it's really fun, yeah. We only have like a limited amount of time to test, of course, on the new tracks, as we have other races. But yeah, it's been challenging, but it's fun at the same time because it's a new challenge for everybody. So yeah, it's fun. It has been difficult this year to set up the carburetor for sure in the first round. And afterwards was a bit more easy to find the setting, but not really much change for me compared to last year, but it is a bit more difficult to find the setting on the carburetor for sure. But at the end, yeah, it's always difficult to find. The final will be pretty long here, and that's why it's physical, but also it will be technical because there's a lot of overtaking places here. with the hairpins. So yeah, you can overtake from pretty far back here. Yeah, with overtaking and the long race. So yes, both physical and technical.
Certainly is. It's that kind of circuit. Thanks to Ian Eichmans for telling us about that. Okay, Junior continues now. Qualifying heat A versus C. And this is the final of the 4th heats, as it were, in OK Junior. After this race, everybody will have completed 4 races. And then will come the 5th and last that will set the pole position in the super heat tomorrow. Christian Castoria and Nicolas Schaufler on the front row of the grid for this one. Vivek Kanthan and Stepan Antonov, then Tibor Ramakers and Sebastian Kopeng, Sebastian Letimaki and Gabriel Koenikan, Ethan Lennon, Louis Cochet, Guy Albag and Alphonse Miettinen.
Then we have row number 7, Salim Hanna and Henri Domain, Matt Corby in Highfield Slater, followed by Davide Botaro and Maria Netto. Then we have Nickel Nieus and Mika Renitz, Enzo Ruggiero and Noah Wolf, Magnus Holm Hansen and Matthias Holm Hansen, the 2 brothers from Denmark, as wildcards on the last row of the grid. We wish them luck. Of course, it's not always that you get to compete on home soil in front of your peers, and for the first time in this part of the world. So good luck to them. We got quite a lot of local drivers competing this weekend. It's always refreshing to see. That's one of the great things about new events and races of that magnitude, is to allow local drivers to shine in front of the world at the top of kart racing.
Yeah, always tricky to run in the European Championship up against your sibling in the battle for positions. I don't know how on earth Jackson and Jensen Burns always used to do it in the junior category at the start of the season. We wish them well and hope to see them back in Europe very soon indeed. And yeah, it always really surprised me how you got to see those 2 drivers battling away with each other. Also, the likes in Gearbox, of course, of Tom and Gabin Loyer. How on earth they coped with racing against each other. And of course, those 2 were not just brothers, they were twins. And they're obviously now competing in separate categories, because Gabin Loyer is doing the KZ2 category. Tom Loyer is with Tony Kart's factory team in the KZ category battle. Yellow flags waving. And we're going to get to see if Christian Castoria can put his weekend back on track, having had 2 victories and then ending his 3rd battle for victory in the barrier after a very tough race battle on the final lap of his previous heat. We're now going to get to see if he can salvage it and get himself back into a competitive position once again. At this moment, he is outside the top 10, but that is mostly because his race has not happened yet. Is it about to start? No, false start here at Rødby. I'm afraid on that occasion, there is not going to be a clean start, so they're going to go round again.
Another try, another extra lap in this category. Let's see if we can have the next attempt to be the good one, because as for now, one more lap to get yourself into the right racing mode. Christian Castoria, Nicolas Schaufler alongside each other on row number 1, Vijay Kahan, Stepan Antonov, Tibor Ramakers and the rest. When it comes to the classification as for now, we still have in the lead, of course, Martinez, Bondarev split by 6 points, and we have Tiziano Monza, Droman, Kenmark on equal points, 4th and 5th respectively. When it comes to the classification, Christian Castoria at the moment is not in the top 10, so he needs a good result. The Spaniard driver was one of the fastest in qualifying practice, took the pole position. Christian Castoria wasn't able so far to translate that into winning results. Just this morning, just the one, sorry, twice actually, shall I say, but even 2 victories were not enough for him to find himself within the top 10. But 2 victories for Castoria, maybe a 3rd one coming our way in 10 laps. We will have an answer. Are we going? No, once again.
They called for it again, you see. They called for it again, and there were several drivers out of position. Now, if you are Pasquale Lupoli, you're getting quite frustrated. There you go, look, hands in the air. Come on, why aren't you guys ready?
Yeah.
For Castoria and Schaufler, this is the onus on them, essentially, to control the pace. I know that there are certain race directors that would say at this point, no, park them up on the main straight, let them hear reason, because once you do it twice, see, look at that, you've got the command. And look at Pasquale Lupoli up there in the gantry with his hands in the air going, come on, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, and there won't be a 3rd one because the race is likely to be stopped and a word be given by Pasquale Lupoli. Hopefully we're not getting there. We had 2 extra formation laps yesterday. This is the 2nd time it happens, and it's not quite often. You can see Yeah, Gonzalo on the track, gesticulating and telling the drivers, come on, Christian Costoya. You're the pole sitter, you're the man in charge, you are the one who have to pace everybody down.
And Nigel Edwards and Gonzalo Planta have both actually adjusted. Oh, we've had a spin on the final corner on the way to the grid. That's Noah Wolf. Now, that is catastrophic. Are we going to go racing despite that?
I think so.
Yes, we are. Yes, we do. So Wolf is out of the race. Costoya goes into the first corner with Nicholas Schaffler in between him and Vivek Kanthan. So Vivek Kanthan has dropped back into 4th position now. The fast starting Stepan Antonov has managed to work his way forward. And off the road goes one of the VDK carts, I think. Off the road there, the 236 is that Matt Corby.
Yeah.
And Noah Wolf trudges in. He can't believe that his race didn't even get started as the rest of the junior field just trying to stay out of harm's way on the opening lap. And up the inside, Vivek Kanthan gets back in on Stepan Antonov. Nicholas Schaffler is under investigation off the start as off the road goes one of the Tony karts sliding around. That was Davide Bottaro, I do believe, who manages to get going again. But in behind Stepan Antonov, Vivek Kanthan was able to get the move, and now Tibor Ramekers is trying to work his way forward. Antonov gets back in there on the inside of Kanthan as Slater, I think, that is making his bid to get back through up the inside of his rival.
Beautifully made indeed. Let's have a look at the classification. Christian Costoya, 7/10 already in front of Niklas Schlofer under investigation. Tibor Ramekers run the inside of Kahan. Beautifully made in turn number 3 by the Belgian up into P4. And look at the front fairing of the Paralympic driver who is being really put into contact over there. It doesn't seem to me in the wrong position, but he's losing momentum in 2 places in the process to Copring and Lennon getting ahead of the American driver. Kahan goes from 5th to 7th, unfortunately. As I was saying, his front fairing doesn't look in the wrong position to me, as we have another move on the inside of the 209 of Schlafler. This is Antonov, Stepan Antonov, making his bid for P2.
Schaffler coming back at him into the final turn. Antonov's not going to be able to hold this for long. And watch for Ramekers. Ramekers is going to want to try and get past both of them down the home straight, side by side. Antonov through in a 2nd. Ramekers through in a 3rd now past Schaffler. Watch for Ramekers. He's going to try and get into 2nd place into turn 3. Here he goes. Launches the bid and gets through. Lovely move from Tibor Ramekers, who now gestures to Antonov. Antonov does not want to play ball with him, though. Up at a 2nd place again comes Stepan Antonov. He wants to go catch up to Christian Costoya. Ramekers tries again, and he's still not able to get through. Now Schaffler's going to get alongside Ramekers and through into 3rd position. Now Schaffler will try again to get through. Antonov sweeps through. Ramekers comes through as well. Brilliant racing between them as they continue to charge forward. Excellent racecraft. And so Schaffler hits 2nd, Ramekers through to 3rd and running deep. That is Ethan Lennon getting very frustrated, as it looked to me like Sebastian Kolbang has been able to pull a smart one on all of them.
Yeah, too bad for what happened to Lennon. Unfortunately, he had to put a little bit of 2 wheels on the grass. Tibor Ramekers is being warned by the officials. Still keep on battling as well. Further back, we have 4 drivers in the same picture. Carpoing Lennon, Letimaki, Alfie Slater. Ramekers once again run the inside of Schaffler. This is for P2. And the Belgian driver is just tickling to his opponent. Stay with me. Let's keep on working together because it might be too late. 2.7 seconds from Costoya. The Spaniard in the lead couldn't ask for a better outcome, a better scenario in this race. Alfie Slater picking up a warning flag as well. But in the meantime, the leader has been really out of sight. There's no way to be seen from the rest of the field. Ramekers in P2. He needs to keep both Schaffler and Krampeng at bay for the rest of the race. Still 6 laps to go, a bit more before the checkered flag. And a couple of warning flags are being picked up here and there by some of the drivers. And I might have seen, but I'm not quite sure. First of all, if you look at the front fairing of Tibor Ramekers, he has a big bump in the center of it. Doesn't seem misplaced. I think that's quite good at this stage, but certainly the result of a contact of an incident in the opening stages, as we see a replay of the start. And what happened in the last corner, disastrous for Noah Wolf. You know what, this is a rather tragic coincidence that we have Noah Wolf on screen, since he is the driver that we had at the interview earlier in the stream. You might have heard that. And now, unfortunately, he had to back out of his race even before it got started.
Yeah, the broadcaster's curse, if you like. So the live feed on the right of your screen, that's live pictures. On the left of your screen, that is the replay of the start. So it gives you an idea as Matt Corby drifts off onto the grass on the opening lap. Everybody else just trying to get through without incident or melee. We certainly had a bit of that. It's drifting off the road there. Goes Matt Corby from a different angle. There were quite a few drivers running the gauntlet on the opening lap, I noticed, and there were some big, bold claims from a couple of the competitors trying to move up the order. There was a bit of a wobble there from Davide Bottaro, who ended up dropping a long way down the field. Is that Alfie Slater getting the move there on Ethan Lennon? I think it was. And we've got the two Paralin karts dueling away further back. This is Vivek Kanthan versus Sebastian Lettimarchi. So Kanthan trying to get himself back into the top 6, having had a couple of moments here, there and everywhere. 10th place is Kunakan, then Miettinen, Domain, Albag and Nito, who you've got on your screen, then Brigiddo, Corby, Cochet, Potaro, Runitz, Hanna, Nihus, and then the two Holm Hansen brothers. Across the line goes the leader, Castoya. The gap is down to 2.2 seconds. It's 2.1 seconds now. But with 4 laps to go, this is going to be too little, too late for Tibor Ramakas.
Let's see if the Belgians are going to be able to keep that alive, because further back we have Kampwing and Alfie Slater. Watch out for the young British driver, run inside in turn number 5. Well done to Alfie Slater. I was going to say Freddie, but this is the younger brother. Now up into P4 in front of Kampwing. He had one of the fastest laps in this race, Alfie Slater, in that paid off in a beautiful move in front of the 256. And we have Ethan Lennon further back in P6 as well. Stepan Antonov, who tumbled the order in 7th from Kahan, Lettimarchi, and Cunningham running up the top 10. Tibor Ramakers trying to put as much distance as possible with Niklas Scholfer and Alfie Slater. All those drivers in the mix on your picture. Ramakers on a charge. Let's see what happened with Niklas Scholfer from DPK. This is the move, first of all, from Tibor Ramakers, or the attempt on Niklas Scholfer.
Was there contact?
Maybe a slight touch. Yes, indeed, on the rear bumper. Oh, and
very lucky.
Yeah, lucky not to lose control of the car. This is the move from Scholfer before Ramakers gave him his money back.
And now he's battling away with Alfie Slater, who has worked his way through in a 3rd position now. And there is the battle for 5th place. This is Kjolpeng battling away with Ethan Lennon and Stepan Antonov. So they're dueling away. Alfie Slater, though, is absolutely on the charge. Up into 3rd position. Fastest driver on track of 52.1 for him on the last lap. And the British driver on the Lando Norris chassis having a good mix of it. Look at this, everybody going for it in the final turn. As we've got Kjolpeng and Antonov dueling wheel to wheel. Antonov has got through into 5th place. Lennon has held on in front of Kanthan and Lettimarchi, but it really is incredible dueling at the moment.
And looking at the front fairing of Alfie Slater, it seems to have had a little contact as well in the center, just like Tibor Ramakers, and some of the Paralin drivers have a little bump as well on the front fairing.
Now we should point out that even though it looks as though the front fairing has had a bit of a knock to it at the front, that is not really the issue. If it's bent out of shape, that's not the point. Kanthan dives up the inside to take on Ethan Lennon and get the place. What's going to matter with those front fairings is, are they loose? If they are off the bracket that holds them in place, that's when you've got a problem. As Lennon gets up the inside of Kanthan, and going with him goes Lettimarchi.
Now, it doesn't seem to be misplaced by the look of it, but the result of aggressive, hectic fighting throughout the field, that's for sure. Watch out, the 267. This is Castoya entering the final lap of his race. 1.7 seconds on Tibor Ramakers.
It's definitely going to put Castoya's chances back on track if he can hold on to this lead. They're on the last lap. As Guillaume mentioned, Tibor Ramakers 1.7 back. Alfie Slater, another fastest lap, 51.824, as he continues to control his pace. But Castoya has really got himself back into contention once again with this victory, and it's quite important that he does so. He's going to be back on 164. It could have been 200 points, of course. Tibor Ramakers in 2nd place has had to work as hard as he possibly can to catch up to Castoya, and he has got that gap down big time, but unfortunately 1.6 seconds is not close enough, and misses as good as a mile for the Belgian. Castoya then will take win number 3 out of 4, and that puts him back into contention. Ramakers in 2nd, Slater is 3rd from Schaufler, Antonov, Kjolpeng, Lettimarchi, in front of Vivek Kanthan, Ethan Lennon and Gabriel Kunakan. So that was the last junior heat of the 4th rotation. After this point, every driver in the OK Junior field is going to be on their 5th and final qualifying heat. Even more important then that Christian Castoya in the Paralin was able to come through to take the victory of it, to put himself back into contention. He is now provisionally 8th in the rankings, which would be good enough for 4th on the starting grid for Superheat B. So his weekend is definitely not over. It's taken a hammer blow, but it's not over yet for Cristian Costoia. The win in the final is still very achievable, and he knows that. He's got to be thinking about the long gain here. Yes, you're going to lose a bit of time after that earlier crash out of the races, but because he did so well in qualifying, because he did so well in the 2 earlier heats of the weekend, he still has every chance, Cristian Costoia, of bouncing back. And there are clouds in the area as well now to try and cool the circuit down a bit. Could be helpful. Costoia, Ramakers, Slater. That's your top 3. Nicholas Schauffer in 4th in front of Stepan Antonov. And then the Sebastians. Kolpeng in front of Letimaki. Vivek Kanthen in 8th position in front of Ethan Lennon and Gabriel Koenig. Then Henry Domain, Alphonse Mietinen, Enzo Ruggiero, Marianito, and Guy Albag in 15th. 16th position on the grid is Davide Bottaro at the end of that very challenging race. The Italian dropping back. Salim Hana in 17th in front of Louis Cochet, Mika Runitz and Matt Corby. And then we have Magnus Holm Hansen, Mikkel Neuhaus and Matthias Holm Hansen. The one retirement from the race was the man who spun off before we even got to the start line. And that was Noah Wolf getting caught up in the melee of the original start. We're going to have a look at some of the highlights from that race. And right from the start, we knew it was going to be a bit of a challenging one. But certainly a perfect start up the front from Cristian Costoia, hanging on in front of Schaufler. As the field set off around the first few corners of the race, we knew it was obviously going to be pretty tight from there on out. Several drivers gunning and pushing their way through. Just the one off, that was Matt Corby in the VDK racing car. You're going to see where he drifted off and where the narrow for getting it right and getting it wrong really is. It's such a narrow playing field there. A couple of drivers drifting wide onto the grass. As long as you get it together without causing too many issues, then it's not so bad. Tibor Ramaker is really the first man on the move, up amongst the drivers in the leading gaggle of competitors. Vivek Kanthen trying to keep himself in the top 10, which he did manage to do by the end of the race in actuality. Schaufler going wheel to wheel first with Ramakers to move into 3rd, and then a corner later made the bid to do the same thing on Stepan Antonov to get into 2nd. There was some great jockeying for position all the way around the course. Ramakers finally caught and passed Nicholas Schaufler and got his own move further up the ranks. Lewis Werrell would have been watching this on the sideline thinking, well, I can definitely deal with this kind of battle, because it was very similar to the sort of pace that Werrell pulled off. He watched his teammate Ethan Lennon doing likewise there. Ethan Lennon getting himself up the inside of Kanthen and almost losing out to Letimaki, but managing to hold on was Cristian Costoia for win number 3 out of 4. A great run for the Spaniard in the Paralympic. And that puts him right back into contention up at the sharp end of the dais. A very good run from the man who got himself into pole position in time qualifying. A very solid run. So down in pit lane, Guillaume Alvarez will be ready to give us a little bit more from that fabulous race.
And we are lucky to have the winner, Cristian Costoia, with us live from Parc Fermé. Cristian, it's good to have you. Good to see you in such a good shape. The win for you, another one in the qualifying races. How do you feel about that performance? It has been a dominant race for you.
Yeah, it was a good one, and we need to the next week do the same, win it, and we see with the points and have a good, the best position for the pre-final.
Best position, yeah, for the races as well to come tomorrow. What have you learned so far about the competition, the track, new tricks, new thing that you think now, okay, I'm much stronger than at the start of the weekend?
Yeah, of course, every race you learn something, and yeah.
All right, thank you for talking to us. Good result. Congratulations to you. You can go now. You have a lot of debrief to do, certainly. Thank you very much, Cristian Costoia, the winner of the qualifying heat. We're going to try to pick up, if we have a bit of time, some of the drivers, hopefully still with us in the Parc Fermé. I see Thibaut Ramekers with us over there, but we have under 1 minute before the checkered flag, the green flag is out, shall I say. The checkered flag will be 13 laps later at the end of the next qualifying heat for the hockey class. So we might be a bit short. We'll get back to you, Jake, and after that, we'll give you some more interviews live from Parc Fermé.
Thank you, Guillaume Alvarez, down in Parc Fermé at the end of each of the races for the remainder of the day. It's going to be very exciting to hear from the drivers as the competition really starts to ramp up in intensity. But hearing from Christian Costoya as he gets his race weekend back on track there with a 3rd win out of 4. It'll be interesting to see what he can do from there, starting from 8th position, or he's looking at finishing the rankings in 8th place. And that would be good enough for the 4th row of the starting grid in the 2nd of the Super Heats tomorrow. So very exciting stuff so far. Right, back into the action again for the OK category now, as qualifying heat A versus C in their groups is going to bring us to the end of the 4th heat for each driver at this stage of proceedings now as well. So this is quite an important race to see how it plays out. And it's Maciej Gladish alongside René Lammers on the front row of the starting grid. That's going to be an electrifying battle. Gilles Caranta and Thomas Strauven. Then Trujan Pu and Joe Turney, Martin Molnar and Luigi Coluccio, Jakub Kamenik and Mark Dubnitsky from Emili Koivisto and Xavier Evramides. Then Gustav Wisniewski and Guillaume Bouzard, Enea Frey and Jan Pestrovski. Adrian Farah, Vilads Lindenskov, Kasper Henriksen, Rasmus Andersen and Silas Tveit Gibson are going to finish off the field. Very important for Maciej Gladish, this one, as he gets the opportunity to battle with René Lammers off the starting grid. And obviously the Dutchman is going to want to try and hold on to as high a position as he possibly can in his own battle with Maciej Gladish, because he's got several drivers around him who have not been able to maintain a perfect score. In fact, nobody has been able to maintain the perfect score in the senior category. So it all becomes about consistency after that point. So it'll be an interesting situation for all of the competitors out there. They'll definitely give us plenty of good drama and some great racing to come from these final few races in the ranks. So as the contenders give us plenty of excitement out there, we are getting ourselves ready for the 4th race for groups A versus C. When that is done, we will finally give ourselves a bit of an excitement to conclude. So now the drivers are gearing themselves up ready for an exciting showcase as the battle commences for this 4th race for Group A and C. But Gladish versus Lammers is definitely going to be a tough one to predict. Both drivers are going to be feisty and ferocious to the first corner. They will not want to concede anything to the driver alongside them. So expect this one to be full of drama and full of tension. Coming off the final turn, Gonzalo Planta just watching the drivers as they come through. Gladish on the outside, Lammers on the inside, waiting to see who gets it right and who doesn't. Here we go, what a start from Gladish. Perfect as Lammers finds himself down at about 5th or 6th through turn 1. Gladish gets the call and shots forward in brilliant style. Strauven, Turney and Coluccio have managed to make good starts moving forward as well, as everybody just tries to stay out of danger whilst also making big moves to move forward. 2-3 cards going off in the background. So that is Emili Koivisto drifting off the road there with Vilads Lindenskov. So they both drift off the course, and it's a big battle as Joe Turney gets through on Gladish, and Strauven manages to get the inside move there on Gilles Caranta, I do believe. Well, Caranta finds himself down in 6th position, but it's one of the Tony carts in the mix there. I'm trying to make out who it is. I think it's Luigi Coluccio who's made that fantastic start in the early stages, but it's Joe Turney who leads the way from Maciej Gladish, then Strauven, then Coluccio, then Lammers, Caranta, and in 7th place it is Mark Dubnitsky. A sensational duel further back as Jan Pestrovski is in front of Avramides and Chu. Chu is going to make the move on the inside of Avramides. There's going to be room for Guillaume Bouzard to get through as well, but Avramides will not give him the space or the satisfaction. So Guillaume Bouzard back down to 11th again. Molnar 12th. 13th is now Andersen, then Ferrer, Frey, Kamenik, Henriksen battling away there. Koivisto still going wheel to wheel with Gustav Wisniewski. The two of them having a real tough race of it and managing to squeak through. That's Lindenskov getting through there on Gustav Wisniewski. That's the thing about these wild cards. They're unknown quantities as far as the leading contenders are concerned. We've got a warning flag coming out already, and that's for Rasmus Andersen. But Turney has got Gladish and Strauven for company as they fly past our commentary position on the approach to turn 1. Lammers is now 4th again in front of Coluccio and Camara. But Coluccio wants to make the big on the inside of Lammers. Oh, that was a very late call from Luigi Coluccio. Manages to get there. Lammers tries to retaliate, but he's not close enough. Coluccio not going to give him the opportunity. And here we go again. And up the inside, Lammers on Coluccio, and Caranta goes with him. Beautifully done. Lammers and Caranta both diving through on Coluccio, the Italian, in the Tony kart. So very nicely handled. But now Gilles Caranta will want to try and make the same bid on René Lammers again. And up the inside, that's Dubnitsky getting through on Luigi Coluccio. Awesome performance from the Estonian. So into the final turn. And again, Gilles Caranta being hunted down by Dubnitsky. So he needs to get on the offensive and close in on René Lammers to go for him to make another overtake. This is not good news for Lammers, is it? Whereas it's pretty good news for Turney and Gladish, as they are still making up decent places. But Joe Turney has obviously got some pressure. Oh, up to second now has come Strauven. So Thomas Strauven, the Belgian, has managed to get through on the Polish star Maciej Gladish to drop him to third position. But certainly for Strauven, this is an important run into second position. If he can start to hunt down Joe Turney, then he could pull off a real surprise.
Yeah, well, what a start of a race it is for Joe Turney. Let's see if Thomas Strauven is going to be able to catch him up. 0.3 of a second now as the 119, the young Belgian driver, in second place, trying to chase his fellow teammate from Czech Republic. Then we have Maciej Gladisz from Ricky Flynn Motorsport. René Lammers done in P4, Gilles Caranta. You can feel now that the intensity can be felt, is palpable into the air, but also the level is so high in the UK class that not quite like the juniors where you could expect, drivers going for overtaking moves at every corner, at every lap. Sometimes in OK it takes more time for the drivers to think their race through, to come up with a strategy to at least analyze what can be done in a split of a second. And the level is so high, and the differences of between the drivers so thin sometimes that it takes a while, throughout the course of the laps, and gaps can actually be built, hard to decrease in the process as well. So that's why it's a long game, it's a mind game, certainly more in the OK than in the juniors as well. On some occasions, of course, it's not the recurrent trend that we get to see. But Joe Turney, 0.6 of a second on Thomas Strauven. He knows halfway through this race that he's going to have to give it everything while resisting to Maciej Gladisz. That was starting on pole. Must not be particularly happy on himself after losing that leading place in the opening stages of the race. But that's the way to go. And if it goes like this, if Joe Turney manages to stay where he is, that means that he would co-lead the overall classification of the heats on equal points still with Kinder Alberta. And a bit of a touch for the 182 is happening further back in the field. If I've seen correctly, might have been someone else, or maybe Xavier Aramides. We'll get back to that.
I think it was the 162. That was Enea Frey.
Thank you.
So Enea Frey's in the mix there, dueling away with Guillaume Bouzard and Adrien Ferrer. And Ferrer is the one who was able to make the overtaking move. So Enea Frey no longer with the Beyond Racing team. Now he's in the VDK outfit. So he's been able to move himself forward. Here's the replay of Thomas Strauven getting his move on Maciej Gladisz for second. That was very nicely handled by the Belgian. As Thomas Strauven works his way through. Formerly of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, of course, Thomas Strauven. He was teammates with Maciej Gladisz once upon a time. Now they are opponents, as Gladisz is with Ricky Flynn still, and Thomas Strauven has moved over to the Czech Republic team that is now first and second, of course, with Turney and Strauven. Emili Koivisto is now under investigation, so that could be very interesting as things continue to battle away. But it's certainly looking particularly exciting and intense out there as the drivers continue to make good work of it. But the 174 of Mark Dubnitsky from Jan Petrovsky, 6th and 7th, these two. Chuyan Pu in 8th place, then Coluccio and Avramides in 10th place. René Lammers doing a grand job of trying to get back on terms with Maciej Gladisz, who is in 3rd place. But certainly the Dutchman for the Paralin Motorsport squad, working hard to continue this sort of up-tempo pace. But Turney, Strauven, Gladisz, Lammers, Caranta, Dubnitsky, Petrovsky and Chuyan Pu. But they are still going to give us plenty. Now, here's a replay up the inside. This is Enea Frey on Guillaume Bouzard. But Bouzard sensed that there was going to be a moment from Frey. Did not let him have it. And so, despite the fact there was no contact between them, Enea Frey just... Oh, and that's one of the Czech Republic's. That's Xavier Avramides. So Avramides, unfortunately, the Australian, has come off the road. And that looks like it's on the approach to the pit lane. So Xavier Avramides unfortunately retiring from the race there, the Australian. That has not gone well. But I'm afraid Xavier Evermides is now the latest retirement going into the final corner of the lap. Suddenly getting very cloudy over the Rødby Karting Club circuit. It was very bright and sunny before, and now all of a sudden it's getting a little bit gloomy. Don't tell me we're going to get another sting in the tail with weather. But certainly up front, Joe Turney leads the way from Straven, Gladish and Lammers. There's only 1.2 seconds between them, and you do get the sense that Joe Turney is just not pushing the tyres any more than he needs to. He's keeping himself together and trying to nip one, curl one, drop one, pearl one all the way through, as Xavier Evermides, very unhappy, sat beside his Czech Republic chassis. No chance of him picking up a decent result in this one, at least. And Maciej Gladish is trying not to lose third to Lammers, whilst also trying to gain the ground on Turney and Straven up front of him. Karanta in P5, Pestrovsky is 6th, and then Dubnitsky, Chu, Coluccio has actually just got past Chuyan Pu, and then Martin Molnar in 10th place ahead of Feder, Koivisto, Uzar, Anderson, Wisniewski, and Anea Frey, who has had a bit of a topsy-turvy race by all accounts.
10 laps in, lap 11 out of 13. Jan Perizowski on your picture, the 105, is running at the moment in P6. The Tony Car driver, Joe Turney, less than half of a second for now. And the position gain, 10 positions indeed. Beautiful performance for him, Jan Perizowski, so far, as he's making his bid. Certainly the best recover in this race so far. And that's what we like to see on Jan Perizowski climbing through the ranks after what had been a difficult qualifying. And you might wonder, what a touch over there on the 127. René Lammers and Maciej Gladish. There was an attempt to try to go around the inside into the banking in turn number 9. We were right up there to catch it live, and a contact, so there was no way to go. Hopefully for René Lammers, no trouble at all for his front fairing. We'll have to get a close watch about what happened, maybe in a replay coming up. But there was an attempt that failed, and René Lammers is going to have to do it all over again.
Well, goodness me, René Lammers is not the sort of person to use the kart in front of him as a brake. So he must have just made an error there as he nudges Maciej Gladish deep into the braking zone. I think he just must have missed his braking by half a meter or whatever. There's another yellow flag out on the course. I don't know if it's the same incident. It's Chuyan Pu. Chuyan Pu appears to have dropped out of the race. The Prema driver. There he is. Bit of disappointment for the Chinese ace. So Chuyan Pu, who's part of the Mercedes F1 Junior program, I'm afraid, is out of this one as well.
Yeah, disappointing end of the race. Premature end, that is, for Jan Puchu, who was running in a strong P9, even though he lost 4 places from the start of the race. Final lap for Joe Turney in front of Thomas Straven.
So the last lap begins then. Turney hanging on in front of Thomas Straven. Is Straven going to have one final bid on his teammate to try and improve his own stature in this race? Joe Turney would be currently looking to tie with Nakamura Berta at the top of the rankings if he were to stay in the lead of this race. So suddenly, Joe Turney is going to up the ante, surely, in this final lap to just try and keep it slightly ahead of Thomas Straven a little bit further forward. But certainly Joe Turney looking good to tie up the points rankings after 4 heats with Kiya Nakamura Berta into the final corner. Joe Turney will end the 4th race of his weekend on 188 out of 200. Tied with Kiya Nakamura Berta now at the top of the standings, exactly where Joe Turney wanted to be. Straven is 2nd in this one. Gladish is 3rd from Lammers, Karanta, Pestrovsky, Coluccio and Dudnitsky. Great racing from Joe Turney. He is back in a competitive position once again, exactly where he deserves to be. And now he really has got himself into the firing line for a bid for the top spot. Very nicely handled so far. So still the contenders are dueling away each heat that comes through. So a situation there for all of the contenders. So a very interesting situation then for all of the contenders out there on the course. But Joe Turney is able to come through in fine style from Thomas Straven, Maciej Gladish, René Lammers and Jules Karanta in the top 5, with the hard charger Jan Pestrovsky gaining 10 places from his original grid slot. And that really helps him out to gain some points on the ranks. So Joe Turney getting the victory in front of Thomas Strauven, Maciej Gladish, René Lammers, Jules Caranta in the top 5. Jan Piotrowski up 10, Luigi Coluccio up 1, and then Mark Dubnitsky coming home in 8th in front of Martin Molnar and Emili Koivisto. Then Adrian Ferrer in front of Gustav Wisniewski, Guillaume Bouzard in front of Rasmus Andersen, and Kasper Henriksen. Enea Frey in 16th position in front of Village Lindenskov, and then we have Jakob Kamenik ahead of Silas Tveit Gibson. There were 2 retirements in that one, Chuyan Bu and Xavier Avramides, the Chinese driver and the Australian. Wow, a fantastic situation. So an interesting one out there in position. And now we go for the highlights of this race once again, the OK qualifying heat, A versus C. Maciej Gladish leading in the early stages. Joe Turney able to work his way forward in the second position mark. Strauven getting through there nice and early as well. René Lammers really struggling off the start. And that dropped him down to about 5th or 6th position initially. There was some contact there on the opening lap from Emili Koivisto and the 419 of Village Lindenskov. Actually very similar to the contact that put Noah Wolf off the road on the formation lap of the previous heat. And there is the 117 diving through. René Lammers going with Jules Caranta. There's the movement up on the inside there from Luigi Coluccio earlier in the race as well, when he managed to take on René Lammers, who was making moves wherever he could find an opportunity. But once the 2 Czech Republics had dealt with Maciej Gladish, it was very much a case of bring it home to the flag. None of the 3 drivers taking any undue risks. Big dive from Enea Frey, but there is the man who was ready for it, the 116 of Guillaume Bouzard, the Luxembourger. Some good moves up on the inside of Mark Dubnitsky. We saw Luigi Coluccio getting himself back into 7th place. René Lammers just missing his breaking point in his bid to close up on Maciej Gladish. They got away with that. But Turney, Strauven, Gladish and Lammers, the way it finishes up at the flag. So a tough situation then, but that is 4 races completed for each driver. And down in Parc Fermé, Guillaume Alvarez should be able to give us a little bit more insight from that penultimate race for each of the drivers in Groups A and C.
Inside indeed from the man himself, the winner of this race, Joe Turney. Good to have you here, Joe, once again. You always one of the contenders. Finally the win for you. Qualifying didn't go maybe according to plan. You're having to fight back a couple of places every time, but the pace seems to be right on the spot.
Yeah, I did a mistake in the quali, so we're starting on the 3rd row. Otherwise, I think I could start on the front row, but speed's good. I've had to push the tyres a bit because of where I start, so now the speed isn't as it was in the first 2, but anyway, I think the 2 heats that I was slowest in, I was able to win, so it's okay. We'll see tomorrow. Just need to have another 2 good clean finishes and we should start in a good place for the final.
Yeah, the more we go into those races, the more pressure you can feel on your shoulder. That comes with experience. How can you deal that kind of momentum at the moment with all those years of career that you have behind you?
It should be okay. I mean, I've been in this situation a few times before, so I think there's more pressure when you don't have speed. So we know we have speed, so in the end I just have to do my job and see what happens.
Last year you were in a different outfit. First season for you with a Czech Republic machine. It seems that the time for you to get used to that new material was very thin. You were straight onto the pace and you've been working towards more and more progress ever since.
Yeah, we've done plenty of testing to make sure I was up to speed, but anyway, the material is fantastic. We're at the front all the time, you know, and it's not just me at the front, it's the teammates, it's the other teams using the material, so we can see that you know, when there's multiple of us at the front, we can see the material work, so it's going well at the moment.
You've been to so many different tracks all over the world, in Europe and even beyond the Atlantic. What can you tell us about this layout? Because it's quite fresh, out of the ground. First time that we're here with FIA Karting. What have you made of the layout so far?
It's good. I mean, for the seniors, it's a bit tough to race because we can't get too close to each other. But certainly for the driver to drive around, it's fun, good amount of grip, and it should be a good race tomorrow, I think.
Fantastic. Good talking to you, George, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you. Thank you to Joe Turney, winner of this qualifying heat as the whistle is blowing. Get back to you, Jake, for some more race coming up.
So now we get to the crunch time in this fantastic qualifying day at Rødby. So it really is going to be an interesting situation for all of the competitors, because now we've got every driver in this competition in junior and OK for the rest of the day will be in their 5th and final qualifying heat that will set the grids for tomorrow's super heats. It really is make or break time now for all of the contenders. They'll want to push it right to the end of what they can achieve. So it's important that they come out of the blocks fighting fit. They will not want to back down from the challenge. And it really is crucial to take every single race position you can, to keep it clean, but keep it hard, firm and fair, because it's now or never. As all of the drivers are very well aware, this is the last chance to make a good play out of this race. Dries van Langendonk and Alexander Bondarev will line up on the front row of the starting grid for this first of the qualifying heats. And certainly for Alexander Bondarev, this is a chance to seal the pole position in the superheat. If he can hold this together, get a victory, and watch his rivals squirm to repeat the feat, then it could be the phoenix that rises again from the flames of his tough season in 2022 to continue this march to the European Championship. What an amazing story this could be if the young man from Ukraine could turn disaster into glory. Qualifying heat, D versus E gets underway, and Dries van Langendonk and Alexander Bondarev take up their positions on the front row of the grid. Here they go. Van Langendonk and Bondarev. Gerasim Skudanov and Oliver Kienmark. Then Tiziano Monza and Andy Consani. Mies Huben and Alpak Soy. From Jack Eilif and Augustus Toniolo. Scott Lindblom and Lewis Francis. Jindra Peschel and Noah Montero. Then Jared Clark and Kit Berlovsky. Luna Flusha and Kosayo Guma. Philip Ingbach and Oliver Rasmussen. Luke Magnussen, Marla Marchand, Tyler Sundberg and Christopher Nita. Now, I've got a feeling that Christopher Nita ended up having an issue in practice on Friday, because we haven't actually seen Christopher Nita out on the circuit since then. We wish him all the very best and hope that he's going to be back the next time we visit Denmark for the European Championships. Well, certainly we haven't seen anything of Christopher Nita since practice on Friday. However, it really is make or break time for Dries van Langendonk and Alexander Bondarev. Van Langendonk is currently sat 10th in 150 points, on 150 points, I should say. Alexander Bondarev is currently joint second with Tiziano Monza on 179 out of 200. So he's only dropped 21 points out of this entire weekend so far. However, his teammate at Czech Republic, Jacopo Martinez, has only dropped 15 up to this point. This really is a big opportunity for Bondarev, and he knows it.
He knows it, but between the theory and the practice, there's sometimes quite a bit of a margin. And let's see if from the outside of the front row, we'll be able to get the upper hand on Dries van Langendonk, the young Belgian, who is still chasing after his first qualifying heat win. Alexander Bondarev took one win earlier today, as well as other names that can pop up at the forefront, Tiziano Monza being one of them. Andy Consani, Jerasim Skudanov, Oliver Kienmark. Jerasim Skudanov that we saw previously in his race that had the pace to find at the front before having to make do with a 6th place finish. And let's see what he can do in this one in the OK Junior category. As we're getting near, I was going to say the conclusion of the day. We still have a couple of races after that, of course, but the tension is rising.
It's certainly the conclusion of the day for these guys. Here we go. A good start from the front of the grid as Bondarev is going to get squeezed down to 3rd position by Van Langendonk and Skudanov. So Van Langendonk gets through into the lead. Then Skudanov, Bondarev in 4th place. That looks like Monza trying to creep his way forward. So a very good start indeed from Tiziano Monza in the Shamrock Euro Paralympic. And as they work their way through on the opening lap, they've kept themselves pretty neat and tidy for a change. So there's no big drama apart from the 215. So it's game over for Augustus Toniolo. And I think Mies Huben is out of the race as well. The Dutchman has gone with him, yes. So there is Mies Huben desperately trying to get the World Racing Tony Kart back into the fray. But I'm afraid that is going to be a riding to nothing for Mies Huben, trying to get the kart restarted. It's not going to happen. You only get one go. Sorry, Mies. Game over for Saturday.
He tried. He did his best, but at some point, if the engine is seized and there's no way for you yourself, not with the help of the marshals, to get back into contention, then game over, unfortunately. Dries van Langendonk, just 2 little tenths of a second. The pressure is on Jerasim Skudanov. As you can see now, he has to put his helmet back on.
Bondarev second.
Bondarev, actually, we thought for a moment at the hairpin of turn number 3 that Skulanov was able to get past, but Bondarev was first on the taking, and he now climbs into P2. Skulanov under pressure from Tiziano Monza around the inside. Skulanov fights back, and Monza goes through as well, pushing Bondarev a little bit. It is dropping not 1, not 2, but 3 places, putting 2 wheels on the grass.
Just like what we saw 2 weeks ago in the warm-up race, Bondarev had similar problems with rivals there, just giving him very little room to play with, and it's exactly what's happened again here in the European Championships. It's squeezed him and it's dropped him down to 7th position. That will only make him angrier. That will drop the red mist down further as Skuninov now finds himself in 2nd with Monza and Consani all over the back of him. The 2 Shamik Europe drivers are going to take them on, and Kinmark has split them as he makes the move. Watch out as here comes Alpaksai. He's trying to get himself on the inside of Kinmark. Kinmark's going to drift wide onto the grass now as Bondarev is going to get his move up on the inside of Alpaksai. As a result of the chain reaction, he also gets past Kinmark. He is on the comeback.
And Bondarev on the charge, and we're on the inside as well. It goes on Skulanov. Tiziano Monza taking the power machine up into P2. And in the meantime, Dries van Langenonk, the Belgian, is nowhere to be seen. And he picks up a warning flag while he does that. Tiziano Monza, that's quite unfortunate, but he's going to have to be careful on its next move.
And all of this squabbling, of course, is just allowing Dries van Langenonk to get further and further away up front. He's now leading by 1.9 seconds on the main straight from the Singaporean of Tiziano Monza in 2nd place. Bondarev has crept back up to 5th behind Skudanov and Katsani. Then it's Kinmark in 6th, Eilif in 7th from Lindblom, Belovski, Aksoy, Montero, Francis, Ogama and Peschel.
You can feel that this is the last race for those 2 groups. Today, there's no more room for error because tomorrow is going to be about the superheat, 2 superheat split. Those groups will be 72 best of them, 36 only for the final. This will be the schedule for tomorrow, but some of them need actually the extra points to maybe make it as high as possible on the superheat starting grid. And there's no more chance after that. Let's see the race start once again. On the inside goes Dries van Langenonk, taking Jasim Skulanov with him from 3rd on the grid, on the inside line. On the outside, Alexander Bondarev was in a good place as well, was able to get past, not quite just yet, Jasim Skulanov, but was on the charge before the door would be about to open. Some drivers putting some wheels onto the grass, and then there came the contact with the 275, unfortunately, being pushed out of the way.
Yeah, that was Toniolo and Huben connecting, unfortunately. Is that Bondarev into 4th? Yes, it is. He's got back past Andy Consani. So Bondarev is just chipping away at it, 1 by 1, trying to get himself back into contention once again. Monza sets the fastest lap of the race. The Singaporean does a 52.064 now for Shamik Europe. But Dries van Langenonk leads by 1.4. That means that Monza has been able to gain half a second on the Belgian, and we're only on lap 5 of 10. So it's not over yet. He might just have the time to close up on Dries van Langenonk. Meanwhile, Bondarev is swarming around all over the back of Gerasim Skudanov like an angry wasp at a picnic. Get on with it, man. Move closer to the guy in 2nd place. Otherwise, move over and let me have a go.
Let's see how it's going to play out between those 2. But this is Birel in front of Czech Republic at the moment. And we do have Alfie Slater with us in joining us in
wanted
the
to have a look.
Commentary box to have a look. Yeah, please come in. And
now on the inside, Bondarev's going to make his bid. Lovely job on Skudanov. Skudanov will try and bounce back for another move. But Bondarev holds the kart in the middle of the circuit. So tactical from the Ukrainian. He just holds it in the middle of the road so that Skudanov can't go left, can't go right. Skudanov's got to try another trick to try and outfox the Ukrainian. But we've got to watch for Andy Consani and Jack Eilif as well, the 2 Paralympic drivers. Consani in the Shamik Europe squad. Skudanov coming from a long way back.
Ooh.
Oh, this is an opportunity now. Consani's going to try and dig deep and go with Skudanov. So he goes through past Skudanov into 3rd. Up to 4th comes Consani. Bondarev's got to bounce back again in 5th position. He's got to try the trick. Now Consani's going to try and go for Skudanov. Skudanov tries to defend, holds him at the mark. Consani trying to come around the far side. Bondarev slides through on the inside with assistance from Jack Eilif and Scott Lindblom trying to come through. However, somehow Consani's able to hold it. Oh, contact! Belovski is pitched into a spin. Oh, poor Kit Belovski.
He's just outside of the racing line, and another DNF for Kit Belovski was put on the spin after contact. We might need to watch that again. but that means a race prematurely ended once again for the British driver. It was running in a good P8 just before that happened, and once again shaking his head in disbelief about what happened over there. We'll need to see that again to see if he had anything to do with that, but if it will be decided as a racing incident. Now they're talking about what just happened, but what a disaster again for Kit Belowski.
Mies Hubert leans over to Kit Belowski. I know how you feel.
Yeah.
Bitter disappointment from both of them. Kit Belowski, though, 3 times out of 5, he's been pinged off the circuit like a pinball. Just not what he wanted at all. Now, Bondarev is having another crack at Skulinov. It seems personal between these two now. Bondarev tries again on Skulinov to get into 3rd place. Come on, man! What are you doing? Get over! Bondarev trying every trick in the book here.
Yeah, watch out on the inside, Bondarev as well, but the door is shut. Monza, Skulinov, Bondarev. This is a battle for P3. Skulinov still in the lead, going defensive in front of those two. Bondarev, Hilfe just behind. Jake Khalifa, let's try to see what the American driver can do. Is going around the outside a little bit on the wide line. Right. It's about to be the last lap of this race. Here we go. Oh, it's going defensive, Jersim Skulinov. Just before the turn number 1.
That was very close over the limit. Eilif getting held up as a result of that. Consani coming through. We got 2 laps to go, and look, the floodgates have opened. Everybody's wanting a turn of this now. Montero moving forward. Aksoy moving forward. Peschel moved forward. Bondarev's getting squeezed there as Consani goes through. Right, you're not able to go for Skulinov. Let me have a go. I could try. Skulinov getting a warning for his tactics on the start-finish line. I did think it was just a little bit over the margin of what is acceptable. Now here comes Lindblom. Lindblom is now going to dive through on Bondarev. He gets up into 5th position. So Scott Lindblom is on the march. This is exactly what Van Langendonk and Monza wanted, but Monza is trying to go on this contact.
And a big crash.
It's
Luna
Flusha. It's Luna Flusha, and she has come together with Salim Hanar, I do believe.
Yeah, disaster for them too.
No, it's Kosai Uguma, my apologies. It's Oguma. So Kosai Uguma, the Japanese driver, colliding with Luna Flusha. Very disappointing as the 2 of them are out. Now we're having a great battle here, but Monza has caught right up to Dries Van Langendonk. The gap between them is only 1/10 of a second. Monza might snatch the win while we're busy watching these guys battle it out. Bondarev's under investigation, so is Lindblom. Lindblom tries again now on Katsani, but what can Monza do about Van Langendonk up front? There might be a chance to go for the lead. We need to watch the leaders. Lindblom and Bondarev bouncing around like pinballs. They are really giving it the hands-on now. Bondarev trying again on Scott Lindblom, can't get through. And that's Monza in the lead. Monza's got past Van Langendonk on the last lap. We didn't see it, but Monza has taken it off Van Langendonk on the final lap. Van Langendonk slows in frustration. He can't believe how close he came. But Tiziano Monza stole it from Dries Van Langendonk on the final lap. Skulinov in 3rd, Consani in 4th from Eilif, Bondarev, Lindblom and Montero. What a final bout for Groups D and E in OK Junior. So many warning flags, so many investigations. But Tiziano Monza manages to fight his way to catch Van Langendonk, and he snatches the win off him in the very last lap. Now hopefully we'll be able to see how that happened. But certainly, Tiziano Monza worked so hard to catch up to Dries Van Langendonk. And it was Van Langendonk that held the lead for so long before Monza snatched it from him on the final lap. I'm not sure Van Langendonk even felt that Monza was going to get close enough to him on that final lap, the amount of gap he'd pulled out. So that must be bitterly disappointing for Van Langendonk. But Monza takes it from the Belgian. Skulinov in 3rd from Andy Consani, Jack Eilif, Alexander Bondarev and Scott Lindblom. And then it was Noah Montero ahead of Alpak Soy and Jindra Peschel. Oliver Kinmark in front of Lewis Francis. Jared Clark ahead of Marc Lemarchand, the leading wildcard, just ahead of Oliver Rasmussen. Then Tyler Sundberg, Philip Engbach, Luca Magnussen, Luna Flusha and Kosai Oguma, who did get going again after their collision. And then the retirements. Kit Belowski, 4 laps from the finish. But then we also lost Mies Hubert and Augustus Toniolo on the opening lap. And Christopher Nita did not start the race, as he has not been able to start any of them and has not, in fact, taken part since free practice on Friday. Well, how do you unpick that one? Tiziano Monza and Dries Van Langendonk battling all the way to the end, but there was a heck of a lot going on around them even before that even kicked off. And kicked off, it certainly did. So many dramas, so many battles in various points around the course that really got quite heated towards the latter stages of this race. And so many drivers felt they had a hand to play in their last qualifying heat before the big show tomorrow in the Super Heats. And don't forget that only the top 72 ranked drivers are going to make it to the Super Heats, so it really was now or never for them all. Monza and Van Langendonk made it fairly nice and tidy through the first corner. Van Langendonk in the lead, Monza slotting into 4th place behind Skudinov and Bondarev. But it certainly made for a very tricky race battle. Mies Huben out of the race early doors with Augustus Toniolo. Monza getting his run on Skudinov to move up into 2nd place. But then Skudinov, this was a very audacious maneuver to get up alongside Bondarev. He got a little bit of assistance in the end from the 253 of Andy Consani. But then things really got busy. Lindblom on the curbs. He clattered into the side of Kit Belowski, pitched him into a spin. Not intentional, but it doesn't change the outcome. Then this from Skulinov. That was very audacious indeed from the Biralat driver to thwart the onslaught of Bondarev. There were a few more incidents like that. Then Ugo Kosciuszko and Luna Flusha drifting stage left off the road. They got connected. They were both able to start the karts again though. How did Monza get the move on Van Langendonk? Here it is. We finally got it. Oh, and there looked to be a little bit of a nudge between the two of them. But that is how Monza was able to get level and then past Dries Van Langendonk. The Belgian would not have been too happy about that. But Tiziano Monza perfectly satisfied with it as he fights through to take the win. Dries Van Langendonk cruising past the pits there, cruising past the grandstands, I should say. Well, Guillaume Alvarez down in Parc Ferme. I wonder how much of that will be able to unravel.
Welcome back, live from the Parc Ferme with Tiziano Monza, one of the young heroes of the day. Tiziano, talk us through that race, because what a performance. First of all, you take the win, but it came from a long way back, because we thought for a moment that Dries Van Langendonk was uncatchable.
Yeah, I thought that too, but you know, we had a lot of good pace this weekend, and I'm pretty positive. Yeah.
You had to fight your way through. What can you tell us about the level of competition? Because you guys in the class have been giving us a lot of chills all throughout the races.
Yeah, the racing is hard here, and yeah, at the start there was a lot of people fighting, but I had to just get through and go forward.
The Parlin chassis you're using seems to be right on the spot in terms of space and performance. Not only you, but a lot of the other drivers in both classes are really on point and giving a hard time to the others. What's the formula? What did you find differently maybe than the opposition this weekend?
I'm not so sure. We tested a lot of different setups and stuff, but I would like to thank GFR Engines and Parallel, of course, and Shamek Racing.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much for talking to us, Tiziano, and good luck for tomorrow, the big day. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jake. As we get back to you for the last couple of races of the afternoon, and then a couple of more interviews live from the Parc Ferme with the protagonist of the junior Indy class.
Guillaume Alvarez there asking the tough question to Tiziano Monza. How have you guys found the pace over everybody else? The diplomatic answer from Tiziano Monza, I'm not too sure. I think you're absolutely sure. You're just not going to share it with us on the world feed with all the other teams watching. I totally understand. Keep your cards close to your chest. That's the way to win races. Right, okay, qualifying heat, D versus E next up. Here is the remainder of the day's program. As you can see, in just under 2 minutes' time, we're going to get underway for qualifying heat D versus E, and then we'll have A versus F and B versus C. At this moment in time in junior, Tiziano Monza has actually taken the lead of the interim rankings ahead of Alexander Bondarev. Monza has 229, Bondarev has 213, Van Langendonk has 194, Kinmark has 193, Jack Eilef has 183, and Gerasim Skudinov has 179. So there's definitely a few potential changes to be made, but it all depends on how the likes of Jacopo Martinese, Tibor Ramakas, and Antonov do in their qualifying heats. The focus, though, has got to be on OK qualifying heat D versus E next. Then, of course, we'll have A versus F and B versus C in junior and OK in the rotation. The last race of the day kicking off at 5 to 7 local time. Fortunately, we're in Denmark, where the sun doesn't really set in this part of the world until very late, and it rises very early. How early? Well, I definitely saw the sun in full beam at 3:45 in the morning this morning when I stirred. So very early stuff indeed here in Denmark. Of course, we are closer to the North Pole than you would be in most of the other racing locations that we see in the European Championship. And the further north you go, the less night time you will get. So Tiziano Monza picking up the win and 229 out of 250 points in the intermediate classification. That's all provisional in junior. But as we go to the OK qualifying heats, D versus E, you can see again that the wind has changed direction again. It was east to west. Now it is basically going southeast to northwest. So it's definitely changed direction slightly, which means that the crosswinds are going to hit them in a very different part of the course to earlier. But the speed of the wind is what's really made a difference here, because as you can see, the flags are in full blusty breeze. 16.5 kilometers an hour is the current wind speed, which is definitely a lot faster than we have had over the course of the day. As the wind has picked up, it's definitely intensified. And of course, don't forget that we are very close to the coast here. The beach is just over the back of the bank, essentially. So it's a real seaside location, this, and that also affects the weather. Thomas Stolgimanis, Kirill Kutskov, Mathieu Kolnagi and Kier Roberta from Altopulain, Matthias Morgato, Emanuele Olivieri and Lucas Flusha. Then Len Nige and Enzo Tarvanitschkel, Max Popov and Senna van Walstein. Then Joel Bergström and Andrea Dube from Shimo Zhang and Simona Bianco, Dimitri Matveev, Jakub Rashki, Ryan Vincent and Matilda Pats. 20 karts, all battling for their positions, trying to get themselves into a decent position with an awful lot of work still to do. And they know a fantastic run. So we're going to have a really solid battle out there for all of the contenders, but it is definitely going to be very tricky. So we're being given an update actually for Christopher Nita, who we hadn't seen since practice. Vida Virtanen has been able to give me some inside information. Apparently Nita had a crash last week. His back was so sore during practice that they elected not to compete during the course of racing. So at least we know now that Christopher Nita is safe and well, although not quite in the position that he wanted to be in this weekend. We hope he's going to get well soon, and hopefully we'll be back in action again in future events. So now it is time to see how things are going to progress and continue in fabulous style for this OK qualifying heat for groups D versus E. Another strong battle is in the opportunity. So let's see how it all continues. A really interesting and intriguing battle going on. So we're going to have a really tough situation for all of the competitors, but it is definitely going to be an interesting situation. So now the competitors are now lining up in position. Looks like we're going to get a really interesting and intriguing battle. Thomas Stolgimanis and Kirill Kutskov on the front row of the starting grid. Mathieu Kolnagi and Kier Roberta, Arthur Poulain and Matthias Morgato. They will go into the two tram lines off the final turn. It's the last heat of the day for these two groups. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Up to the start comes Stolgimanis. No problems into turn one. Gets through with Mathieu Kolnagi in behind him. They managed to leapfrog past Kirill Kutskov. He's trying to hold it round the outside. Kutskov has cut back across as they tighten in. Here's a couple of drivers going wide. It's one of the DPKs. Don't tell me it's Lucas Flusha again. It is. Unbelievable bad luck for Lucas Flusha. Yet again, he hits trouble as the Spanish driver now recovers at the tail end of this train. But Thomas Stolgimanis is in front of Kolnagi, Kutskov and Nakamura Berta.
And yet another disaster for Luca Flusha after his DNF in one of the races earlier. We get ourselves underway, and the two DPK drivers passing each other. Luca Flusha trying to catch up with the rest of the field. It's still early in this race. They didn't lose too much momentum, but he has a lot of position to try to recover into what will be the last race of both this group in the OK class, D versus E. Here we go, one lap completed. Tomasz Stolgimanis already a good 0.6 of a second build from Mathieu Kolnagi. Enzo Tarvanitschkel being warned, the junior world champion being at the moment in P7.
I tell you what, if there was a world championship for bad luck, Lucas Flusha would have been a multiple world champion by now. There is the duel between 4th position Matthias Morgato and 5th position Kier Roberta, and it's quite critical that Nakamura Berta makes the bid on the world champion. He is currently in 5th position, but only looking to be 1 point ahead of Thomas Stolchemanis at the end of these heats. If he continues where he is, and he's definitely going to be in danger of losing out to the likes of Joe Turney, Alex Powell and Rennie Lammers when they come to the circuit for their final heat. There's the move from Nakamura Berta. Dives in on Morgato. The European champion takes on the world champion and gets through.
And Nakamura was gesturing to Morgato, stay with me, let's work together, let's keep it going. Because we have a bit of a gap, half of a second on Kutskov. Now it's not the time just to get unwise, to get maybe too much into a fight, because we'll lose momentum as a result. And both Kolnagi and Kutskov are still up for grab. Here's the replay of the start. On the left side is Tomas Stolchemanis, Kutskov on the right. Driver is trying to place themselves on the way to the racing line to turn number 1. Quite, of course, difficult to keep it flat out into this hectic field of drivers on the way to the first braking point of the track into the hairpin, and this is where actually the Tomas Stolchemanis or his Luca Flusha going wide and losing a pile of positions in the process. This is the sort of start that was nailed by Tomas Stolchemanis. This is how you win races those days in karting. Unlike some of the drivers at the back end who, like Luca Flusha, ran through some trouble. As he's trying to make up ground that he lost in the process, starting with one of his teammates at the back end of the grid.
No major shocks or surprises then from those opening few laps of racing, but certainly as far as Thomas Stolchemanis is concerned, this is exactly what he was hoping for. Kolnagi in a very solid second. Up the inside though, there goes Kutskov. He gets into 2nd place, but watch for Nakamura Berta.
Oh.
He wants a piece of this. Kolnagi not willing to surrender, and as a result, that's going to hold up Nakamura Berta and Morgato as they now try and take on the Italian. Watch for Morgato as he tries to slingshot round the outside and then back in for the inside of Nakamura Berta, as up the inside comes Taran van Ichkel. So now, all of a sudden, Matthias Morgato has got a swarm of framers around him. Here comes Taran van Ichkel. But here comes Morgato up the inside with Nakamura Berta. They both get past Kolnagi. Taran van Ichkel will get through as well into 5th place. Nakamura Berta is 3rd. Morgato is 4th. Taran van Ichkel is 5th.
And Arthur Paulin is going to try his bit as well on the driver in front of him. Kolnagi is losing a pile of positions, going from 3rd up to all the way to 6th. And even more if he's not careful, because Arthur Paulin with the Tony Carl machine from P7, he sees that the Italian driver is actually up for grab. He's going to try all the tricks in the book to try to get that maneuver done. Into the banking, quite a bit far to try to unleash an attack just for now, as we're about to conclude lap number 5 out of 13, almost halfway through this last race of the day for those two groups, D versus E in the Oka class. Still, as we still have 4 more races after that to complete today's schedule, so stay with us until the end, because these are the most hectic of races. This is now and ever, so for some of the drivers to either get themselves ideally positioned on the grid or qualified on the grid for the superheats, or in pole position, climbing through the ranks as much as possible. Kim Nakamura Berta, let's watch that again, the move on the CRG driver, Kolnagi, as he is making his bit, taking advantage of the momentum that he has on the start-finish straight into turn number 1, and from then on there was door open and floods actually open against Kolnagi, who saw Morgato, Taran van Ichkel getting through as well, dropping 3 places in the sake of 2 corners, as we're back here with the 135. This is from further back, Luca Flusha, who's making his bit around the inside of Tupe.
Look at the way he's dancing through the field. He has now worked his way up into 13th position, would you believe, from that trip off on the first lap.
Yeah.
So Flusha is just saying, I'm not having this. I'm not being shoved around the racetrack. I am not losing ground. I am going to make up these places. Thank you very much.
Contact! They come together. Unfortunately, Andrea Tupe and one of the teammates of Luca Flusha, unfortunately, was Zhang. It was a 170 of Zhang by the look of it. And the two went together. I might have seen, I don't know if you did, a bit of component flying, actually, a bit of piece flying into the air. Hopefully not too bad in terms of consequences for the remaining laps of those two. But there was definitely contact. Let's try to see that again.
Yeah, there definitely was a piece of the kart that essentially decided to go skyboard. Up the inside, though, well, Senna van Walstein catching Arthur Paulin, a little bit napping there in the final turn. So Senna van Walstein up in a 7th position, the Dutchman, still wanting to gain as much ground as possible then. And that was a bit of a spooky moment for Paulin, obviously having had some difficulties already at the start of things. He certainly didn't want to be backed into a similar corner. That's always really a nice evocative image, that, isn't it? Senna van Walstein half and half, that helmet scheme, half his own brand, the other half the colour scheme in tribute to Ayrton Senna, the 3 times Grand Prix world champion. The only thing he didn't really win in his major career was the Karting World Championship. And up the inside, still we've got this terrific battle going on as Shimo Zhang bounces back from his earlier adversity to get through on Jakob Raschke. So manages to move forward another position. And Stoltjemanis still your leader by a second to Kutskov. Nakamura Berta trying to rein him in. They get back to within a second now of Stoltjemanis with 5 laps to go. This isn't over, folks. As we look at Shimo Zhang, this is how he managed to get the move on Andrea Dube, but it was 3 wide. And Lucas Flusha, a little bit of a flex of the front fairing of Andrea Dube. So the component didn't come off the kart, it just flexed. But how close was that to a big accident?
Yeah, nothing flying in the air. By the look of it, it looked like that, but...
Dupe wasn't happy either.
Yeah, really?
Well,
he was almost taken off, actually.
Let's put it this way. I wouldn't repeat that gesture under the gaze of the FIA again if I were Andrea Dupe.
Yeah, that's definitely so. And hopefully the tempers will be tempted down, will be getting down once they pass the finish straight. You don't want to have an argument into the Parc Fermé. Stoltjemanis in the meantime extending his lead, almost 0.8 of a second on Kirill Kutskov. Kin Nakamura Berta in third, but still keeping a close watch on Kutskov in second place. The 101 on your picture is being chased as well. And the close watch by Matheus Morgato, even though the Birla driver seemed to have lost a bit of momentum, is almost half of a second down from Kin Nakamura Berta in P4. Talvanishkul following in P5. Kolnagi, Van Waldstein, Poulain, Neis, Blanco. Talking about Senna Van Waldstein, that might have been the most TV time that we've had about the Dutch driver so far this weekend. We've been used over the years to see him play at the front in the gearbox classes. This return to Derek Drive is a sort of different beast. Of course, he needs to get used to, once again, the classes where he fought his way through, but it's an entirely different sort of field, an entirely sort of driving style as well, and bits here and there that they need to really fine-tune throughout the course of the races, and maybe no easy task for him, but I guess that's not the sole objective why he's here.
Yeah, he's trying to keep himself under the radar and do some development work for Sodi, and people will think, well, he's a KZ star, so surely this should be easy for him, doing okay.
Yeah.
But it's a completely different discipline. It's like asking a TCR driver to get into a rallycross machine and be as competitive. It's a completely different discipline. There is Emanuele Olivieri on the Formula K. He's had a bit of a tough time of it of late. Lost quite a few positions earlier on. Don't forget, he was up in the top 10. I'm not entirely sure what happened to Olivieri. Stoltjemanis, meanwhile, is trying to extend the gap to the drivers behind. Kutskov, Nakamura Berta and Morgata are all now dueling away for second place. Watch for Nakamura Berta. Going to try and get his move here on Kutskov. So he will try to get up in his second position. He's running out of time to go for Stoltjemanis, though. I think he was rather hoping that Kutskov and Morgata would just hunt down Stoltjemanis in pack. But I'm afraid he's not going to be able to do that because he's stuck behind Kutskov at the wrong moment. Stoltjemanis able to extend the gap out just a little bit. But Olivieri has lost a full total of 10 positions from the start. He was originally in P7. We've had a look at drivers who have made massive gains, but unfortunately Olivieri is one of those ones that's lost a massive amount of positions.
And this victory, if it says like this, will be an important one for Tomasz Stoltjemanis because he would be securing P2 in the classification. Well, that means that if nothing changes, he would get the pole position for one of the superheat tomorrow. Still very much in theory because with the amount of points rewarded by each of the drivers for the following races that we have, the classification could be still reversed quite a bit. We'll keep an eye on that. But Stoltjemanis on his way to his first win of the weekend.
Certainly a long way to decide that in the afternoon session because there's still races to come after this one for the other groups. They will determine the fate of the likes of Nakamura Berta and Tomasz Stoltjemanis as Morgato gets up alongside Kin Nakamura Berta. Nakamura Berta fights back again. Brilliant from the European champion to take on the master of the world. Very nicely done between these two. Morgato will try again here on Nakamura Berta. He's still got one final trick to play on Nakamura Berta. Can he get there? And watch for Tanvanitschkel. He might be able to out-sprint past them both. Stoltjemanis gets it, and it's going to be 3 wide of the line. Kutskov second, Nakamura Berta third, Morgato fourth, Tanvanitschkel fifth. Stoltjemanis very satisfied though with the victory in the heat there. Very nicely handled, and that is going to be Tomasz Stoltjemanis on 223 points, 6 points away from Kin Nakamura Berta. That really kickstarts his challenge over the course of this weekend again. Very nicely done from the Energy Course driver. Thomas Stoltemanis really working in hard position there to continue this amazing charge forward. So Thomas Stoltemanis in 13 laps and an average speed of 88.3 kilometers an hour. That shows you how fast they're going. He's done a great job there, the Latvian. And that really puts him into strong contention for a decent result. Don't tell me he's got a problem. He's put his foot on the throttle and nothing's happening. Thomas Stoltemanis is going to break down on the cool-down lap. How close was that to utter catastrophic disaster? What's happened to his Energy Course? It's broke down on the cool-down lap. So Stoltemanis wins the race and then breaks down. Kutskov in second. Nakamura Berta is third from Morgato, Tarvanitschkel, Kolnagi and Senna van Walstein. Arthur Poulain and Len Nijs from Dmitry Matveev and Simone Bianco. Lucas Flusha, Max Popov, Shimo Zhang and Andrea Dup in 15th position ahead of Jakub Rashki, Emanuele Olivieri, Ryan Vincent and Matilda Pats. Just the one retirement from the race, and that was Joel Bergström, who pulled out on the second lap of the race. But Thomas Stoltemanis pulling a bit of a Jean Alesi 28 years ago. Jean Alesi won the Canadian Grand Prix, which is taking place this weekend, of course, and then promptly broke down on the cool-down lap. Had to be given a lift by Michael Schumacher. There's not going to be any lift for Thomas Stoltemanis in the world of karting. They don't fit a passenger in any part of the car. But certainly in very similar style, he takes a win and then breaks down on the cool-down. Look at Van Walstein on the opening lap, getting very aggressive, elbows out, making up positions on the opening lap at the expense of several drivers, including Lucas Flusha. Look at that big dive from Van Walstein. Yeah, I'm going to make the move, and unfortunately Flusha was the one who didn't have any more road to play with. 'Twas ever thus, as far as his bad luck streak is concerned, but Flusha did fight his way back to 12th position despite that. So once again, the Spanish driver going very well. Now here's Nakamura Berta dueling with Matheus Morgato, which he would end up doing all the way to the finish line in the end. Big charge forward from the 122 of Kirill Kutskov, who would eventually end up in second place. Mattia Kolnagi did his best to stay in the top six, but Nakamura Berta made it very clear to the Italian, you're not going to beat me, and I'm going to take my friends with me. Morgato and Tarvanitschkel all managed to get through. A little bit of a scare between Zhang, Dupe and Flusha. Somehow they all got away with it, but Andrea Dupe was not at all happy. Look at the gesture. Not happy in the slightest there with Shimo Zhang. Diving up the inside though, some good moves all the way through. The 110 managing to make up some places. Dmitry Matveev, Morgato and Nakamura Berta having a great final lap duel, which Enzo Tarvanitschkel very nearly became a crucial part of in the closing stages of the race. Somehow Tarvanitschkel just couldn't quite overhaul Matheus Morgato out of the final turn, but Thomas Stoltemanis was able to come through and take the win in front of Kirill Kutskov. And a very important win it was too. Just 6 points off Nakamura Berta in the rankings after his fifth and final qualifying heat. Down in Parc Ferme, Guillaume Alvarez can unravel it all.
Welcome back live from the Parc Ferme, ladies and gentlemen, with the current leader of the classification in the class, Nakamura Berta. I can see from the look of your face that this has been a difficult race. You ended up in P3, a couple of trouble with some drivers, or you're still leading the way.
I mean, yeah, it would have been nice to win it because we definitely had the pace, and winning it would have sealed us P1 for the first superheat. Yeah, got in trouble with another, say, satellite team member who was giving me a not fun race, and I mean, it's racing, and just have to take it. Hope that we can clinch onto points and stay on top, but it's looking like we'll probably maybe take first for the other superheat, which is still pretty good, starting on the front row for the superheat B, but everyone loves to be on superheat A pole position.
Yeah, that's for sure. One of the positives to take out from the races that you've been to so far is the pace that you guys have, especially you with the machine. Seems like Car Republic chassis is once again certainly on top of the pile, and you've been able to maximize it.
Yeah, definitely. The whole package, the team has been working very hard. We struggled maybe on the first day a little bit, but now we've definitely come with full force. Everyone is pretty fast. Joe is fast, I'm fast, Alex is fast. There's more, even Enzo in our heat. It's really fast. So you can show that the package is there. We're all capable to win, and think it'll mainly just come down to where you're starting and how far up you are.
A quick word to finish about the layout of the track, new for you as for the rest of the field. How much do you enjoy it, and what are the places certainly when you think you can make a difference?
I mean, yeah, the track is actually very nice coming from Trinec, which was a really tight, twisty track. This is a quite open, flowing track, which is nice to see. There are multiple overtaking spots, which is good fun, and the racing is really good. So I think it's definitely a sudden change from Trinec, and it's a change which I think most drivers prefer.
Absolutely, good words. We like the change. Thank you very much, Kin Nakamura, and good luck for tomorrow. Thank you very much, mate. Kin Nakamura, third in this race, still the overall leader, but we still have a couple of races left. On the schedule, things can change still, but a lot of battles left on track to be happening.
There certainly is. 4 races to go here this afternoon, and 2 races apiece for each of our competitors that remain in the classes. A versus F is up next. That's going to pitch the 2 Paralin Motorsport teammates together on the front of the grid. Christian Castoya of Spain and Zach Drummond of Great Britain. And you can tell that Christian Castoya, the one on the right of your screen, he's gone for the outside line. He'll be joining the likes of Beldes, Werrell and Orjuela, while Drummond has been moved to the other side of the grid at the request of Christian Castoya, who gets to choose which side of the grid he starts on as he's in pole position. And he'll go with Canthan, Ramakas and Letimaki. So Christian Castoya and Zach Drummond from Vivek Canthan and Medel Beldes. Then Tibor Ramakas and Lewis Werrell, Sebastian Letimaki and Matthias Orjuela. Ethan Lennon and Taim Saleh from Guy Albag and Lev Krutelov. Salim Hanna, Kian Fardin, Matt Corby and Sebastian Mins. Davide Bottaro and Filippo Sala. Mikel Neuhaus and Louis Castellini. Then Enzo Ruggiero, Marco Garst, Magnus Holm Hansen and Niklas Vejen. So as it stands in the junior category after the previous qualifying heat that played out between the groups D versus E, Tiziano Monza has 229 points, ahead of Bondarev on 213, Van Langendonk on 194, and Kinmark on 193. It really is make or break time now for the likes of Tibor Ramakas in particular. This is quite an important race to get right. You've got so many drivers around you in the points rankings. You need to come up with something big. A victory is all that will do now for Tibor Ramakas. If he wins, he will go up to 220. He won't get pole position for the first superheat, but he could potentially get it for the second with a victory, because if he gets a win, that'll be 50 points, and he'll suddenly go up from 170 to 220 and overtake Alexander Bondarev in the points rankings if that were to play out. But there's still so much to do in the next 10 laps before he can even think about that prospect. So many competitors, so many tough races that you go wheel to wheel with on a race-by-race basis, where you really do have to pull your fingers out and hope that you're going to have the strength and the character and the mentality and the will to go all the way to the victory in these battles. So an all-Paralin front row, Castoya and Drummond. Vivek Canthan makes it 3 out of 3. And then Medel Beldes, the very talented Richard Mill Talent Academy youngster, 4th on the grid in her Birala. As part of her scholarship performance, the Estonian has a real chance. We just needed to get a clean start. Elbows out at the start. Don't get pushed around. Don't get forced down the order. Let's see how we go racing. Lights out. We're racing. And it's a great start from Beldes, who's going to try and split the 2 Paralins, and she ends up getting tagged. And that's dropped her a long way back. I genuinely thought Beldes could take the lead then, but it's all caused an issue. And as the field squabbles its way through, trying not to get into the war zone, still plenty of drivers tagging with each other as they come through on the opening couple of laps of this race. Certainly the first few corners, there's a few drivers trying to charge forward. There is the 207. The hard-charging Colombian Salim Hanna trying to make his way further forward as the leading carts are starting to pull clear. A couple of drivers trying to make a move or two. That's Ethan Lennon trying to work his way further forward. The South African in the Forza Racing expert trying to get himself into a competitive position, but how close was Merel Beldes to taking the lead in turn 1? Instead, she finds herself down at the back of the field, I do believe. So Kostoya, Drummond, Canthan, Ramakers, Orjuela, Krutelov, Fardin, Mins and Werrell ahead of Team Soleil and Geilbag, as there is Vivek Canthan trying to shake off Tibor Ramakers, and indeed Merrill Peldes is down at the back as Ramakers makes his way through and gesticulates to Vivek Canthan. Why were you holding me up? Third position is mine, yes, but now we've got a lot of work to do to catch up to Kostoya and Drummond. Vivek Canthan will have zero sympathy. He's having his own race. He doesn't really care about what Tibor Ramakers is struggling with, but you've got to feel for the Estonian Merrill Peldes, who has already worked her way back to 22nd, by the way, past Castellini and past Holm Hansen, but that so nearly became Merrill Peldes taking the lead at turn 1.
Yeah, it was a close call indeed, but let's see what's going to happen next between those two when it comes to the racing so far. But Christian Kostoya, 4/10 of a second now, in front of Tibor Ramakers, just behind in third. Try to see if any of those three drivers are going to be able to switch positions, as we have Canthan just behind in fourth, Orjuela, Kruholov, Cardin, Werrell, Sebastian Mins, and Saleh running up the top 10 as for now.
Ramakers has got a really good shot here on Drummond. He's lined him up. He just needs to wait for the golden opportunity, and he wants to get on with it nice and quickly so that he can take on after Christian Kostoya. He doesn't want to wait around behind Zach Drummond any longer than he has to, as they go into lap number 4 this time by. Got to time it as well as possible. Kostoya, Drummond, Ramakers, Canthan, Orjuela, Krutelov. And then we have Fardin ahead of Lewis Werrell, who really struggled off the start there. 8th position is all he's got at the moment. Now let's watch the restart. Here we go. This is the replay. Watch Peldes. Perfect start up the middle. And then all of a sudden, just the slightest of wheel bangs from Zach Drummond. Not intentional at all. 2 karts, one in the same bit of track. Merrill Peldes loses the car and unfortunately drifts off the road at turn 1. And that drops her to dead last. She deserved so much more than that, having worked so hard, and that was her last chance from 4th on the grid to try and take the lead into the first corner. Genuinely thought she had a chance there, and it just disappeared.
Quite unfortunate ton of event indeed for her. 17 places down, and all she has left is to finish this race and try to climb maybe what's left as much as possible.
Well, she's already made, she already made 3 places.
Yeah, the pace is there, the rhythm is there. She's shown that before, and it's really, really disappointing what just happened to her just in the first corner, as we're back with the leaders. Tibor Ramakers, as you can see, 2 tenths down, just 1 meter behind Christian Kostoya. Watch out for the move from the young Belgian into the next corner here. Not quite able to make his move happen yet.
And as we mentioned, Ramakers coming through to the win would be really significant in terms of the fight for the top spots, because Ramakers would then move forward to 220 points, only 9 away from Monza at the top end of the rankings. So Ramakers wouldn't be guaranteed pole position for the Superheat A. He cannot win that, but he could potentially get it for Superheat B, and that really transforms his weekend. But he's got to go wheel to wheel with, of all people, Christian Kostoya, who is the man who is trying to take that Superheat B pole position away from. And here he goes, up on the inside. Ramakers will get his shot on Kostoya, and he gets through. Tibor Ramakers, the Belgian, takes the lead at this point of the race, but Kostoya is still right there with Tibor Ramakers. He's had the pace all weekend, don't forget. So Kostoya is not going to back down from the fight.
Let's see if he's going to be able to fight back. Yes, just a couple of meters behind the Belgian driver, and he's going to have the support from some of his fellow teammates from Paulin with Zach Drummond. Let's see that move again from the young Belgian Tibor Ramakers, who just unleashed all the power around the inside. It was a clean move, nothing to say about that. And that's how he took the lead of this race from Christian Kostoya halfway through this last qualifying heat for the junior class. These 2 groups involved, A versus F. We're going to have 1 more who's in Group B and C after that, and 2 more of the OK class to round things up. But 3 tenths now. Seems that Tibor Ramakers in this last lap, lapping in 51.7 to a 52.2 for Christian Kostoya, has been able to find that bit of extra pace that could put him in the right position to secure that victory. That would be in the junior class, his first of the weekend. We had so many different winners so far, with Tiziano Monza, Christian Kostoya, Lewis Werrell, and all the others picking up a few very strong results in the course of the qualifying heats. But Tibor Ramakers is yet to have secured a similar winning result. That could be his race, but all he needs to do is to hold on to that position, keep his head down, and keep on lapping the way he is.
So it's definitely going to be very tight all the way to the finish line now, because Ramekes is trying to pull the gap away from the Paralins, and the gap is opening up. 0.6 of a second Ramekes is pulling now on Castoya. But the Paralin trio in behind them, Castoya, Drummond and Canthan, want to try and close up. It's not finding it easy at the moment. Matthias Orjuela, the Colombian, in 5th place in front of Werrell, who's come up to P6. Then Fardin, Krutelov, Saleh and Albag. Werrell has got through now, past Matthias Orjuela, into 5th position.
Good move indeed, up into P4 for Lewis Werrell. One of the drivers, he won the previous race, the preparation race coming to this event. He stepped on the podium for the previous round in Trinec in the European Championship. Certainly one of the young British drivers to keep an eye on for the years to come, doing wonders here ahead of Orjuela for P5. Lewis Werrell at the moment was sitting in P6 in the classification as the drivers made their way onto lap number 9, the penultimate one of this race, and with 0.8 of a second. I don't think that Christian Castoya, with all the will in the world, will be able to reduce that gap in the course of 1.5 laps.
I think you might be right, and I think that's going to cost Christian Castoya the chance to be in pole position for one of the super heats tomorrow. There is Lewis Werrell. This is how he got his move on Matthias Orjuela. Very nicely done, and he's just at the fastest lap of the race as well, a 51.40, 0.07 of a second quicker. Look, he's banging his hand on the steering, on the helmet there, say, come on, let's work together, let's go catch the guys up front. But they have run short on time to do that. And try as he might, Castoya, who has now dropped Canthan, who has got through past his teammate Drummond, by the way, into 3rd position, the American. They just can't quite match Ramekes for pace. Ramekes continuing to pull clear. The gap is now a second. We go into the final lap, and Thibaut Ramekes is going to be in a very precious position after this. 220 points, just 9 off the leader, Tiziano Monza. Now here's how Vivek Canthan got into 3rd place, making his bid on Drummond. Perfectly satisfactory overtake. Nothing dodgy about that one. Perfectly serene. Very nicely handled, but Thibaut Ramekes has kept it nice and tidy. Only done what he needed to when he needed to. And the VDK racing driver has been absolutely on supreme form. He's going to bring it home in fine style. And the Belgian driver, who dominated so brilliantly in Valencia, is now going to come through to get himself back into winning contention. Thibaut Ramekes gets the victory, and that's 50 points to add to his tally. He's now on 220, just in behind Monza by 9 points and ahead of Bondarev by 7. So that certainly transforms his fortunes here this weekend. It's definitely going to be an interesting battle as we continue, but Thibaut Ramekes 1 second clear of Christian Castoya, 2 seconds clear of Vivek Canthan. That sorts them out. Thibaut Ramekes driving beautifully in the latter stages of the day here. He needed to win. He had to pull it out of the stops from 5th on the grid, so he made sure it was his win. Very nicely handled indeed there from Thibaut Ramekes. All 24 drivers that started the race were able to bring it home to the victory, to finish off the race day, I should say, sorry. So a very nice run indeed, as the competitors have given us plenty of excitement. But Thibaut Ramekes gets the job done in front of Christian Castoya and Vivek Canthan, the 2 Paralin teammates. Lewis Werrell fighting to get past Zach Drummond on the final lap, and he did so to get up into 4th place. So Ramekes, Castoya, Canthan, Werrell and Zach Drummond is your top 5. Cian Fardin in the Czech Republic in P6 in front of Matthias Orjuela in the Leclerc by Lennox. The Energy Course of Lev Krutelov, the Sauber Academy star Tame Saleh, and in the top 10, the Expert from Forza Racing of Guy Albag. Then Marco Garst, the leading wildcard in 11th in front of Sebastian Mins and Salim Hanar. Ethan Lennon ahead of Sebastian Letimaki in his Paralin. 16th place for Nicolas Veillen from the back of the grid. He worked his way up to 16th ahead of Matt Corby and Enzo Ruggiero. Cruel fortunes robbing Merel Peldes of the chance to go for the win in turn 1. Then Davide Bazzaro, Mikel Nijhuis, Filippo Sala, Louis Castellini and Magnus Holm Hansen. They all came home, they all finished within 20 seconds of the race winner, Thibaut Ramekes. So the highlights from qualifying heat A versus F right from the start. We thought it was going to be a tough one. Watch Merel Peldes to the right of your screen. She pops out there, tries to split the parallels. We thought she had it done. Bang! Just the slightest of taps from Zach Drummond. Nothing illegal about that at all, by the way. Just a racing incident. And there's nothing that you can do about it. Poor Meryl Peldes, just bad luck on the run to the first corner. You can't throw the book at Zach Drummond, and you have to wrap an arm around Meryl Peldes' shoulders for that one. Commiserations. No hard feelings, but no consolation, unfortunately, for the Estonian. Tibor Ramakas, meanwhile, just set about picking them off one by one. Got past Zach Drummond, and then set off after Christian Castoya. Found the move, found the gap, had the pace, stretched it out. 1 second clear at the flag. But there were some good moves elsewhere. Lewis Werrell got himself back into top 4 positions as he continued to take his way through the field. Vivek Kanthan stole a 3rd place off Zach Drummond in the closing stages, only for Werrell to do the same thing to him on the final lap. But Tibor Ramakas, 50 points, now puts him on 220, 9 behind Monza, 7 ahead of Bondarev. So it's definitely good work from the Belgian in this race. He's definitely worked his way further forward at a critical moment. Will he be starting the Superheat B from pole position tomorrow morning? Down to Giggs Alvarez to find out how he feels.
Thank you, Jake. Live from the Parc Fermé with Tibor Ramakas. Tibor, finally, you were able to get that win in the qualifying races. The pace has been there, sometimes a bit of a struggle, a bit of a battle into the field. What can you tell us so far? How is the spirit, the state of mind so far for you?
Oui, ça va. J'ai la vitesse, je suis dans un bon état d'esprit et on verra bien demain, mais je pense que ça va aller.
This is a new track for you, so Tibor Ramakas is saying that the state of mind is very well, as much as the pace, and he's demonstrated that on track so far with his first win in the end after a couple of attempts. So the state of mind is good, the pace is there, and you seem to have found your way around the layout. This is a new circuit for you, a couple of new challenges, but it doesn't seem to be a problem for you. Don't you agree?
Non, enfin c'est pas vraiment un problème le circuit, c'est un très beau circuit. On a bien progressé par rapport à il y a 2 semaines à Championnat de Futur. Et voilà, j'espère encore progresser demain et on verra.
Tibor Ramakas saying that he's hoping to progress even more. The progress has been consequent ever since 2 weeks ago for the warm-up race of Champions of the Future, but now is feeling in the right spot, in the right mood with the team, and the layout, of course, has been up to his standards in terms of driving and fun. One last question, Tibor, and then you can go to the debrief of what has been a long day for you. Tomorrow, the big one, a couple of the drivers in the field, very fast as well. Do you have other drivers that you like? Oh, this one is quite strong. Maybe I need to be careful with that one. Do you have a name in mind or a couple of drivers that you know that will be really tough to beat?
J'espère battre tout le monde, mais ce sera très difficile parce qu'il y a quand même beaucoup de monde qui sont très vite. Donc on verra et j'espère le mieux pour demain.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Tibor Ramakas. You can go, of course, to talk things out about what has been a long day, and Tibor was concluding by saying that he doesn't have a particular driver in mind when it comes to the ones strong to beat, but he hopes tomorrow to be able to beat everyone. That's the spirit, and it's certainly good for Tibor Ramakas, the young sensation from Belgium, who's just picked up his first heat win of the weekend, putting him in a good place in the classification when it comes to the super heat tomorrow. We have still a couple of races to go before getting things done here in Denmark.
We certainly do. There's only 1 junior heat remaining and 2 senior heats remaining. Qualifying heat A versus F to come. It's gone 6 o'clock, but there's still plenty of racing to be had out here on the course. In just 2 minutes' time, the racing will resume for A versus F, and then we'll have B versus C. At the end of those races, we will know the identity of the 2 drivers that will start in the Superheat pole position in both OK Junior and the OK Senior categories. It's time to put Maciej Gladys and Miguel Costa on the front row of the starting grid as qualifying groups A versus F go to battle alongside each other for this one. Jules Caranta and Alex Powell will be together on the second row of the grid. And as you can see, the Lando Norris chassis, the blue, yellow and white of Maciej Gladys' kart is on the right side of your screen, the left side as the drivers see it. And Miguel Costa in the red and white Parolin is to the other side, the left of your screen, the right if you're sat in kart. And that is where Maciej Gladiš has elected to start the race from the outside line going into turn 1 rather than the inside line. The drivers are allowed to select if they're in pole position which side of the grid they will start from. None of the others are allowed to, just the man on pole. So Maciej Gladiš will have Alex Powell, Martti Rittonen, Valdemar Agerholm and Ian Eichmans behind him on the approach to turn 1. And Miguel Costa will have Gilles Caranta, Chuyan Pu, Martin Molnar and Jakub Kamenik try to charge down to the inside line. So this is an important one for Maciej Gladiš. He's had a very solid start to the weekend. Pole position for the young Polish ace. And now he's just got to try and hold on for one more big result. He's had 2 victories, a 3rd place, and another point-scoring finish up at the front end of the top 10. This is certainly his strongest ever FIA Karting European Championship race weekend, because he now finds himself right up in the hunt to try and move forward. So Maciej Gladiš and Miguel Costa, that front row of the starting grid. Gilles Caranta and Alex Powell. Chuyan Pu and Martti Rittonen from Martin Molnar and Valdemar Agerholm. Jakub Kamenik and Ian Eichmans from Emil Koivisto, Nacho Tunion and Gustav Wisniewski, then Sebastiano Pavan and Enea Frey. So there's a lot still to do. Nakamura Berta currently on 229. Stolchamanis on 223. Morgato on 195. Kutskov on 192. Kolnagi on 189. Maciej Gladiš at the moment is on 175. So if he wins this race, he cannot take pole position for Superheat A, but he could do it for Superheat B. If he ends on 225, he'll be ahead of Stolchamanis and 4 points behind Nakamura Berta. So it's a very important race for Gladiš to win. Gladiš in front alongside Miguel Costa. Gilles Caranta and Alex Powell, Chuyan Pu and Martti Rittonen, Martin Molnar and Valdemar Agerholm, then Jakub Kamenik and Ian Eichmans, Emil Koivisto and Nacho Tunion from Gustav Wisniewski and Sebastiano Pavan, Enea Frey, Victor Smith, Adrian Ferrer, Ivo Besterda, Kasper Henriksen, Maxim Hartunian and Silas Svelt Gibson. So it's now time to see, after these 2 formation laps, which of the drivers across OK qualifying heat groups A versus F is going to come through and win their 5th race of the weekend. And that, of course, will set the tone for the superheat grids tomorrow morning. It's a critical time now to get these races done to a good speed and to a good measure. You've got to be so careful about where you pitch it, where you position the kart at the start, how you guide the kart through turn 1. You've got to be so focused, so delicate. But you can't be in the same sort of fashion as Melo Belda. She saw the opportunity up the inside, but there were just too many karts in a too small a space. You rub wheels, you can make contact, the kart drifts out wide. It's so easy to get it slightly wrong, and you really can make it look very, very successful to start with, and then it just all falls apart after that point. It can be very, very difficult to cope with after that point. You've got to be so measured on the start. It really can go disastrously wrong if you're not.
Especially when it comes to the latest stages of what has been a long day for all the drivers in both classes, you know, and those senses, those reflexes that on paper it seems easy to master, to put together. Well, not so much actually, after putting so much effort and energy throughout each of the races. And the longer those days and the longer the wait also between each of the action, because it's not only long for the both of us at the microphone, that's a lot of racing to go through. And but for the drivers, you know, once they're out, it goes very fast, and they have to wait in between. And sometimes the adrenaline cannot rush the whole time. That's something else they have to cope with in order to be efficient from start to finish.
It's tough for the drivers doing 5 races, but nobody does more races than we do. Here we go. Gladiš, Powell, and on the inside line, Costa has held in a little bit of a run wide there from Martti Rittonen. So Rittonen drifts wide in the barrel art, and that drops him into the middle of the field. He's got to be so careful that he doesn't lose more places than that. He's just going backwards through the field. Martti Rittonen has been absolutely monstered off the racing line here. It's really not gone well at all for him. But now Maciej Gladiš leads the way. But guess who's going to be the first rival to take him on? Jamaica's Alex Powell.
Here comes Alex Powell already in second place. He's really unstoppable. The Jamaican driver with that yellow crash helmet that you can easily recognize waving the field. And as you heard earlier with Kin Nakamura Berta praising the Car Republic machines, Alex Powell is one of them doing wonders at the wheel of the Italian chassis, and is right up there already on in the shadow on the chase of Maciej Gladys.
Now, interestingly, if Alex Powell takes the lead of this race and wins it, he will be on 229 points. If he does that, he will tie with Nakamura Berta, but he will not take pole position for Superheat A. He can only do it for Superheat B, because he will tie with Nakamura Berta, but it will go back to count back on qualifying when Nakamura Berta was ahead. There's Rittinen drifting wide at turn 1. That's what has put the Birla all the way down at the back of the field. Martin Rittinen now 16th place from when he was originally 6th on the grid. Did not go well at all for the Finn at the start. Very unfortunate. But Alex Powell trying his best to match Nakamura Berta's points tally. Maciej Gladys is currently going to be only 4 points off it. But if Alex Powell gets through and takes the win, he will equal Nakamura Berta's points tally, but he will not beat him on points. He can only level him and therefore start behind him in terms of the overall rankings. But it could be that the two drivers end up scoring a pole position for each of the superheats. Powell is already starting to have a look at Gladys. He wasn't close enough to have a think about it, but Miguel Costa is right there in third, and he wants to take on the Prema as well. So Powell has got to hurry up, otherwise Costa could get him. He's going to go for the move on the inside. Costa tries, Powell will not let him have it.
And once again, we've seen that before. Watch out for Caranta as well. He's going to try to take advantage of the lost momentum by Miguel Costa. As a result, he couldn't open that door. And Sebastian Opavan's picking up a warning flag, but watch out as well for Agarom just behind, climbing 3 places. He's going to go for the move as well, at least trying to the wild card. On the way to turn number 3, Caranta stays behind. He approaches, of course, this overtaking maneuver with great precautions. He doesn't want to rush into it. We've seen that. What just happened with Miguel Costa and Alex Powell. He was trying on turn number 9 into the banking. There was no room as for the back. Beautiful move put together by the 154. If I've seen well, this is Nacho Tunon, 150 on Yampuchu for P6. Let's try to watch that again.
This is further back.
148, it was pushed outside.
It's Covisto again.
Yeah, Emilio Covisto all the way down to P13 as a result.
Now here's what Costa decided to do on Alex Powell.
That was just a tiny bit before.
It's this corner. Here we go. Now watch Costa. He commits. Powell's already turning in. No, mate, you're not getting through. No, mate, no way.
You know what? That was a close call, even for Alex Powell, you know, and he got lucky on that one, not to be pushed into a spin, because we've seen that can happen so quickly, and both were actually lucky to keep on going.
Yeah, it was a bit of a high-risk strategy for Alex Powell, but then he wants to catch and pass Maciej Gladys. If he doesn't, then he's going to be 4th in the rankings. He'll be on the front row of the grid for the Superheats at this point. But let's not forget the fact that there's still going to be the likes of Mattia Colnaghi, Matthias Morgato and Joe Turney to come. So they've obviously, Morgato has obviously completed his heats, but Joe Turney has not yet. So that's worth bearing in mind. Joe Turney could actually end up coming through to seal the deal. And with Joe Turney on 188, if he wins the final heat, he's going to get pole position for the Superheats. So that's worth reminding ourselves of before we get to that stage. Joe Turney's final heat, if he wins that, he'll get pole for the Superheat. So it's very important for Powell and for Maciej Gladys to maximize this race and get as much as they can from it, which is why Powell is still charging after Maciej Gladys, and with a time of 50.367, he gets himself back into the hunt for pole position in this particular race for the victory.
5 laps in, lap number 6. Maciej Gladys, Alex Powell still split by 0.4 of a second as they're running on board the 185. This is Maxim Arutunian with the Falcon chassis at the back end of the grid. Back with the leaders. Gladys wearing the Rekefin colors. We had the pleasure of having Alfie Slater, one of the young drivers from RFM, just earlier with us in the commentary box. I guess it's not all every day that young Alfie Slater, as well as the rest of the drivers, get to see commentary live from the source. As around the inside goes one of the Energy Corset drivers on the 420. It was Maxim Molnar, the Hungarian driver. Martin Molnar on Yampu on Algeholm. As Nacho Tunan. Let's see what happened with the Spanish driver from DPK. The 150 went tangle with Agerholm. It was a beautiful move, actually, put on Valdemar Agerholm for Nacho Tunan for P5. I thought there was going to be a contact, but it was clean, as you might expect from the DPK driver.
And 7 places made up now for Nacho Tunan, more than anybody else in the race so far. So Tunan now from 12th on the grid, now finds himself in P5. Gladish drifting a little bit through to turn 3. Got to be so careful. You run towards those marbles, and that's where the card gets loose. Meanwhile, side-by-side contact on into the barriers. Ian Eichmans dueling with Jacob Kamenik, and the two of them come together. Oh, that would have knocked the wind out of Ian Eichmans' sails. Goodness me.
Yellow flag is being waved. Let's try to see where that is.
They can walk away. They are both walking away. A little bit of a sore arm for Ian Eichmans, but thank goodness that's all it is. He's not had the best of days, Ian Eichmans, but that was monstrous, the contact with the barriers. And of course, they kicked up the water because the rain that's come through these last couple of weeks, it would have filled that little plastic barrier. So that would have been a heavy impact. Goodness me, thank goodness they're all right.
It was outside of turn number 4 as we're making our way. You can see the drivers, Ian Eichmans and Kamenik as well. Jakob Kamenik on the sideline.
Let's have a look at it again.
Yes.
So Kamenik making his bid on the inside. It's late. It is a bit late, but Eichmans is giving him as much space as he can. But Kamenik is still there. Neither driver is going to back out of it, and it's too late. They've locked wheels. They're going very fast at this point. Bang!
I don't know what to make of this because he was on the inside and seemed to have made his overtaking maneuver on the way to the next corner where he was on the outside. Kamenik, as a result, Eichmans thought he still had the upper hand in that battle, but on this angle it was not so easy to see how much distance there was. Not so much, that's for sure, but in terms of driving, in terms of wheel movements from either of the two, not the ideal, not the ideal situation you find yourself in, as we have one of the Forza Racing drivers, 153, coming out from the pits. This is Gustav Wisniewski, actually, coming back in. He was P16, and he just got back into the pits to maybe get a change of tires or refueling, but that's unlikely because it's not allowed in karting.
No, he had a bad third sector. I think he must have gone off in the final turn. So that's what's caused Wisniewski to drop a long way back there. So I think Wisniewski now has actually found himself down at the back behind the likes of Haratunian Smith and Silasfeld Gibson. He must have had a bad third sector. We'll try and pick up on it.
Yeah, it's the back end, and yeah, it's a strange incident or situation there that happened that we didn't get to see what clearly was.
Right, fastest lap of the race comes in from Miguel Costa, third position. Now putting Gladish and Powell under some pressure here. So Maciej Gladish, who leads the way for the Ricky Flynn Lando Norris chassis, and Alex Powell, the Prema, is under pressure, both of them, from this man, the Paralympian of the Brazilian Miguel Costa, 50.0, to try and catch up to both of them. So this is going to be an interesting final 3 laps as Gladish tries to hold off Powell, and Costa thinks, right, well, the two of these guys are going to battle any moment now. I need to be spitting out Powell's exhaust fumes to stand any chance of snatching a victory off them. And if Costa finishes where he is, he's on 194 points. He could do with increasing that tally into the 200 mark.
Lap number 12. Not so long to hold on for Maciej Gladish. 0.2 of a second on Alex Powell, who lapped in a 51.52 for Maciej Gladish. Watch out for the Jamaican driver. Is very much on the tail of Maciej Gladish. The Polish driver, there he goes, diving through the inside in turn number 3. Alex Powell on lap number 12 takes the lead and potentially the win. And Maciej Gladish still has something to say in this race. He's going to come to attack. Watch out, clipping the curb on the way to the banking. And there's nowhere he can go. Gladish back into P2 under the pressure from Miguel Costa, who's going to go for the move certainly before the end of this lap. One more to go after that, but Alex Powell made his bid, and he was paying off for him, and now he's putting the distance with Maciej Gladish, having no other choice but to resist to Miguel Costa.
That is how good Alex Powell is. He came from, well, he almost came from Sweden to dive in up the inside there. He was so far back on Gladish. That was absolutely monstrous. And now Gladish is really going to struggle to keep Costa and Caranta behind him on the final lap. Gladish is doing everything he can. He's defending valiantly, keeping the cart in the middle of the road. Try not to give away the inside line. It's going to be a drag race to the apex. There goes Costa. He gets through in a second. Gladish trying his best to hold off Karanta. Karanta will get the switcheroo. He's through. Oh, it all falls apart for Gladish, and he ends up dropping to 4th place. But Alex Powell, a hero's drive, a hero's victory, a hero's steal. Absolutely amazing from Powell. It all comes his way in fantastic fashion. What a brilliant end for Alex Powell. Steals the win by 1.5 seconds after a race of pure patience. Just waiting, 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 unleashing the big move. And he comes through for the victory in front of Miguel Costa, Jules Karanta, and Maciej Gladish. Now, Gladish finishes up on 213 points, just 10 less than Stolchamanis. But he overtakes Costa. Costa, despite finishing second, can only get 197. He can't get 203, which he would have done had he won the race. So Nakamura Berta and Alex Powell tie for 229 points apiece. Now, Powell cannot win with the same amount of points as Nakamura Berta because it goes to count back. But if there's a poor race for Joe Turney, then he might just be able to come through with enough points to steal pole position for Superheat B. So close at the bitter end. How tough is it in the OK Senior category? Powell wins from Costa, Karanta, and Maciej Gladish. Nacho Tunion in 5th in front of Martin Molnar and Chu Yanpu. Sebastiano Pavan ahead of Emili Koivisto. Valdemar Agerholm in 10th place. A good drive from him. Martti Rittinen fights back valiantly to 11th. Ivo Besterda in front of Adrian Ferra, Enea Frey, and Kasper Henriksen for the Ward Racing team. Then Maxim Haratunian in front of Victor Smith and Silas Tveld Gibson. The retirements, well, Gustav Wisniewski had mechanical issues that dropped him back. And then Ian Eichmans and Jakob Kamenik had that mother of all shunts into the barriers at turn 4, but both were okay. So off the start, Gladish timed it to perfection, took Alex Powell with him for the ride. Martti Rittinen is about to go straight off at turn 1. There he goes, off onto the grass. That pitches him wide and lets the whole field go by. At a critical moment at the start, you do not want to be running wide in turn 1 and 2. That's exactly what's happened. The whole field have already got through and made mincemeat of Martti Rittinen's start. The rest of the field just taking it nicely in their stride. Koivisto banging wheels there with the 159 of Ivo Besterda. But then try as he might, Costa couldn't quite close up in time on Alex Powell. He had a go though. He had a try to get through past the Jamaican, but Alex Powell was in no mood to be cooperative. Some great moves further back. Martin Molnar taking on Chu Yanpu and getting through. And at the same corner, just a few short laps later, it would be a bit more dramatic. Nacho Tunion worked his way forward and made up 7 places to finish in P5. But then Eichmans and Kamenik having their big accident. Eichmans not wanting to have the chat with Jakob Kamenik or just saying, it's all right, I don't care. Diving up the inside, what a move from Alex Powell to take the overtake on Maciej Gladish. Gladish didn't really have anything in response. Costa got through, so did Karanta, and that cost him a chance of getting up to the front end of the field. But what a great run from Alex Powell. 229 points, the same as Kian Nakamura Berta. They matched each other, the Bremer teammates, both in F1 academies alike. Hard to separate. They'll have to be separated tomorrow as down in Parc Fermé, Guillaume Alvarez wraps it up for this heat.
Welcome back to the Parc Fermé live once again as we're getting near the conclusion of the day. But I wanted to chat with you, Alex Powell, because what has been a fantastic day for you. Very long. You seemed quite tired yourself after what has been another difficult race. But in the end, you managed. What a move in the penultimate lap.
Yeah, I mean, we take today, it was a perfect day today. Unfortunately, we had a few issues yesterday which set us back. But I think the most important part was that we found ourselves in the most difficult time and we were able to come back from that. So yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, it was an amazing race, really, really difficult. For sure the most difficult race today. And yeah, I saw a gap on the second to last lap and I went for it. I knew it was going to be difficult because I was pretty much on the limit the whole race. And we were just thereabouts. But no, I'm happy overall with how we've done in the qualifying heats, considering where we were yesterday, and especially after the qualifying session, which was a bit of a disaster from all aspects. I'm happy that we've been able to find ourselves and regroup and come back and be where we are now.
a disaster in qualifying, but still you were able every time to catch up, at some point dominating the race, quali lap after quali lap in the lead. When you're up there in that position, do you still feel a bit of pressure on your shoulders, or is it like, okay, the others are quite far back, I can enjoy, let's go for it, let's give it a little push, a little extra pressure on the others?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's for you to sort out when you're in that position, right? Where, I mean, if you know you have a lot more pace in you and you see that you're pulling away, I think in that moment you can be quite relaxed. But I can tell you in that race I definitely wasn't relaxed, so I was on the limit for sure. So I mean, it's just it depends, you know. It's very subjective for each driver. But anyway, I think we should be proud of the job that we did today, and we'll be back fighting for more tomorrow.
Yeah, because there's tomorrow coming up. You guys at Czech Republic seem to have found the right setup. The pace is there not only for you, but for many of your teammates. Is it the layout? Is there a magic formula? The fine-tuning, the experience, a bit of everything?
I think it's a bit of everything. We were really strong 2 weeks ago in the Champions of the Future event, and we've sort of just carried that over to this event. So it's good to see all the KRs up in the front. It shows that we've got a strong package. So yeah, I mean, just looking forward to tomorrow, and yeah, we'll do our best and we'll see how it goes.
And finish as high as you might expect. Thank you very much, Alex Powell, and good luck for tomorrow. Thank you very much, Alex Powell, ladies and gents, as we're getting near the start of the penultimate race of the day, and then one more for the OK, but this young man here will be one to watch tomorrow as well. Back to you, Jake.
He certainly will. He's always one to watch in this paddock. He's always given nothing less than 100% of his best. So it's definitely going to be an interesting final couple of races of the day now. OK Junior, the last race of Saturday. Qualifying Heat B versus C. After this race, of course, comes the last race for the OK. Qualifying Heat B versus C. One kart struggling to get away. Hopefully he will. And he has indeed. So out onto the circuit we go. And it's Kirill Didiev, Nicholas Schaufler, Jacopo Martinez and Stepan Antonov. From Elliot Kaczynski and Sebastian Kopeng, Arjen Kraling and Gabriel Koenikan. Scott Marsh is not racing. Louis Cochet alongside Joel Pohjola and Alfons Miettinen. From Roman Kamyab and Henry Domain, Murilo Rocca and Alfie Slater. Kimi Tani and Maria Giamonanito. From Javier Herrera, Mika Runitz, Eric Poulsen, Noah Wolf, Marcus Juncker and Matthias Holm Hansen. So Scott Marsh will not take the start after having some discomfort with his ribs, unfortunately. Hopefully he'll be able to return without too much issue at the fourth round of the European Championship at Cremona. I fear that it might be the end of his race weekend if he's having to pull out of heats today. They might be able to pull out with something tomorrow in the Super Heat, but they may just take the decision, you know what, let's rest, let's relax, let's get ready for Cremona. Everybody else is moving up to the start though, as we gear ourselves up ready for the difficulty ahead of us. The final chance for several drivers trying to make up for lost time earlier in the weekend. The likes of Roman Kamyab, Henry Domain and Alfie Slater, the three British drivers trying to make progress. Maria Giamonanito, Portuguese driver, not in the same sort of form that we have seen from her at the likes of Valencia and Trinec in the Czech Republic. And also not the best of weekends so far for the British driver Noah Wolf, who did not get the chance to show what he could do in qualifying, and then has had a couple of moments already over the course of the day that he'll want to forget, having been taken out before the previous qualifying heat even started. There he is in the Leclerc by Lennox chassis. So what can Noah Wolf do as he tries to charge his way further forward? So Kirill Didiev, Nicholas Schaufler, Jacopo Martinez and Stepan Antonov running in the first positions of the grid. Elliot Kaczynski hoping for another solid run. Going to get to see some very interesting challenges for all of the contenders this time round. So we'll see just how tough things become. It's definitely going to be a very interesting continuation of this battle, though, that's for sure, as this will decide who's going to start pole position for tomorrow's Super Heats. Not this time, it won't, though. It's a false start, so there is no race action just yet, which is good news for Guillaume Alvarez because it gives him a little bit more time to get up to the box, having just been in Parc Fermé talking to Alex Powell. But now we're going to see what this race will give us. It's definitely going to be a really interesting situation. So Monza 9 points ahead of Tibor Ramekers. Bondarev has 213, 7 points back. Then Castoya, a further 5 back. Zach Drummond on 203, Lewis Werrell on 201, and Dries van Langendonk on 195. The man who could take pole position from this particular heat is Jacopo Martinez. If he takes the win, he's going to shoot up from 185 to 235, and that will put him 6 points clear of the Singaporean Tiziano Monza. So all eyes are on Jacopo Martinez starting 3rd on the grid. If he manages, Jacopo Martinez, to get the victory, then he will take pole position in the superheats. There's a lot of pressure on the Italian in the Czech Republic. Will we race? This time we do! Off we go. Good start from DTM and Martinez. Bit of a struggle from Schaeffler, but round the outside he's going to try and hold it. He continues, still to the left side of Martinez. Round the outside, he's going to hold 2nd, is he? He flirts with the white line. He's going to try and hold 2nd. He drops to 3rd, but full commitment from the Austrian mouse as off the road goes one of the Sonys. I think that's Joel Bocchiola. So Bocchiola drops back in the order, I'm afraid, down to the back of the field. A couple more drivers run wide. But what a gutsy start from Schaeffler. He only lost 1 position. It looked like he might even be able to take the lead through those first couple of corners. But now they are absolutely hammer and tongs through the first couple of corners. Martinez leads. How did he do that? Martinez and Schaeffler have both managed to get through and Kirill DTF, and if it stays like this for Martinez, he'll go pole position for the superheat, but Schaeffler is already putting him under pressure into turn 1.
Yeah, he couldn't take the risk to go running inside the turn number 1. It would have been certainly way too risky. He's going to wait maybe for turn number 3. Look at him going sideways, a little bit sliding onto the breaking point. Is having to go defensive as well because Kaczynski from World Racing is just behind in 3rd place, willing to take his part of the cake as well. Is closing all the door in turn number 6 and 7 as well. It's going to be a quicker one as we do see the restart once again. Look at Niklas Schaeffler. He's going to try to go around the long way outside of turn number 1. Look at him go actually on between the curve and the outside line. That was a close call. And look at him go sideways. A beautiful piece of driving. He came close really to get himself up in the lead, at least in 2nd place. But that just came a little bit later.
And now watch out in front. We've obviously continued the replay at the start. I think we're going to get to see how Jacopo Martinez managed to get the move into the lead of the race as Bocchiola exits stage right. But Martinez really holding Kirill DTF to ransom. Here's the move.
The banking.
And into the banking, yeah. And he was assisted. And not only did DTF drop back to 3rd, he actually dropped all the way back to 4th place because it's Elliot Kaczynski who's now worked his way to 2nd place past Niklas Schaeffler. DTF is still there in 4th. But guys, look, you're missing the bigger picture here. You're too busy fighting amongst each other. Martinez is long gone up front. He's already going to take the victory by virtue of the fact that these 3 drivers just want to keep scrapping.
Yeah, they have to work together instead of scrapping. Run inside. There he goes on Schaeffler. DTF having to make do for some of the momentum that he lost in the opening stages at the end of lap number 3. Javier Herrera in the meantime picking up a warning flag, but Schaeffler needs to do it all over again to try to get ahead of the Tony Kart machine. Kaczynski in 2nd, having climbed 3 places. DTF, your pole sitter previously in 3rd. Romain Caviab being investigated, the 281. Let's try to see where he is further down the classification in P10. But at the moment, Martinez is the man on form, is currently sitting on top of the standing, as you said, at 235 points. If nothing moves, that will give him pole position for the Superheat B, Superheat A, shall I say, with the Superheat E now in the hands of Tiziano Monza, 2nd overall as it stands on points. But now we keep following outside of the banking at the shuffle between the up to 6 drivers into the same picture that's further back in the field.
Yeah, Ian Kraling just lost a couple of positions there. Unfortunately, the German falling back behind Kamyab and Roda. Let's watch Schaeffler again. Look at the back end of the car. He is struggling to hold it together. He is running so loose. Kaczynski makes the bid. Schaeffler comes straight back at him, but look how loose the kart gets under brakes. He just loves the back end of that kart to come around, or whether he loves it or not, he's got no choice on the matter. Still trying to rip-roar his way around. Also on the move, Alfie Slater. He's just come up to P6 past Louis Cochet. And he's going to try and close up on Stepan Antonov. There's his teammate, actually, the 281 of Roman Kamyab, who is now in front of Sebastian Kolping. This is amazing progress from Roman Kamyab. Remember where he was all the way back in Valencia, knocking on the door of the bottom 6 karts. And now here he is looking at the top 6 karts. He's in 8th position. He's not far away from it. So Roman Kamyab's progress has been absolutely monstrous this season.
And he has a little bit less than a second on Louis Cochet. 2:26 in P7. He's going to try to go for the Frenchman and keep on climbing through those ranks. In the meantime, Alfie Slater sitting in P6, climbing 10 places up in the field, has put the fastest lap in this race. It's just such a shame that Alfie Slater didn't have the qualifying that he had expected, because the pace has been monstrous for the young driver from Ricky Flynn Motorsport, walking through the path of his older brother Freddie. But we are here back with the 252. Stepan Antonov at the pursuit of Niklas Schauffele, with Slater just behind. Martinez is 7/10 of a second on Kaczynski. DTF in third. A bit of a breather for DTF. In the meantime, Schauffele and Antonov are battling along into the last turn, last sector of the track. Back on the power. Still, nothing is done by the look of it in this race. Let's have a look at the gap, and it decreases a little bit with Elliot Kaczynski lapping faster than Jacopo Martinez on the last lap.
Yeah, Slater's really eating into the karts in front of him now as well. I think you're absolutely right, Guillaume, to suggest that, you know, he could have had a better Friday for what good it's done. Oh, this is going to be an interesting one, as DTF is going to lose ground. He goes all the way down, little DTF to 6th position, as first Schauffele, then Antonov, then Slater, all pick their way around him. Alfons Miettinen, by the way, has got an investigation flag, so that's a bit of a headache for him. But that promotes Schauffele to 3rd, Antonov to 4th, Slater to 5th, and DTF drops to 6th. So a big squabble of the decks there. Kaczynski still trying to rein in on Jacopo Martinez to try and take him on for the fight for victory, but there is very little time to do that. Half a second is now the gap. Slater pushing Antonov, Antonov pushing Schauffele, Schauffele trying to close in on Kaczynski, and Kaczynski is running out of laps to do something about Martinez up front. Everybody else on the sidelines, particularly Monza and Ramakers, are really hoping he does something about Martinez up front, because they do not want to be robbed of the top spot by the Italian. But Martinez really has timed this race weekend to perfection, and he will only lose 15 points from the 5 qualifying heats if he can stay in the lead of this race, as we watch Ditiev falling now into the clutches of the Sodi kart of Louis Cochet and the Lando Norris chassis of Roman Kamyab. Kamyab's going for it into the final turn. Beautiful.
Beautiful indeed. That's done and dusted, but for how long, that's the question. With the 2:26 of Louis Cochet, he's going to try to fight back with his Sodi kart machine, as we just entered lap number 9 out of 10 for what will be the last race in the juniors. And Martinez can already starting to feel the pole position falling in his hands, and Kamyab fights back. Beautifully made on the 203. No, Alfie Slater, my apology. No, Kamyab.
No, it is Kamyab.
This is indeed Kamyab that keeps on going this time around on the 203 of Ditiev. And another great performance. Roman Kamyab on a charge in this last couple of lap of the race. And now he finds himself up into P6.
Slater has got past Antonov as well. He's up to 4th position, so the 2 Lando Norris chassis, the Ricky Flynn teammates of Alfie Slater and Roman Kamyab, are on the march, doing a grand job in the closing stages. That'll put the smile back on Ricky Flynn's face as Martinez checks over his shoulder. I've got 7/10 of a second on Elliot Kaczynski. This is perfect. I do not need to worry going into the last lap. And the Italian knows that he is perfectly in position now. He just has to bring it home to finish the job. What a run from Jacopo Martinez. He's just been quietly getting on with the job this weekend. Never been too spectacular, never been too non-demonstrative. He's just been keeping it to what he can manage, flexing the tyres and the chassis at the right moment, giving himself the best possible chance of running up front. He's had smooth, consistent pace. That's what you need to win at this level. And Jacopo Martinez is going to come through to challenge to become the 3rd different winner of a final in OK Junior in 2023. It was Ramakers in Valencia. It was Bondarev in Trinec. Could it be Jacopo Martinez in Rødby? He's certainly going to start the superheat from pole position after scoring 235 points out of a possible 250, and it gives him a whopping 25 points in the championship as well. Jacopo Martinez suddenly a factor here in Denmark. Kaczynski in a brave 2nd, Schauffele in a very committed 3rd, Slater, Antonov and Kamyab finishing off the top 6 in this final junior heat of the day. And there were some terrific drives through the field to pick up on. Roman Kamyab made up 7 places. Alfie Slater made up 12 to finish P4. That is absolutely extraordinary. 7 places gained by Maria Gimanonito. 8 places gained by Britain's Noah Wolf from the back of the field to 14th. He can hold his head up high after that one. Not easy around this place. And it looks as though we had a last-minute difficulty there for the CRG of Javier Herrera going into the final lap. He looks like to have retired on the final lap. Very unfortunate. Jacopo Martinese, Elliot Kaczynski and Nicholas Schaufler coming through in the first 3 positions. Alfie Slater, Stepan Antonov and Roman Kamyab in the top 6. Then Louis Cochet ahead of Kirill Titiev, Sebastian Kopeng and Arjen Kreiling. Then 11th is Mario Gimanonito in front of Henry Domain and Alphonse Mietanen. A good run from Noah Wolf, a solid comeback from Joel Pohjola. 16th for Murano Roca in front of his countryman Gabriel Königan. And then Kimi Tani, Marcus Juncker, Erik Poulsen, Mika Runitz and Matthias Hansen. The last driver in the ranking is Javier Herrera, having had the retirement on the very last corner of the very last lap. Scott Marsh did not start the race due to some rib discomfort. So how did Jacopo Martinese finish the job and get himself in a pole position? You're just about to witness it once again. Solid into turn 1, 2nd place, keeping himself nice and stable from Nicholas Schaufler, despite the onslaught, despite the heavy petting on the inside line at turn 2 and 3. Martinese almost took the lead from DTF there and then, but he had to wait till the end of the lap to get the move to happen. Schaufler was very strong in those opening couple of laps, would not be pushed around, held himself very firm and was able to come through for 3rd place after it all unfolded. Pohjola going off the road and recovering, but here's the move for the lead on the end of the first lap. Martinese and Schaufler both getting through, Kaczynski likewise. The only real change then came from Kaczynski here on Nicholas Schaufler, making the move to get into 2nd place. He set off after Jacopo Martinese after that point, but ultimately he knew he wasn't going to be able to make it. It was a good run initially from Kirill DTF to get through on Schaufler, but Schaufler fought back, and after a bit of a mistake from DTF, Antonov and Slater were also able to get through. So a bit of a tussle for positions there, and Alfie Slater was then able to go after the man up front ahead of him. Kamyab pulled off some brilliant choice moves as well. First on Louis Cochet, and then on Kirill DTF to move forward in fine style to finish up in P6. But the man up front, Jacopo Martinese, now knows he'll start the Superheat from tomorrow in pole position, and he'll take 25 points for the championship with it. A big moment there for Jacopo Martinese, who is down in Parc Ferme with Guillaume Alvarez.
Yes, indeed, Jay. Jacopo, fantastic day for you. 5 races, 3 wins, the maximum points 25 for the championship, and cherry on the cake, pole position for tomorrow, the Superheat. Hey, you must be on the moon.
Yeah, I'm really happy. For sure, for tomorrow is looking very good, and for the heats we gave our best. Also, the chassis was perfect, and also for the engines, and we did what was possible.
You did what was possible, that's for sure. You don't even look tired to me. It's been a long day, a lot of races, smile on your face. It has been everything that you had expected, but still, certainly the biggest of challenge awaits tomorrow.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm a bit tired, but tomorrow we are thinking positive, and we will see what is going to happen from the first place.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for talking to us. And good luck for tomorrow, Jacopo Martinese. You're on pole position, Heat A, and then a lot of things coming our way tomorrow. Good luck. Thank you very much. Grazie mille. Jacopo Martinese, our pole sitter in the OK Junior class for tomorrow, Superheat A. Thank you very much. You can go, of course, you have a lot of debrief to do with your mechanics, I'm sure, and we'll find you back tomorrow as well. Back to you, Jake, as well. In the meantime, we have one more race to go. We might have a bit of time. Let's see if I can have maybe the opportunity to talk to someone else. Of course, you can go. I'll liberate you. You're free to go. Thank you for talking with us. Now, Let's see if I can have one more quick word before we wrap things up for the OK Junior class. I see the time is running out, but we have a bit less than 2 minutes. Let's see if I can have a quick word with one of the protagonists, if someone can get close to me, if I can have access to some of the drivers in the field. And while Wolf was there, maybe, let's see, Kimitani was in P18. Let's see if I can have a quick word with the World Racing driver. Kimi? Can we have a quick word together, maybe? A quick interview to sum things up today? Just a 1 or 2 questions? Oh, it doesn't feel like talking. That happens sometimes. It has been a long day for everybody, of course. These are some drivers at the back end of the field that we do have here coming through the scrutineering area and already debriefing what happened onto the track with the mechanics. So I don't think, Jake, that we'll get a chance to talk to some of the protagonists that we saw battling at the forefront. They all left the area, unfortunately. And good that we could have the feedback from Jacopo Martinesi. So let's get back to you. We have a bit less than a minute before the start of the last qualifying heat of the day for the OK class this time around. And it's pretty much done and dusted, but still one man has one card to play. This is your tourney.
Thanks, Guillaume. It's been that kind of day, hasn't it? You're either on top or very much sweating cobs. It's been that sort of race day. Now there is just one qualifying heat left in the OK Senior category. Then, of course, tomorrow we'll have super heats twice for junior and senior, and then we'll have the 3rd qualifying heats for the Academy Trophy. And then we get the 3 busiest races of the weekend, the finals. So let's see how it plays out. The big money man here is Joe Turney. He can take the pole position in the qualifying heats as long as he gets the victory that he has been building up to over the course of the day. If he wins, he will go to 238 points, just 12 off the perfect score, and that will put him in pole position for the Super Heat tomorrow. Can he do it? From 6th on the grid, it's easier than it has been, but we'll find out if the Czech Republic has what it takes to charge him forward to the front. The front row of the grid sees Anatoly Kavalkin and René Lammers, the teammates at Paralympic, on the front row from David Walter and Thomas Stralman, Nathan Tye and Joe Turney, an all-British row 3. Finn McLaughlin and Luigi Coluccio, Gabriel Gomez and Mark Dubnitsky from Gazi Modlakar and Xavier Avramides, Lucas Samalisto and Guillaume Bouzard, Alva Simasvara and Jan Pastrovsky, then Leon Nilsson and Village Lindenskov, Zoe Florescu and Rasmus Andersen from Lvove Sambudla. This is going to be a very tough race indeed. This is the one that will determine the fate for Joe Turney and of course for Kier Nakamura-Berta and Alex Powell, who are tied on 229 points. Will both of them start from the pole position of a super heat tomorrow, or will only one of them do it? It's going to be very interesting to see how this all plays out. Only Joe Turney can topple them now from the top spot, but certainly his consistency and his raw speed ally to the fact that he could get this done. And as you can see, the humidity has really intensified over the day. The temperature has dropped, but the humidity has increased. We could get some big rain showers overnight. They're not going to intervene in this final race, but it certainly could change things going into tomorrow. The wind has picked up big time, and we are definitely going to be in for a bit of a charge now as we fight for supremacy in Rodby. So, who is going to finish the day on top of the pile? At the moment, it's Kier Nakamura-Berta on 229 points. Joe Turney is the most logical choice and the only choice, really, who can now beat him. A victory for Joe Turney will put him on 238 points, and he will beat Nakamura-Berta's tally by 9. It's a very tough battle ahead for Turney from 6th on the grid, but for all of them, they want to make sure they're in the best possible position. René Lammers can still play a very important hand in this now, of course, don't forget. So Lammers can get himself right up into the top 3 of the overall rankings here as well. And he will want to win from that front row of the starting grid too. So Kavalkin and Lammers, and then Walter and Stralvan, Tye and Turney. Get ready for some fireworks. Out of the final turn and onto the home straight again. Kavalkin and Lammers are really making us wait for this one. This is going to be a tough battle out of the final turn. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. And it's going to be a tough one. Lammers tried to get up alongside Kavalkin, but he was psyched out as through to second comes David Walter, the Danish driver on home soil. Watch for Finn McLaughlin round the outside, going wheel to wheel with Nathan Tye. 3 cars off on the approach to the corner, and that is one of the Tony cars. It's Jan Pestrovsky who's tangled in there with Alva Simasvada and Guillaume Bouzard, and Joe Turney's off. Joe Turney's dropped back. Joe Turney has fallen away down to the back of the field, I do believe. He has indeed. He is tucked up behind the 417 of Rasmus Andersen.
What on earth happened to Joe Turney in the process of that incident? We're going to need to watch that back. But as a result, the main protagonist, maybe to sneak pole position from the rest, is dropping down the order. Let's see if he's going to be able to fight back. But what on earth happened to the British man?
Well, Nakamura Berta and Alex Powell have just been thrown the mother of all lifelines here. And now Joe Turney finds himself in 14th at the end of the opening lap. And there is the retirement from Guillaume Bouzard. He was the one who got caught up initially with Pestrovsky and Lindenskov. So it's all come apart for him. Very unfortunate for the Luxembourger. But we need to see what happened to Joe Turney, who is now in absolute mission control mode. He's like the black missile in Mario Kart. There is nothing going to hold him back now.
Let's see how many positions he's going to be able to climb through this field. He's got us used, of course, to that sort of exercise, Joe Turney, over the years. But certainly not the position he wanted to find himself in for that race. Certainly the second most important race of this weekend after the final.
Gomez has just got past McLaughlin.
Yeah, and McLaughlin is finding himself under the pressure of Luigi Coluccio. The Italian's trying to go around the inside as soon as turn number 1, but there was pretty much no room for the Italian. He chooses to wait until the turn number 3, and I think he just made that stick beautifully. Luigi Coluccio making his way through for P6
Turney
in front
again
of McLaughlin.
He dives in there, Turney, to get the move on Gazi Motlakar, I think. No, sorry, on Xavier Avramidis. Now let's watch the start. See if we can spot what happens to Turney in 6th position to the right of your screen, 3rd kart back. They go through turn 1, and Turney is there in the middle of the gaggle. He's still there.
On the outside.
He's still there to the outside line. Now, are we about to see the contact? It comes in there. There's a little bit of rubbing. Turney goes for the move on the inside. There's contact further back, but what's happened to Turney in the middle of turn 2? He is spat out. We didn't even really see what happened, as Lammers, by the way, has managed to get through past Kavalkin. There's the contact which took out 4 karts, but we still don't really know what happened to Joe Turney. There it is. Joe Turney skating off on the grass.
Oh my God, was he pushed a little bit away, or did he actually take that decision on his own to avoid contact? That remains to be seen, that remains to be questioned. But Jan Perezowski is being investigated at the same time. But there's the reason why Joe Turney actually found himself all the way back to P14. Now keeps on climbing. He's 11 now, with a bit less than half of a second on Lucas Amalisto for the top 10. He still has a long way to go, Joe Turney, but whatever happens for now is P6 in the overall ranking. A long way off, actually, what he expected to be in first place. Trying to stash pole position. We're not there yet as it stands. Nakamura, Berta and Powell are still on equal points. Both taking pole position, one for the Superheat A, one for the Superheat B. And René Lammers putting himself in P3 overall if it stays like this.
We need to stress that this is not game over for Joe Turney at all. If anything, it's just dialed up the impetus for him now, as Joe Turney finds himself down to 5th in the rankings from what could have been on the top spot, as Nathan Tye now gets the move on David Walter for 3rd position, the British driver in the Sodi kart, moving his way forward. Now here's René Lammers getting his overtaking move on Anatoly Kavalkin. It's into the final turn. Full credit to Kavalkin for giving his teammate the space there. That could have ended very nasty indeed from such a far way back. But Tye is 3rd, Walter is 4th, Gomez is 5th, then Coluccio, McLaughlin, Dubnitsky, Strauven, Samalisto and Joe Turney in 11th position. Now Turney is looking to being 5th in the rankings on 214. That could actually be to his benefit, because that's going to put him 3rd on the grid for the Superheat A tomorrow. And that's actually not a bad position to be in. Obviously, pole would have been better. So it's not game over for Joe Turney at all. He still has every chance to come through to win the final tomorrow. It's just a setback.
A little setback. Let's see if he's going to be able to make that up a little bit, as we keep watching David Walter. Gabriel Gomez just in front of him, the CRG driver. Gomez still very much in the top 8 of the overall classification. That will be split in 2 for the grids of the superheat. So that means that, as you said, Trinec could find himself on the inside line from row number 2 on the superheat A. But remains to be seen. Let's see. 1.2 seconds now between Lammers and Kavalkin. Nathan Tai all the way down to P3. And he's climbing. He's getting close to Kavalkin. Let's watch that. Let's watch again from a different angle. That's interesting to see what happened to Joe Turney on the right side of the picture. There was a bit of a contact for the back.
Now look, it's his teammate Stralven. So Stralven hits the curb, Coluccio goes for the move and finds that Joe Turney is already there. So that was Coluccio and Turney banging wheels that dropped Joe Turney all the way back.
And I think we had Gabriel Gomez just in front of him, who had nowhere else to go, basically. As we're back here with a forest of Czech Republic drivers.
Turney is now in front of Stralven, who's about to lose ground again now to Gazi Motlakar. But here comes Joe Turney, who is now chasing his teammate, Lucas Samalisto. 4 Czech Republics on track together. Samalisto, Turney, Stralven, Motlakar. And Nathan Tai has decided, right, I think we can actually win this one, or at least we can get second if we can't win it. As now we go side by side.
Oh, look at that. This is at a 183. This is actually Avramides battling along with Motlakar, the 171, and he made that bit beautifully for P11.
Oh, it ties through. He's got past Kavalkin. So Nathan Tai, who battled with Anatoly Kavalkin last year in the junior category, they've now duelled again in senior, and Nathan Tai has come forward to get second position. But watch for Gabriel Gomez. He's going to slice in and get in a third position. Lovely from Gabriel Gomez. He never backs down from the charge, and that's going to move Gomez forward.
Yeah, beautiful overtaking by Gabriel Gomez. Fantastic piece of driving from him. He's now up into P3. Let's see what's going to happen for the next couple of laps. 2 seconds now between René Lammers and Nathan Tai. Gabriel Gomez up into P3. Kavalkin, Walter, McCaughlin, Coluccio, Dundinsky, Samalisto, Turney knocking on the door of that top 10. Samalisto is just 4 tenths in front of him. We're going to keep an eye as well on the driver.
We've had another crash. Unfortunately, 2 karts have come together. I think Leo Nielsen might be one of them. So we've had 2 karts come together there at the foot of the turn. It's Alva Simasvara and Zoe Florescu, unfortunately. So Simasvara and Zoe Florescu have tangled on the way down the drop. Zoe Florescu very frustrated indeed, the Romanian for the Tony Kart factory team. It's just not gone her way at all of late. She runs under an Italian license, but Zoe Florescu, the American/Romanian, really not gone her way so far here at Rodby, and it's game over for both drivers. So Lammers now leads by 2.1 seconds to Nathan Tai in second place. Gomez is in third. Fourth is now Kavalkin in front of David Walter. Then Finn McLaughlin, Coluccio, Dubnitsky, Samalisto, and Joe Turney.
You know, certainly what could be really frustrating when you have a DNF in a race like that is the long walk of frustration between your kart and the sideline with the marshals when you have to wait until the end. And you see all those drivers having to endure that walk, not a walk of shame, but a walk of frustration after what happened to them. And they're like thinking, overthinking what could have been done differently. Racing can be cruel sometimes, especially at the end of a long day like this when you hope to finish on a high. But that's part of the game, and that's what you need to use to get back on your feet even stronger than the day before. Now we're here with Nathan Tai, Gabriel Gomez. The battle for second place is shaping up slowly but firmly, corner after corner. Can the Brazilian get close to the British driver? Can he actually launch an attack before they see the checkered flag? René Lammers is out of reach and will go to take what will be his final win of the day. He took a couple already in the OK class. That will be his third win, if I'm not mistaken, for René Lammers. Yes, indeed, in the run of 5 qualifying races. So a pretty good day so far since yesterday for René Lammers. That would end up to finish on the third step of the overall classification if nothing moves. But Nathan Tai and Gomez still explaining themselves, as well as Phil McCaughlin just behind David Walter, who has been through so much bad luck as he goes through. Beautifully made by the VDK driver up into P5.
Yeah, that's the kind of move that he wanted to end the day on. Finn McLaughlin, the Irish talent. What a fantastic move forward there from Finn McLaughlin. So much passion, so much spirit, and so much determination. Great to see him making the move there. Nathan Tai Up to second now, of course, as we know, with Gomez in third. And he sets the fastest lap of the race. He thinks that René Lammers is catchable. So he's chipping away at it. The gap has only come down to a second and a half. That's not going to be overturned in the closing stages. So René Lammers goes across the line. Nathan Tye has got the gap down to 1.4 going into the final lap. But I can assure you, Nathan, it doesn't matter how fast you go in that Sodi. The only way you're going to beat René Lammers now is if the Dutchman has a mechanical problem on the final tour. And the Paralin driver really has been neat and tidy all the way through these closing stages of the races here in Rodby. A fabulous run from René Lammers. He's just knit one, pearl one, drop one, curl one every time he's been out on the course. Nathan Tye has pushed him as hard as he can in the closing stages of this one. But René Lammers is going to come through and he will seal third position in the rankings. That will put him on the front row of the grid for Superheat A alongside Kier Nakamura Berta. It's been a great day at the office for the Dutchman. René Lammers comes through to win the final heat of the day in front of Nathan Tye and Gabriel Gomez. Some great performances there from several drivers to march their way further forward. Joe Turney steals 9th position on the final lap from his teammate Luca Samalisto. Joe Turney couldn't quite get the job done to steal pole position away from Kier Nakamura Berta and Alex Powell. They tie for the top ranking, 229 points apiece. Lammers on 226, Stolchamanis on 223, Joe Turney on 216, and Matcha Gladish on 213. From Gomez on 202, Costa on 197, Morgato on 195, and Kutskov on 192. Well, brilliant racing all the way through then, and those 10 drivers, Nakamura Berta and Alex Powell, leading them all the way down to Kutskov in 10th. They will score championship points, of course. And it's a crucial 25 points for Nakamura Berta. A very exciting run over the course of the weekend here at Rodby. And what a brilliant continuation it's going to be tomorrow. René Lammers takes the final win from Nathan Tye and Gabriel Gomez. Anatoly Kavalkin in 4th from Finn McLaughlin and David Walter. Luigi Coluccio in P7 ahead of Mark Dubnitsky, Joe Turney and Luca Samalisto. Then Gazi Motlakar in 11th place in front of Thomas Straven, Xavier Avramidis and Ludovic Sambudla as Kart Republic's run from 9th to 14th. Leo Nilsson in 15th position for Ward Racing. Then in 16th, the last man home, would you believe, is Rasmus Andersson. A race full of attrition as Alva Simasvara retires. So too did Zoe Fladescu. And on the opening lap, we also lost Guillaume Bouzard, Jan Pashrovsky and Village Lindenskov. So tough racing all the way through. René Lammers did the best he possibly could to run at the top end of the field. And right from the start, he knew his cards were numbered to lead the race from Kavalkin early doors, but he was not going to back down from the fight. Walter through in a second, Tye through in a 4th place. Things are about to go wrong in the middle of the pack. Wait for it, wait for it. There they go. The conflagration. And 3 or 4 karts involved in that one all in one go. And unfortunately, 3 of them out on the spot. And we saw Joe Turney get spat out of the course just about here as Coluccio just tangles with Turney. Turney has to take to the grass and drop back. So that cost him the chance of going pole position in the Superheat. René Lammers was not able to get pole position in the Superheat, but he was able to take the victory. So he took the lead from Kavalkin at the first available chance. Gabriel Gomez storming up 6 positions to finish up in 3rd from 9th. Some good battles in the Kart Republic awning as Xavier Avramidis and Gazi Motlakar put on a bit of a show for us there. But they weren't the only ones to squabble for position. It certainly gave us a lot to talk about. Gomez sliding in on the inside of Anatoly Kavalkin's Paralin to move up into 3rd place. Sadly for Zoe Fladescu and Alva Simasvara, their race came to an end. Finn McLaughlin putting a nice move on David Walter to finish us off. But up in front, a great run for René Lammers. He takes the win from Nathan Tye, and a solid end puts him 3rd overall in the rankings, just 3 points back from Kier Nakamura Berta and Alex Powell. So while the Prema drivers take Superheat pole positions between them, down in Parc Fermé for the last time on Saturday is Guillaume Alvarez.
Let's conclude together, guys, what has been a beautiful day of racing in Denmark with René Lammers. The last winner of the day, René, hartelijk proficiat. Congratulations. This is your 3rd win out of 5 at the end of this day. That puts you 3rd overall. that means for tomorrow's superheat, this is the front row. How do you feel after what has been a long, long day for everybody here?
Yeah, pace is looking strong for tomorrow. We're going to try our best to get the maximum result. Some good championship points in the bag and a good starting position for tomorrow.
So we've been talking about not only you guys at Powerlane, but Czech Republic as well, but two of the brands that we've seen competing at the forefront in both classes. It seems that you guys have really, really put the finger of the right setup, the right attitude, the right mental approach to this new layout, to this event, and it's paying off for you especially.
Yeah, did a lot of work since a race we did 2 weeks ago here. So I want, a big thank you to Powerlane, obviously, and GFR, everybody that's surrounded me to help me. But job's not over, and tomorrow we'll fight for more.
A good night of sleep and to get ready for some more racing tomorrow, because the biggest challenge is yet to come. If you look back on your day, a couple of things that you think you can improve for tomorrow in the way you drive, the way you approach the starts, or the approach of your tires, just to get that performance out there and finish at the podium?
Yeah, we made some big improvements with the chassis, trying out different things in the first heat this morning. First two heats today weren't ideal, with some mistakes on my side and some things we didn't get on point with the chassis, but yeah, we won't make that mistake again, obviously, so that's good for tomorrow.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for talking to us, and good luck for tomorrow. Thank you, René Lammers. And that will be the last of the interviews for today. The last word from René Lammers himself, third overall in the category in the end. What has been a fantastic day of racing here in Rodby. I'll leave you to it, Jake, to run things up for tomorrow. But don't forget, a big schedule ahead of us on Sunday.
There certainly is. Many thanks, Guillaume Alvarez, for being our eyes and ears down in Parc Fermé and alongside me in the commentary box today. Tomorrow, things get really busy. Academy qualifying heats continue. At 10 o'clock in the morning, we kick off with C versus D, followed by A versus B, and then to the Super Heats. Juniors kick us off with Super Heat A, and then at 11:10, we'll have Super Heat A for the OK category. The Juniors continue with Super Heat B at 11:35 local time. And then, of course, we will have the second Super Heat for the OK category, Super Heat B, that we now know is going to see Alex Powell start in pole position. And then, of course, we'll have our pause. The Academy will have their final. We still have no idea who's going to be starting in pole position for that one, followed by the Academy Trophy podium. We could well end up with three completely different faces on the rostrum compared to what we saw in Trinec. But then the junior race, we could well see a third different race winner in the final, having seen the victory go the way of Tibor Ramekers in Valencia and then Alexander Bondarev in Trinec. It could be very different here in Rodby. And then at 15:40 local time, we will have the OK final, and the championship really coming on a pace now between the likes of Gabriel Gomez, Kian Nakamura-Berta, Alex Powell, René Lammers and Joe Turney. So many incredible battles to come tomorrow. Do not go anywhere. Make sure you get a good night's rest. We certainly will. And tomorrow, when we come back to the Rodby circuit here in Denmark, the European Championship will continue. From me, Jake Sanson, everybody at RGMMC and the FIA Karting European Championship, we'll see you bright and early in Denmark.